With the current state of the Han tribe, it is not particularly difficult to set up a new biological research institute. There is plenty of space, and in terms of personnel, some people will be mobilized from Sinong Temple and some from the medical school to temporarily set up one. One batch is not a problem, the rest are up to them to study. Even if the Han tribe has a biological research institute, it is currently focusing on animal, plant and medical biotechnology. Things that are too black technology cannot be solved now, but as long as this is the beginning, maybe Luo Chong will be able to see antibiotics in his lifetime. Neither is birth. But it's still too early to think about this now. Let's sort out the current war against Takashima first. After returning to Hanyang City, Luo Chong issued multiple orders again. In addition to continuing to transport currency to Tuahai County, he also had to transport a large amount of civilian supplies there. These were all to stimulate the economy of Zhudao and Tang tribes, and first to the market. Injecting a large amount of currency and then dumping the goods can stimulate the local economy in a short period of time. The Han tribe has basically mastered the Zhudao and Tang tribes, and the grassland has now also mastered part of it. It has basically reduced the population in the areas that have been explored. This seems to be a good thing, and the population has indeed increased significantly. However, it also reduced the foreign trade market of the Han tribe. In the past, when doing business with Zhudao, it was called foreign trade. The Han tribe could find ways to make money from them, but this will no longer be possible in the future. Without the objects of foreign trade, the Han tribe's economy will languish. So if you want to continue to maintain good economic growth, we can only shift exports to domestic sales and stimulate national consumption, so that the economy can pick up. Although Zhudao has not yet been officially placed under the jurisdiction of the Han tribe, Luo Chong has already seen this hidden danger, so the next step is to find ways to develop civilian goods, increase national income, and let the people have spare money in their hands, so as to promote their consumption enthusiasm. In short, money must be allowed to flow, otherwise it will lose its value. Although the leader Luo Chong was not on the front line of the battle, he was also very concerned about the future development of Zhudao. However, the soldiers fighting on the front line encountered a problem at this time. Although the Han army basically wiped out the two frontline regiments of the Qingshu tribe in the previous battle on the landing day, some of them still leaked out, or the nearby people reported the news to the Qingshu tribe, which led to the bloody massacre. The planned surprise attack failed. It is impossible to investigate the way the intelligence was leaked, but it is now certain that the senior officials of the Qingshu tribe already know the fact that the Han army has landed on Zhudao and has occupied half of their land. The reaction speed of the Qingshu tribe was very fast. In other words, they were a little scared when they saw that their two most elite regiments were completely annihilated by the Han tribe in just one day. As for the outcome they were afraid of, there were only two possibilities, either to run away directly and avoid fighting the Han army, or to make a desperate move and concentrate all the resources in their hands to fight a decisive battle of life and death with the Han tribe. But the result was very obvious. The Han tribe would never give them a chance to escape. Just when the three guard stations of Yingyang Guard, Baotao Guard and Shachi Guard were stationed in their respective stations, Xuetu also sent a large number of scouts to scout the next target. According to the current position and speed, the Han army's next target was set in Xianfeng County, which is the narrow coastal area directly north of Zhudao. This is the sea salt industry base of the Qingshu tribe. Its importance is both to the Han tribe and the Qingshu tribe. It's all self-evident. Xuetu wants to seize the salt pool resources here, but what Commander Qingshu wants to do most now is to survive. He can no longer control the salt. He only knows that his two most capable regiments on the front line are gone, and he wants to stop them. For the next attack by the Han tribe, he must form more troops again. As a result, these senior officials of the Qingshu tribe used the most scarce materials, food and livestock of the Salt tribe to recruit them, and tried their best to vilify the true face of the Han army, saying that the Han army would kill children on sight and kill women on sight. He was an aggressor who committed all kinds of crimes, including robbing and seizing slaves when he saw men. He also hired some extras to play the role of ordinary people who had escaped from the occupied areas and complained in tears against the various crimes of the Han army. The men, women, and children of the Salt tribe suddenly panicked. On the one hand, they were greatly tempted by the food and livestock provided by Commander Xian, and on the other hand, they felt threatened and oppressed by the Han tribe. In the end, the entire Salt tribe gave in half-heartedly. He joined the team led by Xian and volunteered to work with the senior officials of the Xian tribe to resist the attack of the Han tribe. According to Commander Xian, the Han tribe is attacking. If we don't join hands to resist, no one will survive in the end. Instead of dying in vain, it is better for everyone to get together and find a way to survive. As a result, the deceived Yan tribe began to move their families to the territory led by Xian. The scale and speed of the migration could be described as a solid wall and a clear wilderness. When the first batch of scouts sent by Qingshu arrived in Xianfeng County, they only saw the ruins of a mess of villages. The reason why they were said to be remains was because there was no one left in those villages, and not even a single livestock was left. Next, many houses and corn stalks and other things were completely burned down. Villages one after another were basically burned to ashes. The scouts were all dumbfounded and had no idea what was happening here. However, they were professional scouts after all. They soon discovered the traces of a large group of people marching in the village. According to the direction of the traces, it was easy to know where the village was. Where did the people go? And that direction is the headquarters of the Xian tribe, which is the direction of Jiahai County as mentioned by the Han tribe. When encountering such a big event, the scouts did not dare to delay at all, and quickly sent out fast horses to report all these strange sightings to the superiors. When Qingshu got the news, his first reaction was, "No, these grandsons want to run away." It's not surprising that he would come up with such a judgment. At this time, Qingshu had never heard of what it meant to be strong and clear the wild, so he had no idea about it at all. He heard the scouts reported that all the people in the Salt tribe, old and young, were moving toward Jiahai County. Qingshu's first thought was that Commander Xian and the senior officials of the Xian tribe were afraid. They wanted to gather all their people and materials and escape from Bamboo Island. Where to escape from Bamboo Island is obviously a very simple question. The senior officials of the Xian tribe do not have boats, so even if they want to escape, they can only escape from the mainland hidden bridge, cross the bridge and run towards the grassland. Therefore, after determining the purpose of the senior officials of the Xian tribe, Qingshu immediately contacted Xu De, the commander of Fubo Wei, and asked them to help block the hidden bridge at the northwest end of Bamboo Island. No one from the Xian tribe could be allowed to escape to the grassland. At the same time, this guy sent a request to the local garrison troops in the 3 counties of Honghu to help blockade the Zhudao hidden bridge. However, the troops in these 3 counties were not under the control of the blood slaughter, so he could only ask them in the letter to be prepared to break camp first, and then sent a letter to Luo Chong, asking Luo Chong to order the garrison of the 3 counties of Honghu to assist him in completing the blockade of Zhudao. However, the Qingshu was so busy here that the Xian tribe had no intention of escaping. In other words, they had thought about it, but because there were no ships and the grassland was within the actual control area of the Han tribe, they were not sure to board that they can run away from the mainland. So what the Xian tribe actually did was to gather all the resources in their hands and play with the Han tribe to strengthen the wall and clear the country, and strictly defend against the tactics. This was something Qingshu never expected. Xianfeng County has become a depopulated and messy white land. Naturally, Qingshu will not be idle here. Based on the idea that you don't want this land, he directly led the troops of the remaining 4 guard posts to advance. On the edge of Jiahai County, the Sea Wolf Guards who were originally preparing to defend on the spot in Xianfeng County were not stationed separately, but acted together with their own army. Xianfeng County doesn't even have a single person left, and Hailang County is still holding back. We might as well prepare for the decisive battle with everyone. Unsurprisingly, when the scouts from Guanhai County returned 2 days later, they again reported similar news to Xiutu. The narrow coastal area, directly south of Zhudao, was the jurisdiction of Guanhai County, divided by Han tribes. Internally, large numbers of people migrated. However, unlike the Xianfeng County side, the Guanhai County clearing strategy was not carried out so thoroughly. In addition to relocating a large number of young children, cattle, sheep, livestock, grain and dried meat, the Xian tribe also many old, weak, sick and disabled people were left behind. Of course, it may not be accurate to say that they are old and weak. Most of these people are around 40 years old, but for this era, they are already very old people. The few people in their 30s are either suffering from diseases or various disabilities. In short, in the words of the scouts, if there is a good person in his 30s, all of them will migrate away. When we went there, we only saw the elderly, disabled, and sick in the villages, sitting alone in the courtyard, lifeless, neither productive nor active, just wasting their days waiting to die. We randomly checked the grain storage of some elderly people. They don't even have much food rations, they should have been abandoned. This situation seems to be even worse than that of Xianfeng County. If you move them all away, what will happen if you leave such a group of old, weak, sick and disabled? But the facts are there, and the Han tribe cannot ignore them. Xiutu frowned deeply and pondered for a while, then asked the scout who came to report the situation again, "Did you see that they arranged an ambush?" Back to the commander, "We did not find any ambushes in Guanhai County, but we did find the path they took to migrate westward. Before we came back, other brothers had followed us to conduct reconnaissance. We came back first to report the situation in Guanhai County." The scout cupped his hands and talked about the reconnaissance situation again. "Yeah." Xiutu nodded, then thought for a while, and then suddenly slapped the table and shouted, "Where is the messenger?" Hearing this roar, a messenger immediately came in from outside the big tent, put his hands in front of the tent and prepared to listen to the order. "Commander, what are your orders?" "Send an order to the arrow guards, and order all 2,500 infantrymen under his command, together with 500 cavalry, to march immediately to the Luo Mountain area to the west of Guanhai County and east of Jiahai County. They will look for strategic passes, to set up camp and blockade the enemy. In Jiahai County, they cannot break through." After Xiutu finished reading out the order, the clerk next to him had also written the written version of the order. He then brought it to Xiutu and asked him to sign and seal it. Only then would the order be considered effective. Use the order written on the paper to the fire paint seal is sealed into the bamboo tube, and then the messenger is given a token for delivering the order, so that he is qualified to deliver the order. Moreover, when delivering an order, the orderer's token, the oral order of the ordering soldier, and the encapsulated written order must all be consistent before the subordinates can determine the authenticity of the military order and then execute the order. After the ordering soldier got these things, he dictated the order just now. After everything was correct, he clasped his fists and shouted, "Here," and then prepared to go out to convey the order. But just as he turned around, another person's shout came from behind him, causing him to stop involuntarily. "Wait a minute." The messenger turned around and saw that the person who stopped him was Grand Sima Qingshu, so he stood there waiting for the next step. However, Qingshu turned to look at Xiutu and asked him in a low voice. "I said, Commander, the Xian tribe is deliberately spreading rumors to smear the image of our Han army and destroy the foundation of our future rule. It's okay here in Xianfeng County because there are not many people anyway, but the old man in Guanhai County we cannot ignore the weak, sick and disabled, otherwise there will be endless consequences. Then what do you want to do? You are the army Sima. It is your responsibility to take care of this matter. I listen to you. Qingshu is also a bachelor. He only wants to fight the war and does not want to fight with the Qian tribe. But as the person in charge of the war zone, the political leader of the political situation, Qingshu, the military commander, cannot be ignored. Of course we want to maintain the just image of our Han army and tell them with facts that we are not a cruel and murderous army of thugs. Qingshu said immediately. What kind of protection method? Yang Feng, who joined the army, also asked in confusion. Prisoners of war are the best proof. Don't they propagate that we will kill everyone we see? But now we have captured people from both of your corps. Not only have we not killed them, we have also given them the opportunity to undergo labor reform. These prisoners of war, this is living proof that as long as these prisoners of war are brought to the front line and in front of the enemy, the lies of the top officials of the Qian tribe will be exposed, and our army will be able to defeat others without occupying them. There are also the old, weak, sick and disabled people in Guanhai County. They gave up on their own, but we can't give up. We provide these people with food rations and treat diseases. As long as they are not stupid, they can understand whether we are good people or not. This is maintenance. This is the best way to image our Han army. Qingshu immediately said to several people with his fingers. Is what you're talking about really useful? Qingshu asked with some confusion. It's absolutely useful. As long as we operate it properly, we can reduce the enemy's resistance to the greatest extent, reduce our army's casualties, and even capture a lot of prisoners. Qingshu immediately nodded affirmatively. Then I'll listen to you. What do you think we should do? Qingshu saw that his army commander was so confident that he simply agreed. This is easy to handle. The messenger, you will inform the Xiongjian guards when they set off later. Bring a few more carts of food, find supply points along the waterway, and find landing points for subsequent shipping supplies. After finding the defense area to set up camp, let their guard Sima lead the logistics troops to distribute food and treat diseases to the people in each village, and read and posted the policies of our Han army in the jurisdiction, making sure that everyone knew it. Here. The messenger nodded in agreement, then turned and left. After sending away the messenger, Qingshu said to Qingshu again, now we have to transfer those prisoners of war first, and then let each guard station find some enlightened clan chiefs and people from within their jurisdiction, and then let them go with the prisoners of war to read out our policy to the enemy and smash the conspiracy of the top officials of the Qian tribe. After hearing this, Qingshu frowned and realized that what Qingshu said was none of his business. Then he couldn't help complaining, these are your responsibility in the first place. You can take care of it yourself. I still have to do it now. Send troops and generals to seal off Jiahai County first. No matter what you do, you have to block the enemy first. Yes, since you, the commander-in-chief, are too lazy to care, let us each arrange our own affairs. I will try to send those prisoners of war up when you complete the siege, so as to use our public opinion offensive. Qingshu smiled and shook his head helplessly. He and Qingshu had only been together for a short time. He didn't know whether this guy was really reckless, or whether Qingshu was deliberately avoiding political affairs, or simply not interested in politics. But no matter what, the military system formulated by Luo Chong is there. Even if Qingshu doesn't care about politics, the huge war machine of the Han army can still operate normally, so these are not important. After a brief discussion, Qingshu and Qingshu quickly went their separate ways. Qingshu not only had to coordinate military supplies, but was also responsible for the local political situation. Now he had to mobilize prisoners of war and civilians from behind. He was very busy. There is another chapter tonight. The Han army's military and political operations were carried out in an orderly manner under the leadership of Xue Tu and Xue Qingyao. Just when they were extremely busy, the letter for help that Xue Tu had sent to Luo Chong finally arrived. Hanyang City. The letter said that Luo Chong was requested to mobilize the garrison troops from the 3 counties of Honghu to help them block the hidden bridge from Zhudao to the mainland. When Luo Chong saw this, he let out an ouch and slapped himself on the forehead. Why hadn't I thought of such an important thing earlier? I only remembered to deliver the boat to tow them, and forgot that there was a road and bridge between Zhudao and the mainland that could only be accessed once a month. But now that we know it, we need to take remedial measures immediately. I hope this blocking operation will not be too late. After careful consideration, Luo Chong finally decided to mobilize troops from Kaiyuan County. Although Zhongwu and Binhai counties among the 3 counties of Honghu are closer to Zhudao, they only started construction at the beginning of this year. The defenses, in terms of capabilities, it certainly cannot be compared with Kaiyuan County, which has been developing for 2 or 3 years. Among the 3 counties, Kaiyuan County is the largest, with the largest number of garrison troops, very strong city walls, and the largest population. In terms of defense alone, even if all 3,000 garrison troops in Kaiyuan County are sent out, as long as they guard the city walls, they will be able to defend the city. The people in the city are enough to complete the defense task of guarding the city. Therefore, Luo Chong directly decided to send 2,000 cavalry from Kaiyuan County, led by Qianyuwai commander Chai Duo, and 500 cavalry from Zhongwu and Binhai counties, for a total of 3,000 people to go to the mainland of Anqiao. One end is stationed for defense, and the only channel from Takashima to the mainland is blocked. The operation can be started until Takashima is unified before making a decision and considering whether to end it. The order was quickly sent out, first to Kaiyuan County, then to Zhongwu and Binhai County, and finally to Xue Tu with an order notice, telling him that he had sent 3,000 people from the mainland to stop him. Let them do it boldly on Zhudao, and they must not let any of the top officials of the Qian tribe be caught. Although the army on the grassland has not yet passed, in fact, ever since Xue Tu decided to blockade the entire Jiahai County, the Fubawai Navy led by Xu De took action first. They don't have any landing troops to use, but as long as they park the gunboat next to the hidden bridge, it will be a powerful deterrent to the senior officials of the Qian tribe in Jiahai County. On the other side of them, the top leaders of the Qian tribe were worried about losing their hair in the face of the huge pressure from the Han army. When Commander Qian heard that the 2 frontline regiments had been wiped out, he even in the prime of life, my hair turned gray overnight. Several elders even clamored to gather all the remaining strength of the entire tribe and fight to the death with the Han tribe. Commander Qian did not want to just surrender and give up his ancestral territory to the Han tribe, so he had no choice but to agree. What the elders think. Each elder sent his cronies to the Guanhai and Xianfeng counties divided by the Han tribe to create public opinion, discredit the Han army, create panic, and encourage them to move their entire clan to the traditional territory of the Qian tribe. The people of the entire Qian tribe united. Bing Yichu fought a decisive battle with the Han tribe. The people in the 2 places were horrified by the Han army's evil behavior of killing everyone on sight. Coupled with the various interest guarantees and threats and intimidation from the top officials of the Qian tribe, they finally achieved their goal and concentrated the entire population of the 2 places into the Qian tribe. The political and cultural center, around Qingchuan Valley, was ready to fight the Han army. Without weapons, they simply picked up the farm tools in their hands and used them as weapons. These steel farm tools obtained from the Han tribe suddenly turned into sharp weapons against the Han army. If there is no armor, then make more shields, made of wood, bamboo, and woven rattan. All kinds of armors began to appear in Qian Jun's hands. Bamboo bows and arrows are indispensable strategic materials, and the Qian tribe is doing its best to prepare. Finally, Before the bloody massacre completed the blockade of Jiahai County, Commander Xian took control of the population of Xianfeng and Guanhai, and selected young adults, even teenagers, from these people, and placed them in the together they formed an army of 10,000 people. Of course, these were all miscellaneous troops who did not even have serious weapons, and carried hoes, axes, and other items in their hands. In the hands of Commander Xian, there are currently only 6,000 people left who have received formal weapons, equipment and military training, and half of these 6,000 people are from the old Motan tribe on the grassland. The two forces are now facing the Han army's attack at the same time. It can be said that they are like grasshoppers on a rope. No one can escape. Therefore, for the time being, the Xian army is relatively harmonious. At least now they all have this in common. The goal is to defeat the Han tribe, or to defeat the Han tribe until they agree to peace talks with them and withdraw from their sphere of influence. Of course, this is simply impossible. Among the senior officials of the Xian tribe, this depression about to be destroyed and the unwilling spirit of resistance formed an obvious spiritual conflict. Everyone was worried, but when it came to surrendering to the Han tribe, they did not dare to. Yes, it's because I dare not because I haven't thought about it. The more these elders come into contact with the Han tribe, the clearer they become that in the Han tribe system, the clan is not allowed to grow bigger and stronger at all. This has never happened to them before. This can be seen among the officials of the Han tribe. All officials in charge of power in the Han tribe are all leaders in various fields and have their own skills. However, no official has ever been granted a title because his clan is relatively powerful. For officials, as the highest power center of the Xian tribe, several elders certainly did not want to accept the same arrangements as ordinary people, so surrender was simply impossible. However, there are exceptions to this, such as the pro-Han elder Zhu, but this guy has no real power now, so even if he wants to change his fate, he can't do anything about it. All of this was seen by Elder Jean Anvil, who was undercover in the upper echelons of the Xian tribe. He, Elder Jean, who had real power, was responsible for commanding one of the 2,000-man regiments. However, while this guy was commanding the regiment on the surface, he was actually leading the regiment. He was doing another thing, which was to keep a close eye on Commander Xian and a few elders, to prevent these guys from running away if they couldn't win. Now that the war between Han and Xian has progressed to this extent, he can no longer provide any information to the Han tribe. Capturing the enemy's leader has become the last thing he can do for his tribe. However, this idea changed again the moment Xue Qingyao found a way to contact him. Anvil understood that the Han army had completed the tactical siege against the senior officials of the Xian tribe. How could they neutralize the enemy's final attack without any damage? Resistance has become his biggest task. Xian tribe, due east of Jiahai County, Qingshu Gorge, 30 miles east of Qingchuan Valley where the Xian tribe's base camp is located, is the only large freshwater river in Zhudao Qingshui River, the first place to rush eastward into the sea. An important pass. Now it has become Elder Jin's Anvil's frontal defense line against the Han army's attack. The strategic location of Qingshu Gorge blocked the waterway of the Han army's westward advance. Above the river, here was a 40-meter-high cliff. Troops were deployed on the cliffs on both sides of the river, and the entire river could be blocked with bows and arrows. The Han dynasty, most of the tribes were sailing ships. If they used rockets and arson attacks, they would definitely be able to block the westward-moving ships of the Han tribe. On the land route, Qingshu Gorge is condescending, and it also defends important areas. It is like a natural city covering the river. If only ordinary cold weapons are used to attack, the attacker will need at least 6 times the strength of the defender to break it. Here, if we don't want too many casualties, we can only besieged. Commander Xian was worried about losing this place, so he specially mobilized the smartest and most capable Jean Elder Anvil to garrison the Qingshu Gorge. He had a total of 5,000 troops, including half of the 2,000-man corps that had been unified before. The clan soldiers were a mixed formation of half-herdsmen. The remaining 3,000 people were basically newly recruited militiamen without armor or weapons, holding various farm tools in their hands. The women and children of these militiamen were uniformly placed in Qingshu Valley 30 miles away behind them. If they could not hold on here, their own women and children would also have to wait for death. On this day, Anvil was leading several men from the Han tribe to train the newly recruited militiamen and arrange their defense positions and defense tasks. On the mountain of Qingqing Gorge, there is a militia team of 500 people, including long soldiers holding bamboo poles, hoes, and shovels, as well as short soldiers holding wooden shields and equipped with short weapons such as axes, hatchets, and sickles. The people had just completed the formation drill, and when Anvil announced that they were disbanding and returning to the defense area to rest, one of the militiamen holding a long axe quietly followed Anvil. Anvil immediately realized something was wrong. His long-term undercover life had made him highly vigilant. Any abnormal behavior of others would make him extremely sensitive. Suddenly he found a guy following him with an axe, and he immediately became aware of the situation. He was startled. What's going on? Does this person have a grudge against me? Or has he discovered my identity as an undercover agent? Or maybe Commander Xian didn't believe me and sent him specially to monitor me? A lot of random thoughts immediately appeared in Anvil's mind. He didn't know if the person behind him wanted to kill him, but he didn't dare to take the risk, so he thought about it in his mind and walked around to a secluded place. In fact, he had secretly greeted the other Jinwei brothers lurking here, and used the usual code to call 2 people to help him. Just when Anvil walked around a bush and walked into a slightly sparse forest, he suddenly turned around and looked at the axe-wielding militiaman who had been following him and said coldly, "Who are you, and what do you want to do after following me?" "But the commander-in-chief can't trust me, so did he send you to kill me?" Taiji asked in the Zhudao language of the Xian tribe. The militiaman didn't panic. He turned around and looked around. He found that at some point, 2 more people suddenly appeared behind him. One was holding a bow and arrow and was aiming at him, and the other was also holding an iron halberd. Approaching him, the Anvil in front also drew his sword at this time, and he was surrounded by these 3 people like horns. "Ha ha ha ha, I've heard that the agents sent by the Jinwu guards are very clever. Today, I saw that they are indeed well-deserved. I knew that I had been discovered by you, and I kept watching you, but I didn't see when you called 2 helpers, awesome." When the militiaman saw that he was surrounded, he did not put up any fearless resistance. He simply put the axe in his belt and laughed loudly. Moreover, he spoke Chinese with a very authentic accent. When he heard it, he knew that this was from the 8th Commandery of Hanyang. "Come." Anvil did not speak, but frowned deeply, because he did not know the identity of the militiaman in front of him, why his Chinese accent was so authentic, and he opened his mouth to reveal that Jinwei, the most mysterious of the Han tribe military intelligence organization. He didn't know if this was the arrangement of Commander Xian, or if that guy heard some rumors or got some information and began to doubt himself, and then hired such a person to deceive him, so he didn't dare to reply easily. After cautiously looking at each other with the other 2 companions who had just arrived, and confirming that there was no one else around, Anvil replied, "Who are you? Why are you hiding in our army? Did the Han army send you to find out the truth? And what do you mean by Jin Wuwei and Shizhua?" When the militiaman saw that Anvil was still acting, he smiled and said, "Elder Jin, don't panic. Do you still recognize the butterfly card of Jin Wuwei? If you do, you will know my identity." As the militiaman spoke, he took out 2 golden waistbands from his burlap clothes and threw them at the anvil. There was a soft clang, and the 2 bronze medals fell to the anvil's feet with a crisp impact. Anvil took a look and found that one of them was the unique butterfly card of Jinwu Guard, Daitong Spy, which was a military token specially issued by Jinwu Guard to spies lurking outside to prove their identity. The butterfly card is made of bronze, golden in color, in the shape of a double-petaled flower, with a butterfly-like pattern on the outside, but without words. However, there are hinges on one side that can be opened and closed, and can be unfolded from the middle to become it is shaped like a four-petal flower, which is the shape of a butterfly spreading its wings, and the identity information of the talisman is written inside. Such a unique shape, exquisite hinges, and the patterns and text carvings on it are unique in the world except for the Han tribe. Power can do it. Looking at the content written above, it was the contact person Yang Feng who had been in charge of contacting him. Then Anvil looked at another rectangular waist badge and immediately exclaimed, "Are you my contact Yang Feng? Or Yang Feng, a member of the Huban Guards?" "Yes, it's me. Seeing that you, blacksmith, are safe and sound now, I can rest assured." I saw that the appearance of the militiaman just now changed immediately. Although he was still unkempt, with disheveled hair, undyed burlap clothes hung randomly on his body, and the straw sandals on his feet were covered with mud, this man covered his hands at this time. Standing upright, his back is straight, and although his body cannot be called tall, it can be called tall and straight, as if he has the air of a general. It's really Yang Kanjun. After more than 2 years, I can finally recognize the people in my hometown as a Han tribe member again, woo woo woo. Anvil confirmed the identity of the other party, and cried excitedly. He quickly took 2 steps to come to Yang Feng, held Yang Feng's hand tightly with both hands, and choked with sobs. Yang Feng pulled him into his arms and hugged him hard twice, patted Anvil's back hard, and then comforted him. "Brother, you have worked hard these past 2 years, but please don't worry, your wife and children are all fine. In the past 2 years, the tribe has had good weather, with good harvests year after year, and the leader has also led people to come up with many interesting things. You will all be happy when you return home. Able to see things." Anvil choked for a while, then stopped choking and said, "Well, Yang Kanjun personally risked his life to meet me this time, but is there anything important that I need to do?" "Anvil will definitely finish it. Yes, the decisive battle between Han Xian and Han Xian is imminent, and the tribe really needs your help." Yang Feng let go of the Anvil's hand and stood with his hands folded, regaining his general style again. "Please tell me carefully." Anvil took a step back, bowed and clasped his fists in order. "Do you know about the Xian tribe's false rumors to smear the Han army?" Yang Feng did not talk about the mission first, but first asked about the situation at Anvil. "Of course I know that the 2 regiments on the front line were completely wiped out a few days ago. The strong military strength of our Han tribe has scared Commander Xian and several other elders. They are in panic all day long and want to form more troops to protect themselves. Then rumors were spread to trick several other clans into migrating here and forming militiamen in an attempt to resist the Han army together. My men have just been assigned 3,000 militiamen," Anvil reported truthfully. "It's not wrong to say that, but the Xian tribe has indeed caused us a lot of trouble. Our army is very powerful. Even if we attack Jiahai County, we will be able to conquer it in one fell swoop, but it will definitely cause a lot of casualties to both sides. This is different from what the leader proposed. It is inconsistent with our strategy. What we want is the entire Bamboo Island and the population on Bamboo Island, not that it is an empty island without people, so we don't want to kill these militiamen, but we can't kill them. If we start a war with the militiamen, the loss will be the population of our Han tribe. This is something that no one from the leader to the commander or commander wants to see. I'm afraid those militiamen are not willing to go to war with our army," Yang Feng said solemnly. "Yes, that's right. The militiamen are not active in this battle, but are a little afraid of it." Anvil also nodded in confirmation. So Decima came up with an idea and wants you to cooperate to disintegrate the enemy's morale from within and win this decisive battle without any bloodshed. Please tell me how you need my cooperation to join the army. Anvil asked again. How many troops do you currently have? If they want to turn against each other, is it possible to control them all? Yang Feng asked first. I'm afraid this is a bit difficult. I currently have a regiment under my command, a formal armed army of 2,000 people, and the Jinwei brothers who came to Zhudao with me. I have also assigned them to all levels of command of this army. If the commander asked me to lead them to the ambush circle, which was easy to do, but it was extremely difficult to get them to switch sides and attack. The clan soldiers in the regiment are originally aligned with the elders and Commander Xian. The other half of the grassland soldiers are the remnants of Maodun and have a grudge against us. The remaining 3,000 militiamen cannot be used at all. If they are intimidated, they should be able to let them surrender directly, but it is absolutely impossible for them to fight back. Anvil analyzed worriedly. It is not impossible to fight back. It is easiest to beg for surrender on the spot. In fact, as you just said, these soldiers are also afraid of fighting and do not want to fight us. If we do more ideological work on them, this matter will be easy. Okay, come on, take a look at Sima's secret letter first. Yang Feng took out another letter from his arms and handed it to Anvil. Anvil took the letter and browsed it roughly, and found that the content was all about the inner warfare method, how to instigate rebellion against the army, how to promote the policy, what are the key points of the propaganda, etc. The 3 no-kills mentioned in it, the 3 great rewards, and other recruitment and surrender policies, were even more shocking. Anvil's eyes widened in shock, and he secretly exclaimed that it was a vicious strategy, but it really worked. Do you understand? If there is anything you don't understand, you can ask me now. Yang Feng saw that he was fascinated and gave a reminder. I understand, Sima's strategy is exquisite. If you follow this method of attacking the heart, you can indeed win without fighting. After reading the content, Anvil was already full of confidence. He had no way to do it himself, but as long as he could control this, if the things in the letter are done well, it is not difficult to defeat the enemy without fighting. Well, if you have no problem, we will start executing the first plan at night 2 days later. When our scouts discover that you are in position, they will launch an attack. Remember to take your soldiers and run farther away to avoid accidental injuries. When Yang Feng saw that he agreed to the above plan, he formally issued the order. Understood, please feel free to join the army, and please rest assured the commander and Sima. Anvil will definitely live up to his trust. Anvil immediately responded. Well, in that case, I will go back. When this battle is over, I will personally host a celebration banquet for you. Yang Feng nodded, returned the salute to the Anvil, and prepared to go back. It's dangerous here. Do you want me to send my brothers to escort you to join the army? Anvil asked, worriedly. No, you can go back early. Remember to hide the letter and don't expose your identity. I have someone to escort you here. As soon as Yang Feng finished speaking, there was a noise in the surrounding woods. A dozen Han army scouts wearing black clothes, dark green crocodile leather armor, hats on their heads, holding divine arm crossbows, and binoculars hanging on their waists suddenly emerging. These elite scouts said nothing and silently guarded Yang Feng. The 3 Anvils were startled. Although this forest was relatively remote, it was very close to their camp, less than a kilometer away. However, the Han scouts in front of them had quietly approached them. And no one has noticed yet. The 3 of them couldn't help but secretly sigh. Fortunately, they were not really from the Xian tribe. Otherwise, facing such an elite Han army, their heads would have disappeared inexplicably when they went to bed at night. Yang Feng turned around and bowed solemnly to the Anvil and the others, saying, "Treasure." The 3 Anvils also hurriedly saluted. When they looked up again, there were no young Kanjun and elite scouts in front of them. There were only a few black shadows moving through the forest, and the rustling of leaves in the wind. Anvil looked at the letter in his hand and sighed, knowing that everything just now was true and that it was not his eyesight. He then took off his shoes, carefully hid the letter in his shoes, and then rushed silently. The other two companions waved their hands, and the three of them immediately left in different directions. In the blink of an eye, the woods that were a little lively just now have become deserted again. Only a little deer quietly poked its head out from behind the bushes, as if nothing had happened here. After returning to the mountaintop camp in Qingshu Gorge, Anvil took advantage of his meal time to secretly summon the other members of the Jinwu Guard who were also lurking here, who were the current command leaders at all levels of the army he led, and then everyone opened fire together. During a meeting, Shui Qingyao's plan to instigate rebellion was discussed, as well as the main policies of the 3 no-kills and the 3 great rewards. Then everyone discussed the specific propaganda methods. After everything was arranged, they dispersed and left, starting to carry out the tasks assigned to them by Yang Feng. After dinner, at night, the entire camp was under light control. Except for a few patrols who had torches, everything else was pitch black. There were many sheds built with bamboos and straw mats in the camp, where the soldiers slept and rested. However, the soldiers lying in the sheds were not sleepy at all. A life-and-death battle was imminent. These people who had never been exposed to war were afraid that they would not be able to sleep. They couldn't sleep, so long sighs could often be heard from the shed. Normally, the leaders who patrolled the camp at night would have said something like "shut up and go to sleep," but today's night was surprisingly unusual. There were discussions going on in some sheds, but no one was paying attention. And even some words can still be provoked. The thing everyone is discussing is the issue of dinner today. They have less food than usual. In the dark shed, there was suddenly a growling stomach sound, which was caused by someone's hungry stomach. "Child, you haven't eaten enough tonight. I have a handful of fried beans here, so you can eat them to fill your stomach." This guy can't sleep when he's hungry and gets flustered. Alas. An old man in his 30s, hearing the child sleeping on the straw mat next to him scream with hunger, he reluctantly took out a handful of fried soybeans from his pocket and handed it to him. Although the boy next to him is called a child, he is already 13 years old. According to the customs here on Takashima, he is already an adult, so he was also recruited as a militiaman. As the saying goes, a half-year-old boy will eat me to death. A boy of this age is the time when he eats the most and is growing taller. He can't bear the sudden reduction in dinner, so at night his stomach starts to growl unsatisfactorily. "Thank you, old man." The young man was also very hungry. After saying thank you, he took the beans and started stuffing them into his mouth one by one. He chewed the beans like a ladle of cold water poured into a frying pan. The sound was extremely harsh in the quiet shed. As soon as the boy started chewing, the stomachs of dozens of people in the shed suddenly began to growl. Everyone was hungry. "So I heard someone complaining, 'You are so good, why do you reduce the amount of food for us and don't even give us enough food? How can we resist the elite Han army? Didn't you hear what the commander said? The most suitable places for growing grain on our bamboo island have been occupied by Han tribes. Right now, these grains are our food reserves for this year. By next year, if the Han army does not retreat, we will be gone. There are not many fields that can be cultivated. So many people can farm, so before we defeat the Han army, or before the Han army retreats, we can only survive on these stored grains, so we have to save food so that we can hold on for a while." One of them suddenly explained. "Even if we want to save, we should all save together. Then why only reduce the meals for me, and why do the shepherds who come from the other side of the sea eat more than usual?" Another person couldn't help complaining. The shepherds on the other side of the sea he refers to are the grassland soldiers in the army. It's just that their shepherds don't even know how to plant the land. Why do they eat the food we grow and give us half the food so they can eat more? It's not fair. Didn't the officer say that they are here to help us fight against the Han tribe? If you don't let them eat well, what will happen if they leave? With these bamboo poles and shovels in our hands, we can defeat the ironclad Han tribe. Tribe? After this rebuttal, everyone suddenly lost their temper. Everyone had heard that the Han soldiers were wearing iron clothes and were invulnerable. Normally, a few young men could not defeat one of them, but those shepherds from across the sea were all armed with bows and horses. They are skilled, good at riding and shooting. Even if there is no horse now, the bows and arrows in their hands can still make the Han army fearful. Therefore, although they felt that the distribution of food was unfair, they did not dare to do anything about it. They could only scold the prairie people behind their own backs. But at this moment, another voice suddenly came from the dark corner of the tent, singing the opposite tune. I don't think so. Who told you that those shepherds must have come to help us fight against the Han tribe? It's not necessarily that we were implicated by them. Everyone was stunned when they heard this. Even the boy who had been chewing beans was stunned for a moment, and the whole shed was quiet for a moment. The old man who had just given the beans suddenly asked, How do you say this? Do you know something? Hearing someone ask, everyone stood up and waited for the person's answer, but suddenly there was a burst of self-mockery from the dark corner. Hey, I'm just a farmer, what can I know? Just guessing. Just a guess. Brother Sun, don't say that. Who in our village doesn't know that your family is closest to the Han tribe? When the Han tribe came to teach us how to grow hemp and weave cloth, it was your old man who was the matchmaker, and you were still the Han tribe in the village. The best thing to say is that the linen weaved by your mother-in-law is also the best in the village. You must know something. This is a matter of life and death for everyone. We dare not hide it from everyone. If you know anything, please tell us quickly. That's right, let's talk about it. If it can save everyone's life, we will all listen to you. Yeah, that's right, tell us about it. The man just laughed at himself. He didn't know who just exposed his identity. A matter of life and death was laid out, which caused everyone to ask questions again and again, as if the man named Brother Sun could really save them. The young man called Brother Sun was also unambiguous. Seeing everyone questioning him, he simply turned over and sat up. Looking at the dark heads in the shed, he opened his mouth and asked, Do you really want to listen? If you want to listen, of course you have to listen. Yeah, tell everyone quickly. Okay, let me ask you first, did the Han tribe attack us before those shepherds came to our bamboo island? How did the Han tribe treat us at that time? Brother Sun suddenly asked in a solemn tone. Well, it seems that those shepherds came a few months ago, and the Han tribe attacked us only in the past 10 days. Eh? Yes, you are right. If the shepherds came to help us fight the Han tribe, why did they come so early? Instead, it was only after they came for so long that the Han tribe started to attack us. Could it be that the Han tribe started to attack us? Are the tribes attacking us because of these shepherds? As soon as Brother Sun's words came out, everyone immediately aroused suspicion and confusion, pointing the finger at the grassland soldiers. The old man who delivered the beans at the beginning also said, Most of the Han tribesmen were kind to us when we got along, and they taught us how to grow linen and weave cloth. They also taught us other wonderful methods of production. They also sold iron to us a while ago. It is extremely fair and does not bully us. We have never had any enmity with the Han tribesmen. If it were not for those shepherds, they would have no reason to attack us. Brother Sun, do you know the reason for this? There is a basis for what everyone said. The Han tribe, or the mission led by Bestia, has indeed had very good conduct and reputation on Judao over the years. They have never argued with the local people and have always been strong, smart, and kind. The face appeared in front of them, and he was responsible for promoting some production technologies that Zhu Dao had not yet mastered. Therefore, in the minds of the people of Zhu Dao, the reputation of the Han tribe had always been excellent. There is no enmity between the two sides, and there is really no reason to attack them. You can say that the Han tribe is interested in their land on Zhu Dao, but they themselves don't believe it. There are iron ores on the land of the Han tribe, which can smelt more useful iron tools, and there are improved varieties. The yield of rice is not much lower than their corn. The key is that their rice is more delicious, and there are only all kinds of products. The Han tribe has, Zhu Dao has no share in it. You said they are interested in your land. What on earth can the Han tribe like in you? Even if they are interested in their population, the population of the Han tribe is much larger than theirs, so there is no need at all. So this group of people couldn't figure it out. Therefore, the reason why the Han tribe suddenly started a war against them could only be put on the grassland herdsmen who suddenly appeared on their side, otherwise it would be impossible to explain at all. I don't really know the reason. I just heard some things, and I feel like I should let everyone know about it instead of being used as a weapon by those people. Brother Sun paused for a moment before continuing. I don't know if any of you know that at the beginning of the year, our commander-in-chief summoned a group of young men to go to the grassland. I heard that 2,000 to 3,000 people went there, each wearing bamboo armor, and they also made many weapons. And these people never came back. I know. The voice that just happened to reveal Brother Sun's identity rang again. As if they had agreed upon it, the two played a double act among the militiamen. One asked a question, and the other hurried out to answer, and then listened to the man's answer. At the beginning of the year, the commander-in-chief really asked all tribes and villages to prepare arrows and cut arrow bamboos. At first, I thought that this time it was the same as usual, and they were all sold to the grassland people. But later I found out that it was wrong, because the commander-in-chief, the number of arrows required is too many. Later, when I was escorting the batch of arrows to Qingshu Valley to hand them over, I also saw arrows sent from other places. The number of arrows made was unprecedented, and they were piled up like a mountain. And there are other bamboo armor, rattan plaques, wooden plaques, bamboo spears, bamboo ladders, various copper spears, and copper clusters that are dazzling. At first glance, they don't look like they are being sold to the prairie people, but they look like they are going to the prairie people. Fight. That's right, not only that, I don't know if you noticed it, but when the weapons were sold to the prairie people, the commander-in-chief also asked several elders' families to recruit many young men, wearing those bamboo armors and weapons, together with the ordnance, went to the grassland across the strait. You also know that my father is the clan elder in the village, and I am the eldest in the family. Usually, whether it is delivering food or dealing with Han tribes in the village, I am the one who takes the initiative. That time when delivering weapons to Qingshu Valley, it was also me. I took people there myself. At that time, I saw a few familiar clansmen wearing bamboo armor and holding bronze spears. There were 2,000 to 3,000 people in total. I asked them what they were doing, and the man told me that they were selling to the grassland people this time. There are too many weapons. They are going to the grassland to escort these weapons. If everything goes well, they will be able to exchange them for many good things. I felt something was wrong at the time. Although the shepherd tribes on the grassland fight each other every year, no force has ever asked for so many weapons. Think about the number. Which tribe can have such a large population? And I don't know if you noticed that there were countless tall bamboo ladders in the batch of weapons at that time. You must know that the shepherds all lived in felt shacks. The felt shacks were short, and they usually had no place to climb high in ladders. So why do they need so many ladders? I saw those ladders with my own eyes. They were erected higher than our ordinary bamboo buildings. Why do these herdsmen who live in felt tents need so many tall ladders during a war? When Brother Sun said this, he suddenly stopped talking. Instead, he asked several important questions one after another, allowing these militiamen to analyze and guess on their own, while he just guided them from the side and waited for others to answer. When fighting, we must fight with ladders. These two words quickly occupied the minds of the militiamen. As Brother Sun said, they were a group of people living in tents fighting each other. What kind of ladders did they need? Since they needed to use ladders, then their target was certainly not the tent dwellers. Following this train of thought, someone soon thought of something. The old man who gave the beans just now was the first to react, and I heard him say in surprise. I heard that the Han tribe was good at building cities. They used wooden boards as frames, filled them with loess, and hammered them solidly to form city walls to defend against wild beasts and enemies. The earth walls they built were indestructible and taller than our bamboo towers. Moreover, I heard 2 years ago that the Han tribe had built a city like this on the grassland, specifically to facilitate trade with the grassland people. They exchanged salt, ironware, cloth and other items for their cattle, horses, and sheep. There were countless goods in the city. Everyone was shocked when they heard this, and couldn't help but cursed secretly. Gan Liliang, didn't the commander-in-chief send people with those prairie people to rob the Han tribe city? If this is the case, then the problem will be huge. Even if they come to attack their bamboo island, they will be at a disadvantage. Hearing everyone's heavy breathing and angrily whispering curses, Brother Sun knew that they had figured it out, so he continued to speak. Brothers, your guess is right. It is what you think. Looking at our contact with the Han tribe in the past 2 years, it is not difficult to know that the Han tribe mission has promoted many production technologies here, but those technologies are more powerful, such as shipbuilding, vehicle building, and iron smelting, were all what the commanders and elders wanted. If the Han tribe refused to give them to them, they tried their best to grab them. Finally, they did this at the beginning of this year. But as far as I know, the strength of the Han tribe is far from being as simple as it appears. The generals and the grassland people joined forces to attack the Han tribe city. In the end, they did not win. Instead, they were defeated. The grassland people were beaten to pieces. None of the 2,000 or 3,000 people sent by our commander-in-chief came back. Although the Han tribe won this time, people would inevitably die in the war. I heard that many people died on the Han tribe. The Han tribe was so powerful, how could they swallow this breath? So the Han tribe has been seeking revenge. I have a lot of contact with the Han envoys. The last time the Han envoys came to promote ironware, they told me that they had built 2 new cities on the grassland in the first half of this year. Everyone, you should be able to understand that the Han tribe only built a city on the grassland to trade livestock, sell cloth, white salt, ironware, etc., just like they built a mission on our bamboo island. It was also used for those who deal with and promote technology. They all had kind faces when we got along with them before, and they never cared about it even if they gave us a small advantage during the transaction. In this case, what does it mean that the Han tribe suddenly built 2 new cities on the grassland? Although the Han envoy who revealed the news to me didn't say anything, based on my own speculation, I think the Han tribe must have been madly retaliating against the grassland people who attacked them in the first half of the year. Only then did the grassland people have nowhere to hide. Fled to us. The commander-in-chief was worried about being retaliated by the Han tribe, so he allowed the grassland people to come to our bamboo island and planned to let them help resist the Han tribe. Think about it for yourselves. If the commander-in-chief hadn't robbed the Han tribe first, why would he? Let these grassland people come to our bamboo island, live on our land, and eat our food. How did he know that the Han tribe was coming to attack us? If not for this reason, it would not be justified at all. You tell me, are the grassland people here to help us, or are we just being implicated by the commander-in-chief and those grassland people? They have enmity with the Han tribe, so what does it have to do with us? Why should we help the commander-in-chief and bear the revenge of the Han tribe for the mistakes made by those clans? Now they have defrauded us of our food and want us to work hard for them. Even if we work hard for them, they don't even give us enough to eat. Instead, they let those prairie people who made big mistakes eat the food we finally grew. How can this be true in the world? As soon as Brother Sun finished speaking, the tent was filled with curses. Ordinary people have limited knowledge and have little contact with the Han tribe. Some have never left the village in their entire lives, so they have no idea what is going on. It is not surprising that they are easily deceived by the senior officials of the Xian tribe, but this does not mean that they are stupid. After Brother Sun's analysis, they all understood why the prairie people came half a year ago and how they knew that the Han tribe would come to attack them. Now after hearing this explanation, everyone understood. However, older people are always smarter and are still a little skeptical of Brother Sun's statement. After all, he has no evidence to confirm what he just said, so he can't help but ask questions. Brother Sun, according to your words, if our commander-in-chief and the grassland people attacked the Han tribe at the beginning of the year, then why did the Han tribe come to us for revenge now? Brother Sun was stunned for a moment. He had never thought of this question in advance, but he was naturally smarter and smarter. Such a question would not trouble him, so he listened to what he said. Didn't I just say that the Han envoys who came to promote iron tools told me that they built a city on the grassland in the first half of the year? It must be that they were looking for revenge on the grassland people in the first half of the year. Compared with us, the grassland people are closer to them. The grassland people are closer to them. Talent is the biggest threat to them. Even if they want to seek revenge from us, they must clean up all the enemies at their doorstep. On the other hand, the Han tribe is too far away from us. If we take the hidden bridge in the northwest, we only have a chance to pass it once a month. If the Han tribe sends fewer people, they may not be able to defeat us. If they send more people, they will have more time to land. Another problem. If they were blocked by the commander-in-chief during the landing, all the soldiers might be drowned in the sea. Therefore, the Han tribe had to use the most advantageous method for them, that is, by boat. But with so many people, it would take a lot of time to prepare the boat. Then transport all the troops to the other side of the sea on Judao Island, and there are so many people. Prepare weapons, food, and other aspects. Even if it is the fastest, you have to wait until now. The old man nodded, agreeing with Brother Sun's statement. It was indeed impeccable and all aspects had been considered, but now the last question is. What you said makes sense, and it is indeed the case, but we can't really turn against the commander-in-chief and the others just based on your speculation. Our women and children are still in Qingshu Valley. Stay there. How can you prove that what you said is true? The tent suddenly became quiet. Yes, what is the grudge between the commander-in-chief and the Han tribe? They don't want to get involved. They just want to be able to return to their homes and live a good life with their women and children. So what should they do next? The most important thing is that no one wants to die in this damn war and have their women and children become widows and orphans. Brother Sun knows how to answer this question, because how to confirm his statement has already been thought of by Anvil and the Jinwu guards before, and they have made a rigorous plan. So Brother Sun was asked this question. He seemed very calm at the time, but he deliberately pretended to ponder for a while, as if he was thinking of a solution, and then suddenly spoke after a while. Hey, yes, it's impossible for us to go to the Han tribe to ask what's going on. If we ask the elders and generals, they will never tell the truth. And those who know the truth about this matter, the only people we can come into contact with are the prairie people who are in the same camp as us. Think about it, since they were hunted down by Han tribes and fled to us, they must know the specific reasons. Let's secretly capture a few prairie people from the camp, and then force them to find out the truth. Don't we know what I just said? Are those things true? This, arresting people in the camp? What if your guesses are all wrong? Someone suddenly became scared. I'm afraid of birds. If I guess wrong, I'll kill a few of them and throw them into the river, down the mountain. Anyway, I already dislike them. Why should we let them eat our food and make us hungry instead? Abdomen. Help us fight against the Han tribe. It's nice to say it, but if you don't ask yourself, who knows what's going on? The Han tribe is about to attack. I think you guys should stop delaying. It's better to choose a different day. I'm going to arrest them tonight. If anyone with eggs dares to come with me, let's take advantage of their night. When you are shitting, you can secretly catch a few people without anyone noticing, and no one will find out. They arrested people in the dark at night, and they took advantage of the time when they were alone and up for the night. It would not be too difficult for several people to arrest one person at a time. In addition, some people deliberately instigated it, and the militiamen in the tent soon became angry. All stood up to respond to the call. Anyway, fighting against the Han tribe will mean death. Why don't we understand everything today? Even if we die, we have to be understanding. Count me in. Yes, count me in. My father went to the grassland trade when he was young and taught me some grassland dialect. I was able to ask them what was going on. Let's just go. Although we don't have much ability, the hatchet in our hand is not a vegetarian. After some encouragement, a dozen enthusiastic young people stood up and were about to leave. But just as everyone stood up, they heard the old man who gave them the beans suddenly stop them. Wait a minute, you young people are still too reckless. After hearing what the old man said, a group of people stopped and turned to stare at him, ready to hear what this guy had to say. What doubts do you have, old man? We can't miss this opportunity. We won't come back if we lose it. Who knows when the Han tribe will attack? Do we really want our brothers to fight against the ironclad Han army by then? Besides, we were not the ones who offended the Han tribe, so why should we die? Brother Sun heard the old man's obstruction and was afraid that the old guy would ruin his plan, so he quickly encouraged a few more words, which attracted the support of the Langtu militiamen. I'm not trying to stop you, but I just want to ask, are you just going to go like this? Where are you going to arrest them? Where are you going to interrogate them after arresting them? Also, do you think everything will be fine after catching and killing people? When it gets dawn tomorrow and no one is found in the camp, we will definitely search everywhere. What if you are found? The last question that concerns everyone is, if the results you ask are wrong, what should you do? If you are right, what should we do? The old man saw that everyone was already excited and couldn't listen to what he was saying. He quickly said what he wanted to say, hoping that these young people could calm down and at least consider the consequences before going. When everyone heard it, it seemed to make sense, so they stopped, and the dozen or so militiamen who were about to arrest people all looked at Brother Sun. It was him who came up with the idea. The commander-in-chief had a personal feud with the Han tribe. He also said what happened, and now everyone seems to have regarded him as the backbone. Now being questioned by the old man, everyone is waiting for him to come up with a solution. Brother Sun had already planned this, or in other words, it was the Jinwu guards from Anvil who taught him to do this. Those people had informed him in advance of when and where they would arrest people. He transferred the patrolling guards so that no one would notice them. The location for the interrogation afterwards was also found for them, and even the place where the murderer and the body was dumped was prepared, so there was no problem at all, so he seemed very calm. It's easy to arrest people. There are over 1,000 of those shepherds. With so many people, don't they get up at night to relieve themselves? It's very simple for us to secretly arrest 2 people when the patrol is not around. The place for interrogation is also easy to handle. We can take the captured people to the east of Qingshu Gorge, where the Han army is active. Even if the bodies are left behind, no one will have the courage to go there. Check, even if they see it, they will only suspect that the Han army sneaked over did it, and will not suspect us. As for the result of the inquiry, whether it is right or wrong, I can take them and hide them in the mountains. We have knives and bows and arrows in our hands. Even if we hunt, we will not starve to death. At worst, we can hide for some time. If I guessed just now, that's right, which means that the Han army didn't want to embarrass us in the first place. I still have some friendship with the Han tribe. At worst, I will take these people to defect to the Han army, and let the Han army let us go home. If my guess is wrong, the Han army really wants to kill us all, and we can't defeat them anyway. The worst we can do is hide for a while, and then find a way to build a raft and go to the grassland across the sea. After all, we can survive. Wei. Brother Sun's words were clear and logical, and he even planned for the worst outcome. Most people had already nodded and agreed to do this, but there were still some people who didn't want to leave their hometown, and decided to stay and not participate with a trace of luck in their hearts. Action. But the old man who raised objections one after another stood up this time. Okay, since you have thought of all the escape routes for everyone, let me give you a hand. Although I am not as capable as you young people, I can still keep a lookout for you. Even if we are desperate in the future, when you want to escape to the grassland, I can also find a better way for you. Let's go, you young people, I won't worry if you don't watch. Wait a moment. Everyone thought that the old man had agreed and was about to set off. Unexpectedly, someone stopped them again. When they looked back, it was Brother Sun who stopped them this time. Everyone was immediately puzzled. What happened again? What happened? But at this moment, Brother Sun suddenly bowed to the old man with a Han salute and said, "Old man, you'd better not go to arrest people for interrogation. Even if something happens, we young people will run fast. Rather than asking you to keep watch for us, why not let you stay at this camp forever, so that we don't have to worry about it anymore?" Everyone was stunned when they heard this, and some of them didn't understand what it meant, but the old man understood it instantly. Originally, he had planned to escape with this group of young people at worst. In fact, it didn't matter to him what happened to the Han tribe. He just wanted to escape and stay alive. Even though he was old, he couldn't help but be afraid of death. But now, Brother Sun actually asked him to stay and guard the barracks to solve everyone's worries. Isn't this because he is afraid that the remaining people in the barracks will expose him? I have to say that it is indeed possible. This is not a matter of which direction the heart is in, but that some people are born with little courage. When the time comes when they are deceived, it is inevitable that their feet will not be exposed. At this time, there is a highly respected person. It will be much better if the old man keeps a closer look. At least nothing will happen to them before they escape, so that everyone can run with peace of mind even if they run away. The old man was stunned on the spot, counting his breaths, and there was a battle between heaven and man in his mind for a long time. Finally, he couldn't help but sigh and said, "Oh, I'm old, I can't help you anymore, so that's fine, I'll just let you go. I will guard this escape route for you, so you can go with peace of mind." Everyone was listening inexplicably, and they had no idea what the two people were talking about. Even if there were people who understood, they were too sensible to say anything at this time. After the discussion, a total of 15 people finally decided to set off. Some were good at hunting, some were good at catching fish, some were good at supporting bamboo rafts, and some were good at herding sheep and feeding horses. Naturally, there were also those who knew Chinese and prairie language. It is preparation in advance for when you have to run away in the end. Everyone packed up their weapons, and when the patrol passed by the barracks again, they quietly walked out, walking in circles along the way, dodging the few patrols and other tents. He moved towards the periphery of the grassland barracks. When they arrived at the place, everyone hid behind a dark bush. Sure enough, they found that some prairie soldiers came out of the felt tent to relieve themselves from time to time. This group of pure prairie people did not eat less today. Anvil also deliberately arranged some sour corn for them that had gone rancid. However, these guys grew up drinking yogurt and eating sour cheese, so they didn't taste it. There was something wrong with the corn coming out, but at night, the frequency of diarrhea started to increase. Brother Sun covered his nose to block the stench that was carried by the wind, and whispered to the people around him, "Let's find a few who look timid. It will be easy to interrogate when the time comes. There will be 15 of us, in groups of 5. Catch 3 people in total, and then go over there together. Remember, be sure not to make a sound. If the other party breaks free, kill him immediately, and then run away to the place we mentioned. Wait for others to come and then think of a solution together. Do you understand?" A dozen or so people around them nodded. Those who didn't understand also had people around them explain it to them. After a while, the 15 people understood the action plan, and then began to group up with familiar people. Everyone spread out and waited. Try to find your own goals. Brother Sun said he was looking for someone who is timid. Originally, it was hard to tell whether someone was timid or not, but now this time is an exception. While everyone was waiting for the target, some prairie soldiers ran out to use the toilet. Some walked carelessly and didn't even bother to open their eyes. When they got there, they took off their pants and found a place to squat down and fire off the cannons. But some people, "I am scared to death when I go to the toilet at night. I look everywhere and suspect that a ghost will suddenly appear. This is a typical timid person. If I scare him, then I will definitely be able to ask him when he will be weaned. Come out." Ever since, after determining the target, a team of 5 people was finally ready to take action. I saw one of them holding a piece of thick linen folded several times. Suddenly, he appeared from behind the nervous prairie soldier who was squatting on the ground to relieve himself as if he looked like a ghost everywhere. He stretched out his hand and covered the thick linen cloth on his mouth. The grassland soldier was shocked and scared to death. He thought there was a ghost threatening his life. He opened his mouth to shout, but his mouth was tightly covered and he could only let out an inaudible whine. Just when he wanted to resist with all his strength, at that moment, 4 black shadows came out of the grass next to him again. One person held one of his hands and feet, and another person covered his head. The 5 people didn't even tie him up, and just carried him away. The other 2 groups saw that they were so agile and smooth, and the tension in their hearts relaxed a little. After finding their targets, they also took action and each kidnapped a living person. A rustling sound quietly faded away outside the camp. The 3 people who suddenly disappeared were not discovered immediately because there were too many people going to the toilet at night, and no one would pay attention to when someone went out or came back. At this time, a dozen militiamen led by Brother Sun and the 3 captives of the prairie soldiers had arrived at the woodland they had discussed in advance, which was the place where Anvil and Yang Feng met before. According to the prior agreement, the 3 groups tied up the people separately and each found a private open space for interrogation. This could prevent the 3 prairie soldiers from colluding with each other and deceive them by taking advantage of the fact that they could not meet each other. The key thing is that after all 3 parties have completed the review, these militias can verify the results with each other to prevent anyone from lying about the results. Brother Sun's interrogation started quickly. The captured prairie soldier was tied to a tree trunk, and the 5 militiamen in front of him did not make any cover-up, because they had no intention of letting these guys live. Go back, so it doesn't matter if you see their faces. As for the prairie soldier who was unfortunately caught by them, when he recognized that his captor was a militiaman in the same military camp, he was immediately frightened and angry. He couldn't understand why these militiamen treated him like this, so he had no choice but to stop. He kept whining and wanted to shout to attract others' attention, because in terms of time, he felt that he was not very far from the camp now. But how could Brother Sun give him this opportunity? Just listen to what he said while commanding the other 4 militiamen. Cover his mouth with the animal skin. Tell him in prairie dialect that we just want to know something. If you ask him anything, you must tell the truth, otherwise we will kill him here today. One of the militiamen stood behind a tree and covered the man's mouth. Another militiaman who spoke prairie dialect stood in front of him. While relaying Brother Sun's words, he held the hatchet in his hand on the prairie soldier. Gestures. This guy was timid to begin with, but after being frightened like this, his legs immediately softened. If he hadn't been tied to a tree, he would have fallen to the ground. When Brother Sun saw how frightened the prairie soldier was, he couldn't help but start laughing and said to his companion, who was acting as a translator next to him, "Ask him, where were the thousands of people sent by our Qian tribe at the beginning of the year? Were they killed by them and then blamed on the Han tribe so that they could covet our people? Wealth? Ah? This, you can still ask like this?" The little friend who acted as the translator couldn't help but be stunned for a moment. "Oh, I just want to deceive him. You should listen to what he says first," Brother Sun said with a confident smile. "Okay, let me give it a try, Brother Sun, you are so smart." The translator agreed and couldn't help but praise him. He couldn't help but admire him in his heart. It turned out that the interrogation could be conducted like this. After the translator relayed what Brother Sun said, the prairie soldier who was asked the question suddenly struggled in a panic, his face full of grievances, and his mouth whined as he struggled, as if he wanted to defend himself. Brother Sun immediately stretched out his hand to strangle his neck, pointed at this guy's nose and said, "I will let you go later. If you dare to yell and scream, if you see clearly, I will definitely strangle you to death before you scream." When he said that, he pinched the prairie soldier's neck in a demonstrative manner, almost suffocating the guy to death on the spot. After the grassland soldier nodded to indicate that he was clear, Brother Sun loosened the linen that blocked his mouth. The grassland soldier hurriedly defended himself, and his companion next to him also began to translate every sentence in real time. "No, it's not what you said. We really didn't kill your people." At that time, the Han tribe used the heavenly punishment weapon. The iron balls hit from several miles away flew around. When they flew into the crowd, blood and flesh flew everywhere. Our coalition forces have suffered heavy losses and started to flee. There was no time to deal with your people. I ran relatively far back and saw that all your more than 2,000 bamboo-armored soldiers were surrounded by the Han army. I will not wait until later. I know, but thinking about it, if those people were not killed by the Han army, they must have been captured and made slaves by them, and it would be impossible to come back. His grandma, Brother Sun, is really what you said. They really took the more than 2,000 people sent by the commander to fight the Han tribe. The companion who was in charge of translating finished translating everything that the grassland soldier said, and did not forget to complain about it. This was considered to be a conclusion that the grassland people and the commander-in-chief colluded with each other to fight the Han tribe. But in order to confirm my previous guesses, just relying on these few words is not enough, so I heard Brother Sun say again. "Ask him, when the Han tribe came, why did they only run away by themselves, regardless of our more than 2,000 troops? Did they do it deliberately, just to use the help of the Han tribe to get rid of us? People, it's better to keep the spoils for yourself." The translator relayed Brother Sun's words again. The interrogated prairie soldier was so aggrieved that he almost cried. He couldn't help but secretly complain in his heart, and he still swallowed the spoils? "We haven't even touched the hair of the city wall. Where did the spoils come from?" "Oh, yes, if the shells fired can be considered trophies, they did suffer a lot. However, you still have to defend yourself, after all, you are not afraid of death." "Brother, you really misunderstood. Before the attack on Kaiyuan City, our leader made an agreement with some elder on your side. We will provide most of the troops, and your Xian tribe will provide weapons and bamboo ladders. If we can break through the city, when the time comes, the equipment of the Han army will be divided equally between us, and the population of the city will also be equally divided. You will account for the majority of the various craftsmen, but we want more iron tools. There was no problem with the discussion at first, but that day we didn't even get to the city wall. The Han army lined up directly outside the city to fight, and super powerful long-range weapons suddenly appeared. We didn't even get close to the city wall. They were scattered, and it was too late for everyone to escape. You said you would divide the spoils, but there was no spoils. How can we divide them? When the matter came to this point, there was no need for Brother Sun to go into details. Everyone already understood what was going on. Brother Sun had a very good interrogation technique. He did not ask questions directly, but used words to disguise himself as, "I already know part of what happened, so I tricked that guy into telling the whole truth." As expected, this grassland soldier wanted to save his life and at the same time prove that he had not harmed his fellow members of the Xian tribe. He did not want to provoke a conflict between the grassland people and the Zhudao people at this tense juncture, so he just settled the matter in one fell swoop. After telling the whole story, the Han tribe was blamed for the annihilation of the group of people sent by Commander Xian before. In this way, it is tantamount to directly proving that all the conjectures Brother Sun told everyone before are true. The commander-in-chief really wanted to get the technology of the Han tribe, and he did not hesitate to collude with the grassland people to plunder the Han tribe city. They even discussed how to distribute the craftsmen and other technical personnel in the city after the victory, but they didn't expect it. What's strange is that the Han tribe, who had clearly built a fortified city, actually abandoned the city and ran to the open space outside to fight them, and even won. This made people very speechless. However, the fact that the commander-in-chief colluded with the prairie people to rob the Han tribe first has been confirmed by the prairie soldier. In this way, Brother Sun's first step of the plan has been achieved. Brother Sun, what should we do now? What should we do with this kid? All the questions that need to be asked have been asked, and everyone knows the truth of the matter, but this unlucky guy has already seen their faces, and it is impossible to let him go back, so we might as well just get rid of the matter. So when the companion next to him asked this question, which is actually saying whether to kill or not. Don't worry, wait until the other two ask about it. If they don't ask about it, then let them explain this to them. Also, don't use a knife when handling it, just use a rope to strangle the neck. Don't make it bleed. Come, otherwise we will be found covered in blood when we go back. Brother Sun waved his hand and told the people around him. No one had any objections to strangling these unlucky guys. On the contrary, Brother Sun scared everyone when he said they wanted to go back. If they kill their own soldiers here, will there be any problems if they go back? But looking at Brother Sun's confident look, it seems that the problem shouldn't be big. Besides, it was agreed from the beginning that they would not escape directly unless it was absolutely necessary. Now that they know the truth of the matter, they will take everyone with them. It became their mission to go together and stay away from this war. It doesn't matter if some people are afraid of disagreeing, as long as there are a few leaders. Humans are social animals, and they have a herd mentality in their behavior. As long as they can lead all militiamen away from war, I believe that others will never hold objections. After a while, a low and pitiful howl was heard from a little further away. The interrogation of the other two groups did not involve any tricks or psychological warfare. They asked directly and beat them without telling them. At first, they used fists and kicks. Afterwards, I don't know whose idea it was to cut some bamboo strips and use them as whips. The two prairie soldiers were beaten so hard that their skin and flesh were torn and they were dying. Finally, unable to withstand their torture, they told everything they knew. In the end, when the three groups compiled the intelligence they had tortured, they found that there were still some discrepancies between them, but the problem was not big. The matter was still the same. The commander-in-chief colluded with a force called Moton on the grassland to form a coalition to attack the Han dynasty. Tribal Kayuan City is information jointly confirmed by the three parties. The only difference is that the three people who were captured happened to not belong to the same force. Although they were all subordinates of Moton, they were also far and near, and they were all composed of small herdsman tribes. During the Battle of Open Source, they were in different positions in the array, their escape directions and times were also different, and of course the final news they received was also different. But these trivial things have nothing to do with them. They only need to know that they are implicated by the high-level leaders of the general. As for the next thing, Brother Sun means to go back first and then discuss it with everyone. All 15 people came to one place and looked at each other. Finally, Brother Sun waved to them and made a palm-cutting gesture. A group of people nodded and went to their own interrogation locations without saying anything. The three captured prairie soldiers were strangled to death without making a single sound the whole time. After dealing with the three people, the 15 people hurried back, circling the camp, dodging the patrols, and sneaking back to their barracks. And in the woodland where they had just interrogated people, just a few minutes after they had walked forward, there was another rustling of footsteps in the woods. A group of Han tribe scouts wearing black uniforms and dark green crocodile leather armor ran over. The scouts lowered the three corpses tied to the trees, then moved them together, cut off all the corpses' heads, and stepped around them several times, leaving some military boot prints, and finally on the surrounding branches. Several red strips of cloth were hung up, and a piece of paper was deliberately dropped on the ground. What is written above is the combat order from the Han Army's Tiger Guard headquarters ordering the troops to conduct reconnaissance at the enemy's front line. The order is also stamped with the commander's seal. These are all genuine. Of course, they are just used to confuse the enemy. After all this was done, a group of scouts happily picked up the three heads and went back. Although they did not kill the people, they had done a good job in disguising them, and the heads were also credited to them. On the other side, Brother Sun also rushed back to the barracks with this team of 15 people. As soon as he came back, he attracted everyone's attention. Everyone looked at them in silence, with nervousness and doubt in their eyes. And the old man who promised to guard the camp couldn't bear it and asked directly. "How about it? Did you ask anything? Or did you just come back without doing anything? How is it possible to do nothing?" We asked, and it's exactly the same as what Brother Sun guessed before. One person gasped slightly and sat down on the straw mat. "Really?" Others also asked. "Of course it's true. We arrested 3 people in total and questioned them separately using different methods. In the end, the 3 people said the same thing. As early as the beginning of this year, the commander-in-chief asked the elders to form a team of more than 2,000 people. The Bamboo Armor Army, together with a leader named Mao Dun on the grassland, attacked the Han tribe's Qingshu. However, they did not win, and were all defeated by the Han tribe. The 2,000 or 3,000 people led by the general were said to have been surrounded by the Han army in that city when they were escaping, and none of them escaped. As for whether they are dead or alive now, I don't know, and neither do the prairie people. Then Mao Dun's men were running around, and most of their soldiers and people were defeated by the Han tribe. Some were killed, some were captured, and the rest found places to hide. They were those people who hide. Later, in the middle of this year, our commander-in-chief was afraid of being retaliated by the Han tribe, so he sent people to the grasslands again to find people, hoping to recruit an army to defend the Han tribe. As a result, their senior officials and the commander-in-chief did not know that in other words, it became cooperation. Those grassland people hiding in various places simply brought their families to our Zhudao, saying that they would be given land and allowed to live here. In exchange, they would serve as soldiers for us to fight against the Han tribe together, and then they would, by now, you all know what the situation is. Before Brother Sun could speak, another person in the team told the situation in detail. Everyone opened their mouths in surprise. After all, they had guessed the same thing at first, but now they confirmed it with their own mouths from those prairie people. It's another story. The old man guarding the camp turned his attention to Brother Sun. He immediately nodded and said, "Yes, that's what we asked." The three people asked separately, and they all said the same thing. What about those three people? They won't say anything, right? Someone in the camp suddenly asked. Don't worry, those three people will never talk again. One of the people in the team suddenly said this with a cold look. After growing up and killing someone for the first time, everyone felt some changes. Especially those who did it themselves, felt a little more harsh than usual. As for the adverse reactions of killing people, I'm sorry, that doesn't happen at all. Not to mention that this was an era of frequent hunting, and some of the livestock that were raised were often killed, and the three people killed this time were all strangled. There was no blood at all, so the psychological impact on them was not very obvious. Some people couldn't help but shudder. They felt that the people who had just gone out were a lot scary, and the brave ones were a little better. It's good that you're all right, but now that we know the truth, what should we do next? Should we tell all the militiamen about this? Then we can all escape together? Anyway, I, an old man, don't want to prevent disaster for that Commander Lashizi. He is the leader of the Xian clan and has nothing to do with my old man's family, the old man in charge of guarding the camp suddenly said. Everyone was silent for a while after hearing this. Indeed, Commander Hashin, who was jealous of the various benefits of the Han tribe, took advantage of others and provoked them. As a result, he lost the battle. Now that the Han tribe came to seek revenge, he took advantage of them again. They didn't know what other innocent clansmen thought of the other innocent clansmen who came to help him ward off the disaster. Anyway, the militiamen sitting in this shed were not willing to fight this battle. Knowing that fighting the Han tribe's army would lead to death, wouldn't it be better to go home and farm the land honestly? In the end, everyone was silent for a while, and once again focused their attention on Brother Sun. He was the one who picked the incident. Now that they have figured out the truth, everyone who doesn't know what to do in the future once again places their hope on him. Do you know that Elder Jean, who is in charge of thousands of people in Qingqing Gorge, is actually from the Han tribe? Brother Sun saw everyone looking at him and suddenly revealed such a big news. What? Elder Jean is from the Han tribe? This is impossible, right? Everyone was immediately surprised. Ordinary people did not have access to such high-level elders, so how could they know the origins of the elders? But the persona Brother Sun is using now is a knowledgeable person, so everyone still believes what he says. No, you have misunderstood. I did not say that Elder Jean is from the Han tribe. If he were really from the Han tribe, the commander-in-chief would not have allowed him to be an elder, right? Brother Sun quickly explained. Everyone couldn't help but nodded, just saying, how could such an elder be from the Han tribe? This is simply unreasonable. What do you mean? The old man asked again. I heard from people that the Elder Jean, who is in charge of us, is from the Han tribe. He was just elected as the Elder Jean in the first half of this year. Don't be impatient and listen to me first. He is indeed from the Han tribe, but he is not from the Han tribe. You also know that our Han tribe mission east of Zhudao often hires local people to work for them, right? Our Elder Jean is almost the same this identity. It is said that our Elder Jean is a member of a small tribe who worked as an apprentice in the Han tribe in the early years. Later, when the former Elder Shang went to the Han tribe as an envoy, he brought back a group of such skilled people. The Elder is one of them. I heard that he can blacksmith and make iron tools, which he learned from the Han tribe before, so he was named a Golden Elder by the general. Brother Sun once again explained the identity of Elder Jean. I see, then what do you mean? Do you want to tell Elder Jean about this and use his identity to do something? The old man asked speculatively. Yes, Elder Jean is not a native of our Judao Island. He has no relatives and no support here. Although he has been trusted and appreciated by the commander-in-chief and became an elder, he is still different from the elders from several other old clans. You should be able to tell from the fact that the commander-in-chief put him at the forefront of resisting the Han army. This guy, like us, is also used to block arrows in the eyes of the commander-in-chief. You say, in his current situation, unable to fight against the Han tribe, if we tell him the truth, how will he react? Will he use his acquaintance with the Han tribe to find a way out for us and himself? You mean to convince Elder Jean to lead us to surrender to the Han tribe? No, you absolutely can't do this. Haven't you heard that the Han tribe kills people on sight? They are here to take revenge. If we surrender to the Han tribe, who knows if everyone will be killed directly by them? Haha, you are really stupid. The Han army kills everyone on sight? Who did you listen to? It wasn't the commander and the elders who said it. They said this just to scare us so that we can give out food. And the entire population to help them resist the Han tribe. These are all the conspiracy of the commander-in-chief. That's right, how the Han tribe got along with us before. Anyone who is not blind should be able to see it. People in the Han tribe know etiquette. They have special Han etiquette, so they don't go around killing like barbarians. I think as long as we surrender voluntarily and explain to them clearly that all this is the commander's fault and has nothing to do with us, then the Han army will probably let us go. But are you sure of what you are saying? If the Han army wants to kill us, do you dare to guarantee everyone's lives? As soon as Brother Sun's idea came out, everyone in the camp immediately started discussing it, and it gradually turned into a quarrel. Everyone expressed their opinions. Some thought that they were deceived by the commander-in-chief, and that the Han tribe was not that cruel, while others thought that they had been deceived by the commander-in-chief. I was very scared. Although I also tended to believe that the Han tribe was a good tribe that did not commit rash crimes, but in this matter of life and death, who could be sure that the facts were really what they guessed? Therefore, everyone inevitably started to argue. Okay, stop arguing and be quiet. Since Brother Sun proposed this plan, let's listen to what Brother Sun has to say first. The old man stood up and pressed his hands to signal everyone to be quiet. Finally, then he looked at Brother Sun sitting in the crowd. Everyone's eyes followed, ready to hear the smart man's explanation. Brother Sun calmly asked everyone, there are only a few outcomes in this matter. In fact, we don't have much choice. Let me ask you a question first. What do you want to find? Do you want to live a good life in the land, or do you want to kill each other with the ironclad army of the Han tribe? There is a problem with this question. It is obviously a rhetorical trap, but everyone in the camp will not think about it so much at all, and everyone is not smart enough to react so quickly, so Brother Sun only gave if they have to choose between two options, then of course they want to live. We choose to live our lives. Who wants to fight with the Han tribe? That is, how can we be the opponents of the Han army? If we really fight them, we will all die. Yes, let's live a good life. Whoever wants to fight will fight. Anyway, I won't fight. At this time, there was a rare unified answer in the camp, because no one wanted to fight the Han tribe at all. Otherwise they would not have allowed Brother Sun to arrest the prairie soldiers and extract a confession. Okay, since no one wants to fight the Han army, we still have two options. I will tell you and everyone will choose again. The first is the method I just mentioned. Find Elder Jean and ask him to negotiate peace with the Han tribe. We don't want to fight anyway. As long as the Han tribe agrees to let us go home and let us farm and live in the original place, then we agreed to surrender to the Han tribe. As for the commander-in-chief, let him fight the Han army himself. Anyway, I am not going to use him as a shield. Second, the Han tribe does not agree with our conditions and does not accept our surrender, but they just want to kill us. Then we will tell all the other militiamen the truth and consequences of all this, and we will unite all the militiamen to go to Qingshu together. Gu snatched our families back, and then escaped from Bamboo Island together, and we all went to the other side of the sea to find a new home. Okay, now you can choose for yourself, right? After getting the answer he wanted, Brother Sun once again raised two new possibilities and let them choose the consequences. At this time everyone began to hesitate. Choosing the first one and being able to stay in their ancestral land and continue living is obviously the best outcome. But whether the Han tribe will agree, whether Commander Xian will agree, and whether they will be what to do with the women and children trapped in Qingshu Valley? These are all unpredictable unknowns. As for choosing the second option, it may be more tempting for young people. Unite all the militiamen, rescue their families, grab their food, and then everyone goes to the other side of the sea to find a new home. It sounds like that. It makes people's blood boil. How romantic this is, how tempting it is to start a new tribe and create a history of your own. But only the elders in the tribe will understand how nonsense it is to migrate as a whole without a target location. Everyone is likely to die during the migration. This is obviously seeking death. Even if you really want to migrate to the other side of the sea, you should first send out an elite team to find a suitable location for your new home, marking rest areas, safety areas, supply points, and clear migration routes along the way. Prepare all the things you need along the way. They even have livestock and vehicles. After all, they are not monkeys and can run around naked. If they move as a family, they will definitely bring a lot of family property, especially grain and various production tools, because in New Zealand they also have to farm and live in the places where they live. Many young people who were not yet married immediately became excited, but before they could speak, the militiamen who were in their 20s, 30s, or even older and had children of their own immediately poured cold water on them. Don't even think about migrating to the other side of the sea to find a new home. It's simply impossible. We will all die on the way. Yes, when I was young, I followed a caravan to the grassland. Opposite the sea is the grassland. The grassland there is very vast. If you just walk alone, it may take a month or two to reach the other side of the grassland. And it's still a place completely unknown to us. And with our strength, it is simply impossible to cross the grassland. We have women and children, and so much food. Before we get out of the grassland, we will probably be robbed by the nomadic tribes. If there are people, they will also rob them. The grassland people there are not like the grassland soldiers in our camp. They all ride horses, and there are no mountains on the grassland. We can't outrun them at all. And the place closest to water on the grassland is now in the Han tribe. It's under control. I heard that the Han tribe has built 3 cities in the best places on the grassland, so we have no choice at all. Unless you are prepared to go to the grassland and live like those nomadic tribes, herding horses and herding sheep. But there is nothing but grass on the grassland. There is a lack of water and no food can be grown. They don't even have white salt, so they can only get it from Han tribes, and we buy it here, so you should know how hard the life of herdsman is, right? After hearing the choice given by Brother Sun, the 2 older militiamen immediately raised objections to the second item. They were afraid that the young people would have the idea of immigrating to the other side of the sea. One directly refused, and the other dispelled their ideas by telling them about the situation on the other side of the sea from a more objective perspective. But there are still some young people who don't give up. After all, young people are always impulsive and their minds are full of all kinds of surreal fantasies. To put it bluntly, they haven't been beaten by reality yet, so some people still ask. Is there no place outside the grassland where we can live? No, I heard that the south of the grassland, which is the place closest to us, is full of mountainous areas. There is not much land that can be cultivated. The key is the lack of water. This is not just a land problem. The west side of the grassland is full of mountains and highlands. The ice and snow on them only have a short thaw period every year. It is very cold and there is no way to farm. The north side of the grassland is full of forests, rivers, and fertile land. But let's not talk about whether we can go there. Even if we go, I heard that it is all the territory of the Han tribe. To the east of the grassland is the area along the lake controlled by the Han tribe, and further east is the farther east across the lake. Although I don't know what is there, but do you think the Han tribe with so many ships will give up land suitable for survival? To other tribes? It is not unreasonable for the Han tribe to be so powerful. They control the territory with the richest products and a lot of fertile farmland. If we go to find a new home, even if we can reach places other than the grasslands, we will definitely conflict with the Han tribe. Instead of running so far to seek death, it is better to find the Han tribe to surrender now, so that we can continue to live on our ancestral land. If you young people want to go to the other side of the sea to gain experience, then you might as well wait until the Han tribe defeats the great commander and directly ask the Han tribe if we, the people of Zhudao, can move to live in the Han tribe's territory. Since several older militiamen strongly opposed the plan to find a new home, it was difficult for others to choose the second option. And the middle-aged people just said we're right. If you just want to go to the mainland across the sea, go and have a look, learn a lot, there is no need to risk your life to find a new home. When they join the Han tribe, wouldn't it be more convenient to take the Han tribe's sailboat to the other side of the sea? Moreover, they won't have to find a home by themselves, even if they want to move to other cities of the Han tribe. Not impossible. So after a brief discussion, everyone unanimously decided to choose the first option. First, go to Elder Jean to negotiate with the Han tribe to see if they can accept their conditions and let them surrender. If they don't accept it, or the conditions change, everyone, if it is unacceptable, we will implement the second plan at that time. After all, if the Han tribe insists on fighting them and refuses to accept their surrender, then no matter how difficult it is to find a new home across the sea, they must find a way to do it. Okay, now that everyone has made a decision, after dawn, I will go to Elder Jean secretly and tell him this matter in my own name and see what he says. If he agrees, then let him go to the Han tribe. Negotiate. If he wants to kill me, please rest assured that I will never harm you. Okay, just stop here today and sleep. After Brother Sun said this, he turned over and lay down on the mat. Everyone around him glanced at each other, and they all moved towards Brother Sun's back, cupping their hands and bowing, silently expressing their respect. At dawn the next day, Brother Sun said goodbye to the militiamen in the same camp early in the morning. He hurried to find Elder Jean without even eating breakfast. No one in the same camp followed him. This was also he asked for it himself. After Brother Sun left, everyone began to gather for breakfast. Just as the militiamen were holding gruel and watching the prairie soldiers eating corn rice, they began to curse again. But before the militiamen could complain for long, a shocking news was quickly spread throughout the military camp by the cooks. Hey, have you heard? Last night, the Han tribe attacked our camp. 3 grassland soldiers were beheaded and their bodies were left in the woods to the east. Many Han tribe things were also found nearby. It's true or false? How do you know? Don't try to scare people here. Be careful of the elders punishing you. A militiaman who participated in the operation last night felt a thump in his heart, and the pottery bowl he was holding to receive the porridge shook. However, it did not arouse the suspicion of the fire-headed soldier who was serving the rice. After all, who wouldn't tremble in fear after hearing this? It would be abnormal not to be afraid. Hey, what's the point of lying to you? The land where we cook uses a lot of firewood. Someone saw it with his own eyes when he went to cut firewood in the forest early in the morning. He came back screaming in fear, and then reported it to the elder, who personally I took people to see the scene and brought the body back, the fire-headed soldier who served the meal explained in a chirpy voice. What did you say about the corpses of those 3 people whose heads were cut off? How did you know they were attacked by Han tribes? Another person who participated in the operation last night was worried that they would be exposed, so he asked extra carefully. Haha, you don't understand this. I heard from the elders that it was done by a type of soldier in the Han tribe called scouts. They are the most powerful soldiers in the Han tribe. They are responsible for going to the enemy to arrest people and question them. Not to mention just fight. Oh, you don't know, those 3 people died so miserably. They were covered in blood and there were bloody bamboo sticks next to them. They were all beaten before they died. After asking them what they wanted to know, they even told them the heads of those 3 people were cut off. I heard that among the Han tribes, people were rewarded based on their merits, so they judged their merits based on their heads. The Han army was accustomed to cutting off heads. During battles, they specially cut off heads. They carried them in their hands, hung them on their waists, and carried them on their spears. Looking at her head, she feels closer than her daughter-in-law. While the fire-headed soldier was serving porridge to people, he kept talking non-stop. When he finished speaking, the people around him couldn't help but shudder, and some even touched their own neck. I am afraid that when I confront the Han army, my head will also be chopped off by the Han army and hung around my waist. How miserable this would be. Those who participated in the operation last night couldn't help but feel the hair on their backs after hearing this. A man from the camp squatted on the ground with a bowl in his hands. Someone suddenly asked, "Didn't you say you strangled people to death? Why is your brain still gone?" They were strangled to death. Who knows how the head was missing and the head was cut off. The blood was all over the body after the head was cut. The smell was so strong. If we come back like this, wouldn't we definitely be suspected? A person who participated in the operation said. Yeah, then why are their heads missing? Could it be that it was really the Han tribe that did it? I think it's 80% true. Maybe there were people from the Han tribe who came in the middle of the night last night. They saw 3 corpses on the ground, and they just cut off their heads and went back to collect the reward. It's not impossible. You didn't listen to the meal. The guy said, "Does the Han army take credit based on head count? It's nothing if you don't pick it up." A guy who participated in the operation said in analysis. Oh, my mother, if you say that, wouldn't it mean that we all lost our lives? If we had come back a little later and were met by those Han tribesmen, I'm afraid there would be 18 headless corpses today. I'm afraid everyone's heads will have to move. After listening to the analysis, one person was so frightened that he sat down on the ground. Everyone was stunned when they heard this. Thinking about it, it was really like that. They were walking in front, and the scouts from the Han tribe came to cut off people's heads. If they had walked a little later and were met by the scouts from the Han tribe, they would have been killed together. The militiamen fell silent all of a sudden, and they were even more frightened. At the same time, they felt lucky for their good luck. At this time, their fear of the Han army also increased again. After the Huato soldiers publicized this matter in the camp, the soldiers were extremely afraid of the Han army's methods. The fear of war once caused a lot of panic in the camp, but fortunately it was still within a controllable range. There was no mutiny. The militiamen of the camp where Qing had planned and participated in the entire operation were huddled in the corner of the military camp like quails. They hid themselves while waiting for Brother Sun's return. Brother Sun, who they had high hopes for, was currently in the camp of Elder Jean Anvil, eating meat and learning the surrender policy of the Han army that the elder had taught them. Yes, Brother Sun was not the only one who came to learn at this time. In order to quickly control the uprising of the grassroots militias, Andal used many traffic officers who had previously transmitted intelligence to the Jinwu guards. Some of these people were clearly absorbed into the system by Jinwu guards, while others had a good relationship with the Han tribe and helped deliver intelligence. In fact, they did not know what they sent. The peripheral personnel used by the guards did not even know about the Jinwu guards, because they did not know about the Jinwu guards at all. Even if they were the peripheral personnel who were doing the work of covering for the Jinwu guards and passing on information, most of them only knew that they were working for the Han tribe, but don't know the organization Jinwei. Then there are the descendants and nephews of some famous local clans, village elders, village chiefs, etc. These people are young and accept the new ideas of the Han tribe quickly. After seeing so many good things from the Han tribe, it is easy to being bribed, even without their knowledge, would reveal a lot of information about the Xian tribe. Brother Sun is such a person. He did not lie to the militiamen. He is really the eldest son of a village elder. He is usually very close to the Han tribe. Because he is a pro-Han faction with very radical ideas, he was absorbed into the army. He joined the organization and became a peripheral member of Jinwu Guard. But he has also never heard of the name of the Jinwei organization. He only knows that he is doing things for the Han tribe. If he does well, he will be rewarded with the title of the leader, and he can get the household registration of the Han tribe, and he can settle in the Han tribe in the future. He went to the Han tribe to live a good life as a citizen of the Celestial Empire. This was his motivation to work as a spy for the Han tribe. That day, until the evening, Brother Sun hadn't come back yet, so the militiamen in the camp became a little anxious, worried that the matter would be exposed, and their group would be unlucky. Some people asked, why hasn't Brother Sun come back? Could it be that he was killed by Elder Jean? Don't worry, I guess not. Before dinner in the evening, I went to the elder's tent and had a look. It was quiet and nothing happened there. If Elder Jean wanted to kill Brother Sun, he would definitely not be so quiet. Yes, we will definitely let the army know the consequences of surrender, the old man in the camp said to comfort everyone. That's right. It was reported early this morning that the Han army attacked the camp and killed 3 people. I think Elder Jean must be afraid too. He is originally from the Han tribe. If he knew the truth, he would not be willing to tell the truth to the commander-in-chief. They are acting as a shield. They may have listened to Brother Sun's words and sent people to negotiate with the Han army. It will take a long time to go back and forth. Everyone, stay calm and everything will be fine. Another one is a little older. And said militiamen who took part in the operation. Everyone felt relieved after hearing this, but the old man still reminded, yes, everyone should stay calm, but don't lose the precautions you should take. We have to take turns on duty at night. If something happens, we can call everyone as soon as possible. Escape. Also, we need to think of ways to go to the elder's tent to hear more news, and inform everyone as soon as there is news. Yes, taking turns to keep vigil is definitely necessary. Let's allocate it now. If nothing happens, go to bed early. Don't think so much. Another person said, and everyone began to assign the order of taking turns to keep vigil, and to inquire the person to whom the message will be sent, etc. After spending a restless night like this, early the next morning, there was still no news of Brother Sun's return. He seemed to have evaporated in the camp, and no one from above asked about it, and the militiamen in the same camp as him did not. If you dare to take the initiative to ask Elder Jean, they will be exposed, so everyone has to continue to wait. Just after dinner that evening, some people who couldn't wait any longer began to suggest running away together. Only then did Brother Sun return to his camp. As soon as he came back, he was surrounded by militiamen. Some people took the initiative to take a look outside the tent, and then sat directly at the door to watch, while others hurriedly surrounded Brother Sun and asked, "Brother Sun, are you okay? Why did you come back after being away for 2 days?" Tell us how you are doing. What did Elder Jean say? Yes, Brother Sun, tell everyone quickly. If you don't come back, everyone is going to run away together. You don't know what happened that night. We walked in front, and people from the Han tribe came behind. Cutting off the heads of those 3 people is too scary. I don't want to stay here anymore. Okay, stop arguing and listen to Brother Sun. Come on, Brother Sun, let's drink a bowl of water first. The old man pressed his hands to everyone and rescued Brother Sun, who was surrounded in the middle, handed him a bamboo tube of water. It's done, don't be impatient, please listen to me slowly. Brother Sun first said something to comfort everyone, then drank the water in one go, and then sat down to tell everyone what happened. After hearing this, everyone immediately became quiet and sat there waiting for news from Brother Sun. Hey, I told Elder Jean that day about my guess. He was also surprised, but I didn't dare to tell him what we had asked the grassland soldiers about. I only told him that it was my guess, so Elder Jean, after listening to my opinion, I deceived a leader from the prairie soldiers and deceived him into a hidden place. Then we interrogated him together, and the result was the same as our previous interrogation. Elder Jean was so angry now that he realized that the commander-in-chief had deceived us. Then he listened to my advice and wanted to go to the Han tribe to discuss our surrender and the conditions for our surrender. Then we took the interrogated leader of the prairie soldiers as a surrender gift and gave that man to the Han tribe, ha 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 ha. As soon as Brother Sun said this, he was immediately interrupted. Someone asked in surprise, Brother Sun, you said that you were the one to discuss surrender terms with the Han tribe this time. Otherwise? Brother Sun asked, before continuing. Our Elder Jean is going to command the camp, so he definitely can't go. If he suddenly disappears in the camp, it will arouse suspicion, so he can't go. I raised this matter, and I can speak Chinese, and I know the truth and process of the matter, and I can represent most of the militia, so the elder sent a few people to go to the Han tribe with me. Really, are you okay? The Han tribe didn't do anything to you. A younger boy asked with admiration. It must be fine, aren't I fine? Brother Sun replied with a proud face, and then continued to tell what happened. I took them to the Han tribe. Before they reached the Han army camp, they were surrounded by a group of Han soldiers wearing black clothes and holding steel knives, bows and crossbows. I quickly said in Chinese that we were here to come. When they saw that I could speak Chinese and had a prairie prisoner with me, they took us into the Han camp. A young man in the camp interrupted again, Brother Sun, you are so courageous and powerful. So tell us what it's like in the Han army's camp. Shut up, don't interrupt, Brother Sun is talking about business. The old man slapped the young man on the head, scolded him, and then motioned for Brother Sun to continue speaking. Yes, let's talk about business first. Brother Sun nodded and continued to talk to everyone. They took me to the Han army's tent. There were several generals in fish-scale armor. They asked me why I came here and what I was doing. I said that we were deceived by the general, and that those who went to attack the Han tribe city were not we. The commander-in-chief deceived us and asked us to help him fight the war. I said, we only know the truth now, and we don't want to be enemies with the Han tribe. If the Han tribe is willing to let us go back to our original place to farm and live, we are willing to surrender. Then? What do the Han tribe say? Someone else interrupted and asked. Don't be anxious, just listen to me and continue. Brother Sun soothed everyone's anxious mood and then continued. After the general heard what I said, he immediately laughed 3 times, and then told me that they didn't plan to kill many people. The leaders of the Han tribe told them that every wrongdoer has his own owner, so attack them. It was the commander-in-chief who killed their soldiers and civilians. The Han leaders did not want to ruin lives and commit crimes, so they were only allowed to kill the chief culprits and were not allowed to massacre the innocent people of Bamboo Island. Not to mention us militiamen who were not soldiers in the first place, even the bamboo armors made by the previous commander-in-chief, they didn't kill many soldiers. Ah, it's true. The Han tribe really doesn't want to kill us. Isn't it true that they kill everyone they see? Let me just say, the Han tribe's envoys got along well with us before, so how could they kill innocent people indiscriminately? The commander-in-chief and those elders must have deceived us. So, the Han tribe has agreed to our conditions. Yes, agreed. Brother Sun nodded affirmatively, giving everyone a reassurance, and then suddenly said mysteriously, "Yes, I saw it in the camp of the Han tribe." What? What did you see? I saw more than 3,000 captive soldiers in the Han tribe camp, the same 2 armored regiments that were deployed near the mission. Brother Sun said with excitement. They are the prisoners captured by the Han tribe. Oh no, there are only 4,000 people in those 2 regiments. How come the Han tribe captured more than 3,000 prisoners? The old man in the camp asked in surprise. Brother Sun slapped his thigh, gave the old man a thumbs up, and said with praise, "I'm still very good, I caught the key point right away. Didn't the general of the Han tribe tell me? Their leader told me that only the chief culprits would be killed. That is to say, only the elders who took the lead and the generals would be killed. The people below, even their soldiers, could not mess around at will. So of the 4,000 people, only a few who resisted when the Han tribe attacked were killed, and the rest escaped. None of those who surrendered were killed after being captured by the Han tribe, and they were not mistreated. Those captives now eat better than us every day. 3 meals a day, 2 meals of corn, 1 meal of rice, and salted fish. They ate it, and I was so greedy that I almost didn't come back. I wanted to just stay there and be their prisoner, ha 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 ha." Brother Sun laughed and said, immediately arousing everyone's greed. The captives from the Han tribe were eating so well, but those of them who were going to guard the tribe for the commander-in-chief couldn't even have enough to eat. The treatment given by our own people is not as good as that of the enemy. Isn't this nonsense? Then there are so many prisoners you mentioned, what are they doing in the camp of the Han tribe? With so many people, they need a lot of food every day. The Han tribe can't keep them in vain. The old man in the camp asked again important questions. After Brother Sun heard this question, he was suddenly stunned for a moment, and then showed a very heavy expression. Everyone around him felt a little nervous, and someone asked, "Brother Sun, could it be that the Han tribe treated the captives badly and didn't treat them as human beings? Didn't you just say that the Han tribe fed the captives 3 times a day?" Brother Sun shook his head with a heavy expression, and then sighed deeply and said, "Do you still remember the old, weak, sick and disabled people who stayed at home and were abandoned by the village when they migrated?" Hearing Brother Sun's question, everyone showed a heavy expression. Although the militiamen in this camp did not have the old, weak, sick or disabled at home, there were always some in the villages where they were located. Everyone knew that there wasn't much food left for these people. Maybe those people might be dead by now. However, Brother Sun said at this time, the Han tribe knew about this situation and immediately sent out cavalry and fast horses to visit various villages to count the number of old, weak, sick and disabled people, as well as the food stored in their homes, and then sent those prisoners to form a small team. We sent food to various villages, and the people we abandoned were raised by the Han tribe, and they also sent their military doctors to various villages to treat the elderly and sick, but we are really ashamed of our elders in our hometown. A group of militiamen suddenly fell silent, and some even started to cry. It seemed that some elders in the family were abandoned at home during the migration. After a long time, the old man in the camp suddenly said, "The Han tribe is the teacher of true benevolence and righteousness." There is no doubt that Qingya's strategy is good in terms of winning the hearts and minds of the people. At least when these militiamen know that the Han army did not kill innocent people indiscriminately, and is still rescuing the old, weak, sick and disabled who were abandoned by them, they feel happy in their hearts. full of admiration and gratitude. Since the Han tribe is so good, why don't we surrender tonight, so that we can go home early? After hearing this, a young man in the camp stood up immediately, making a show of wanting to leave. But when he looked at the others, he found that everyone was looking at him like a fool. Going tonight? Where are you going? Don't you care about everyone's life or death? Do you want the food that was stolen by the commander and the elders? Do you want the wife and children who stayed in Qingshu Valley? When someone asked him this question, the young man immediately scratched his head in embarrassment. He had just grown up, but this year, when something like this happened, his family originally planned to find him a wife, but it was delayed because of this matter. He is of the kind where one person is well fed and the whole family is not hungry, so the thoughts of the married militiamen were not considered at all. Don't panic, everyone. This matter needs to be considered in the long term. Although the Han tribe agreed to accept our surrender, they also have conditions, and Elder Jean also needs our cooperation. After all, we can't be the only ones who want to leave. The entire in the camp, in addition to the elders and the commander's direct relatives, the Qingshu, as well as the grassland soldiers, the other militiamen also have to go together. We can't leave them behind. Besides, if we leave them behind, how can we get back our wives, children, and food? Just when everyone was frowning, Brother Sun quickly stood up and said a few words to everyone to stimulate everyone's fighting spirit. Brother Sun, you just said that the Han tribe has conditions for us to surrender. What are the conditions? Didn't you say before that the Han tribe treated the prisoners very well? They also eat 3 meals a day and have white rice at noon? Someone in the camp said, he asked in confusion. There are 3 meals. It's good to eat white rice for lunch, but the Han tribe can't keep them in vain. Didn't I say before that those captives are helping the Han tribe to work? I heard that the prisoners captured by the Han tribe must be given. The Han tribe had to work for 5 years before they could be released home. It is still a period of war, so the prisoners are carrying food and grass to the Han army and delivering food to the surrounding people. In short, they have to do whatever the Han tribe wants them to do. As long as they work hard, they will definitely have a full meal. Indispensable. Brother Sun heard someone asked about this matter and immediately explained it. Huh? You want to work for the Han tribe for 5 years? Are you still not allowed to go home? Oh my God, if that's the case, then we might as well migrate to the other side of the sea. I am already 22 years old this year. If I work for the Han tribe for another 5 years, I am afraid I will die of exhaustion in the Han tribe and I will never be able to return home in this life. Yes, Brother Sun, you didn't agree to this condition of the Han tribe, right? If they want us to farm, that's fine, but if they drive us all to the mountains to mine and carry rocks, I'm afraid we will all die of exhaustion. There you go. If this is the case, then we might as well not surrender. Even if we are killed directly, it is much better than surrendering now and dying from exhaustion later. Quiet, quiet, everyone, don't panic. Brother Sun is such a smart person, and he will definitely not agree to such a request. Everyone, calm down first and listen to what Brother Sun has to say. The old man in the camp heard everyone. He quickly waved his hand and suppressed everyone's comments. After these days of contact, he could get a rough idea of what kind of person Brother Sun was. He believed that Brother Sun would not be stupid enough to agree to such conditions. Yes, everyone, don't be impatient. Listen to what I have to say first. I have a surrender letter written by the general of the Han tribe to us, which agrees with the conditions for our surrender. I will read it to you. You can listen to it first. Brother Sun also cooperated with the old man's words to calm everyone's emotions, then took out a folded letter from his sleeve, unfolded it and read it to everyone in the camp. Today, the leader of the Xian tribe colluded with the Maodun forces on the grassland to attack our Han tribe first, and it was useless to kill our Han tribe soldiers and civilians. In order to avenge this and seek justice for the Han tribe soldiers and civilians, our Han army came to Juzhou on the order of the leader. The island is not conquered. However, the leader thinks that God has the virtue of good life and the people live in poverty. This matter has nothing to do with the people of Juzhou. He cannot bear to commit murder and cause death to all living beings. Therefore, the special surrender letter is as follows. In this battle, the Han army only killed the culprits, not those who resisted, and civilians. Those who surrendered voluntarily were not killed, and the prisoners captured were not killed. Those captured were all compensated for their crimes with 5 years of hard labor. There are also reward regulations as follows. Those who voluntarily surrender will be exempted from labor service for 1 year. Those who surrender voluntarily and persuade one person to surrender will be exempted from hard labor for 3 years. Those who persuade 2 people to surrender will be exempted from all labor service. Han tribe residents will be granted household registration, enjoy the same treatment as Han tribe people, and be allocated good farmland and residential land. Those who report clues to the enemy leaders, Qian tribe elders, and Qian tribe leaders will be granted a title, an ox, and 100 caddies of linen. Those who capture Commander Qian and his elders will be granted a title, and will be given an ox, 2 horses, a double-coupled cart, 10 sheep, 2 pigs, and a loom. Brother Sun's words were clear and logical, but everyone couldn't quite understand what the first words meant. They only understood the second half. That is, those who are caught by the Han army still have to work for them for 5 years. Those who surrender voluntarily can be exempted from 1 year, which means they have to work for 4 years. If they can persuade someone to surrender, they can be exempted from working for 3 years. In this way, he only has 2 years of work left to do. If he can persuade 2 people to surrender, he will be exempted from all labor. Not only were they exempted from labor service, but they could also obtain the household registration of the Han tribe, become Han tribe people, enjoy the same treatment as the Han tribe people, and be assigned fields and homesteads. Although they did not know what treatment the Han tribe people had, they had no idea. No doubt, the people of the Han tribe must have lived a better life than them. Then there is the aspect of rewards. If you can tell the Han tribe's army leaders, or the whereabouts of the elders and commanders, you can not only become a commoner of the Han tribe, but also get a title. They don't know much about what a title is. But later it was said that he could be rewarded with an ox and 100 caddies of linen, which was very attractive. If you can catch an elder or a leader, the reward will be even higher. Not only will you be rewarded with cattle, horses, sheep and pigs, but also a large cart and a loom. These can only be purchased by a wealthy family. In other words, if you can catch an elder, it will be directly equivalent to being developed. Of course, such opportunities are rare. After all, the Qian tribe has only 1 general leader and only a few elders, and their militia has 10,000 people. Who can catch them if they are divided? However, although the latter rewards are difficult to obtain, as mentioned earlier, if they only persuade 2 soldiers to surrender, they can be exempted from all labor and become common people of the Han tribe. This is still easy for them. Did it? And whoever knows about this matter first will be more advantageous. After all, if others know about it first and you become the one who is persuaded to surrender, then you will have no choice but to persuade others to surrender. It will only become more and more difficult to accomplish this in the future. Tasks, because there are only so many people in total, the term first come, first served is the most appropriate way to describe it. No more? No, that's all in the surrender book given to me by the Han tribe. Brother Sun nodded affirmatively. If that's the case, we still have a chance to be exempted from all labor. I think it's difficult. Not to mention one person trying to persuade 2 people to surrender, even if one person is trying to persuade them to surrender, half of them will have to work hard for 4 years, and the others will have to work hard for 2 years. A guy with better calculations immediately, the disadvantages of this policy were analyzed. This is not completely helpless. We militiamen were originally deceived by the commander-in-chief. I think we militiamen should go directly to persuade the bamboo armor soldiers of those clans to surrender. Let them do the labor, and we can reduce the labor ourselves. There are also those grassland soldiers, we can also persuade them to surrender. I heard that the women and children of those grassland soldiers are also in our bamboo island. I don't know if it counts to persuade their families to surrender. A smart-minded person immediately began to exploit loopholes in this policy, hoping to find some loopholes and reduce all the labor of the militiamen. Yeah, why didn't I think of that? If that's the case, can we allocate it to our own side? The older ones should be exempted from labor altogether, and the young people under 20 years old should be given a smaller share. It's not unacceptable to be able to go home quickly after working for 2 years, another person said again. Brotherson nodded when he heard this and said, yes, in fact, if the time is short, working for the Han tribe for 2 years is not without benefits. At least you can learn some skills from the Han tribe. In the future, there will be many ways to make a living when I return home. If not, I can learn some Chinese from the Han tribe. Well, what Brotherson said makes sense. I heard that among the Han tribe, even if you don't farm, you can support a family just by working for the tribe. Young people can really consider it. There was another one. The man in his late 30s said that by saying this, he was actually encouraging the teenagers. His own children were already several years old, and he did not want to abandon his wife and son to work for the Han tribe for a few years. That's it? What does Elder Jean here think? Has he agreed to these conditions of the Han tribe? The oldest man in the camp asked a key question again. Elder Jean hasn't said what he thinks yet, but he has agreed to lead everyone to surrender to the Han tribe. Now it's about the conditions given to us by the Han army. He asked me to talk to everyone first and see what everyone's opinions are. If everyone is unwilling, Elder Jean said to find a way to talk to the Han tribe to see if these conditions can be modified. Brotherson answered immediately after hearing the question. Can the conditions still be negotiated? In this case, why didn't you say it earlier? Then let him talk to the Han tribe. We were deceived and implicated by the generals. We cannot bear the responsibility for the mistakes they made. Besides, we have never fought against the Han tribe, nor have we killed anyone from the Han tribe, so the Han tribe cannot force us to do labor. We are willing to help the Han tribe capture those clan soldiers and grassland soldiers, but the Han tribe must exempt us from labor. Well, that's it, otherwise we can't agree. As for the rewards and so on, we don't need them. We just need to be exempted from all labor. The old man immediately made a decision for everyone in the camp, and after hearing his decision, everyone surprisingly had no objections. After all, no one wants to serve as a labor camp prisoner for the Han tribe for a few years, right? Okay, if that's the case, then I'll go talk to Elder Jean and see if he can find a way to negotiate with the Han tribe again. Anyway, I won't go this time, hee hee. Soon, the brother laughed helplessly, put away the surrender letter, turned around and left the camp, facing the thick darkness, and rushed to Elder Jin's tent. Old man, do you think the Han tribe can agree to our request? After Brotherson left, a young man asked worriedly. I don't know whether we agree or not, but we have to fight for it ourselves. We can't just accept our fate. If there is really no other way, we can only follow the methods we just discussed. Alas, it's all the fault of that damn Commander Xian and his men. What are those elders doing to provoke the Han tribe? The old man reassured everyone, and finally couldn't help but sigh. Brotherson quickly reported the feedback from the militiamen to Elder Jean Anvil. After hearing the feedback relayed by Brotherson, Anvil couldn't help but smile. He thought to himself, the organization originally planned to use these clans to do free labor for a few years. It seems that it can't be done now. Let's just follow what the militiamen said. We just need to arrest these clan soldiers and prairie soldiers in the camp. It's good to get up and let these people work. At worst, we can change the policy and let these people work for a few more years. After thinking about it, Anvil immediately made a decision and said to several undercover agents who came to report the situation, "You guys should rest here for one night and go back early tomorrow morning to spread the news. Tell them that the Han tribe didn't know the difference between militiamen and armored soldiers here before. Now that they know the situation here, they have decided to agree to the militiamen's request, as long as they are willing to surrender voluntarily and cooperate with the Han army to capture those clan soldiers and grassland soldiers. They will be exempted from all labor service, and they will be given the household registration of the Han tribe, so that they can enjoy the same treatment as the common people of the Han tribe. In addition, after you announce this policy, you will publicize the treatment of our Han tribe people, mainly the lifestyle of our Han tribe, many conveniences and benefits, etc., especially the farming methods here, and what we will provide them in the future. Popularize livestock and rice seeds, as well as planting and breeding techniques. The purpose is to mainly promote the prosperity and strength of our Han tribe, as well as the benefits that the Han tribe will bring to them after they take over this place in the future, and to win the support of the militia to the greatest extent. Finally, as long as they agree to surrender and cooperate with the Han army's actions, the Han army will be willing to lead them to snatch back their food, wives, and children. Remember, this must be publicized in place. Do you understand?" Brother Sun and others immediately stood up straight and replied, "I understand." "Okay, then let's rest and wait until we get back early tomorrow morning." Anvil nodded to them, then turned and left the tent. He also wanted to inform Yang Feng of the situation here. Early the next morning, Brother Sun returned to the camp again. The militiamen in the same camp immediately gathered around him, and he quickly led them to a remote corner. "Brother Sun, how is it? How is it? Has the Han tribe agreed to our conditions?" Someone immediately asked nervously. After all, it is a matter related to one's wealth, life and future life, and everyone is paying great attention to it. Agreed. Brother Sun nodded first, giving everyone a reassurance, and then introduced the situation in detail. The Han tribe said that they didn't know what kind of soldiers we were here before, and they thought they were all the same, so they treated us as the same regiment as before. Now that they know that we are coerced militiamen, I decided to distinguish myself from the soldiers of the corps. The Han tribe said that as long as we cooperate in rounding up those clan soldiers and grassland soldiers, we will not have to work hard, and after the war, we can get the household registration of the Han tribe and enjoy the same treatment as the Han tribe people. In addition, as long as we cooperate, they can still take us to Qingshu Valley to steal food for our families and us. So that's it, let me tell you. The Han tribe is not like this in normal times. Why do they make us do 5 years of hard labor? It turns out that they don't know that we are militiamen. One of them suddenly breathed a sigh of relief and laughed relaxedly. But how are we going to help the Han tribe round up those clan soldiers and grassland soldiers? I'm afraid we can't defeat them, right? What if we don't stop them then? Someone still asked worriedly. Don't worry, everyone, we are under the command and control of Elder Jean. He will tell us what to do. When the time comes, all we have to do is listen to the Elder's orders. Moreover, we will not be the main force in the roundup. There will be Han tribesmen. Don't worry, everyone is here. Brother Sun calmed everyone's restlessness again, and then explained the details to everyone, and finally informed everyone that the time for launching the uprising would be that night. At the same time, other Jinwu guards in the camp were also spreading the news quickly, and began to organize and deploy troops according to the instructions of Elder Jean Anvil. In the evening of the same day, the militiamen took over the defense and patrol tasks of the clan soldiers and grassland soldiers. Those clan soldiers and grassland soldiers were also happy to relax. They already knew that the camp was attacked by the Han army 2 nights ago, so in the past 2 days of patrolling, the patrol soldiers were unwilling to go on night patrol for fear of accidentally having their heads cut off by the Han tribe. Now allowing the militiamen to take over their defensive patrol tasks, in their view, this was simply Elder Jin's fault. The militiamen were used as cannon fodder. In the afternoon, the clan soldiers and grassland soldiers also organized a high-intensity training, which made them very tired. After the training, Elder Jin Anvil asked the clan soldiers and grassland soldiers to gather various weapons. In one place, the weapons of soldiers from several camps were put together and then handed over to the militiamen who patrolled and stood guard at night. In this way, until the night of that day, the elite infantry of the Han Army's Tiger Guard, Sea Wolf Guard, Flying Bear Guard, and 3 guards, totaling 9,500 people, had divided into 3 directions and approached the Xian tribe army camp in Qingshu Gorge. Then they would lie dormant quietly, waiting for the order to arrive. Then they would charge forward in a swarm and tightly surround the 2,000 enemy troops. In the early hours of the night, the weather was clear and the moon was high. When Elder Jin Anvil, who was sitting in the headquarters, received the report from his subordinates that the Han army was in place, he immediately waved his arm to signal for action. After receiving the order, the soldiers and agents began to rush to inform each other, notifying the patrols and sentries of each squad to start transferring the weapons of the clan soldiers and prairie soldiers. The clan soldiers and grassland soldiers had been tired from training all day, and this was the time when they slept most soundly. In addition, the militiamen were very careful, so they did not pay attention to them. Under the bright moonlight, the militiamen carefully carried the weapons, and Brother Sun was no exception. He led the people in his tent to quietly shuttle between the tents. Everyone should move quickly, and be gentle. Don't talk or make any noise. Quick. Brother Sun whispered to everyone the key points of action, and everyone started to move. Some people opened the straw curtain covering the weapon, then put the bundles of bamboo arrows on their shoulders and left. Others saw that the arrows were getting fewer and fewer, so they simply carried a bundle of copper spears from the side. As a result, one end of the bronze spear was too heavy, and the man almost knocked it to the ground. Brother Sun was so frightened that he hurried over and gave him a hand, so that he could stabilize himself and avoid falling. Be careful and don't make any noise. Come on, let 2 people carry this bundle with him. After helping the man, Brother Sun pulled a young man from the side and asked them to carry a bundle of copper spears together. As soon as he made arrangements here, he saw a militiaman gathering the bows of the prairie people. Brother Sun quickly stepped forward to stop him, lowered his voice to a minimum, and walked closer to the man and said, "Move the other things first, and the bow last. Without the arrows, the bow they have is useless." "Oh, okay." The man agreed, put down a few bows, and started to move other things. The militiamen in the entire camp were all carrying weapons in an orderly manner. They carried bundles of bows, arrows, knives, and spears, and lined up to evacuate outside Qingshu Gorge. When they were halfway down the mountain, they suddenly noticed a shining silver spot on the hillside. After a closer look, they discovered that they were Han tribe soldiers wearing iron armor. The steel plates on their bodies were shining in the bright moonlight. It was unusually eye-catching, and the cold light reflected on the spears and halberds also made people feel chilled all over. Some people couldn't help but feel their legs weaken, and sat down on the ground with a thump, and the arrows they carried on their shoulders scattered all over the ground. Such a reaction immediately startled everyone around. Those who didn't know thought that this guy was shot down by arrows released by the Han tribe. "What's the matter with you? Get up, don't be afraid, everyone. The Han army is not against us. Elder Jin has already made an agreement with the Han army. The Han army will not make things difficult for us. Stand up quickly and follow us. We will meet at the foot of the mountain later. Where we are, we will be safe. After an accompanying officer discovered the abnormal situation, he came over to take a look, calmed the militiamen's emotions, and then urged everyone to continue going down. The militiamen continued to carry these weapons silently and hurried down the mountain. When they were approaching the foot of the mountain, they found that the people in front were throwing their weapons into one place, and the weapons there were piled up like a hill. When they walked in and took another look, it turned out that there was still a group of Han soldiers holding crossbows and knives guarding here, supervising the militiamen to throw down these weapons. P.S. Recommend a friend's book, there is a link below. Throwing down all their weapons, everyone continued to follow the team. After walking for about 2 miles, they saw a simple camp. There were bonfires in the camp and many carbide lamps hung up, lighting up the entire camp. It shines as bright as day. Some of the Qian tribe's militiamen saw what carbide lamps looked like for the first time, and they couldn't help but marvel. Some of them had never seen so many lamps put together at one time, even if they had seen them in the mission. These people also I am very surprised and envious. The life of the Han tribe is so good. There are so many carbide lamps in a simple military camp. At this time, a lot of tent materials had been prepared in the camp. The bamboo poles were all cut and the tent canvas was ready. After the militiamen entered the camp, the officers began to organize the people to set up their own tents to rest. Some of the militiamen were uneasy, and some were full of freshness. They looked here and there, but overall they were fine. At least the Han tribe had prepared a place for them to live, instead of just enclosing a large field for them. Otherwise, it would really feel like a collective execution. Brother Sun also led people to set up the tent for his own camp, and then asked 2 people to follow him. After waiting for a while, he led people to pick up 4 large buckets. One person picked up cold water, and the other picked up cold water. All I picked were cornmeal pancakes and a small jar of Sancho fish sauce. They weren't worth much, but they were great for meals. When the militiamen in this group saw so much food, they were completely relieved. The Han tribe arranged accommodation for them and prepared food for them. They wouldn't kill them again, right? Someone immediately came over to fight for it, grabbing several tortillas with one hand and using the tortilla as a spoon with the other hand. They picked out a piece of Sancho fish sauce from the earthen pot and spread it on the tortilla before eating. Don't be anxious, don't grab. It's already late today. Don't eat so much. We just went to the kitchen area to check. There is still plenty of food. I guarantee that everyone will have enough to eat. Brothers, stay here with peace of mind and wait. The Han tribe took us to retrieve our wives, children, and our food, and then we can go home together. Brother Sun stood in front of several barrels, distributing food to everyone and comforting everyone. Hiss, what did the Han tribe put in this fish? Why does it feel like eating charcoal fire after eating it? Someone ate chili for the first time and took a big bite without knowing the truth. It was so spicy that he hissed, haha. I was speechless, but after complaining, I couldn't help but take a bite, and muttered, the taste is a bit weird, but I didn't expect it to taste better and better. The more I eat, the more I want to eat. The chili pepper really goes well with rice. I took a bite of the chili pepper and it was so spicy in my mouth that I immediately took a few bites of the pancakes. Before I could eat much of the chili peppers, I ate all the pancakes in my hand. I felt like my appetite was bigger than usual. I heard from people in the mission that this is called chili pepper. Every family in the Han tribe grows this kind of thing. They usually eat it with rice. It is very fragrant. It is the most common food in the Han tribe. Does anyone know chili pepper? He was introduced to everyone immediately. Chili? Can we grow it in the future? A boy who likes chili asked expectantly while wiping the sweat from his forehead. Yes, I can definitely do it. After this battle, we will become the common people of the Han tribe. I heard Sima of the Han army say that after this battle, our Zhudao will also popularize all kinds of food, fruits and vegetables from the Han tribe, and various livestock breeding. When the time comes, there will be some on the other side of the sea, and we will also have them here. When people asked about this, Brother Sun immediately came out to promote the policies of the Han tribe to everyone, so that they would be more interested in joining the Han tribe in the future. Life creates more expectations and yearnings. When everyone heard about this policy, they couldn't help but start discussing it. I heard that the rice of the Han tribe must be planted in water to grow. There are few places with water on our bamboo island, and we don't know how much land can grow this rice. After hearing this, Brother Sun continued to explain, when we join the Han tribe will allocate a piece of land to each of us. The place near the river can be used to divert water and dig canals to transform more paddy fields. The place near the mountains. It's the same if we continue to grow corn and wheat. In short, the tribe will not ignore everyone. The Han tribe is different from our Qingshu tribe. The Han tribe is in charge of everything. The leader is in every city, and every county has local officials. They are taught how to farm and breed, and the local officials also, they will organize local people to dig canals to divert water and transform paddy fields. Moreover, the government also has a lot of cattle and farm tools. Even if you don't have them at home, you can rent them from the government. Ah? The Han tribe is so good? Then do they also want to collect food from the people like Commander Qingshu? Someone in the crowd asked again. That's right, the Han tribe allocates land to the people according to their dens. Each adult man has 20 acres, which is dedicated to growing grain. Adult women also have 20 acres, which is dedicated to growing vegetables, hemp, mulberry, and silkworms. Plant grass and cut paint, plant cotton and weave cloth. Seeds, technology, and land are all given by the tribe, but when the harvest comes, a share of the harvest must be given to the tribe. Brother Sun continued to introduce the situation of the Han tribe to these people. Is it too much to pay to the tribe? Someone began to ask worriedly. The Qingshu tribe also has to pay grain tax, but there is no fixed amount every year. Even if there is a fixed amount, there are many ways to deal with it. This is mainly because the Qingshu tribe does not have unified weights and measures, such as volume, length, weight, etc. If these units don't exist, how can we calculate how much food is there? Therefore, there are many places for loopholes to be taken advantage of. Hey, I don't know how much to pay, but I heard from those in the mission and the caravan that even if the people of the Han tribe paid the agricultural tax, they would still have food left over at home. In addition to leaving their own rations, the remaining grain has to be sold for money, so I guess it won't be much, Brother Sun continued to explain. So that's it, then it's okay, as long as there's some left over. An older middle-aged man said while sucking the hot sauce on his fingers. Anyway, the days to come will definitely be easier. Everyone, please rest assured. Did you see those hanging lamps? They are good things like that. Every common person in the Han tribe has several lamps. Brother Sun pointed not far away. The carbide lamp hanging on the corridor of the camp told everyone. Every family has several lamps? Are they issued by tribes? A young man couldn't help but ask. How is it possible? The common people bought it themselves. Although this lamp is not cheap, every family can afford it. This means they are very rich. That's what I mean. Brother Sun spread his hands helplessly. No matter how good the tribe is, it is impossible to send you everything. Brother Sun, what if you don't want to farm and want to run a boat like the Han tribe people? I have never been on a boat. It would be great if I could have my own boat. A young man asked longingly. I'm not sure about this. If you want to learn how to build a boat, the tribe should select people to learn it. If you build a boat for the tribe will pay you. If you want to learn, wait until the government selects people, just go and sign up. As for getting your own boat, that's a lot of work. I heard that those boats are very valuable, so they are basically owned by the tribe. There are very few private boats. Even the common people of the Han tribe can hardly afford them. But, I think in the future, when there are more and more ships, the price will definitely come down. And if you want to buy a ship, you also have to see how big it is. A big ship will definitely not be affordable, but a small single-masted sailboat, we common people, it's not like there's no chance. Let's wait and see later. Brother Sun agreed casually. In fact, he himself didn't know the price of the Han tribe's ship. Everyone just chatted about their future lives and ate the tortillas in their hands, and the militiamen settled down temporarily. On the other side of the Qingshu Gorge hillside, as all the militiamen evacuated, a total of 9,500 elite infantrymen from the 3 guard posts commanded by Shuatu also began to encircle the 2,000 soldiers of the Xian tribe corps on the top of the mountain. At midnight, the bright moon is in the sky. In the Xian tribe's military camp on the top of Qingshu Gorge mountain, as all the militiamen evacuated, the entire military camp has become silent. Not long after, a soldier who had gone to the toilet at night opened the tent curtain and walked out, but he felt something strange. It was so quiet in the camp, so quiet that it was a bit scary. The militiamen who were supposed to be patrolling the camp disappeared, as did those who were standing guard. The man suddenly became frightened. He originally wanted to go out to relieve himself, but now he didn't dare. He ran back again, clutching his stomach, and started calling for people as soon as he got into the tent. Everyone, get up, something is wrong outside. Someone rubbed his eyes, turned over on the mat, and replied in a daze, what's wrong? Huh? You are such an adult, and you don't even dare to relieve yourself? It's not like there's no one in the camp. Patrol, what are you afraid of? People from the Han tribe can come here and cut your head off. When he mentioned cutting off his head, the man was so frightened that he immediately touched his neck, and then said more and more anxiously, there's something wrong. Get up and take a look. There's no one patrolling outside, not even those standing guard. It's like the whole camp is empty. What, there's no one in the camp? Could it be that the patrolling soldiers are hiding somewhere to be lazy? Or are they hiding in the corner and taking a nap? I don't know either. Come and have a few of you come and have a look with me. Oh. It's true, you can't even sleep peacefully. Well, I'll go and have a look with you. If nothing happens, I'll beat the shit out of you. In this way, several soldiers came out and walked around the camp together, and they discovered something unusual. In such a large military camp, except for those of them who were sleeping in tents, there was no one patrolling or standing guard outside. These soldiers immediately panicked, and one of them immediately suggested, everyone, hurry up and call for help. Come on, wake everyone up, something must have happened. Several people looked at each other and realized that something big might have happened. They started to go to each camp to call for help. After a while, all the remaining 2,000 soldiers in the camp were called. After explaining the situation to each other, they began to search around the camp, and soon confirmed the results again. Apart from them, there was indeed no one else in the camp. However, some people boldly ran around the camp to check to see if the Han tribe was attacking. As a result, just when everyone was in a panic and at a loss what to do, a shout suddenly came from the camp. Everyone looked sideways and found that there was someone there. The individual shouted at them while stumbling around. There are Han troops coming from the bottom of the mountain. There are many Han troops and Han tribes are coming to attack. Everyone panicked when they heard this, and someone quickly asked, where are the Han troops coming from, and how many are there? I found it in the east, halfway up the mountain. There are many people, probably thousands. The soldier who reported the news hurriedly replied. What about the north? Is there anyone in the north? Someone asked quickly. I don't know, I just watched something. Before the soldier who reported the news had finished speaking, several soldiers came running back from other directions in the distance. They were all people who went to scout the surroundings. Some of these people immediately said that they had also seen the Han army in the north, and some it is said that a large number of Han troops were also seen in the west. Everyone immediately looked at each other and stood there in a daze, not knowing what to do for a moment. However, this abnormal silence was quickly interrupted by a question. Where are those militiamen? Why are all those militiamen missing? Someone immediately boldly speculated, damn, maybe we were betrayed by those militiamen, maybe they were the ones who attracted the Han tribe. No way, are they so brave? Maybe they were wiped out by the Han tribe? Destroy you, destroy me. There are more militiamen than us. If the Han tribe wants to destroy them, they have to make a big noise. I think they are the ones who attracted the Han tribe. I saw more than a dozen militiamen yesterday. Always run to Elder Jean. Yes, is our elder still there? When someone mentioned the elder, everyone reacted. Those with quick legs quickly went to the camp of the Chinese army's camp to look for Elder Jean Anvil, only to find that the Chinese army's tent was already empty, not to mention any living people, not even a hair on it. After this person sent the news back, everyone knew what kind of situation they were in. Now it was obvious that the elders ran away with all the militiamen, leaving them alone and attracting Han troops to surround them. Of course, there is another possibility, that is, the elders and the militiamen all evacuated for some unknown reason, and then the Han army discovered the strange movement here, and then led people to surround them. But no matter what, it has become a fact that they were surrounded by the Han army. Everyone hurriedly looked for their weapons, only to find that in the entire camp, not to mention swords, guns, swords, and halberds, they could not even find any arrows. The grassland soldiers who ran out had bows in their hands, but there was no arrow. The arrow could only run around in circles in a hurry, cursing in prairie dialect, but it was of no avail. In the messy camp, someone yelled, "Damn it, we have all been betrayed." The elders ran away with all the militiamen, and also attracted the Han tribe to surround us, and even our weapons were taken away. Let's go, this is going to drive us to death. Then what should we do now? The Han tribe is still far away from here. We have to find a way quickly. Find a weapon for self-protection first. Use whatever you have. Wooden sticks and bamboo poles can't be found. Even picking up a few rocks is better than empty-handed. One person suggested immediately. Only then did everyone react and immediately started looking for weapons everywhere. Some people couldn't find the sticks, so they simply dismantled the tents and used the tent pillars as weapons. Some people didn't even grab the tent frames, so they simply grabbed a handy stone and held it in their hands. Even if you fight hand-to-hand with the Han army, maybe you can knock down one or two, right? Of course, this is just a form of comfort. The Han troops all wore heavy armor and held long spears and halberds in their hands. Only if they could rush to the Han troops with stones would there be trouble. At most, they could only do so from a long distance. Throw a few stones, hoping to knock down a few people, but there is no other way. Some people were so frightened that they cried loudly, fearing that they would be killed by the Han army. You know, the incident of the Han army's attack on the camp a few days ago is still fresh in everyone's memory. The heads of 3 good soldiers were cut off like this. No one will not be afraid. Some soldiers began to complain. What should we do? The Han army is about to charge forward. Will we all die? What's the use of being afraid? The important thing is to find a solution at this time. Find a way? What can you do? There are only 2 ways for us to go now, either to fight to the death with the Han tribe, or to surrender directly. What else can you do? Why? Can't we run? Run? Where do we want to run? Someone asked immediately, eyes full of anticipation. They really didn't want to fight the Han tribe. They were not confident when they had weapons, and they were even less confident now that they were unarmed. The man who said he wanted to run away did not reply directly, but asked, which direction did the Han tribes come from? Can't we just find a direction where there are no Han troops and run away? The soldiers who had previously investigated immediately came out to report the situation. One said there were Han troops in the east, another said there were Han troops in the north, and some said there were Han troops in the west. Finally, after asking around, they found that there were only no Han troops in the south. Everyone was stunned for a moment, and someone collapsed and yelled, "But there is a cliff to the south. How can we escape? If we jump from the cliff, we won't fall to death?" The person who had suggested running away immediately said, "This is not necessarily true. The Qingshu River is at the bottom of the cliff. At worst, we can just jump into the river and swim to escape. After evading the Han army, we can swim ashore and then go to Qingshuan Valley and other places. The defenders rendezvous. Jump into the river? Don't be joking. If you jump off such a high cliff, you will die," someone said very dejectedly. Indeed, this is true. The Xian tribe originally set up their camp here to control the Qingshu River from a high position to prevent the Han army from intruding through the waterway. The terrain conditions here are superior. The cliffs on both sides of the river are 40 meters high, which are as high as tall buildings of more than 30 stories. Ordinary people standing at this height would be dizzy looking down, let alone jumping directly from here. Let's not talk about whether you have the courage or not. The key point is that many people can't swim. There are half of the grassland soldiers in the camp. These herdsmen can't swim. There is little water on the grassland. Even if they dare to jump, they will drown in the river. There are some clan soldiers in the Xian tribe who can swim, but not many, and even fewer of these people who can swim actually dare to jump. Only about 200 or 300 of the 1,000 clan soldiers want to try it. See if you can risk your life and escape by jumping into the river from the cliff. But when these people bravely reached the edge of the cliff, they discovered that in the river below, many sloops had arrived at some point, and the boats were filled with Han soldiers carrying divine arm crossbows. The group of people on the cliff immediately became desperate. The Han tribe did not even leave them a final retreat, and the river was actually blocked by them. Even if they really jumped, they would definitely die. Everyone had no choice but to choose the other two options, either to fight to the death or to surrender directly. But at this moment, someone suddenly suggested, "How about we break out of the encirclement? Let's choose a direction where the Han army is relatively small. The Han army will come from all directions to surround us. There will definitely be a place where our troops are weak. The two of us will be weak. Thousands of people rush out from one place, and most of them will escape. Those who don't can only blame themselves for their bad luck." When everyone heard this, they immediately thought that this idea was feasible, and began to send more scouts to investigate. As a result, they found that the number of Han troops was much larger than expected. There were many in each direction, and there was nothing at all. The so-called weak point. Under the moonlight, the armor of the heavily armored Han soldiers shone coldly, as if a reflective silver ring had grown on the hillside, tightly surrounding them. The soldiers of the Xian tribe were dejected again and fell into despair. However, the Han army did not stop the action because of their reaction. No matter what the other side was doing or how many people were sent to reconnoiter, the Han army continued to advance steadily regardless of what they were doing. After knowing that their side had been exposed, Xiutu simply ordered his live people beat the war drums, and the three armies moved forward on the drum beats. Their momentum clearly told them that the Han army did not take them seriously at all. Hearing the sound of war drums not far away, The soldiers of the Qingshu tribe on the top of the mountain couldn't wait any longer. Now they had to come up with an idea. Someone immediately shouted, "Brothers, let's break out. Since there is no weakness, then we just break out of a weak point and create a gap. There are so many of us, how many can escape?" At the time of speaking, the Han army was already in front of us. There was a cliff on one side of the mountain top, and enemies were waiting on the other 3 sides. It was a matter of life and death, and lives were at stake. As one person took the lead with enthusiasm, the others also responded and followed the crowd towards the armored man. A dense military formation formed by the army rushed over. However, because Elder Jean Anvil took away a large number of officers at all levels, although there were 2,000 people in the Qingshu tribe, it was difficult to organize effectively. Some people were so enthusiastic that they rushed towards the Han army regardless of it, and other timid people either found a place to hide and pretended to be dead, or retreated towards the cliff. Others may have had a nervous breakdown, or were lucky, and jumped from the cliff screaming, "Go down!" On the 40-meter-high cliff, the man screamed for 2 or 3 seconds before the sound of falling into the water came from below. However, no one knew whether he was dead or alive. He only saw soldiers from the Han tribe on the sailboat below. They were poking randomly with long bamboo poles, and some were holding crossbows and shooting arrows into the water. It was unlikely that that person would survive. Besides, on the top of the mountain, an army of 2,000 people broke out in groups, but no one was commanding them. In the end, only 700 or 800 people came over sparsely and charged westward, and there was no formation. Some people rushed to a distance of about 30 meters from the Han army, immediately threw the stone in his hand and threw it hard into the Han army's camp. But those stones failed to hit a single target. When they saw a rain of stones flying in front of them, the flag officers and general flag officers at the grassroots level immediately commanded the army to change formations. The sword and shield soldiers in the front row immediately formed a dense formation, forming a shield wall in an instant. The sword and shield soldiers put their large shields in the first row on the shield wall was raised by another section. The spearmen in the third row also extended their long weapons from the gap in the shield wall, and the spearman in the last row he put his exaggerated spear, which was 7.5 meters long, on the top of the shield wall. With such an airtight formation, even if the Han tribe stayed motionless and allowed the other side to hit them, they might be knocked unconscious, but they might not be able to get away. Dong 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 dong. The sound of stones hitting the wooden shield was extremely dull, but it did not cause any damage to the Han army at all. The enemy then threw another round of stones, but it still had no effect. At this time, the one running fast in front was having already rushed into the face of the Han army's formation. Someone raised a shield and bumped into the Han tribe's shield wall. The two sides began the most primitive and barbaric strength competition. However, it is a foregone conclusion that the number of people on the Qingshu tribe's side is small, and it is impossible for 300 to 400 people to overturn the Han tribe's shield wall. On the Han tribe's side, after blocking the enemy's 2 rounds of flying stone attacks, the war drums behind them once again sounded the beat of advance. The soldiers continued to advance on the drum beats. Thousands of people advanced together in a dense formation, and they were suddenly the hundreds of people from the Qingshu tribe in front were knocked to the ground. The sword and shield soldiers came up and punched and kicked them. They held up the solid wooden shields, weighing tens of kilograms, and smashed them. In the blink of an eye, all the hundreds of people in front of the formation were killed. Submerged. The other Qingshu tribe soldiers who were running slowly and had not yet reached the front of the formation were so frightened that they screamed and ran away backwards when they saw such a terrifying scene. At this point, the Han army that came to encircle them was no longer hindered, and they advanced steadily forward in one go. They stopped only when all the remaining soldiers of the Qingshu tribe were blocked on the edge of the cliff. The encirclement gradually narrowed. After the Qingshu tribe launched a breakout, the remaining troops totaled only about 1,500 people. The other 400 people were either killed by the Han tribe in the breakout, capture, or despair and jump off the cliff. The 1,500 people from the Qingshu tribe have been successfully blocked on the edge of the cliff. These people have no way to retreat. Behind them is a 40-meter-high cliff. The key is that the river below the cliff is full of Han tribe boats. And right in front of their eyes, the Han army wearing iron armor and holding large shields and steel knives had surrounded them 3 levels inside and 3 levels outside. Looking at their own hands, they only had some wooden sticks and bamboo poles. Even weapons such as stones were completely lost in the breakout just now. At this moment, everyone was in despair. Because of this situation, even if they were extremely brave and could block 10 Han troops each, they would suffer the disadvantage of having no weapons and face the elite Han soldiers who could not see the edge at a glance. The army simply cannot think of resistance. They seem to have only 2 choices now, either to be killed by the Han tribe, or to jump off the cliff to die on their own initiative. There are almost no other options. But at this moment, the situation that appeared in front of them made them very confused, saying that they could not understand what the Han tribe was doing. The Han army, which was several times their size, had a sure chance of victory. However, when the distance between the 2 sides was still 50 meters, the Han army heard the order and stopped on its own initiative. What are they going to do? Are they going to shoot arrows at us? A teenage married boy looked at the Han troops in front of him with fear. The people next to him were speechless for a while. Because the situation in front of them is very much like shooting arrows. After all, they have no retreat and are compressed in such a small space. To fire several rounds of arrows is similar to gathering people and shooting them with machine guns. Is this the rhythm of a massacre? However, they all guessed wrong. Not only did the Han army not fire arrows, they actually shouted slogans under the leadership of their officers. Whoever surrenders will avoid death. When? Whoever surrenders will avoid death. When? Whoever surrenders will avoid death. Once in Chinese and once in Judao dialect, thousands of Han soldiers shouted slogans to persuade those who surrendered to avoid death. After shouting, the sword and shield soldiers in front used the steel sword in their hands to knock on the big shield in front of them. Thousands of sounds of steel knives hitting shields merged into one, and the shock was overwhelming. The remnant army of the Qingshu tribe surrounded by them was so frightened that they peed their pants on the spot. The halberd soldiers in the back row had nothing to knock with, so they shouted slogans, stamped their feet, and at the same time flicked the halberd in their hands on the ground. They actually matched the rhythm with the sword and shield soldiers in the front row. The remnants of the Qingshu tribe who were stuck on the edge of the cliff said that they had never seen this formation before, and they never expected that the Han tribe would let them go and ask them to surrender. Didn't it mean that the Han army killed people without blinking an eye? Just cut off 3 heads a few days ago? So were the elders and commanders above deceived them, or were the Han tribes bluffing them, hoping that they would voluntarily give up resistance and then bleed one by one? But they are not fools. If the Han tribe wanted to kill them, they would have fired arrows long ago, okay? Is it still necessary for them to give up resistance on their own initiative? Anyway, you will die if you resist. I surrender, don't kill me. I promise not to be an enemy of the Han tribe anymore. Please let me go, woo woo woo. A soldier suddenly collapsed and ran over, crying and crawling. In front of the Han army's formation, when he was 10 meters in front of the Han army's formation, this guy simply knelt on his knees and walked directly over, crawling on the ground and crying at the same time. Seeing this, other people who wanted to surrender no longer hesitated and rushed forward to express their intention to surrender. After all, there was already a leader. People just have a herd mentality. Moreover, they also noticed one thing. If they continue to let the 8,000 Han tribesmen stamp their feet on the edge of the cliff, they might collapse the cliff. Then wouldn't those of them on the edge of the cliff? They dare not continue thinking about it. On the Han army's side, when Xue Tu, Xue Qingyao and Yang Feng, the three highest commanders of the Han army, who were behind the crowd, discovered that the remnants of the Xian tribe had surrendered, the three of them looked at each other and laughed knowingly. Then Xue Qingyao waved his hand, and the Han army, who was still shouting slogans, suddenly stopped. Then, the formation that was airtight before automatically separated into three passages, and the halberdiers on both sides of the passage automatically slanting his weapon forward. A long iron halberd corridor was formed above the passage. Looking at the three gaps opened in the front array, the remnants of the surrendered Xian tribe walked over without hesitation. Although they became prisoners, they were still alive at least, right? The three passages were very narrow, allowing only one person to pass through, and there were domes, made of spears, and halberds above them. Therefore, the surrendering soldiers consciously dropped the wooden sticks and bamboo poles in their hands, but even if they wanted to, they could not carry them through. The Han troops guarding the passage in the front row would not agree. In the back row of the array, at the other end of the surrender channel, the soldiers of the Flying Bear Guard began to be responsible for receiving the prisoners and taking charge of temporary management. They held ropes and guarded the entrance of the passage. Every time a Xian tribe soldier came out to surrender, the Han army tied their hands in front of them, and then tied 10 of them into a string. After tying a string, they were escorted directly to the empty space next to them. Squatting on the ground. Those prisoners who had just come out of the passage found that the people who came out before were only tied up and not directly killed by the Han army, so they cooperated very well when they were tied up and did not cause any trouble. The remnants of the Xian tribe, who were stuck on the edge of the cliff, watched as more and more people around them chose to surrender. Under the influence of the herd mentality, they all eventually surrendered. This encirclement and suppression operation was launched in the middle of the night. It started with the rebellion of the militiamen led by Elder Jean Anvil. It took just over 2 hours and ended with the complete victory of the Han tribe. The most ridiculous thing is that in this operation, or rather in this battle, the Han army did not suffer any casualties, and their enemy army, the regiment of the Xian tribe, also had no sacrificed soldiers, and only a few hundred were beaten during the breakout. The injured were injured, but they were all flesh injuries, and there was no danger to their lives. There were also a dozen guys who jumped off the cliff, and they were all captured alive by the Han troops who were stationed on the river. No one was able to escape successfully, and no one fell directly to death. After all, the main channel of Qingshu River is below, and the water level is still quite deep. The height is not the limit for diving. If you dive from 40 meters, if you enter the water incorrectly, you will get injured at most, but you will not die if you fall directly. They have been busy until dawn, and the battlefield, or camp, here in Qingqing Gorge, was cleaned up by the Han army. What should be demolished was demolished, and the food that should be transported away. As for eating, the Han army naturally had to cook, but these captured prisoners will have to starve for 2 meals first. First, they need to receive some ideological education. The most important thing is to tell them the policy of the Han tribe towards prisoners. To put it simply, it means working. The Han tribe takes care of food, clothing, and shoes. As long as they are obedient, their lives will definitely be saved. In addition, the group of soldiers who were captured before came forward to give their own testimony. This group of prisoners of war who had just been captured were completely free from panic, so they were completely honest. In the temporary camp of the Han army at the foot of Qingqing Gorge Mountain, the 3 chief officers of the Han army also gathered together with a smile. Yang Feng took the lead and asked, "Commander, Sima, what do you think we will do next?" "It's up to the commander how we act, but I suggest that we speed up. It's been a long time since we set off for the expedition. The war must not be delayed until next spring." The leader will be anxious. We can't delay the leader's plan for next year. Qingyao did not speak on specific details, but expressed some thoughts on the timing of the battle. Xiutu naturally also knows the importance of time. The plan for the year lies in spring. Among other things, spring plowing is the top priority of the Han tribe, especially the newly occupied Bamboo Island. With so much existing cultivated land, all the existing cultivated land cannot be abandoned. Well, after all, this place will also be the territory of the Han tribe in the future. Why would you occupy it if you don't grow food? Then execute the final decisive battle plan. First, let Elder Jean Anvil bring back those militia prisoners of war, and then we will immediately lead the army to follow up. Then we will cooperate with Commander Xian, who is a troublemaker, to break through the last line of defense of the Xian tribe in one fell swoop. Xiutu said, immediately making a decision. P.S. Yesterday I slipped and fell while going down the stairs. My butt fell up 4 steps and hit my tailbone. I couldn't even sit down. It was miserable. Is identical to the update will start from tomorrow. Regarding the combat plan of letting the militiamen go back, they had already been put forward in the plan before the attack on Qingshu Gorge. The purpose was naturally the same as this time, to let the militiamen repeat what they did on Qingshu Gorge. But of course it is not a matter of smuggling weapons from clan soldiers and grassland soldiers, but asking them to instigate more militia uprisings, then switch sides, and snatch back their families and food. After all, this was when the Han tribe promised them to surrender. The conditions were agreed upon in the first place. Another point is that the Han army can take advantage of the militiamen's return to place more informants in Qingshu Valley to monitor the senior officials of the Xian tribe and prevent them from running away. Of course, it is not that easy to put the militiamen back. Otherwise, how would they be able to successfully penetrate into the enemy's interior? So the drama that needs to be performed still needs to be performed. The Han army currently approaching Qingshu Gorge has a total of 4 guard posts. Yingyang Guard and Baotao Guard are temporary external guard troops, and their training time and combat effectiveness are lower than other guard posts of the Han tribe. There are many, so currently these 2 guard posts are only responsible for garrisoning Yashan County and Chaoyang County. The remaining cavalry guards are cavalry units with strong mobility, so they are temporarily stationed in the plain area in the middle of Zhudao, which is Xinhua County. They are responsible for the defense of Xinhua County and are also responsible for supporting the wars in other counties. Due to the voluntary withdrawal of the Xian tribe, Xianfeng County and Guanhai County now have almost no population in their jurisdictions, leaving only bare land. Naturally, there is no need for garrisoning, so the Xiongjian Guards who were originally planned to be stationed here and Sea Wolf Guard followed the main force to Qingshu Gorge. In addition to the Fei Xiong Guard, the main force that was originally prepared for the decisive battle, and the Tiger Ben Guard, the main force among the main forces, the Han tribe's current force that can be used for the decisive battle has reached 4 guard posts, totaling 12,000 people. The Huban Guards are part of the Chinese army and are responsible for guarding the Chinese army camp. Naturally, they cannot participate in such things as acting. Therefore, Xiutu directly arranged for the Flying Bear Guards to go and cooperate. The second echelon of the Ringing Arrow Guards and Sea Wolf Guards followed up, and finally completed the task. For the confrontation in Qingshu Valley, wait for the arrival of the Huban Guards and the Chinese army camp before choosing an opportunity to launch a general attack. As a result, a strange scene occurred on the 30-kilometer road between Qingshu Gorge and Qingshu Valley. Elder Jean Anvil led more than 3,000 militiamen to escape in front, and behind him were 3,000 soldiers of the Fei Xiong Guard who were desperately chasing him. The 2 sides chased and escaped, acting as a double act. On the 2 sides and rear of the Fei Xiong Guard, arrows sounded. The Guards and Sea Wolf Guards also followed closely on the left and right, but their positions were relatively further back, and their marching speed was also slower. The mighty armies on both sides ran on the mountainous terrain. There were basically no horses on either side. Except for the important generals, the rest were on foot. After all, the Flying Bear Guard was originally positioned as heavy armored infantry. But acting, of course, you have to act more realistically. The Han tribe is so powerful. If you can't catch a single one, it would be too fake. So when the two sides were chasing, they also ran for a while and rested for a while. The militiamen led by Anvil in front, they really tried their best to run, but after all, there were still those who were not strong enough to fall behind, and these people naturally became prisoners of the Flying Bear Guard. They were said to be prisoners, but in fact they ran away and were picked up by the Flying Bear Guards behind them. The Flying Bear Guards did not criticize them harshly, but directly carried them down for treatment. In this way, the originally 3,000-strong militiamen fell behind all the way. After the opponent reached the outskirts of Qingshu Valley and was successfully rescued by the Qian tribe, only 1,700 people were left in the end. This seemed very strange. Real. The Qian tribe's regiment and militia originally stationed in Qingshu Valley did not choose to fight the Flying Bear Guards after receiving the remnants of Elder Jin's anvil. Instead, they released several rounds of arrows to cover and quickly retreated back to Qingshu Valley. The Flying Bear Guard looked slightly hesitant. After wandering around the entrance of Qingshu Valley twice, he took the initiative to retreat 3 miles and set up camp, forming a blockade of the entrance of the valley and a confrontation with the Qian tribe corps. That night, the second echelon that followed also arrived at their respective mission locations and blocked the other entrance to Qingshu Valley, forming a full-scale blockade of Qingshu Valley. As for whether it is possible for the enemy to escape from the mountain ridge and across the valley, Han tribe scouts learn about it. On the second morning after the battle at Qingqing Gorge, Huban guards were still slowly and leisurely carrying various baggage on their way to Qingshu Valley. Elder Jin Anvil and his remaining soldiers had successfully sneaked into Qingshu Valley. The more than 1,000 militiamen brought by Anvil first went to their respective families, wives, and children, and told them the Han tribe's policy of accepting prisoners and surrendering, and then asked the families of these militiamen to go to family circles to promote it and try to win over them. Support from all militia families. On the other side, the elite scouts of the Han tribe who were lurking in the militia and escaped together also dispersed and began to monitor the activities of the senior officials of the Qian tribe. In order to avoid unnecessary exposure, they did not get too close to the target of surveillance. Anyway, it's just to prevent them from running away. As long as the target is still within the surveillance range, they don't care what the target is doing. As for those militiamen who had been incited to rebel by the Han tribe, during the gap before accepting new orders, they began to go to other militia teams to start the rebellion plan. The so-called rebellion plan was nothing more than the same old routine as before. First, spread the truth about the matter, alienate the relationship between the militiamen and the senior officials of the Qian tribe, and promote various future policies of the Han tribe to benefit the people. I believe that under the strong pressure released by the Han tribe, they all know how to choose. The situation of the Han tribe can be said to be very good, and the current plan being implemented is also progressing steadily, while the Qian tribe opposite is much more miserable. In late summer and early autumn, the Qian tribe formed a total of 5 mixed corps, each with 2,000 men, half of which were clan soldiers and half of grassland soldiers, totaling 10,000 people. These 5 corps have now been captured by the Han tribe 3. In other words, there are currently at most 2 regular army regiments in Qingshu Valley equipped with bamboo armor and iron weapons, and nearly 4,000 unarmored militiamen who provide their own farm tools. The other ones are the families of those militiamen. However, the actual composition of the forces is not like this, because according to the Han tribe's plan to instigate rebellion, the 4,000 Qian tribe militiamen in Qingshu Valley the 1007 uprising militiamen brought in by Anvil, and the families of the militiamen, they will soon be instigated to become a force on the side of the Han tribe. In this way, not counting the 4 Han army guard posts outside Qingchuan Valley, the Han tribe has already formed a military advantage in Qingchuan Valley alone. There are 5,700 insurgent militiamen, plus nearly 20,000 militia family members, against the 4,000 regular troops of the Shangxing tribe. With such a superior strength comparison, coupled with the infiltration of Jinwu Guard and Huban Guard scouts, the Han tribe could almost determine that the Xian tribe would die, and there was no second possibility. There are still today. The Han army, which had already gained the upper hand, did not hesitate. When the Huban Guards arrived at the front line, guarding the logistics supplies and the Chinese army's tent, Xiutu quickly issued an order for a tentative attack. The 2 troops blocking the entrance of the valley didn't make any big moves. They just kept advancing steadily, as if they were going to rush in directly in one breath. The Han army relied on its own advantages of large shields and heavy armor and braved the enemy's stray arrows and flying stones to advance. However, the 2 regiments of the Xian tribe had no way to do anything. Fortunately, the Han army's advance was not fast. The purpose of this operation was just to put huge pressure on the Xian tribe and facilitate Anvil's actions in Qingchuan Valley. The battle at the 2 entrances of Qingchuan Valley was back and forth, but on the ridges around the valley, the fighting between the 2 sides was more intense. Qingchuan Valley is the base camp of the Xian tribe, and its defense system is significantly higher than that of other places. Although the Xian tribe is not good at building cities, they have arranged many hunting traps in the dense mountain forests around Qingchuan Valley. The senior officials of the Xian tribe almost use the available population. Almost all the young men from the elders' families joined the corps as soldiers. Those who were older or younger simply organized themselves into hunting teams, responsible for patrolling the surrounding mountains and using the traps arranged in the mountains. The elite scouts of the Han tribe went around, and the 2 sides fought back and forth, but generally speaking, the scouts on the Han tribe's side had greater results. The next day, when the Han troops at the 2 entrances of Qingchuan Valley approached directly and were only 200 meters away from the valley entrance, the senior officials of the Xian tribe in the valley were driven almost crazy. 2 regiments defending the valley entrance were lost in yesterday's battle. It was quite large, and this was when the Han tribe only focused on advancing and not attacking. The armored army of the Han tribe pushed forward step by step against the shield wall. Even if their soldiers fired arrows at a position 30 meters away from the Han army, they could not do anything to the armored army. It is no exaggeration to say that even if put a Han army there and let them chop it, I guess they can't do anything to the Han army until their hands are sore. The weapons were not very good to begin with, and now the troops were stretched thin, so the senior leaders of the Huxin tribe wanted to mobilize the newly formed militiamen to the front line to resist the Han army's assault together with the 2 corps. However, who would have thought that the militiamen who were originally obedient to them and determined to unite and defeat the Han tribe would now be unable to mobilize any one of them? How could this not make them anxious? When several elders and the general inquired about it, it turned out that the remnant soldiers brought back by Elder Jean Anvil had infiltrated into the militia in Qingchuan Valley. They didn't know what they said to the militiamen, and then the militiamen began to hate them elders. Come. Now that the decisive battle that will determine the Xian tribe's life and death is about to come, there is internal strife within oneself. Isn't this nonsense? Perhaps it was because Tian was not from a native clan of Zhudao, so the senior officials of the Xian tribe suspected Tian as the cause of the incident. Commander Xian was unable to mobilize the militiamen, and was even more furious, so he directly ordered Tai to be killed. Anvil came over, ready to question him with several elders. Anvil, because of your superb skills and merits to the tribe, I kindly let you become the tribe's elder Jean, but why did you want to harm me? Tell the truth, what did you ask your subordinates to say to those militiamen? Commander Xian asked, slapping the table in front of him in the lobby of his newly built mansion. Anvil, whose arms were twisted by two people and dragged over, showed a strong expression. How do I know what those militiamen said? There are so many people with mouths on them. I can't control what they want to say. At most, they were frightened by the Han army 2 days ago and asked other villagers to avoid the battle. This is because they are cowardly. What can I do? You and the others are not afraid because of your incompetence. If you hadn't failed to stop the Han army at Qingshu Gorge and led them to escape, why would you be like this now? Commander Xian was so angry that he could not speak. I'm incompetent? Hey, you only have so few soldiers and such weapons, and you still want to fight against the heavenly army of the Han tribe. Are you filled with shit? Since you are capable, why don't you go to Qingshu yourself? Are you still afraid of death? What's the point of hiding at home and showing off as a commander? Although Anvil's arm was twisted, he didn't feel any fear or guilt at all. He stretched his neck when he heard Commander Xian's accusation. Get tough. Shut up. With a bang, Commander Xian's face turned red and white with anger, and the blue and white porcelain teacup in his hand fell directly to the ground. The two elders, Bai, Gold, and Huang, Gold, next to them jumped out directly, pointed at the Anvil's nose and cursed. Anvil, don't think that you really take yourself as a person since you sit in the position of elder. You don't even know what kind of bird you are. You are just a barbarian who worked in the Han tribe. If it weren't for our poor Xian tribe, you thought you could survive today? That's right, if it weren't for the fact that you still have some skills in blacksmithing, you still want to be named the 3 gold elders with us? Bah, you don't take a piss to look at yourself, what the hell are you? The 3 elders of me, Bean, Sheng, and Xing, stood aside and said nothing. These 3 were from Guan Xian tribal agriculture and were also a small interest group. As for the conflict between the 3 Jin elders, they expressed that they did not want to get involved. Elder Qi had been killed in battle, and the new elder Shang had not chosen a successor since Niuwei was taken away by the Han tribe. Elder Zhu, who was in charge of construction, was a pro-Han faction, so he stood aside and said nothing. Today, the Xian tribe elders group is almost in name only. Several elders are divided into factions and look down on each other. Even now, they still don't know how to unite and actually form gangs to attack each other here. Ha 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 ha, savages? So what about savages? Even if I am a savage, I am still better than you dead people, right? When the Han tribe comes in, who among us will die first? Anvil laughed wildly and said sarcastically. You surrendered to the Han tribe? Elder Bai Jin immediately looked at Anvil in surprise. Elder Huang was even more frightened and angry, and opened his mouth to curse. Okay, let me tell you, how could King Qingshu's more than 5,000 troops lose so quickly? It turns out that you surrendered to the Han tribe on your own initiative and betrayed us. That regiment has returned to the valley with more than 1,000 militiamen under false pretenses, and they want to betray us again, right? A group of elders were shocked after hearing this, and Commander Xian was even more shocked and angry, pointing at Anvil's nose and shouting. Anvil, did you surrender to the Han tribe on your own initiative? But at this moment, Anvil, who was being held in the hall, suddenly swayed his arms, broke away from the 2 leading guards who were twisting his arms, straightened his back and said boldly. Surrender? Ha 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 ha, what a big joke, I still need to surrender. I am originally from the Han tribe. You, take him down quickly and kill this traitor. Commander Xian was frightened and angry. He pointed at the Anvil with a pale face and ordered the guards in the hall. However, at the next moment, something unexpected happened to him. The Anvil that had broken free suddenly pulled out the saber from his waist with a clang and took 2 steps forward. A cold light flashed in his hand. The next moment, Commander Xian, the big head flew up. The headless corpse's hot blood sprayed straight to the ceiling, then it fell softly on the chair behind it, and slowly slid to the ground. The head also fell to the ground and rolled twice, stopping at the feet of the anvil. "Who dares to touch me?" Anvil suddenly turned around with a steel knife in his hand and scanned the people in the hall, saying domineeringly. The sudden change shocked everyone in the hall. Several elders looked at the anvil holding a steel knife and the headless corpse that had fallen to the ground, and they were all shocked in their hearts. Elder Zhu, who was honest and fearful, was so frightened that he fell to the ground. The three elders, Midu Sheng, also supported each other and took a few steps back. The two elders, Huang and Bai Jin, had their eyes wide open and couldn't believe what was happening in front of them. One scene. You actually killed the commander? You are dead. Elder Golden said with a twitching face. Come on, capture this traitor, don't let him escape. Elder Bai Jin was so frightened that he ran out of the hall, calling for support as he ran. When the three elders Mi Dojing saw Elder Bai Jin running away, they realized what was happening and quickly followed him. Elder Huang looked at the few people who were escaping and looked down upon them. Instead, he stared at the two commander's guards who were holding the anvil in the hall and shouted. What are you two still doing? Didn't you see that he killed the commander? Kill him quickly. However, the two guards just looked at him coldly and had no intention of paying attention to him. But at this moment, the guards of the commander who were guarding outside had heard the call of the elders. They each took their weapons and rushed towards the lobby, preparing to capture the traitor who killed the commander. But before they could rush into the lobby, the two guards who had just disobeyed the order took action on their own. However, not only did they not attack the anvil, they each drew their demon swords and blocked the door, taking advantage of the fact that the other guards were unprepared. When he came, he hacked to death the two guys who were rushing forward on the spot. The Golden Elder was stunned for a moment, with an expression of disbelief on his face. Looking at the two guards who suddenly rebelled in front of him, he finally became frightened, pointed at the two men, trembled and backed away, and said in a mixture of shock and anger. You two are also thieves of the Han tribe? However, the two guards ignored him and continued to resist the other guards who rushed in from outside. At this moment, there was a cry of killing in the courtyard outside the lobby. The sound of swords clashing was clanging. Along with the sounds of crossbows coming from all around from time to time, the sound of fighting inside and outside the courtyard did not last for a minute. It was completely quiet, except for the frightened shouts of a few elders who had escaped. Ah, who are you? Let me go. Otherwise, none of you will be able to get out. Elder Bai Jin's shout suddenly came from outside. Can't get out? Huh. It doesn't matter. Even if I die here, my son can inherit my military merit and title. It's worth it for me to die. Another slightly rough voice followed closely. What are you going to do? Don't kill us. We are the elders of the Xian tribe. We surrender. Don't kill us. Your leader will definitely be able to use us. The three of us know all the cultivated land and farming time of the Xian tribe. You can't kill us. Yes, we surrender, don't kill us. I know how many livestock the Xian tribe has, the annual meat and fur production, and the use of cattle. You can't kill me, otherwise your leader won't let me go. Yours. Ah. Don't kill me, I surrender too, you can't kill me. The three elders, Mi, Do, Sheng and others in the courtyard screamed crazily. Elder Do was so frightened that he almost went crazy. He just kept begging for mercy without saying what role he had. Traitor, you three traitors, the Xian tribe does not have elders like you all should die, ah, let me go, woo. Elder Bai Jin saw with his own eyes the 3 elders of Midusheng surrendering and begging for mercy. He was so angry that he rushed over and started beating the 3 of them. However, before he could hit them a few times, he was immediately pulled in by the Han army scouts brought in by an anvil. After being tied up and gagged, I couldn't say a word. I could only fall to the ground and squirm like a caterpillar, and I couldn't hear the whining and struggling sounds coming from my mouth. The 3 elders who expressed their intention to surrender were not treated differently. They were all tied into caterpillars and their mouths were gagged. Elder Zhu is a pro-Han sect. He admires the culture of the Han tribe very much, especially the various architectural cultures. Although he has never been to the Han tribe, he has seen some buildings with Han tribe characteristics in the mission, and he is very fond of it. Want to learn. But when he encountered such a situation, he didn't know what to do, begging for mercy like the 3 elders of Midusheng. He expressed that he did not know what capital he had, or that he did not know what value he had to the leader of the Han tribe. Because that's where his major is, he is just a contractor building houses. However, the houses of the Han tribe are much better than what he builds, and the construction technology is much better than his. Compared with the architects of the Han tribe, he is just a contractor. It was the younger brother, so he had no face and no chance to beg for mercy, because at this time he had also been tied into a caterpillar and his mouth was gagged, just like the other elders. Have you prepared this for a long time? The golden elder in the lobby was at a loss when faced with such a situation. He also began to be afraid, and he no longer dared to make the same noise as before. He didn't know whether Anvil and the Han troops could get out of Qingshu Valley, but he understood that even if Anvil and the others couldn't get out, they would definitely hack him to death first. What are you doing? Just wait for death. Take him down. Anvil didn't want to pay attention to him at all. He ordered the 2 men guarding the door. The 2 men immediately arrested the golden elder and followed the same pattern. He was also tied into rice dumplings. Then Anvil called people over to temporarily collect Commander Xian's body, preparing to take it back to Luo Chong for delivery, and then began to issue orders to carry out the clearing operation. The more than 20 Jinwu guards who lurked in, and the 300 scouts who sneaked in with the militiamen this time, immediately began to clear out the senior officials of the Xian tribe. The Jinwu guards led the team, and the scouts acted as the main force, and went separately to clear out the people. Throughout, the top leaders of the Xian tribe are not only Commander Xian and the elders, but also Commander Xian's immediate family members, especially his 3 generations of blood relatives. Commander Xian's brothers and sisters, as well as his nephews, have become the focus of the search. Now Xian, the leader, is dead, these people became the most likely people to take over the position of Commander Xian. If they were still alive or escaped, then even if the Han tribe won the war and occupied Judao, these people might also jump out. Use your blood status to cause trouble. What if they incite the people of Takashima to rebel everywhere? Anyway, Luo Chong is determined not to allow such a situation to happen. This is especially true for the family members of the elders. Not to mention those who copy the 9 tribes and tribes, at least the immediate family members within 3 generations will definitely not be able to escape. It doesn't matter whether they are killed or not. The most important thing is to control these people first. Get up and finally report the situation to Luo Chong, and then Luo Chong will make the decision. As for the unlucky Commander Xian, he will be killed anyway. This person is going to die no matter what, regardless of whether he asks or not. In addition, there are people from the Pro-Han faction like Elder Zhu, who are originally from a large clan and are an old clan of the Xian tribe. If his immediate family members can understand the situation as well as he does, then Luo Chong would not mind sparing their lives. After all, what Luo Chong wants is a stable bamboo island. If some old local clans can be properly promoted and reused, it will have a positive impact on the rapid stability of the political situation on Bamboo Island. Who will make them more familiar with the situation on Bamboo Island, and it is more influential in the hearts of local people. The search went smoothly. The Jinwu guards who led the way were all old men who came to Zhudao with anvil. They had lived here on Zhudao for more than 2 years, and with their deliberate reconnaissance, they had long since the situation in Zhudao was clearly understood, especially the situation of important targets such as the elders and leaders of the Qingshu tribe. With these leaders and the fearless attack of 300 elite Han army scouts, it only took about 2 hours for a group of elders' family members and the general's family members to be captured. The total number of people in this group is about 500 to 600. A family is probably arrested based on 100 people. There are also some relatives of the elders who have been recruited into the corps, so there are not many immediate relatives left at home. The rest still have to wait until all those 2 regiments are captured, and then identify the identities of those people one by one. The manhunt did not last long before it came to an end, and the entire operation did not cause any major reaction. The militiamen of Qingshu Valley and their families have all been instigated by the militiamen brought by anvil to rebel. They were deceived by the senior officials of the Qingshu tribe and forcibly tied to the Qingshu tribe's chariot. These people hate the senior officials of the Qingshu tribe. How could it be possible to stop the Han tribe's actions before it was too late? The other 2 regular army regiments defending Taniguchi didn't even hear the news. They were still staring nervously at the Han army on the opposite side and had no time to pay attention to them. They didn't know what happened in the rear, so naturally it is even less likely that there will be any movement. At noon on the day when the suppression was completed, the winter sun was shining brightly. Taking advantage of this good weather, the Han tribe finally sounded the clarion call for a decisive battle and launched a general attack on the Qingshu tribe. Sitting in the valley, Anvil has taken control of the militiamen and their families, and asked these militiamen, as well as the Jinwu guards and scouts they brought with them, to guard the captured Qingshu tribe senior officials. Their task is to defend in place and take care of their families, their food, various production tools, and other properties. As for the decisive battle, Anvil said that they do not need to participate at all. There are more than 10,000 elite Han troops outside the valley. That's enough to hold up the scene, okay? As long as these militiamen did not help the enemy and did not run around causing trouble, Blood 2 outside the valley said that he could easily deal with the 2 regiments. The same was true. When the shadow of the flagpole finally became the shortest at noon, Shui 2 finally issued the order for a general attack. At the 2 entrances of Qingshu Valley, the artillery battalion of Huban guards pulled out the 20 field cannons brought during this expedition. 10 of them were placed at the entrance of the valley and placed in a row in front of the formation. Solid guns were installed inside. Immediately after the iron bullets, rounds of volleys began. However, in order to reduce the enemy's casualties and allow the Han army to capture more prisoners to serve as labor force, the smallest double charge was loaded during the artillery bombardment, and the most common single-shot solid iron bullets were used. Such shells would hit the enemy in depth. With only a few rows of arrays, the actual killing effect is very limited. But it doesn't matter whether they kill or not. Shuatu said that he just wanted to scare them so as to break the enemy's morale and formation. The roaring sound of shelling resounded like thunder from both ends of the valley, and the huge echo kept echoing in the valley. The 2 Qingshu tribe troops stationed at the entrance of the valley were stunned. They said they had never seen anything like this before. Weapons, except for the prairie people in the corps, the local clan soldiers of the Qingshu tribe have really never seen such weapons. The choking smoke spurted out from those large silver-gray iron pipes along with the dazzling firelight, and then a black shadow roared into the Qingshu tribe corps' camp, which was so thin that there were only 3 or 4 rows of Qingshu tribe guards. The army was mercilessly smashed through by the artillery shells, and was torn apart on the spot and blown into the sky. Several rounds of volleys were fired, and although not many people died, the death of those unlucky victims frightened everyone. Who has ever seen a person who was standing next to him and talking, and was so good, exploded on the spot the next second? Such a cruel and frightening thing cannot tolerate them not being afraid. What can you do if you are scared? You can only run away. No matter where you want to escape in the future, you have to run away first. However, they had just begun to flee when the Han tribe army behind them immediately blew the charge horn and rushed towards them with howls. The Han tribe carried out a tail-biting attack and had an absolute advantage in all aspects. Therefore, the last two regular army regiments of the Qingshu tribe were surrounded by two armies of the Han tribe before they could even run out for 2 miles. At the valley entrance passage. After another attempt to persuade him to surrender, similar to the previous one in the Battle of Qingshu Gorge, Enlil was finally informed to pick up Commander Qingshu's head, and pulled a group of captured elders to demonstrate in front of the soldiers of the regiment. With no way to escape and no way out, the two Qingshu tribe corps completely laid down their weapons and expressed their acceptance of the Han tribe's surrender. After the same surrender process as in the Battle of Qingshu Gorge, all the resistance of the Qingshu tribe was completely collapsed, and the Qingshu tribe was completely ended and became history. The next step was to report the battle situation to Luo Chong on a daily basis. Qingshu began to deploy troops and arranged for each guard station to garrison at the designated location. Qingshu also began to organize a public trial meeting and arranged for the commanders of each guard station to start working on the 6 counties of Zhudao. Government affairs work in various places. After they get Luo Chong's reply, they can publicly execute the senior officials of Zhudao, and then start implementing Zhudao's new plan according to Luo Chong's order. 2 days later. In Hanyang city of the Han tribe, Luo Chong received the battle report from the Zhudao front line at home. In fact, he received battle reports from the front line every day. After all, this was what he had specifically told him to do. Because he did not go to the front line to command in person, and at the same time wanted to get news from the front line as soon as possible, Luo Chong once ordered Qingshu and others to report at least once a day. Therefore, Luo Chong knew that the war had entered the final stage a few days ago, and he has continued to pay attention and wait for the final battle situation in the past 2 days. However, according to the news reported 2 days ago, in the decisive battle between Han and Qingshu, the Han tribe will occupy. He has a huge advantage, so Luo Chong is not very worried. In fact, there is only one thing he is worried about, and that is to ensure that the senior officials of the Qingshu tribe cannot slip through the net. Otherwise, even if the war is over, he will face countless troubles in the future, and just quelling the chaos will be a big problem. Fortunately, after Luo Chong got the good news about the final battle today, he was finally relieved. In this battle, all the 5 regular regiments of the Qingshu tribe, totaling 10,000 people, were captured, and only a few people died directly in the battle. The militias in Xianfeng County, Guanhai County, and Jiaohai County were all incited to rebel. No, this should be called anyway. Basically no family members of the militiamen were sacrificed, but a lot of food, cloth, and the like were consumed. The most important thing about the senior officials of the Qingshu tribe was that Commander Qingshu was directly beheaded. It is said that the body had been treated with lime and could be preserved for a period of time, and all his family members were also arrested. All the elders of the Qingshu tribe were also captured, and almost all their family members were arrested. A small number of the elders' family members who were captured together with the regiment were also reported in the victory report that they were being screened. Finally, there is Qingshu's defense plan and Qingshu's governance plan. Qingshu also reported one thing specifically, that is, the 3 elders, Mi, Do, Xing, and the 3 elders actively wanted to surrender. All 3 said that they were valuable and were willing to be driven by the leader. Although Elder Zhu said nothing, the Han tribe clearly knew that he was a pro-Han faction and a figure that could be fought for among the top leaders of the Yuanqing tribe. Xue Qingyao directly asked Luo Chong how to deal with these people. In addition, he also gave some suggestions of his own. If possible, try to use the elders of the Qian tribe to help quickly stabilize the local situation. Then he asked Luo Chong opinions. This point coincides with Luo Chong. Luo Chong planned Bamboo Island, but what he wanted was a stable bamboo island, a developing bamboo island, not a day-long rebellion. The people were in dire straits and needed to rely on the Han tribe. Takashima needs to continue to receive blood transfusions to survive. Wouldn't that be a big loss for him? Luo Chong said that he must not lose money, otherwise what would he become? Husband, is the battle on the front line not going well? Xiao Dai came to Luo Chong's study with a full belly and asked. She and Zhang are pregnant again. They are both 3 months pregnant and are now showing signs of pregnancy. Ahem, no, the battle on the front line is going well. The battle is over. Our Han tribe has won a great victory. Commander Xian has been executed. Several other elders have also been captured. Xue Qingyao, the military commander of Huben Guard, asked me what's next. I'm just thinking about how to deal with it. It's nothing, don't worry. Luo Chong stood up, helped Xiao Dai to a chair aside, and said while touching her belly. Oh, it's good if we win. Are our casualties high? Xiao Dai put her hand on Luo Chong's, and together, they caressed the unformed offspring in their belly. How could we have casualties? I spent so much money and food to build them the best armor. Even if I leave the soldiers there, what can the Xian tribe do to me? Luo Chong rubbed Xiaodia's long hair as if petting a cat. This wife obviously had no idea how powerful the Han tribe's military power was. Then why do I think you don't look very happy? Xiao Dai expressed her doubts. The Han tribe had achieved such a great victory, successfully opened up 6 new counties and absorbed a population of more than 100,000. Wasn't Luo Chong, should he be happy? Why is he so calm? I'm not unhappy, but how can I be happy? Do I still have to laugh to the sky and run around in the yard? I'm a father, so I can't be so presumptuous. In addition, I have an idea. The war on Judao has just ended, and everything is waiting to be done. I want to go there and see for myself, but I am worried about you and Zhang. You two are at the most critical time, and I am a little worried. Luo Chong stood behind Xiao Dai, holding her in his arms, and said. If your husband wants to go, you can go. Sister Zhang and I will take good care of ourselves. Besides, my mother often comes to see me. We still have so many maids in our family who can take care of Qinger and Lanner, so you don't have to worry about us. Xiao Dai persuaded in a reasonable manner. Luo Chong was still gently stroking Xiaodia's long hair. He thought for a while and finally gave up the idea of visiting Bamboo Island in person. No, forget it, I won't go. I was too impatient just now and forgot about the distance. Even if I set off immediately today and take the fastest sailboat, it will take at least a month. Such a long time. When I arrived at Judao, I even missed the spring plowing. What else would I do there? Besides, we have a lot of things going on here, and the scientific research projects of the 2 institutes have reached their most critical period. If I leave, there won't even be anyone to guide them. So forget it, I won't go, I'll just hang around here in the 8 counties of Hanyang, get closer so I can watch you too. Okay then, thank you husband for your concern. Xiao Dai shook her head happily and rubbed Luo Chong's palm. He was really anxious just now, always wanting to do everything by himself, but he forgot that this was not the previous life he lived in. There were various high-speed trains and planes that could travel thousands of miles in a day and night, and the Han tribe now only had 2 ways to travel, horseback riding or boating. Even if he sets off for Judao now, when the weather warms up, Commander Xian's body will probably stink. What else will he do there? It's boring, just stay at home and give remote control. After giving up his plan to go south to Zhudao, Luo Chong began to write a reply to guide Xue Tu and Xue Qingyao on their next work. The first is the issue of administrative division. The 6 counties of Zhudao have already been determined, and there is no need to change this. However, the general name of Zhudao needs to be changed. First, it is to remove the influence of the Xian tribe on it, and second, it is to allow it as more Chinese and conforms to the administrative system of the Han tribe. In addition, Zhudao was too far away from the current political center of the Han tribe and was inconvenient for Luo Chong's detailed management. In addition, in order to further improve the administrative system of the Han tribe in the future, Luo Chong decided to put forward the concept of the administrative unit of the state. The existing administrative divisions of the Han tribe are 4-level units: county, city, county, township, town, and li, village. But now there are more and more counties in the Han tribe, which are directly commanded and managed by Luo Chong, which is a little troublesome. Therefore, Luo Chong wants to add a provincial administrative unit to the counties, that is, a state. A state can govern multiple counties. Please refer to geographical division for specific circumstances. An island like Zhudao, which is isolated overseas and has 6 counties on it, is particularly suitable to be directly divided into an administrative state. Luo Chong designated it as Qingshu. Plagiarism: this is plagiarism from Qiguagua. But there is no other way. Just to make it easy for Luo Chong to remember, first of all, Zhudao is located in the sea at the southernmost tip of the Han tribe's continent. It is also a large island. Isn't this the geographical Hainan Island? If not Qingshu, what would it be called? If you don't use a ready-made name, why bother thinking about it? As for the establishment of officials and administrative management, they also drew on the historical Qin and Han systems. During the Western Han dynasty, Emperor Wu of the Han dynasty established 13 ministries, states, in the world, and each state had a governor. The word thorn means checking and questioning. Shitong's envoy, that is, the supervisory position, is similar to the censor in the Ming and Qing dynasties, and at the same time it means the emperor's envoy. The general governor of a state also has to hold a scepter, which means to guard the side on behalf of the emperor. Historically, the power of state governors, especially during the Three Kingdoms period at the end of the Eastern Han dynasty, was extremely powerful. They were basically controlled by military and political forces. In addition, the territory of a state was not very small, so it was easy for these governors to form separatist regimes. Power: dominate one side, and don't listen to anyone's orders. Luo Chong naturally didn't want to see this situation. He finally used various methods to make Zhudao the territory of the Han tribe. Don't come back and seal off a governor, and then the governor became independent. Luo Chong would probably be angry. Explode on the spot. Therefore, the state governors of the Han tribe must separate the military and political powers so that they can supervise each other and check and balance each other. Each state has a governor who is in charge of the political situation of the state. He holds a scepter and supervises the administration of the state. He inspects the counties under his jurisdiction at least twice a year, divided into spring inspection and autumn inspection, and is responsible for the performance of the officials in each county. Assessment and provide promotion basis to the central government. There are 8 assistant officers under the governor, namely, the Criminal Division, the Rights and Education Division, the Farming and Animal Husbandry Division, the Examination Division, the Tax Account Division, the Construction Division, the Treasury Division, and the Salt and Iron Division. Each division has a secretary as chief officer and an adjutant. There are 4 secretaries and 8 officials. As the name suggests, the Criminal Division is the department that promulgates, updates, and publicizes national laws. It is also responsible for various criminal cases within its jurisdiction. The Department of Etiquette and Education is responsible for work related to clothing, sacrifices, festivals, schools, examinations, etc. The Farming and Animal Husbandry Department is more simple and crude. It is mainly responsible for the farming and livestock planning within its jurisdiction. Although it does not have specific management, overall planning and supervision are still required. For example, the Farming and Animal Husbandry Department must propose cultivated land area indicators to each county. The following counties it must be completed on time. At the same time, the Farming and Animal Husbandry Department must also inspect the situation of each county and reasonably plan the farming varieties of each county according to the climate, soil structure, water conservancy and topography of each county, and coordinate the proportion of food crops and cash crops, etc. The Merit Evaluation Department is mainly responsible for the supervision of official administration, including officials' attendance, leave, credit accumulation, work assessment, etc., as well as the implementation and supervision of officials' appointment and retirement, that is, the appointment and removal of officials. The Tax Household Department and the Household Department have similar meanings. They are in charge of the fields, houses, and household registration within the jurisdiction, and are responsible for collecting various taxes in accordance with the requirements of the central government. It is a department that manages people and money. The Construction Department is responsible for construction in various places, including repairing roads, water conservancy, warehouses, docks, ports, lighthouses, government offices, schools, bridges, and various special construction projects issued by the central government. This is a department dedicated to spending money. The Treasury Department is more important. It is responsible for the strategic reserves of a state. The first and most important thing is the granary. Everything can be lacking, but the Treasury Department cannot be short of food. The specific amount of grain reserves needs to be issued by the central government. That's it, then cotton. We must first ensure that the people are well fed and clothed warmly. Then there are other strategic reserves, such as energy reserves, which are generally coal. Southern states may also add rubber reserves, which are also key reserve items. Finally, there are weapons reserves, focusing on consumables such as arrows and gunpowder. As the name suggests, the Salt and Iron Division is responsible for refining salt, smelting steel, storing it, and selling it. These 8 departments cover almost all areas of politics and people's livelihood that can be managed. Each department has an independent leadership team to jointly assist the governor in managing the politics and people's livelihood of a state. As for the military management system of a state, each state has a governor's office. The chief is the governor of the state with the rank of general. The assistant officer is the deputy governor. One is a commander and one is in the army. It is still a 4-person leadership team. The protectorate can govern the local army of a state, and is responsible for the deployment, training, recruitment, retirement, promotion, punishment, and other daily military management. With the joint authorization of the governor and the governor's office can mobilize all its troops within its jurisdiction. Without the authorization of the governor can only mobilize one guard station, but their weapons reserves are controlled by the Treasury Department under the jurisdiction of the governor. The governor also has the right to mobilize the troops of a guard post independently without going through the duhufu. As long as it is within the jurisdiction, he can mobilize any troops he wants, but he can only mobilize one. In this way, a restriction was formed between the military and the government. If the governor wanted to rebel, he could only mobilize one guard station and could not start a war with the duhufu. If the duhufu wanted to rebel, their armaments would be controlled by the governor. At the same time, without the governor's authorization, they could only mobilize one guard post. If they wanted to mobilize all their troops, 2 people must authorize it at the same time. If they can rebel in this way, it means that both people are rebelling. Such a situation generally does not exist. The central government can appoint 2 chief officials based on their relationship. Luo Chong would not be so good that they can wear the same pants. If a guy with a bad temper is placed in the same state as a military and political officer, wouldn't he be making himself uncomfortable? Although it is not necessary for them to fight among themselves, it is enough as long as these 2 do not unite. This is an absolute local official. Why is it that Luo Chong, the central government, has the final say in the appointment? Luo Chong decided to appoint Xue Qingyao as the first governor of Qingshu. He was originally responsible for the entire political situation in Zhudao. Now that he was appointed governor, it was just a correction and a formal appointment. Another reason is that Xue Qingyao, as the army commander who fought on Zhudao, was in charge of logistics and politics, but his military achievements were also real. Conquering Zhudao was equivalent to opening up territory for the Han tribe and opening up 6 territories. A new county, with such great military achievements, no one could object to his promotion to governor. Once the appointment of personnel in the governor's office, the protector's office, and the 2 government offices is clear, other things will be easier to handle. Once the entire Qingshu Island is stabilized, then only a large amount of starting funds and materials will be input. Good. The population of Qingshu Island is ready, the farmland is also ready, and the farm tools are newly replaced this summer. What is needed now is the seeds of various crops and a complete local management system, so that the people of Qingshu Island can be included from the system of the Han tribe. He wrote all the things that needed to be explained in the letter, and then made a set of seals, ribbons, official uniforms, and other tokens for all the officials of the governor's office and the protector's office. Finally, they were all packed into a package and handed over to the Azuka giant eagle for transportation. The Azuka giant eagle can easily carry a deer across a long distance in the sky, so it is no problem to just carry a package. After handling the matter of replying to the letter, Luo Chong called his personal guard captain, and then asked him to draft a victory report and send it to all counties and counties of the Han tribe, so that all the people of the Han tribe could celebrate this victory together. Although it is not a holiday, as long as the battle is won and there are basically no casualties, that is great news. First of all, the family members who are soldiers are still alive. Secondly, victory in the war means that a large number of soldiers will perform meritorious service. Therefore, if there are family members who are soldiers, it means that they may have to be promoted to a knighthood. Isn't this good information? It certainly deserves a warm celebration. After making arrangements to publicize the good news, Luo Chong began to plan other matters. The currency that is to be issued in large quantities in Qingshu Island and Tang tribe has already been shipped out. It has been almost a month since it left. It is expected that the currency will arrive at Tuahai County within half a month at the latest. Once it reaches Tuahai County, it will then go to the surrounding areas. Diffusion is much easier. It has to be said that Tuahai County is the center of the south, because this place is the closest to Qingshu Island, the 8 counties of Tang tribe, or the 3 counties of Honghu on the grassland, and is indeed suitable for development as the capital city. Luo Chong is also quickly arranging the remaining supplies, including grain seeds, vegetable seeds, silkworm seeds, cotton seeds, and even breeding rabbits and pigs for breeding. These things also need to be mobilized to Qingshu Island. It is still winter here among the Han tribes. If the materials are shipped now, they will definitely be delivered to Qingshu Island before spring farming next year, and local production will not be delayed. But there is still one thing that needs to be dealt with: how to arrange the governors of the 6 counties in Qingshu. The governor of Qingshu was already appointed. Luo Chong planned to appoint Yang Feng, a member of the Huban Guards, as the governor of Qingshu. In this battle, Yang Feng, as one of the 3 officers of the highest command, also made great contributions. At the same time, he has also been responsible for contacting the Jinwu guards lurking within the Xian tribe, so he knows the situation on Qingshu Island better than others. Luo Chong is relieved to have him serve as the governor of Qingshu. The Huban guards have been promoted this time. As the absolute main force, one of the 3 officers was promoted to governor, and one was promoted to governor of Qingshu. Naturally, the remaining one cannot give anything, otherwise it will be unjustifiable. But Xiutu must not leave Hubenwei, because if all 3 chief officers of an army are transferred away at once, the army will be equivalent to collapse. If a general is rearranged, it will cause the soldiers to not know the generals, and the generals will not know the generals. Ignorant of Bing's jokes, Luo Chong finally decided to let Xiutu return with Huban guards. The Huban guards had no garrison duty, so there was no need to stay there. Luo Chong planned to transfer Xiutu directly back to the Han tribe's hometown and let him be the governor there. Be prepared to be promoted to the Ministry of War after the founding of the People's Republic of China. Then there are the governors of the 6 counties of Qingshu. The most suitable person among them is Tai Anvil. Tai Anvil has been lurking in the Xian tribe for nearly 3 years. Later, he also served as an elder of the Xian tribe for half a year. He is very familiar with the actual situation of Qingshu Island. At the same time, during this battle, he led the Xian tribe's militiamen to survive and became the benefactor of the militiamen, who were also the common people. Now that the people who have returned to the fields are grateful to him and convinced of him, Anvil has gained prestige and personal credibility among the people. At the same time, he also has great military exploits, so it is no problem to directly become a county guard. The second one is Bestia, who was originally on Judao. He went there as an envoy of the Han tribe. Now that the Xian tribe is gone, Judao has become the Qingshu Island of the Han tribe, and his mission as an envoy has been completed. As for letting Bestia stay there as the county guard, Luo Chong never thought about it. Bestia hasn't been home for 3 years. It's time for him to go home and reunite with his family. Regarding Bestia's promotion, Luo Chong said that he had his own arrangements. Anyway, there were things that the Han tribe needed to do, so it should be easy to find a place to arrange them. As a result, there were not enough candidates for the county guard. Luo Chong began to search for suitable candidates in his mind. Elder Zhu of the Xian tribe was a good guy. Although he was a bit older, this guy was pro-Han. It was someone worth fighting for. If this guy was willing to cooperate, Luo Chong wouldn't mind letting him be a county guard. It doesn't matter if you don't know how to manage. You can learn slowly. Anyway, there are a bunch of assistant officers under the county governor who can take charge of official duties. This elder can be used as a mascot. As long as he sits in the position of county guard, it is a guarantee that stabilizes the hearts of the local people. Luo Chong silently ticked this person in his mind, indicating that he could choose. There is another person who can also be activated, and that is Uxiao, who is currently serving as the county magistrate of Shuifu County, Riyang County. The situation in Niuwei is relatively familiar. The Han and Xian tribes can reach this stage today. In fact, it is all thanks to him. This guy was the Shang elder of the Xian tribe before. He was proficient in the languages of the Han, Xian, and Mu regions, and he once took the initiative to lead people. I have served as an envoy to the Han tribe and also studied in the Han tribe. I am familiar with the situation of the Han tribe. Now I have served as the county magistrate of the Han tribe for more than half a year. I am also familiar with the set of government affairs that the Han tribe governs. In addition, he was originally from the Xian tribe and had a better understanding of the situation on Qingshu Island. There was no problem in letting him be a county guard, so this guy was also put on the candidate list by Luo Chong. Anvil, Uxiao, and Elder Zhu, there are already 3 quotas, as well as the 2 captured elders, Gold and Platinum. These 2 guys are completely useless. After all, they are the hardcore faction led by Commander Xian. They can just kill the account. The three elders of Midoshing are different. These three guys are timid and willing to surrender. At the same time, they used to be in charge of the entire agriculture and animal husbandry of Qingshu Island. For the Han tribal system that mainly develops agriculture, it should be relatively appropriate. However, these three people are a little older, and it is a bit late for them to learn government affairs. At the same time, they are still a little resistant to the Han tribe. After all, these three guys have helped give ideas to deal with the Han tribe before, so even if they are not given real power, it's a bit inappropriate for them to be mascots. In such a situation, Luo Chong had no choice. The county guard would definitely not let them do it. It would be better to send these three people to work in the farming and animal husbandry department of the governor's mansion. They could be regarded as consultants. The Han tribe also, so I can ask them about Qingshu's historical climate changes, and other agricultural and animal husbandry techniques. The Han tribe really has no use for them. The Han tribe's farming and animal husbandry techniques are much better than theirs. There were still 3 candidates left. Luo Chong thought about it again and decided to include Jiang Xian of the Jiang family. It had been more than 2 years since the Jiang family joined the Han tribe. Its original leader Jiang Xian was also very loyal to the Han tribe. This guy likes the culture and lifestyle of the Han tribe. Although he is past the school age, he teaches himself very quickly. After all, he is still young, only in his early 20s. It is a good time to learn. Nowadays, the reading and writing of Chinese characters no longer a problem. Moreover, he had been the leader of a farming tribe. After joining the Han tribe, he became familiar with the various daily management systems of the Han tribe. Therefore, with the help of others, it was no problem to be a county guard. So Luo Chong added this person to the list of county guards. After thinking about the large tribes that had joined the Han tribe in the past few years, Luo Chong remembered another person. This person was Zhang Ying's natal family, the former Nian tribe, the tribe that brought glutinous rice to the Han tribe. Zhang Mao, the original leader of the Nian tribe, has integrated relatively quickly after joining the Han tribe in the past 3 years. After all, with Zhang Ying's relationship there, they can't do anything if they don't want to make progress, because Zhang Ying will urge them from time to time. It's just that because the Nian tribe once used Zhang Ying as a human sacrifice and threw Zhang Ying into the river as an offering to the river god, which made Luo Chong unhappy, so they never gave the Nian tribe a chance to reuse it. Until now, Zhang Ying, the clan looks ordinary. If Zhang Ying hadn't become the leader's wife, their clan would have been lost to everyone long ago. It's not enough. Considering how hard they have worked hard in the past few years, and Luo Chong is really short of people now, we can give them a chance. As for whether they can seize this opportunity, it depends on whether they are sensible or not. No more enterprising spirit. For the last spot, Luo checked through the Han tribe's existing roster of county governors and decided to give the position of county governor to Jing Yun. This man is a brother of Jing Yan, the current governor of Dongxing County. After Jing Yan became the governor, he began to deliberately select and train elites from the clan. He single-handedly brought this Jing Yan out, and he had been following him before. Jing Yan works as a minor official. At the beginning of the year, Luo Chong assigned a task to Jing Yan to expand 2 new counties in Dongxing County. So Dongxing County had Pingyao County and Dacheng County, and Jing Yan recommended Jing Yun to be one of the Dacheng counties. The magistrate of the county. It's been a year now. Because Jing Yun had worked as a minor official next to his brother before and had some administrative experience, the county magistrate has done a good job and is relatively reliable. He is a candidate who can be promoted. In this way, the preliminary candidates for the 6 counties of Qingshu were gathered. They are Niu Wei, Tai Zhan, Elder Zhu, Zhang Mao, Jiang Xian, and Jing Yun. Each of these 6 people has its own characteristics. On the whole, they all have the qualifications to be county guards. Now that the political situation in Qingshu has been decided, there are experienced people above them. The governor directs and supervises, and is assisted by diligent junior officials. Although several of these 6 people have no experience in governing, they are still useful and have no problem taking up their posts. As for the future, it depends on whether they study hard. The opportunity was given to Luo Chong. Whether they could seize it and grasp it well was their own business. After making up his mind, Luo Chong summoned Chu Bing, who was currently serving as his personal guard, and asked him to make this trip. He ordered Niu Wei, Zhang Mao, Jiang Xian, and Jing Yan to pack their things and prepare to take office, and you can bring your family members with you. After all, you can't live in 2 places for a long time in such a far distance. The remaining elders Zhu and Taiyan were originally on Qingshu Island, so there was no need to come back. However, in order to take care of Taiyan, Luo Chong sent his family there with them. After receiving the order, several people immediately came to report their duties to Luo Chong, and then got the new appointment letter and the official seal. Then they went home to pack up their gifts and family members, and then went to Luoyang County to gather and prepare to take the ship carrying supplies to go south to Qingshu Island. A few hundred words are missing. I will revise it later and wait about 10 minutes. This man is a brother of Jing Yan, the current governor of Dongxing County. After Jing Yan became the governor, he began to deliberately select and train the elites of the clan. He single-handedly brought this Jing Yan out, and he had been following him before. Jing Yan works as a minor official. At the beginning of the year, Luo Chong assigned a task to Jing Yan to expand 2 new counties in Dongxing County, so Dongxing County had Pingyao County and Dacheng County, and Jing Yan recommended Jing Yun to be one of the Dacheng counties. The magistrate of the county. It's been a year now. Because Jing Yun had worked as a minor official next to his brother before and had some administrative experience, the county magistrate has done a good job and is relatively reliable. He is a candidate who can be promoted. In this way, the preliminary candidates for the 6 counties of Qingshu were gathered. They are Niu Wei, Tai Zhan, Elder Zhu, Zhang Mao, Jiang Xian, and Jing Yun. Each of these 6 people has its own characteristics. On the whole, they all have the qualifications to be county guards. Now that the political situation in Qingshu has been decided, there are experienced people above them. The governor directs and supervises, and is assisted by diligent junior officials. Although several of these 6 people have no experience in governing, they are still useful and have no problem taking up their posts. As for the future, it depends on whether they study hard. The opportunity was given to Luo Chong. Whether they could seize it and grasp it well was their own business. After making up his mind, Luo Chong summoned Chu Bing, who was currently serving as his personal guard, and asked him to make this trip. He ordered Niu Wei, Zhang Mao, Jiang Xian, and Jing Yan to pack their things and prepare to take office, and you can bring your family members with you. After all, you can't live in 2 places for a long time in such a far distance. The remaining elders Zhu and Taiyan were originally on Qingshu Island, so there was no need to come back. However, in order to take care of Taiyan, Luo Chong sent his family there with them. After receiving the order, several people immediately came to report their duties to Luo Chong, and then got the new appointment letter and the official seal. Then they went home to pack up their gifts and family members, and then went to Luoyang County to gather and prepare to take the ship carrying supplies to go south to Qingshu Island. The next afternoon, Niu Wei, Jiang Xian, and Zhang Mao came to Hanyang City to report to Luo Chong. Luo Chong only gave them some instructions, issued official uniforms and seals, and let the 3 of them leave. As for that Jing Yun, this guy is now in Dongxing County, which is a bit far away from Hanyang City, so I won't come here specifically. I will just wait for the southbound fleet to reach the Dongxing County pier and pick him up. After arranging for these three people to take office, Luo Chong immediately set off for the Comprehensive Research Institute on Hushin Island. This time, he went there to test the effect of the microscope in person, and to prepare for the research institute to come up with something new. After spending a day arriving at the research institute, Luo Chong finally saw the newly made microscope. After Ao Fei personally led Luo Chong to the laboratory, he began to introduce the optical instrument. "Chief, this is the optical microscope I made according to your requirements. It is made entirely of bronze. It has a bottom mirror base, a stage in the middle, a microscope cantilever on the side, and the lens barrel is installed on the cantilever. According to the leader's request, I installed a small mirror with adjustable angle, which is a reflector, on the bottom mirror holder, and then there is a condenser lens with a small focal length in the middle of the stage to condense the reflector. The reflected light is then projected onto the glass slide. Chief, look here. There are two steel slide clamps on this stage, which are used to fix the slides. There is also this cantilever that is integrated with the lens base. There is a knob on the cantilever. By rotating the knob, you can roughly adjust the height of the lens barrel to achieve zoom, and there is another zoom method. Leader, you see, although this eyepiece is fixed, the objective lens below can be replaced. I have equipped this microscope with 6 objective lenses of different magnifications, which are specially placed in a small wooden box. If you need to change the objective lens, you can just use your hands. Just unscrew it and put another one on. There is also a thumb knob on the side of each objective lens. This small knob can also adjust the up and down height of the lens in the objective lens barrel, thereby achieving fine-tuning of the overall focal length. Well, it looks pretty good, but I don't know how to use it." Luo Chong nodded with satisfaction. To be honest, the style of this microscope was designed by Luo Chong based on the shape of the microscope he had seen in junior high school biology class. The basic functions and shape are almost exactly the same. The only difference is probably that the structure of the lens barrel itself is different. The objective lens part of the microscope I had seen in the previous life was all about changing the objective lens at any time through a turntable, but the one Ao Fei made requires the installation of an additional objective lens. Although the effect is similar, it is definitely more troublesome to use. "Chief, would you like to try it out and give me some advice?" Ao Fei looked at Luo Chong and seemed satisfied, so he boldly invited Luo Chong to try it out. "Okay, what have you tried to observe with this microscope before?" Luo Chong nodded and asked, casually. "Well, I took a photo of green hair, which was the rice. After it was left for a long time, the green hair growing on it looked flat to the naked eye. Unexpectedly, after magnifying it 1,600 times, it actually looked like peanuts. It looks like there are many small balls on the roots that are intertwined with each other. I also used it to look at my fingers. When the originally smooth skin is observed under a microscope, you will see many grooves, which are actually fingerprints." Ao Fei talked a lot eloquently. It seems that he had indeed observed a lot of things with a microscope during the period before Luo Chong arrived. After all, he was engaged in scientific research. This group of people can be said to be the most curious among the Han tribe. A group of people now have a window to observe the new world. Of course, they are curious and want to see everything. "Then have you seen any living things?" Luo Chong asked curiously. This kid has seen so many things, but hasn't he seen any moving bacteria or cells? "Well, no." Ao Fei answered honestly. "Okay, let's talk about the experiment later. Let's talk about other things first. I want you to make a special portrait camera. It needs to be ultra small. I want to popularize ID cards with portraits in us." Luo Chong temporarily putting the matter of the microscope aside, he mentioned it to Ao Fei. "ID card with portrait? Does everyone have to do it?" Ao Fei immediately became interested. If this could be done, wouldn't everyone know that he invented photography? This is the best publicity. Not everyone does it, only adults do it, because children grow up faster and look the same every year. Even if they take photos, they have no reference value. The appearance of adults is basically fixed, but at least they are the same. It needs to be retaken every 10 years, and if you are an elderly person, you can retake it every 20 years, which is basically fine. Adding a photo to the ID card is actually used to identify the identity, to prevent someone from using someone else's ID to defraud the tribe of various benefits, or to engage in other illegal and criminal activities. Do you understand? Luo Chong briefly explained the purpose of adding a photo to the ID card. I see, then what material does the leader plan to use to make the ID card? Our current photography can use photo paper, should it be made with photo paper? This way the cost is indeed cheaper. Aofei thought for a while and said. No, paper is easy to copy, and its durability is too low. It will be damaged in just a few years. 10 or 20 years will be meaningless, and it is easy to be copied. Although photography technology has not yet been developed, but if civilian cameras start to be sold in the future, it will be more likely for ordinary people to imitate them. Luo Chong directly rejected the idea of using paper-based ID cards. Paper-based ID cards are actually possible, and the most important thing is the low cost. But now that the Han tribe does not have plastic, there is naturally no plastic sealing technology. This poses a problem in terms of preservation, so the paper-based ID card solution was proposed by Luo Chong. Directly eliminated. Does the leader mean to use metal, or is it like the original daguerreotype wet photography? Aofei asked tentatively. That's right, I want to make an ID card out of a copper sheet, making it as big as a card, and then plating silver on the upper right corner of the copper sheet to create a small rectangular silver layer, and then taking photos using daguerreotype wet photography technology, directly develop the photo into a small silver-plated rectangle, and stamp the name, household registration and other information with a steel stamp on the other blank positions. I have probably calculated the cost. Not counting photographic equipment and the like, the base material for the ID card alone costs no more than 5 cents at most, which is the price of a meal. A small piece of silver plating costs even less. It is estimated that $1 silver can be used to plate hundreds of such ID cards. All the people can afford this price. Even if the people are not allowed to spend money and the tribes pay for it, we can also afford it. I have thought about it. It is compulsory for everyone to make an ID card from the time they reach adulthood. The first production is free. The tribe will bear the cost. Later productions will be paid by the people themselves. After all, within 10 years after adulthood, people will have already gotten married and had children. Okay, this expense is not a problem for the common people, it is just the cost of one meal. Luo Chong expressed what he had thought for a long time. There is no problem with this. Daguerreotype photography is a technology that we have eliminated. Now we are just picking it up again. The only thing is that the camera needs to be redesigned. The main reason is that the photo is smaller. In addition, the photo is in the corner of the bottom plate and the position is relatively small. Yes, we need to redesign the light entry route of the lens. After listening to Luo Chong's idea, Aofei quickly analyzed it from a technical perspective in his mind. Yes, that's why I came to you. I'm going to stay here for a few days. You have to get things out within a week. I'm going to study the microscope you made in the next few days. Luo Chong, he nodded with satisfaction and said. Okay, no problem. Don't worry, Chief. It won't take more than a week, I can get it out in 2 days. Aofei immediately said with great care. Okay, let's go to the office first. I'll draw you the size of the copper plate ID card and the position of the photo. Then you can design the camera based on the size of the film and the position of the photo. As Luo Chong spoke, He led Ao Fei to the office of the Comprehensive Research Institute, and then took a pencil to draw on the paper. The size of the copper plate ID card is the same as that of the modern second-generation ID card, which is the size of a bank card. The right side is the silver-plated headshot area, and the information on the left side is similar to the second-generation ID card. From top to the following are the name, gender, date of birth, address changed to place of origin, ethnicity changed to title. The ID number is also retained, the issuing authority and validity period on the reverse side. This kind of ID card is much better than the previous bamboo slips household register. After all, the bamboo slips can only record text, and are limited by the length, and the things that can be recorded are also very limited. Furthermore, there is basically no anti-counterfeiting function. Even if someone wants to, there is no way to make it privately, as the official government itself has no ability to identify it. After clearly marking the style and size of the ID card, Ao Fei quickly found someone to make samples. He first made a piece of wood of the same size, then hollowed out the position of the photo and embedded a piece of frosted glass of the same size as the photo for the optical experiment of the camera. Then he cut some photo paper and made identification. The camera was of the same size and ready to be used in other subsequent experiments, and then he began to draw on paper to conceive the structure of the camera. As for the actual sample of the ID card, Ao Fei handed it over to other groups in the institute. When they first started doing daguerreotype wet photography, they used copper sheets as negatives, and then plated the entire frame with silver, and finally used the drug as photosensitized and photographed. The current one is actually similar to that of that time. It still uses a copper plate, but the full silver plating has been changed to partial silver plating. There is no other difference. equals 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 the rest will be modified later equals 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 equals. That's right, I want to make an ID card out of a copper sheet, making it as big as a card, and then plating silver on the upper right corner of the copper sheet to create a small rectangular silver layer, and then taking photos using daguerreotype wet photography technology, directly develop the photo into a small silver-plated rectangle, and stamp the name, household registration and other information with a steel stamp on the other blank positions. I have probably calculated the cost. Not counting photographic equipment and the like, the base material for the ID card alone costs no more than 5 cents at most, which is the price of a meal. A small piece of silver plating costs even less. It is estimated that hundreds of such ID cards can be plated with $1 silver. All the people can afford this price. Even if the people are not allowed to spend money and the tribes pay for it, we can also afford it. I have thought about it. It is compulsory for everyone to make an ID card from the time they reach adulthood. The first production is free. The tribe will bear the cost. Later productions will be paid by the people themselves. After all, within 10 years after adulthood, people will have already gotten married and had children. Okay, this expense is not a problem for the common people, it is just the cost of one meal. Luo Chong expressed what he had thought for a long time. There is no problem with this. Daguerreotype photography is a technology that we have eliminated. Now we are just picking it up again. The only thing is that the camera needs to be redesigned. The main reason is that the photo is smaller. In addition, the photo is in the corner of the bottom plate and the position is relatively small. Yes, we need to redesign the light entry route of the lens. After listening to Luo Chong's idea, Ao Fei quickly analyzed it from a technical perspective in his mind. Yes, that's why I came to you. I'm going to stay here for a few days. You have to get things out within a week. I'm going to study the microscope you made in the next few days. Luo Chong, he nodded with satisfaction and said. Okay, no problem. Don't worry, Chief. It won't take more than a week, I can get it out in 2 days. Ao Fei immediately said with great care. Okay, let's go to the office first. I'll draw you the size of the copperplate ID card and the position of the photo. Then you can design the camera based on the size of the film and the position of the photo. As Luo Chong spoke, he led Ao Fei to the office of the Comprehensive Research Institute, and then took a pencil to draw on the paper. The size of the copper plate ID card is the same as that of the modern second-generation ID card, which is the size of a bank card. The right side is the silver-plated headshot area, and the information on the left side is similar to the second-generation ID card. From top to the following are the name, gender, date of birth, address changed to place of origin, ethnicity changed to title. The ID number is also retained, the issuing authority and validity period on the reverse side. This kind of ID card is much better than the previous bamboo slips household register. After all, the bamboo slips can only record text, and are limited by the length, and the things that can be recorded are also very limited. Furthermore, there is basically no anti-counterfeiting function. Even if someone wants to, there is no way to make it privately, as the official government itself has no ability to identify it. After clearly marking the style and size of the ID card, Ao Fei quickly found someone to make samples. He first made a piece of wood of the same size, then hollowed out the position of the photo and embedded a piece of frosted glass of the same size as the photo for the optical experiment of the camera. Then he cut some photo paper and made identification. The camera was of the same size and ready to be used in other subsequent experiments, and then he began to draw on paper to conceive the structure of the camera. Wow! Another day passed, and on the third day, everything was finally ready. Ao Fei's camera was ready, the mechanical team's manual stamping equipment was also ready, and hundreds of stamped and cut copper cards were ready. 100 sheets were silvered and polished. Luo Chong made one last simple check before ordering the experiment to begin. Luo Chong, the model who shot the ID card template, directly appointed Ao Fei and Qiu Bing to be responsible for shooting and developing the films. He was the most experienced in doing this, and Luo Chong said he was relieved. It was still in the bright optical laboratory from the beginning. Ao Fei was sitting in a chair. The windows and doors were open to increase the indoor light. On the side of Ao Fei on the inside, there was a silver-white hanging. The iron sheet was used to fill in the light, illuminating his entire upper body in every detail. After Qiu Bing fixed the box camera, he first looked for a suitable focal length through the frosted glass, and adjusted the position of the film and the framing. After everything was aligned, he took out the frosted glass, and then went to the darkroom in the back room to prepare the film. In less than a minute, this kid ran out with the film wetted by the potion in his hand, quickly inserted the film into the camera, then pulled out the visor, and said hello to Ao Fei, asking him to sit back and look at the camera before getting sick. Then the cover of the lens was lifted and the exposure started. With the experience of taking photos in the past, I got the exposure time just right this time. The total exposure time was 8 seconds, which is about 4 breaths. I recovered the lens and then restored the visor of the film. In his original position, while the liquid on the film was still wet, he quickly ran back to the darkroom and started developing it. This is the daguerreotype wet photography technology. From preparing the film to taking the photos and then developing the photos, the entire process must be carried out when the bottom plate is wet with liquid, so the speed must be as fast as possible. As soon as Ao Fei finished taking the photos, he ran to the door of the darkroom and waited. At this time, Qiu Bing was developing the photos. He couldn't open the door and go in, otherwise it would cause double exposure of the film, so he had to walk anxiously in front of the door. Luo Chong was relatively calm. The worst thing he could do was lose a piece of film. He could afford such a small loss. Besides, he didn't have to shoot it himself. The advantage of the leader was that he only needed to open his mouth and give an order. The speed of photo development is still relatively fast. Chu Bing carried out the development steps in an orderly manner in the darkroom. He soaked the bottom plate of the ID card with number 17 developing reagent. After shaking it slightly, the effect immediately appeared on the bottom plate, and gradually it becomes clear. After the development process is completed, use bamboo tweezers to take out the film and rinse it with clean water. After repeated washing 3 times, Chu Bing took out the film. At this time, the film development process has been completely completed, so there is no need to worry anymore. It's a matter of exposure. Squeak, the wooden door of the darkroom was opened from the inside, and Chu Bing walked out with the ID card negative. Before Aofei could ask, he took the lead and said to Luo Chong, "Chief, what do you think?" "I think it's relatively clear, but I don't know how long a photo like this can be kept. I'm afraid it won't withstand wear and tear." Aofei followed him and took a look. There was nothing wrong with the photo. The face and facial features of the avatar were clearly visible. But after all, this was a photo that had just been developed. How could it not be clear? "Let me see." As Luo Chong spoke, he took the copper card and looked at it carefully for a while. The framing of this ID card photo was still very good. It was basically the same as the modern ID card photo. It was also a headshot. The photo was taken from the hair to the collarbone, and the face and neck were included in the shot, making it look very clear. But as Chu Bing said, how long such an effect can last is a big question. Luo Chong looked at the photos and thought for a while before saying, "Let's do this. You can take 10 more photos with the same effect now, and then we will do a comparison experiment of wear and lighting to see how the effect is." "This is a good idea, it's better to experiment," Aofei said in agreement. Because he was originally engaged in scientific research, he naturally understood Luo Chong's theory, and he had to be careful to verify it. How to verify it? Naturally, it was verified through a large number of comparative experiments. The two of them quickly got busy again. They took 9 more identical photos according to the steps just now. Then Luo Chong randomly took one photo and put it in a sealed wooden box to protect it from light and oxygen, and took the other 9 photos. Go experiment. Just listen to his instructions, Chu Bing, call a few guards and ask them to wipe the photos with linen, cotton, and silk. Everyone must record the number of times they wipe. Anyone who uses these 3 materials, divide into groups and rub the photos in an indoor environment, then find a group of the same ones, and put them under strong light for a friction test. The 3 materials of the last group are placed under strong light conditions, and the cloth is soaked with light salt water for a friction test to simulate exposure to the sun on a sunny day and the clothes being damaged. Level of wear and tear when soaked with sweat. Okay, no problem. Chu Bing agreed. I'm going to find some carbide lamps to use as a strong light source. Aofei was also looking for work by himself nearby. Luo Chong nodded in agreement, and the two immediately began to make arrangements, and then began a comparative wear experiment on 9 photos. Logically speaking, daguerreotype wet photography technology should be the strongest for the preservation of photos, because it is not like the albumin photographic paper made by Luo Chong. The influence of the photo only exists on the layer of halogenated protein coating on the paper base. The image shown in the daguerreotype photograph directly penetrates into the entire silver-plated layer. It is the chemical photosensitivity change of the silver that changes the structure of the entire silver layer. In other words, daguerreotype photos have more depth than albumin photopaper photos, so the storage time and wear resistance are naturally much higher than albumin photopaper. Luo Chong took a look at their experimental process and stopped staring. Who knows how long such an experiment will take? He took advantage of this time to visit the explosives workshop of the chemistry group to see how the researchers who had just graduated from school were being trained. This small explosives workshop is now under a lot of pressure. First of all, they are engaged in high-risk work. Any irregularity or mistake can cause serious accidents. They first need to meet the ammunition consumption of the pure firearms army, mainly primers and double-base propellants. Only the Research Institute's laboratory can prepare these in small quantities. The Han tribe currently does not have the ability to industrially produce these things. There is also a large amount of ether. Ether is an important catalyst needed to synthesize double-base propellants. It also has the effect of an aerosol anesthetic. If you smell it, you will basically faint. So some time ago, the Institute also applied for a fund to build an ether preparation workshop in a windy place on this small island. This workshop was built like a workshop, with windows and doors on all sides, allowing the workshop to the surface is ventilated and can provide shade from the sun and rain. But even so, those workers who prepared ether only dared to go in after wearing face-covering gas masks that looked like elephant trunks. This gas mask is also produced by the rubber team of the Institute. It is not seen outside the island and is only supplied in small quantities internally. People from the Research Institute usually don't dare to come here, because the entire workshop is used to make ether or synthetic propellants. The ether vapor in the room is very serious. If outsiders enter the workshop without precautions, they will probably inhale an overdose of anesthetic gas immediately. It can lead to fainting and, in severe cases, death from shock. In this way, dazed waterfowl can often be picked up around the workshop, which shows the anesthetic effect of ether. However, although the work here is relatively dangerous, Luo Chong's salary is also high. Not to mention various benefits, the basic salary alone can catch up to 3 times the average income. Each of their salaries is more than 10 silver dollars. If there are no accidents every month, there will be additional bonuses, which will make the workers more careful and proactive. After all, as long as they strictly abide by the operating regulations and avoid accidents, they can get more money, which will definitely make them excited. In addition, this explosives workshop also specializes in preparing potions needed for photography, especially silver nitrate solution. The quantity produced is very large, because this stuff can not only cause a photosensitive reaction in the film, but also make chemical silver plating. Important material. Although photos and photography had not yet begun to become popular among Han tribes, silver-coated glass mirrors had already become popular. As a result, silver nitrate, the main material for silver plating, suddenly became in short supply. And this is still the current situation. If photo ID cards are really to be promoted on a large scale in the future, as an important agent for taking photos, I am afraid that the demand for silver nitrate will be higher by then, and the supply may exceed the supply by then. It seems that we have to continue to expand the scale, otherwise it will be unrealistic to talk about popularizing the civilian photo market. Luo Chong muttered to himself after visiting, and then went to Ao Fei to ask for the microscope. Luo Chong wanted to take advantage of the time when the guards were conducting experiments to study the microscope, especially whether the microscope made by Ao Fei could achieve a magnification of 1,600 times. This would be known once he tried it. According to Luo Chong's experience in his previous life, it is known that red blood cells can only show a clear persimmon shape when they are 2,000 times in size. So whether it can be magnified that many times, you will know by looking at the blood with this microscope. Luo Chong called Ao Fei over. This kid had actually seen some messy things before, but he had never seen blood. "Chief, do you want to use this microscope to look at blood?" Ao Fei asked with some uncertainty. "Of course, aren't you curious about what's in human blood? Is there anything that can move?" Luo Chong said jokingly. "I'm a little scared after hearing what the leader said." Ao Fei didn't know what he was thinking. In fact, he was very curious, but he didn't dare to look, just in case there were many small things invisible to the naked eye in his blood. It's moving around, wouldn't it be scary to think about it? But since it was Luo Chong who requested the experiment, he naturally had nothing to say. What did you use to take the last photo of mold? Luo Chong asked Ao Fei. Oh, I made an ultra-small tube camera myself, used glass negatives to take pictures, and then used an enlarger to put them on photographic paper. By the way, I still have the negative of the mold. If the leader needs it, he can take it away, Ao Fei recalled. Tube camera? Luo Chong asked doubtfully. That's right, it's in the drawer of this table. As he spoke, Ao Fei opened the drawer and rummaged around, and soon found an ultra-small camera. He said it was a tube camera, mainly because the lens is built in, with a tube in front. Ao Fei demonstrated it to Luo Chong. This lens tube can be put on the eyepiece of the microscope. The focal length in the box holding the negative film at the back is also fixed in advance. It is a fool-like operation. Very simple. Just connect the camera, put the negative film in place, then open the light valve, also known as the shutter, and expose the negative film for a few seconds. Luo Chong learned how to use this thing after just one look, and then began to experiment. He first adjusted the reflector on the mirror base so that the outdoor sunlight would be refracted by the reflector and condenser, and directly project the light beam onto the stage. Luo Chong found a dust-free glass slide that had been wiped with alcohol. He first put a drop of water on it with a brush, then grabbed a guard, pricked his finger with a needle and took a drop of blood, and then put the drop of blood on it. Onto the water droplets on the slide, and finally cover it with another slide. In this way, a human blood specimen is ready. While the fresh blood had not lost its vitality, Luo Chong immediately started the microscope experiment. He fixed the slide on the stage, and the sunlight outside the window was continuously refracted by the reflector and condenser, and finally fell on the drop of blood on the slide. Luo Chong took a look at the 500 times the size, and saw that in the white background, there were many dense black dots swimming irregularly in a halo of light. He quickly called Ao Fei over to take a look. Ao Fei, come and take a look. You can see things after only 500 times magnification. Look at the little dots swimming in the human blood. Luo Chong said with a smile. When Ao Fei heard this, he couldn't help but shiver all over, but the leader was calling him and he couldn't refuse, so he boldly took a look. As a result, the boy was so frightened that he backed away, cold sweat quickly broke out on his forehead, and his arms' goosebumps also appeared on his body and back, and his face turned 3 cents pale. Luo Chong was a little puzzled, so he asked, "What's wrong?" "It's just some moving dots." "It's not that scary, right?" "First, leader, no, I seem to feel sick and uncomfortable when I see densely packed things. It would be better if they are dead things that cannot move. But if they are moving things, I feel uncomfortable. I don't know why." Ao Fei held the table and calmed down for a while before saying, "Holy shit, this kid actually has trypophobia?" "I'm convinced," Luo Chong muttered in a low voice. "I recommended a friend's book. I told you I'm not the god of destruction." Synopsis. In his previous life, he was besieged by powerful men and betrayed by his brothers, which made him, a proud man of his generation, fall with hatred. In order to take revenge in this life, he recultivated martial arts, absorbed negative energy, and transformed into a dark boss. Luo Chong also didn't expect that the strongest optical physics expert in the Han tribe would have trypophobia, and it seemed to be quite serious. However, for this reason, I'm afraid Ao Fei will never have the opportunity to use a microscope in the future. After all, the microorganisms seen through a microscope are basically densely packed. How can you see if you have trypophobia? How to study? So Luo Chong had to let Ao Fei go and let him supervise the friction experiment of the ID card sample, and then Luo Chong continued to play with the microscope by himself. After magnifying the blood sample 500 times, you can clearly see the small black dots swimming in the blood, but this multiple is not enough, because Luo Chong knows that the components of blood are composed of red blood cells, white blood cells, and platelets. Now at this multiple, It is obvious he didn't have the ability to distinguish them yet, so he used the special tube camera to take a negative, and then replaced it with a 1,000-fold objective lens. When the blood sample was magnified 1,000 times, the world under the microscope suddenly became clear. The oblate red blood cells with an indented center were immediately revealed. The shape of the red blood cells was very similar to the usual persimmons, round and flat. While white blood cells and platelets are uglier, like slugs with many tentacles, but 1,000 times the size is still not enough to distinguish them, so Luo Chong took another photo and continued to change the objective lens. This time it was directly replaced by 1,600 times the maximum multiple. However, after changing it, looking at the microscopic scene inside the microscope, Luo Chong was still quite disappointed, although he already knew the result in his heart. Under normal circumstances, even if a blood sample is magnified to 2,000 times, it is difficult to distinguish white blood cells and platelets. If you want to clearly observe white blood cells or platelets, you will need a microscope of at least 3,000 times. If you want to observe a single cells, or even the nuclei inside, would take at least 5,000 times to achieve. However, this multiple is too far away for the Han tribe. Even in his previous life, he had never heard of any pure optical microscope that could reach this multiple. If it were an electron microscope with tens of thousands of times, it would be even more difficult to understand. It seems that the microscope is not very useful for the time being. Luo Chong thought secretly, and then took a photo of the blood sample 1,600 times larger, and then began to clean the experimental equipment. All the objective lenses were removed and put into the box, the blood samples on the slides were washed away, the tube camera was put away, and then the 3 negatives were taken to find the doctor. He wanted Chu Bing to develop these 3 photos, then enlarge them on photographic paper, and show them to the medical school. In the optical laboratory, where the ID card templates were taken before, 3 experimental groups were still doing tests. Due to manual friction, many guards had long been tired and their hands were sore. Fortunately, the number of guards who followed Luo Chong came. Quite a few, everyone took turns to masturbate, which ensured the continuation of the experiment. After Luo Chong came back, he first handed the 3 glass negatives to Chu Bing and asked him to develop the negatives, and then asked Ao Fei, who was supervising the experiment. To what extent have the 3 sets of controlled experiments been carried out, and how many times have they been worn? Going back to the leader, we have changed people twice. Basically, the 3 groups have had more than 100,000 frictions. Ao Fei saw Luo Chong asking and hurried over to report. 100,000 times, that should be enough, let's stop. Luo Chong thought for a moment and asked them to stop. As for whether it was really 100,000 times, he had no doubts. After all, it was just wiping a 1-inch photo, just like wiping a coin. Such a small target could be wiped several times a second, right? 3 times a second, 180 a minute? 10,800 an hour? These were all experiments arranged yesterday. In almost a day, 100,000 times should be less. When Luo Chong announced the end of the experiment, Ao Fei quickly brought over the 3 sets of ID cards. He not only divided Luo Chong into groups, but also marked the experimental data of each group. Finally, he also brought a magnifying glass over to let Luo Chong personally observed and compared. The first group conducted the wear experiment in the darkroom, and it turned out to be pretty much what Luo Chong expected. The photos rubbed by linen were the most severely worn, and some places had been worn away, but the overall color did not change significantly. At least it was still black and white. Clear photos. The piece rubbed by cotton cloth is slightly better. The photo shows obvious wear and tear, but it is still intact. The color change is also not obvious, and black and white are clear. The last piece that was rubbed by the silk was still the same as it was at the beginning, with no obvious wear and tear. The results of the second set of 3 material friction experiments under strong light are similar to those of the first set. However, due to the strong light exposure, the photos have begun to turn a little yellow, and the image blurring phenomenon appears. Black and white, the boundaries are no longer so clear, a bit blurred. The third group was rubbed with 3 kinds of cloths dipped in light salt water under strong light. The effect showed unexpected changes. Among them, the damage degree of the one worn by the linen cloth was actually lower than that of the wet cotton cloth, and the wear of the silk cloth. The degree is still the lightest. Luo Chong guessed that this might be caused by the denser cotton cloth that has absorbed water, so the friction force of wet cotton cloth is greater. In addition, compared with the second group, the third group was also operated under strong light. The final photo of the third group dipped in salt water was clearer, with yellowing, fading, and blurring all 3 aspects. Is it lighter than the second set? What's the point? Could salt water also reduce light sensitivity? This is really possible. After all, the material of the photo is originally made of silver halide. This may be the only answer. However, Luo Chong did not dwell on this. Generally speaking, the degree of wear of these ID cards is quite serious, but silk has the lowest degree of wear. In other words, using silk to protect the ID card will greatly extend the service life of the ID card. But it was impossible for the Han tribe to make an ID card cover out of silk for every citizen. That would be too unrealistic. Finally, after much deliberation, Luo Chong decided to add a copper cover to his ID card and make it into a facing book page. If you were to find a modern reference, it would be similar to the small green book of your driver's license. On the left one page, right page, facing forward. It's just that Luo Chong didn't plan to add words on the title page of this cover. Instead, he wanted to slap the words Han Empire Citizen ID card on the front of the cover, and then press a protruding space in the position of the photo, thereby changing the position of the photo. All covered and protected, it is not afraid of light and can prevent all kinds of wear and tear. This has many benefits, it is just doubling the cost, but for the Han tribe, this cost is less than 5 cents, plus the materials and production costs of the entire ID card. It will not exceed a dime. Money, not to mention that the Han tribe is only responsible for the first free production. If anyone wants to make an ID card in the future, they will have to pay for it themselves. The plan for the ID card was completely finalized, and Ao Fei and the mechanical team began to improve their own set of equipment. Luo Chong took his guards directly back to Hanyang City and notified the people in the 8 counties of Hanyang. County Sheriff, prepare to conduct a new census and issue new ID cards. Just waiting for the Institute's finalized shooting equipment to come out, the census began. The Institute also expressed great pressure, because Luo Chong has issued a notice that each county of the Han tribe must have a set of such ID card production equipment. It will be popularized in the 8 counties of Hanyang first. After it is popularized here, it will be spread to the grassland Honghu. 3 counties, Tuahai County, and 6 counties in Qingshu, are promoted, and all equipment must be completed before the year. Luo Chong is still waiting for the results of the census, and then starts to do big things in the new year. Also preparing for big things is the Qingshu trio at this time. Xue Qingyao, Xuetu, and Yang Feng had already received Luo Chong's reply. The Azuka giant eagle directly brought them a large package, which contained all the official seals and ribbons, as well as 3 letters of appointment. The 3 of them looked at each other in confusion, looked at each other, and then started to read. The letter is very long. It begins with an introduction to Luo Chong's decision to change Judao's name to Qingshu Island, and then discusses the authority and functions of the state governor and governor, as well as the personnel arrangements for the 6 county guards of Qingshu Island. Among them, elders Tai Ji and Zhu are already on Qingshu Island, asking them to look at the arrangements. The remaining 4 have also boarded the ship heading south. They can take office immediately after they arrive. The period before the four arrived, the schedule is still under the temporary control of the military commanders stationed in the 4 counties. The letter also mentioned that Xue Qingyao was appointed as the governor of Qingshu. Immediately after receiving the appointment, he went to the former residence of the mission in Yashan County to set up the governor's office, transferred members of the mission to form the leadership team of the governor's office, and took over immediately the entire government affairs of Qingshu. Xue Qingyao was also asked to take over the scepter from Bestia as a token of Qingshu governor, and then asked Bestia to return to Hanyang County to report on his duties. Luo Chong would make other arrangements for Bestia. Yang Feng also received the appointment of the commander-in-chief of Qingshu, and asked him to take the axe from Shuatu as a token of his responsibility for the state's military affairs. After receiving the appointment, he immediately went to Jiahai County, the former home base of Commander Xian, to establish the Governor-General government, and began to arrange the defense and other military affairs of the entire 6 counties of Qingshu. Jiahai County is the center of the Xian tribe's power. Although the Xian tribe has been completely disintegrated by the Han tribe, the local area has been deeply influenced by the Xian tribe. Luo Chong was worried that there would be trouble in Jiahai County, so he specifically asked Yang Feng to bring Qingshu's the military management center was set up there to prevent rebellion. The letter also specifically mentioned this, asking Yang Feng to pay special attention to the remnants of the local Xian tribe. The order Shuatu received was that after receiving the letter, he immediately led the Huban guards to retreat to Tuahai County for rest, and the Ratbig Fubo guards were responsible for transportation matters. The so-called rest and recuperation means rest, training, and taking turns to take vacations to go home to visit relatives. This is also mentioned in the letter. The soldiers who were slaughtered by the Huban guards were specifically instructed to take turns to grant family leave, but it cannot exceed the entire guard station at one time. They have a year's rest time, with 1,000 people approved at a time, which is enough for all employees to take a vacation. In addition, the letter also specifically stated that Shuatu should hand over the 20 artillery pieces and artillery carried by Huban guards, this time, to Yang Feng's governor's mansion. At least 8 of these 20 artillery pieces should be left at the hidden bridge in Jiahai County. To block the entire hidden bridge, 8 of the remaining artillery pieces will be allocated to the port of Yashan County, and the remaining 4 cannons will be left to Yang Feng to arrange for himself. This is the content of the entire open letter, plus the appointment letters to Xue Qingyao, Yang Feng and others, as well as private messages to them. Among them, Xue Qingyao's private messages contain the most content, mainly about Luo Chong's arrangements for the recent government affairs of Qingshu Island. What they require is to launch a public trial of the original forces of the Xian tribe as soon as possible to stabilize the people's hearts, and then move the people back to their hometowns, and start the second one-step census, land census, property census, specialty census, and a series of census tasks. After all, how government affairs are handled must be arranged according to local conditions. He doesn't even know how many people and cultivated land there are in his jurisdiction, so he doesn't care. Regarding the public trial and the handling of the original forces of the Xian tribe, Luo Chong also gave his own opinion. The 2 elders of the Xian tribe, Gold and Silver, must die. These 2 people are die-hard loyalists of Commander Xian, but before they are executed, before the 2 of them, they must secretly squeeze out all the mineral information of the Xian tribe and squeeze out the use value of the 2 of them. The 3 elders of Midoshing are of little use. Their planting experience cannot be used by the Han tribe. The farming technology of the Han tribe completely overwhelms theirs. However, these 3 people are definitely more familiar with the climate of Qingshu Island than the Han tribe. These people are stronger, so Luo Chong suggested that the 3 of them should be kept. After the public trial, Xue Qingyao should take them away and arrange them to serve as casual positions in the farming and animal husbandry department of the governor's mansion. gather some climate information. Elder Zhu was directly given the job of a county guard. He was the one with the best results among these elders. How could he be a pro-Han faction? After the three of them each read their own letters, they began to discuss work, but first of all, there was naturally a business exchange. Xiutu was the first to speak. Congratulations to Brother Shui and Brother Yang. They have been promoted to important positions this time. Their achievements in the future will be limitless. Where is it? The two of them were modest for a while. Brother Tu, there is no need to be like this. In fact, the three of us all know that you are the person that the leader trusts the most. Neither of us brothers can compare with you in terms of qualifications. This time, the leader has appointed the two of us to take on this important responsibility. Qingyao is naturally frightened. I can't help, but I know that Brother Tu will definitely be recalled by the leader. There are more important tasks for you. Shui Qingyao immediately comforted Shui Tuesday. After all, it was true that they had been promoted, and even if Luo Chong had other plans, Shui Tu would have to go back. As for what arrangements will be made when we return, who can say for sure? It's very true. Brother Tu has taken command this time and led the army to conquer Zhudao and open up 6 counties for our Han tribe. For such a great contribution, the leader should be reused. The future achievements will not be attributed to the two of us. Now, Brother Tu, don't worry. Yang Feng also praised and comforted him. In fact, how could Shui Tu not understand Luo Chong's intentions? He knew his situation very well. When it came to managing government affairs, Shui Qingyao was obviously more suitable. Luo Chong really wanted Shui Tu to manage government affairs. I'm afraid Shui Tu himself everyone will object. In terms of military affairs, although the governor of Qingshu has great power, he is just the commander-in-chief of the local garrison. Zhudao has no more battles to fight. If Luo Chong asked him to be the governor, Xiutu would definitely refuse. So he actually admired Luo Chong, and felt that Luo Chong was somewhat sympathetic to him. Without saying anything or asking anything, he knew that he was not suitable for these two positions. The leader must have arranged other tasks for me, right? Shuetu secretly speculated in his heart, I just don't know what the task will be, but I'm still looking forward to it. You two don't need to comfort me. I know my situation and am willing to accept the leader's arrangements. Let's discuss the next work. Shuetu responded. I suggest calling a meeting with the chiefs of each guard station, reading out the leader's intention, and then making arrangements directly at the meeting. What do you think? Shui Qingyao suggested immediately. No problem, this is the best and fastest way. Xiutu and Yang Feng immediately nodded in agreement. After the three big bosses decided to hold a meeting, they immediately asked the messenger to summon the participants and scheduled them to gather at the Chinese army camp in Jiahai County at noon 2 days later. This meeting not only called the commanders of the 6 guards and the guards, but also specially called the beast teeth, the anvils, and the elders Zhu, and the 3 elders of Mi, Dou, Xing, Shui Qingyao decided to get it done in one go. The handover of the scepter, the appointment and dismissal of officials, and the opinions of several elders of the Xian tribe were all resolved in this meeting. The messengers quickly took action. Naturally, the 4 guards following the Chinese army did not have to travel far. Several messengers sent the news and date of the meeting that day. In the prisoner concentration camp within the Chinese army, a messenger, Bing, also found the anvil who was responsible for guarding the place, told him the news of the meeting, and asked him to tell the 4 elders, Mi, Dou, Xing, Zhu, and Zhu, that it was best to take them out now and place them separately. Anvil understood as soon as he heard it. This meant that the leader was not prepared to deal with these 4 people. Maybe the leader would arrange things for these 4 people in the future. By then, maybe they would become colleagues? With this in mind, Anvil simply went over and brought these 4 people out in person. However, he did not go to the prisoner camp in person. Instead, he waited at the camp gate and asked the soldiers to pick them up. 12 soldiers, wearing cold light armor and sharp steel knives on their waists, walked with heavy steps to a small courtyard separated by a fence in the concentration camp. Only a few elders and Commander Xian were detained in this courtyard. His sons, brothers, and uncles were all important figures among the prisoners. Elder Mi, Elder Do, Elder Xing, Elder Zhu, the 4 of you can come out. The small flag officer leading the team summoned the 4 people in the local dialect of Zhudao. In the only shack in the yard, a group of elders were tied to pillars with expressions of despair. The Han tribe really did not dare to let them go, otherwise Mi Doxing and the others would have to fight with the 2 Jin elders. You can't beat the dog out of your head. When Elder Mi heard the summons from the little flag officer, a light of hope suddenly appeared in his eyes, and he asked excitedly, I dare to ask you, strong man, but is the Han leader going to let us go? Ha 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 ha, let you go? You are waiting for death. You are just a bit of a loser, and you surrendered to the Han tribe. Do you think their bird leader will care about your ability? The Han tribe is not better at growing food than you. Really? I don't know what you 3 are thinking. Are you choking on shit and losing your mind? Elder Jean, who was tied opposite, burst out laughing when he heard Elder Mi's question. He had never dealt with these 3 people. Oh he. Shut up. How dare you say such arrogant words and slander the leader of my family? A soldier who followed heard Elder Huang insulting his leader. He went up and punched Elder Huang directly in the stomach with a sandbag-sized punch, causing all the acidic water in his stomach to spurt out. However, after this guy was beaten, he just screamed, and then looked at the 3 elders, Mi Dojing with evil intentions, still making a nervous chuckle. Elder Mi was so frightened by what this guy said just now that his legs suddenly swayed. What? What does it mean? Could it be that taking them out is not to let them go, but to behead them? Sigma, degree, winky face. Elder Shun was also frightened. He took advantage of the 2 soldiers behind him to untie him and asked quickly, You, what on earth are you taking us to do? Are you going to kill us? His voice trembled when he spoke, and the strand of goatee under his chin kept trembling, and rice dregs fell down. However, the 2 soldiers who untied him couldn't understand what he said at all. They looked expressionless and didn't seem to be prepared to talk to him at all. The 3 elders of Miduxing were frightened. The 2 elders of Huangjin and Platinum opposite saw their legs twisting and their pale expressions, and they couldn't help but laugh with gloating. Elder Mi quickly looked at the little flag officer at the door and asked, Strong man, where are you taking us? Have no idea. The little flag officer also had a cold face and a stern expression, and seemed unwilling to say a word. But in fact, he really didn't know. He only knew that Anvil had come here to pick up someone with a warrant from the Chinese army. He could just do as he was told, but why? That's not something that a small flag officer like him should worry about. I won't go, I won't leave, I will stay here. While they were talking, the 4 of them had been untied from the pillar, but Elder Do, who had just been untied, turned around and hugged the pillar like a koala. He was unwilling to let go, for fear that he would be killed by these people if he was taken out. On the spot. When Elder Mi and Elder Xing saw it, they immediately imitated each other, and they all hugged the pillar and refused to leave. Elder Zhu was the calmest, and seemed to have taken life and death lightly. He knew that the Han tribe would definitely look down upon him, so he didn't even think about it. I never thought I would be pardoned by the Han tribe, let alone be reused by the Han tribe. Haha, you're not going? It's not up to you. Pull them away and take them away. The flag officer raised his arms, and a group of soldiers immediately swarmed up and dragged the 3 of them out. Let me go. I won't leave. I'll stay here. We are not leaving. We want to see the Han leader. We have something to say. It was not our idea to attack your Kaiyuan county in the first place. You should just kill those two elders, Jean. This matter really has nothing to do with us. The three of them shouted on the road while being dragged outward. However, a group of soldiers driving them turned a deaf ear, as if they had not heard anything, and took a few people directly to the entrance of the small courtyard, where the anvil was already waiting for them. For elders, are you okay? Seeing the four people being brought out, Anvil immediately bowed his hand slightly and saluted. Anvil, you don't have to be proud. Even though we were blind, we actually agreed to let you, a white-eyed wolf, become an elder. I regret it. Elder Me, who was dragged out, smiled and handed over to them when he saw Anvil, and immediately I was so disgusted that I couldn't help but curse. No, brother Me, please calm down and don't anger this person again, otherwise I'm afraid we won't even have a whole corpse. Elder Do hurriedly persuaded from the side. Haha, originally a certain family planned to take the four of them away from this place of death, but seeing how reluctant the elders were to leave, let's forget it. Anvil looked at the reactions of the few people and teased them. Said. Huh? What did you say? You want to rescue us? Elder Me looked at Anvil in disbelief. Elder Sheng, who had not spoken much, was even more shameless, and directly praised Anvil. Ha 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 ha, I have long said that Elder Jean is affectionate and righteous, and knows right from wrong. We were originally coerced by Commander Na Xian, and we will never cooperate with him. The Han tribe is an enemy. Thank you very much, Elder Jean, for helping us to escape the crime. Thank you very much. I cannot repay the kindness of saving my life. Please accept my respects, little old man. TSK, let me go quickly, I want to bow to Elder Jean. Elder Sure said, struggling in the hands of the two soldiers. Anvil couldn't help but twitch his face. These people are really shameless. Okay, let the four of them go, take a few elders to wash up first, change into clean clothes, and then bring them to see me. Anvil waved his hand to the little flag officer, then turned around and went first, gone. The voice of Elder Me, who was so excited that he cried, could be heard from behind. Old man, woo woo woo, thank you for saving my life, I knew you were different from them, woo 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 woo. Humph, I don't know who just called Elder Qi Jin a white-eyed wolf. After Elder Zhu, who had been silent, was released by the soldiers, he couldn't help but snorted and shook his head after hearing Elder Mi's completely opposite arguments. Guangxiu followed the flag officer first. Bah, you surnamed Zhu, what does it have to do with you? At the same time, on the Qingshu River, another messenger rowed a small sailboat down the river. After driving for a day, he finally arrived at the mouth of the Qingshu River in Yashan County just before dark, that is, the mission's residence, where the beast's teeth were seen. There are about 3 chapters left today. Thank you for the rewards. I will make a separate thank you list when the update is completed. The current crowdfunding amount has exceeded 1/10, thank you. Under the pitch-black sky, a few carbide lamps illuminated the mission's headquarters. The messengers disembarked from the dock and soon saw the beast's teeth under the leadership of the mission personnel. The messenger first saluted Beast Tooth, then showed the token and said, Chief Envoy, Xue Sima, and the Marshal summoned you to a meeting with the Chinese army. They also asked you to bring the staff and pack your luggage. The leader sent a letter to summon you to return to Hanyang County. Your mission has been completed. Beastia was in a trance when he heard this. It had been more than 3 years, and he already had feelings for this place. However, his family was still in Hanyang County. Now that the mission was completed, it was time to go home and take a look. After calming down, Beastia asked, when will we leave? Commander, it's best to leave now. We'll go there by boat. This will make it faster and easier to carry your luggage. When you go back, you can go back with the tiger guards. The tiger guards have also been recalled by the leader. The messenger said. Said again. Is that so? Beastje paused, then nodded and greeted loudly, Come here, take this messenger to have a meal and rest. Messenger, please rest for a while first, and then let me pack my luggage and come back. Here. The messenger was not polite. After staying on the ship for a day, he ate some dry food. Naturally, he would not refuse a delicious treat. About half an hour later, the messenger finished his meal, and Beastje walked out carrying a cloth bundle. His luggage was very simple, only a few sets of clothes, 2 pairs of cloth shoes, and the seal and ribbon of the messenger, plus the scepter is all the luggage. Beastje followed the messenger to the dock, and a group of people from the mission came to see him off. A cook from the mission also came over carrying a cloth bag and bamboo tube, and handed it to Beastje with tears in his eyes. Inside. Chief Envoy, you are going home now. I don't know if we will have a chance to meet each other again in this life. I don't have anything good here. I made you a roast chicken, a few cakes and a can of wine. If you take it on the road and eat it, don't despise it. Others also took out some coins one after another, saying that they wanted to collect some money for Beastje to go home and let him buy something to eat on the way. Some people handed him letters that they had just written and the ink was still wet, and asked him to bring it to your family when you go back. The messenger stood at the bow of the ship and watched silently without speaking. Beastje also said goodbye to everyone in the mission one by one. He accepted everyone who gave him food, but he didn't ask for money. As a messenger of one party, Beastje could still short of money? The salary given by Luo Chong is also quite good. Brothers, after a long journey, you will have to say goodbye. Let's all send you here. You and I have left our homes and come to this island for more than 3 years. Fortunately, we have been together through thick and thin, and finally completed the mission assigned by the leader. Beast Tooth is grateful. I will accept the food you give me, and I will not be polite to my brothers, but I cannot accept the money. You also have your own wives and children to support. As an envoy, I already have more salary than you, so how can I accept your money again? Brothers, please be at ease. This time the Han army has made a great contribution, and you are also indispensable. I think it won't be long before you all can be successful. If you don't have a place in the future, find a way to send me a letter, and I will make clear arrangements for you. I will never let you brothers fight with me in vain. Okay, let's stop here. I will take your letters home for you. Beastje held the roasted chicken in his hand and bowed deeply to everyone. Everyone in the delegation quickly returned the greeting. Beastje turned around and stepped onto the bow of the ship before they could get up. The sailor hung the carbide lamp on the mast, quickly raised the sail, and found the angle of the wind to control the ship upstream. Participants from all parties gathered quickly, riding horses nearby, taking boats in the distance, and traveling around the clock. Finally, they arrived at the Chinese army camp in Jiahai County before noon 2 days later. After having a simple lunch in the barracks, everyone went to the big tent to prepare for the meeting. In the commander's tent of the Chinese army camp, Xue Tu, dressed in fish scale armor, sat on the main seat in the center. Xue Qingyao and Yang Feng sat on both sides, also dressed in fish scale armor. The commanders of the other 6 guard posts below, He Sima was dressed in mountain armor and stood on both sides. Beast Tooth sat at the top of the 6 commanders. After all, he still held a scepter in his hand, which was a token representing the leader's power. Although Anvil was a member of the Jinwu Guard, he did not wear armor and was only sitting at the end in civilian clothes. Further back than him were the 4 elders of the Xian tribe who were attending this meeting. The 4 elders, Mi, Do, Xing, Zhu, and Zhu sat uneasily near the door, looking at the Han generals inside who were wearing fine armor. They were trembling and did not dare to speak. Ahem, okay, now that everyone is here, let's get started. Let's talk about the main content of this meeting first. and then make other arrangements. This time, let's read out the leader's latest order first, including Zhu Dao's government and military arrangements, as well as the appointment and dismissal of personnel, as well as the recall of some people to report on their duties. After listening for a while, we will read out the appointments again. Shui Sima, let's start. Bar. Shui Tu coughed first to attract everyone's attention, briefly talked about the theme of the meeting, and finally nodded to Shui Qingyao, indicating that he could start. Shui Qingyao also nodded in response, and then took out the prepared letter. Of course, there were some contents in it that did not need to be told to everyone. He only needed to talk about the key parts. The leader has an order. Shui Qingyao stood up and stood in the middle of the tent with the letter in hand, and said loudly in front of the crowd, full of anger. The next moment, the generals on both sides also stood up, lined up in the middle according to their positions, sat facing Shui Qingyao, bowed their heads and cupped their hands, shouting in unison, "I am here." The 4 elders of the Qingshu tribe at the back were startled. They had never seen such a battle before. When they saw others standing in the middle and saluting, the general in fish-scale armor at the top glared at them. The anvil kept winking at them, and the 4 of them suddenly realized it. They quickly imitated the anvil and stood at the back, preparing to listen to the oracle. Seeing everyone standing still, Shui Qingyao read out loudly. The leader has an order. From now on, Zhu Dao will be completely owned by the Han tribe. It will be renamed Qingshu Island. 6 counties will be established: Jiahai, Guanhai, Xianfeng, Xinhua, Yashan, and Chaoyang. Except for Hubenwei, the other 6 counties of the expeditionary force will be divided into 6 counties, garrisoned in a county. In addition, there is a Qingshu governor's office in Yashan County, which takes charge of the government affairs of the 6 counties in Qingshu. The chief is called the governor, and there are 8 assistant officials under it, namely, the Criminal Division, the Rights and Education Division, the Salt and Iron Division. Each division has a chief official and secretary. There is 1 person for adjutants, Cebu, and 8 officials. Jiahai County has the Qingshu Protector's Office, which oversees the military affairs of the 6 counties in Qingshu. The chief is the Qingshu Grand Governor, the adjutant is the Deputy Governor, the State Sima, and 1 person joins the army. Below are the appointments of the main officials. Please announce it to Commander 2. When Shui Qingyao finished speaking, everyone raised their heads. Everyone had a look of horror on their faces. Originally, they thought that the county governor was already a very big official, but the leader actually made an administrative. The state unit came out and appointed a governor to take charge of 6 counties, which was really awesome. However, they also know that for such a high official position, no matter how hard it is, they will never get it, and most likely it will be from one of the 3 highest officials. Sure enough, as expected, Shui Tu immediately took out a letter of appointment and stood up. Huben Guard Sima Shui Qingyao will go out, Qingshu Ambassador Bistu will go out, and the rest of the people who are not involved will sit down first. Shui Qingyao and Bistu quickly stood up and stood in front to wait for the announcement of the appointment. The other people below returned to their seats, one after another. The 4 elders of the Qingshu tribe were also listening to Tyandal whisper what Shui Qingyao had just read out. Content. When several elders heard that the Han tribe divided their bamboo island into 6 counties of the Han tribe and appointed an official named the governor to take charge of the entire bamboo island, they all couldn't help but secretly smacked their lips. The leader of the Han tribe is so generous. He leaves such a big place under the control of others. Isn't he afraid of something happening? However, when several people heard the names of the governor's office and the governor's office, as well as their respective functions, they couldn't help but sigh. The strength of the Han tribe is really not without reason. If nothing else, their system for managing the people, officials, and the army is quite perfect. Even without a leader, these officials can manage the territory. Well organized. In addition, a sound management system also represents strong organizational capabilities. With such a management system, the Han tribe can organize all the labor force and maximize the productivity of the entire ethnic group or the entire tribe. The Qingshu tribe is truly evil. This Han leader is not ordinary powerful. He is definitely a powerful person just for coming up with this management system, several elders thought in their minds at the same time. While Tai Zhan and the 4 Qingshu tribe elders were explaining the new system of the Han tribe, the appointment issued by Luo Chong was also being read out. Hu Ben guards Sima Shui Qingyao, who coordinates logistics and military supplies, is in charge of intelligence collection, and cooperates with the Blood Slaughter Command to conquer the Qingshu tribe. He has been specially appointed as the governor of Qingshu. He is given a scepter to guard Qingshu on behalf of the emperor. He is fully responsible for the government affairs of the 6 counties of Qingshu. The following appointment, the activation takes effect immediately, and the scepter will be reissued by the leader later. The ambassador to Qingshu, Shiya, successfully completed his mission. After the meeting, he returned with Hu Benwei and went to Hanyang County to await the imperial edict. The former members of the mission assisted Shiya with merit, and immediately followed Shui Qingyao, the governor of Qingshu, to establish the governor's office and placed them in the 8 divisions at his disposal. Xue Tu read out in public the appointment of Qingshu governor, the transfer order of Beast Tooth, and the affiliation of the members of the mission, and then handed over the appointment letter and transfer order to the 2 men respectively. Here, Shui Qingyao and Beast Yu took their respective things and replied in unison. Immediately afterwards, some soldiers brought up the governor's official uniform, official boots, and seals and ribbons, and Shui Qingyao took them one by one. At this point, his identity is no longer the military commander of the Huban Guards, but the governor of Qingshu. Although the scepter has not been issued yet, it has been announced that he has the ability to control all political officials in Qingshu. It will only be followed by Luo Chong just issue a special decree to teach the festival. After the appointments and transfer orders of the 2 were read out in public, the 2 returned to their seats, respectively. Shui Qingyao handed these things to his own soldiers to carry, while Beast Yu sat in his place and nodded secretly. Luo Chong assigned the members of the mission to the 8th division of the governor's office, which was indeed a good arrangement. First of all, the members of the mission had been in Zhudao for more than 3 years, and they were far more familiar with the situation in Zhudao than others. As the Baisi who directly manages Takashima, no one is more suitable than them. Even if people are transferred here from the tribe, the newcomers are not familiar with Takashima's situation and it will be difficult to play an immediate role. Then there are the 8th division of the governor's office, which are 100% high-ranking officials. Although their rank is certainly not as good as that of a county guard, they do not have any formal positions in the mission. They are directly transferred to the governor's office, which is considered a high promotion. It also allowed him to give an explanation to his brothers in the mission. Then there is his scepter. The scepter he holds was specially given to him by Luo Chong for his mission. Now that the mission is completed, he must bring the scepter back intact and return it to Luo Chong. This is not called losing integrity, means trustworthiness and keeping promises. This is also the origin of the word loss of moral integrity. It did not originally mean losing moral integrity. The announcement of appointments was still going on. Just after appointing the governor of Qingshu, Xue Tu once again took out a letter of appointment and read it out in front of the public. Hu Ben guards joined the army and Yang Feng came out. "I'm here." Yang Feng immediately stood up, lowered his head and saluted, preparing to obey the appointment. Hu Benwei joined Yang Feng in the army and assisted the Shui Tu in conquering the Qingshu tribe. He is hereby appointed as the Grand Governor of Qingshu. He is given the axe. He is fully responsible for the military defense of the 6 counties of Qingshu. He will establish the Qingshu Protectorate in Jiahai County. The appointment will take effect immediately. The axe, the leader will issue an order later, Xue to read out again. Here. Yang Feng also received the certificate of appointment, and the soldier next to him also immediately awarded Yang Feng a tray with official uniforms and seals. Yang Feng took it and handed it to his own soldier. At this point, Yang Feng's identity was no longer a Huban guard joining the army, but the governor of Qingshu, who was in charge of the military affairs of 6 counties. Everyone below was a little surprised at this time. Xue Qingyao was originally the military commander in charge of government affairs. If we talk about government affairs alone, his rank is half a level higher than that of the commander Xue Tu. Let him win Qingshu governor, everyone was not surprised. It had been more than 3 years since the beast's teeth came out, so they must go back and wait for arrangements, and there was nothing wrong with that. However, Xue Tu, as the leader of this crusade against the Xian tribe, failed to get the position of governor of Qingshu, a high official in the border area. This was really beyond everyone's expectations. For a moment, everyone began to speculate. If Xue Tu has made such a great contribution, it is definitely impossible not to reward or promote him, so the leader must have other plans, right? I just don't know if there is any position more suitable for a blood massacre than the position of governor of Qingshu. Just as everyone in the audience was secretly speculating on Luo Chong's appointment, Yang Feng and Xue Tu, who had just completed their appointments on the stage, immediately switched their identities. Yang Feng suddenly took out a transfer order and read it out in front of everyone. Commander of the Huban Guards, Marshal Jing Xian, comes out with blood. Your Majesty, I'm here. Xue Tu, who had just been announcing his appointment on the stage, now stood below again, bowing his head and standing there waiting for arrangements. The Huban Guard commander Xue Tu immediately led all the Huban Guard soldiers to Yashan County, joined the Fubo Guard Navy, and returned to Tuahai County by boat to rest. His artillery, 20 artillery pieces, and their ammunition were all transferred to Qingshu. The protectorate is at your disposal. Yang Feng also told the public about the handover of the artillery. Here. Xue Tu immediately stepped forward and took over the order. This scene surprised everyone even more. This is gone? He just said that he would hand over the cannon to the protectorate and then lead the team back to rest, and that's it? Didn't even say anything about waiting for an edict. Or is it that the leader has sent another secret message and has other arrangements, but it is just not suitable for them to know? Everyone started making random guesses again. However, the 2 military and political officials above did not have time to wait for their guesses. When the appointment was completed and took effect immediately, they had already become the governor and governor of Qingshu. They had the military and political power in the 6 counties, and it was time to get down to business. For now, Xue Tu was still sitting in the center. Yang Feng and Xue Qingyao were sitting on both sides. They looked at each other, and Xue Qingyao was the first to speak. Captain Yang, do you want to speak first? Xue Shuesher, you should come first, your matters are more important. Yang Feng also replied politely. It's better for Governor Yang to come first. Your matter is relatively simple. You speak first. Hurry up. Xue Qingyao became humble again. Yang Feng agreed upon hearing this. He wanted to know something about the army. Xue Qingyao had a lot of personnel appointments and dismissals. How long would it take for him to finish speaking? So he nodded, no longer being polite at the moment, and stood directly. The order was issued in front of the stage, without even holding a document or letter in his hand. The chief officers of each guard station will listen to the order. After the meeting, each guard station will organize its armaments and organizational structure. A public trial meeting for war criminals will be held tomorrow morning. Immediately after the meeting, they will lead their respective guard stations back to the garrison to set up defenses. Here. The commanders of the 6 guard posts and Sima stood up together to accept the promise. The 4 elders of the Qian tribe at the back suddenly stood up again. There were so many people, and they hurriedly wanted to stand up, but they were pulled by the anvil next to them. After shaking his head slightly, the 4 of them sat down again. After Yang Feng finished announcing his side's military affairs, he returned to his seat and nodded to Xue Qingyao. Xue Qingyao responded immediately and came to the stage again with a piece of information to read out. Ahem. Now let's talk about the opinions of the 4 elders of the Qian tribe, Mi, Dou, Xing, Zhu, and Zhu. After hearing this, everyone sat down one after another, and the anvil at the end began to translate for the 4 of them immediately so that they could understand what Xue Qingyao was saying. Xue Qingyao glanced at them and did not stop them. After all, the main thing was to say it was for the 4 of them. Ahem, after investigation, the 3 elders of the Yuanqing tribe, Mi, Dou, Xing, and others, have a good attitude towards admitting their mistakes. They did not directly participate in the attack on our Han tribe's Kaiyuan County case. They are pardoned from the death penalty. I am also grateful to the 3 of them for their active cooperation. The 3 of them were specially assigned to the Farming and Animal Husbandry Department under the Qingshu Governor's office, and were temporarily appointed as false counselors. Xue Qingyao had just finished speaking about the handling opinions and appointment, and the anvil over there, who was responsible for real-time translation, had also relayed these words to the 4 people simultaneously. The 3 old men, Midu Xing, were immediately excited. This time, the Han tribe spared them the death penalty, which made them feel extremely lucky. Unexpectedly, not only did they avoid death, but they were also given official posts by the Han tribe. Moreover, he can still directly take charge of the entire Zhudao government and serve in a large government office. This is definitely a happy event as big as the sky. It's just that the 3 people who didn't know the official system of the Han tribe didn't understand what the official position of this fake counselor was. In fact, the word fake here has the same meaning as the word fake others, which means letting others act as agents. This can be understood as acting and temporary. Anyway, it is a temporary position and is not considered a formal establishment at all. The 8 chief officers of the governor's office are called secretaries, the adjutants are called bureaus, and the other 8 are minor officials running errands. Where does the position of counselor come from? To put it bluntly, these 3 people are just mascots added temporarily, but they don't understand it. But just being able to survive is enough for them. As for what kind of official the fake counselor is, they actually don't care. Thank you, Chief Han, for sparing your life. We will do our best to serve as counselors and not cause trouble to the Han tribe. Elder Mi started to talk nonsense first. He just kept talking nonsense and thanked him for a long time. He didn't even know that he had done it. Few people present could understand what he said, but seeing these 3 people bowing and saluting, you knew they were very happy. Quiet. Xue Qingyao, who was above, gave a soft drink, stopped the 3 people's claptrap behavior, and then continued to read out the document. After investigation, it was found that the elder Zhu Ping of the Yuan Xian tribe has always been harmonious and kind to others. He has never participated in anything against the Han tribe. He has always admired the exquisite construction skills of the Han tribe and has always been devoted to the Han people. The leader of our Han tribe has unparalleled benevolence and righteousness, and has no intention to expand the scope of this accountability. He pardoned Elder Zhu and was not guilty. In order to reflect the broad mind of our Han tribe and the friendship between the people of the 2 places, he specially appointed Zhu Ping as the first governor of Jiahai County, in charge of the government affairs of Jiahai County, and obeyed the dispatch of Xue Qingyao, the governor. Elder Zhu, come up and receive the appointment. After Xue Qingyao's appointment letter was read out, the generals on the Han tribe side did not react at all. If the Han tribe wanted to stabilize Zhudao quickly, it was essential to activate some local pro-Han forces. The leader they had already expected that a few local forces from the Xian tribe would serve as officials or even county guards for the Han tribe. They even saw the 4 elders of the Xian tribe having a meeting with them, and everyone did something like this. Okay, be mentally prepared. However, things were different for the 4 elders, Mi, Do, Xing, Zhu, and Zhu below. After listening to Anvil's real-time translation, their eyes widened in disbelief. I will write another chapter in a while and update it before 12 o'clock. Please continue crowdfunding. Thank you for your help. The 4 Yuanxin tribe elders widened their eyes, looking in disbelief. To be fair, when the Xian tribe got along with the Han tribe before, they learned that the Han tribe had many territories, among which the most powerful official position was the county guard. However, they didn't know what the fake counselor just did actually do, so they didn't know what he actually did. Not particularly concerned. But they never expected that the leader of the Han tribe would generously give them the position of county guard. Although it was the elder Zhu who was not particularly liked, this did not prevent them from being surprised. Even elder Zhu himself is like this. He knows in his heart that he actually prefers the Han tribe, not only the Han tribe's exquisite architectural skills, but also the various cultures of the Han tribe. Coupled with the usual attitude of the Han tribe's envoys and officials towards him, he knew that the Han tribe had a good impression of him, so he might not have to die, but he never expected that the Han tribe would actually arrange a county guard position for him. This was comparable to there are more positions of building elders in his Xian tribe. The county guard is in charge of everything in a county, not only government affairs, but the leader also has certain military power. How could he not be surprised that such a local official fell on his head? Elder Zhu, old Zhu, why are you still standing there? Go to the front to receive the appointment. While Elder Zhu was still in a daze, Anvil couldn't help but remind him beside him. Oh. Zhu Ping came back to his senses, glanced at Anvil, and quickly walked to Shui Qingyao to receive the appointment certificate, and followed the example of the others and bowed, but he didn't say anything because he didn't speak Chinese well. I guess everyone present couldn't understand it. A soldier walked out next to him, also carrying official uniforms, seals, ribbons, and other items on a tray, and handed it to Elder Zhu's hand. He took it carefully, gave a slight salute again, and then returned to his original position with the tray and sat down. The 3 people next to them, Midu Xing, were instantly possessed by lemon essence. They all looked at the official uniform seal and ribbon in his hand with eager eyes, as if how could it be him, why not me? Shui Qingyao, on the stage, didn't care what these 3 people thought. After reading out the 4 elders' opinions and the appointment of the 4 people, he took out a letter of appointment again and began to read it out. The anvil of the Jinwu guards of the Han tribe came out. I'm here. Anvil heard the call to him, and felt a little excited in his heart. After more than 2 years of undercover career, is he finally going to achieve success today? I don't know what arrangements the leader will make for me. While he was thinking, he kept walking and soon came to Shui Qingyao, bowed his head and waited for the appointment. The other generals present all took a high look at the anvil. They could tell something from the name Shui Qingyao, called out just now. The anvil of the Jinwu guards of the Han tribe only mentioned the unit it belonged to, but did not mention it. Speaking of what kind of position it is, this alone is enough to reflect the mystery of Jinwei. Everyone only knows that the Han tribe has an army specifically responsible for protecting the leader and the leader's family, called the Jinwu guards, but the Jinwu guards appear to be only a few people. In fact, no one knows how many Jinwu guards are living outside. The key is, before they take the initiative to reveal their identities, no one knows whether the people around them are Qinggo guards. This is a bit scary. And even if this anvil has now revealed his identity as a member of the Jinwu guards, he still has not revealed his position in the Jinwu guards. One can imagine the mystery of this organization. The anvil has repeatedly performed extraordinary feats since being appointed, and has provided important intelligence to our Han tribe many times, especially the Xian tribe's looting plan against Kaiyuan County, which enabled our army to prepare for the battle calmly and avoided huge losses. In this battle against the Xian tribe, Anvil once again contributed important intelligence several times, and assisted the army in instigating the rebellion of the Xian tribe militia, which gave our army a huge advantage, allowing the enemy to defeat itself without attacking, and avoiding unnecessary casualties. Rescued tens of thousands of innocent soldiers and civilians, and saved the people from the ravages of war. In recognition of his many outstanding achievements and his unwavering loyalty even in the enemy's camp, he is hereby appointed as the sheriff of Xinhua County and is fully responsible for all government affairs of Xinhua County. The appointment will take effect immediately. Sheriff Iron, accept the order, Xue Qingyao said with a smile on the stage. At this time, Anvil was choked and speechless, and big tears fell directly to the ground. For more than 3 years, he remained anonymous, vigilant day and night, and carefully lurked in the Xian tribe. He climbed up the ladder with humiliation, and finally got the position of elder of the Xian tribe, and successfully broke into the core senior management of the Xian tribe, but he was always. I still remember the scene when the leader secretly met with them. The Han tribe was still so small at that time. When they were just 3 counties of Hanyang, Ruyang and Luyang, the leader had already arranged everything for the future and tried every means to get them to lurk in Niue's mission. They succeeded. Anvil also succeeded, finally realized his own value, and finally completed the task assigned to him by the leader. He clearly remembered what the leader said to them that day: "You are my eyes and ears. I want to use you to hear and see the secrets in every corner." He did it, and he successfully passed on so many important secrets to the tribe, but he really didn't expect that the leader would actually remember his achievements one by one, and remember them all so clearly. I think back then, he was just an ordinary blacksmith in the tribe who could write a few Chinese characters, but today, the leader actually made him a county governor of Qingshu Island, and he was also the county with the largest territory and the most population. Sheriff, how can this not move him? 2 lines of hot tears flowed down uncontrollably. Anvil excitedly accepted the heavy appointment certificate. He choked and said, "Thank you, Chief, for trusting and promoting me. Anvil will live up to the trust and keep up his efforts to serve the chief well. Take good care of the government affairs and people's livelihood of Xinhua County, ugh." At the end of the sentence, he couldn't help but sob again. Okay, Sheriff Tieda, this is the reward you deserve. The leader will never let down anyone who has meritorious service, let alone your great contribution. Come, accept this official uniform, seal and ribbon. Xue Qingyao patted Anvil's shoulder with emotion and comforted him, then took the tray containing official uniforms and seals from the soldiers on the side and handed it to Anvil's hand himself. Thank you, Governor Xue. I lost my composure. Anvil wiped his tears, calmed down, and said with embarrassment, blushing, "Work hard in the future, I'm optimistic about you." Okay, you go back and sit down first. Xue Qingyao patted his shoulder again and said a few words of encouragement. Here. Anvil gave a slight salute, and then returned to his seat with the things in hand. And everyone in the tent who had been watching this scene all opened their mouths in surprise. Is this Anvil that powerful? It turns out that when the Han tribe got the news in advance that the Xian tribe was going to attack Kaiyuan County, it was actually this person who spread the news? To be honest, before Xue Qingyao announced this matter just now, no one had ever known the source of this news. Unexpectedly, it was a Jinwu guard who had sneaked into the top of the Xian tribe to get the news. This Jinwu Wei is amazing. Even more surprised than these Han tribe generals were the 4 elders of the Xian tribe. Only at this moment did they know why the coalition formed by Mao Dun and their Xian tribe were defeated so miserably in the Battle of Kaiyuan. Chapter 4, Submit it, please give me a reward. It was obviously a planned sneak attack, but before he even reached the city wall, he found that the opponent had already formed a military formation waiting for him outside the city, and had also prepared a large number of high-power destructive weapons in advance. This is not an unjust loss. The three elders Mi-dosher, who originally thought the anvil was good, now became wary of the anvil. This man was so terrifying. When he was first brought back by Niue, he was really just a little blacksmith. In the original elder Jin, his subordinates were obedient and did whatever they were told. Unexpectedly, this young man with thick eyebrows and big eyes was actually pretending, and secretly inquired about their information before telling it to the Han tribe. Ouch! Several people sighed inwardly. Anvil was very powerful, and the leader of the Han tribe was not a fuel-efficient lamp. He actually started to target them so early. It's ridiculous that they repeatedly discussed how to deal with the Han tribe, but the eyes and ears of the Han tribe were right beside them, leaving them with no secrets at all. By the end of the meeting, basically everyone present had almost completed the arrangements. There were still 4 other county governors whose appointments had not been announced, so they listened to Shui Qingyao continue. Now let's talk about the arrangements for the other 4 counties. Shui Qingyao paused, turned over the documents in his hand, and continued. The governor of Xianfeng County is served by Niu Wei, the merchant elder of the original Xian tribe, and he is currently on his way here. The governor of Guanhai County was promoted to the post by Jin Yun, the former magistrate of Ducheng County, Dongxing County, and is currently on his way. The governor of Yashan County is served by Jiang Xian, the head of the Jiang clan, and he is currently on his way. The governor of Chaoyang County is served by Zhan Mao, the leader of the Zhan clan, and he is currently on his way. Before the above 4 people take office, the government affairs of their jurisdictions will be temporarily managed by the garrison Sima. After reading out all the appointments, Shui Qingyao put the manuscript away, looked at the people in the tent with his hands behind his back, and spoke loudly again. All the government officials from the 6 counties in Qingshu are staying. The other military generals can discuss the arrangements for tomorrow's public trial with Governor Yang. After Shui Qingyao finished speaking, everyone in the entire tent stood up. Shuatu, Yang Feng, and Shui Qingyao bowed their hands to each other, and then led a group of generals to other tents for a meeting to discuss the time for the public trial tomorrow and the arrangements for various ceremonies. The only ones left in the tent were Elder Tianzhu, Zhu Pingzhu, 3 false counselors from the farming and animal husbandry department of the governor's prefecture, and the acting governors of the other 4 counties. Seeing that everyone was waiting for him to speak, Shui Qingyao made some drafts before speaking. The main purpose of keeping you here is to talk about the government affairs for the next period of time. Our task is very heavy. After the public trial tomorrow, you will each lead the people in your own jurisdiction back to your hometown and resettle the people as soon as possible. Especially the 3 counties of Jiahai, Guanhai, and Xianfeng. The people in these 3 counties were basically recruited into militia before, and even their families were brought to Qingchuan Valley. Therefore, the county guards of these 3 counties must pay special attention. Notice: we must avoid attrition on the road, and we must bring the people's property, tools, livestock, etc. to them to make the people feel at ease. After settling the people, the next step is the various censuses unique to our Han tribe. Let me talk about the sequence of the census work. The first is the census, age, household registration, and whether there are relatives among the residents. This is how our Han tribe organizes the labor force. Important basis, I hope you can complete it rigorously and conscientiously. Then there are houses, and whether the people have a place to live. Again, the people's settlement work should be done first. Then there is the cultivated land. How much cultivated land is there in the jurisdiction? What kind of cultivated land is it, whether it is mountainous land, dry land, or paddy field, and how big the area is? You should all make statistics carefully. In the future, the Farming and Animal Husbandry Department of the Governor's Office will adjust local crop varieties based on the data reported by you. Don't report blindly. Otherwise, if I discover the twice-annual inspections, your county guard will be in trouble. The last step is to ensure that the output is guaranteed to each person, that is, our tribe has to organize households and register the household registration. Each person must clearly remember how much land he will be allocated according to his age, how much taxed land, and how many tax-free land. If you don't remember clearly, you won't be able to collect taxes in the future, which will delay the leader's important affairs. When the leader comes to deal with me, I will deal with you first. Another thing that needs attention is that I have a general understanding that the topography and economic industries of each county are different. We cannot force all the people to farm. For example, in Xianfeng County, the local people mainly rely on salt production. No land is cultivated, so how many households in your area make a living by drying salt? We also need to make statistics on this and then report it to the public. We will deal with it in a special way. There is also Chaoyang County. The main residents there are the Yu clan. The leader said that they make a living by fishing, so it would be good to separately count how many fishermen and farmers there are. Plan ahead for local economic industries. Shui Qingyao arranged various census tasks in the near future. After he finished talking about them all, Anvil, who had just been promoted to the post of Xinhua County Sheriff, had already entered the role. Although he had not yet taken office, he had already begun to think about his future work. He suddenly raised his hand and asked, "Master Governor, our Xinhua County has a large population, sufficient water sources, vast plains, and fertile land. It has been the agricultural area of the entire Qingshu Island since ancient times. Now that our Han tribe has taken over, it is estimated that a lot of cattle, farm tools, and various seeds may be needed. We hope that the governor can replenish the supplies as soon as possible. Another thing is that I estimate that based on the inherent population and land ratio of our Han tribe, Xinhua County may have overflow of fields. When the land is distributed according to household registration, it will be impossible to deal with the extra cultivated land. Is the cultivated land abandoned?" Faced with the question raised by Anvil, Shui Qingyao was stunned, and he asked in disbelief. "You mean the people in Xinhua County have more cultivated land per capita than the people of our Han tribe? How is this possible? Our Han tribe has 20 acres of land for an adult and tax-free land for children. Together, the per capita cultivated land of the labor force, the area is at least 30 acres. This is only possible when our Han tribe has sharp agricultural tools, advanced technology, and relatively widespread agricultural livestock. How can the people of Xinhua County have more cultivated area per capita than us? More powerful than us?" Shui Qingyao looked at the Anvil with an expression of disbelief. Anvil smiled helplessly, and then explained, "Master Governor, it's because their farming skills are not good. They just scatter the seeds and forget about it. They don't cultivate as intensively as we do, so they can plant more area than us many." "Oh, so that's it." Shui Qingyao suddenly realized that after a long time of fussing, the people of the Xian tribe spent less time than the Han tribe within a unit area. No wonder they could plant so much land. He thought for a moment before saying, "Otherwise, you go back and count first. After the statistics are completed, you can report to me how much farmland there is that has overflowed the population. Then I will take a comprehensive look at the situation and see if it can be relocated from Xianfeng County." Some people used to believe that cultivated land must not be wasted. As for the method of drying salt in Xianfeng County, I estimate that it will be optimized according to the temperament of the leader. At that time, the living space of many salt drying households will be reduced. It is just right to send these extra people to Xinhua County. Farm. In fact, Shui Qingyao was right. Most of the salt ponds in Xianfeng County are naturally formed. A small number of artificially modified salt ponds use natural seawater tides and sunlight to dry salt. Such a salt pond has low salt production efficiency, but it uses a lot of labor. It is a typical backward industry, occupying a large amount of labor force, but not producing much. According to Luo Chong's character who loves to invent and optimize industries, if Luo Chong is allowed to upgrade these salt ponds so that one worker can do the work of 10 people before, wouldn't a large amount of labor be liberated? At that time, these people who have lost their jobs in drying salt can just let them do other things. Even if they don't want to farm, they can also do some other industries, such as paper making, etc. Qingshu Island has a lot of bamboo. Wouldn't it be wrong not to make paper? Pity? The government arrangements on Shueqingya's side were quickly completed, and the military arrangements on Yangfeng's side were even simpler. Everyone discussed the details of tomorrow's public trial and hurried back to prepare. The next day, as soon as the genius shined, the entire Qingchuan Valley became busy. The local people were organized into a group of young men, who specialized in cutting firewood and carrying water, and delivered it to the camp's kitchen for use. The people in the kitchen were all logistics soldiers of the Han army, so the food they cooked was naturally of Han tribal characteristics. Food. As a peripheral member of the Jinwu Guard, Brother Sun naturally acted as a microphone. On the one hand, he followed the arrangements of the Han tribe to disclose information to the local people. On the other hand, he monitored the local people's views and attitudes towards the Han tribe. If the people had any questions, if he feels emotional, he will report it as soon as possible. At this time, Brother Sun was leading several of his friends from the same camp to help in the kitchen in the camp and distribute food to the local people. There is a long table in front of the kitchen shed, and a bamboo dustpan is placed on the table. The cornmeal buns inside are piled high into a hill, exuding sweet heat. The people queuing up to receive the food kept sniffing. This was something they had never eaten before, even though it was still made from their corn. "Amu, what is that food? It smells so sweet." A barefooted girl followed her mother and asked, curiously, pointing to the steamed bun hill in front of the team. Her saliva flowed down unconsciously. Facing the temptation of the steamed buns, she had no resistance at all. Amu doesn't know either. It was made by people from the Han tribe. The little girl's mother said honestly. "Amu, I want to eat that thing." The little girl asked again, looking at her mother expectantly with a pair of watery eyes. "Eat. Eat a big one. Are two enough?" "That's enough, thank you Eminem, Eminem is so kind." The food line moved forward slowly, and the little girl finally came to the steamed buns. She nodded and pointed at the steamed buns on the counter and shouted to Brother Sun, "I want two." "Hey, I want two, have you finished eating?" Brother Sun looked at this lively little girl and said jokingly. However, seeing that the little girl's mother still had a 6-month-old belly, he didn't no longer joking. He took a big bowl, put 4 cornmeal buns on it, and continued to greet him. "Come here, take your steamed buns. There is meat porridge to drink and pickles to eat over there. When you eat, go over there. Don't run around. There are not enough bowls here. After you are done, wash them and give them to the people behind you." Thank you." The pregnant woman thanked her sincerely. "Yes, from now on we will be members of the Han tribe. The Han tribe treats the people very well. I heard that the Han tribe has a maternity hospital that specializes in helping women give birth to children. It is much safer for the Han tribe to give birth to children than us. And more people will survive." Looking at the pregnant woman in front of him, Brother Sun casually started to promote the welfare of the Han tribe. "Really? Then will there be one here in the future?" Originally, pregnant women were not very interested in the Han tribe, but after hearing Brother Sun's words, they couldn't help but have some hope in their hearts. This is not the first time she has been pregnant. The first child gave birth to a daughter, the little girl who is with her now. The second child died within a month after she was born, and now she is pregnant with the third child. But even so, it can be said that this woman was very lucky. At least she had nothing to do with the two children she gave birth to. However, the failure of the second child still made the woman sad for a long time. After all, she was 10 months pregnant. How could a person be born without emotions? Now I heard that the Han tribe actually had a safe way to help women give birth to children. The survival rate of adults and children was higher than them. Of course, the women had the hope of joining the Han tribe. Who doesn't want to keep themselves and their children safe? There will definitely be one. Even if it doesn't happen then, you can tell the local officials and they will find a way to solve it. Officials in the Han tribe are all people who do practical things, because if they don't do things, they will be punished by the leader. Brother Sun. While distributing steamed buns to the people behind, Eric continued to promote the situation of the Han tribe to the pregnant woman. Other people who had received the steamed buns also stood aside and listened carefully, because now the Qingshu tribe has completely disappeared, and they will all be members of the Han tribe in the future, but they have no idea what kind of tribe the Han tribe is. What they could see was that the Han tribe was very powerful in fighting. The pregnant woman nodded happily after hearing this, thanked Brother Sun again, and then led her eldest daughter to the porridge stall to eat meat porridge. The dried meat brought by the Han tribe with the army must not be able to withstand the consumption of so many people, but they captured a lot of meat. A large amount of dried meat, grain, and livestock were found in the homes of several elders who had been ordered to be killed, and even more in Commander Qingshu's home. They took out all the seized dried meat and chopped it into pieces to cook porridge for the people. They also eliminated some older or poor breed animals from the raided livestock, and kept them all for the people and the army to cook. Anyway, they were generous to others. After all, the Han tribe didn't feel sorry at all. As for the future, with a large-scale fishing industry, even if the Han tribe does not have any breeding projects, the sea will be able to meet the meat needs of hundreds of thousands of people in the entire Han tribe. The poor can only survive by eating seafood every day. It's not impossible. At the same time, while the local people were eating breakfast, the Han soldiers who had already eaten early also began to decorate the venue. The location of the public trial was chosen in Qingshu Valley. The place where Commander Qingshu usually held sacrifices was a flat piece of land halfway up the mountain. It was very large and could accommodate a queue of tens of thousands of people without any problem. However, the location of this venue has to be said to be an irony. The place used by the Qingshu tribe to offer sacrifices has now become the place to destroy the Qingshu tribe. The soldiers quickly set up a high platform here and played drums. The 20 artillery pieces carried by the Tiger Guards were also parked in 2 rows on both sides of the venue. The prisoners have also been escorted to the scene, waiting to be executed after the crime is announced. By the time the sun emerged from above the valley, the people over there had almost finished their breakfast, so some people began to bring the people here to gather. Where are they taking us? Someone in the crowd asked the people around him in fear. I heard that there is going to be some kind of conference. We don't know what it is. It seems that the leader of the Han tribe is going to announce something. A young man who knew a little bit of Chinese explained. Oh, when can we go home? We've been here for a few days, and I don't know what's going on with my house. Alas. It should be soon. It seems that after the conference this time, we will be asked to go home. Yesterday at dusk, weren't there people from the Han tribe who asked us to pack things? We thought that if we didn't go home, we would be asked to pack them. What are you doing? Yes, I hope I can go back today. I don't know what the days will be like in the future. I think those Han tribesmen beat people very hard. Hey, Didn't the people of the Han tribe say that they should be treated differently? I heard that it was the people of the clans led by the great commander who took the initiative to attack the Han tribe, and the Han tribe came here to take revenge. It seems that the people of the great commander killed the Han tribe at that time. There are so few people, otherwise they wouldn't have come so far to take revenge, right? A group of common people walked and talked, and soon arrived at the decorated venue. I saw a huge venue. The original altar had been demolished and the same place had been turned into a high platform made of wood. There were a row of chairs and tables on the high platform. There were also a row of cowhide drums on both sides. Han soldiers in iron armor stood on both sides with steel halberds in their hands, and the long queue extended to the open space below. On both sides of the open space under the high platform, there were 10 large and thick iron pipes placed on each side. They looked extremely heavy at first glance, weighing at least 1,000 kilograms. The common people looked at it and didn't know what it was. They just thought it was some kind of flower activity played by the Han tribe, or maybe it was their unique ritual vessel. After waiting for another quarter of an hour, after 30 to 40,000 men, women, and children all gathered in the venue, trumpets and drums began to be played on the stage. The entire opening ceremony was made grand and grand. After the tom drum ended, 3 generals wearing fish scale armor and red cloaks came to the front of the high platform and shouted loudly. Of course, what they shouted couldn't be heard below. After all, they were far away and there were no speakers or speakers. But it didn't matter. The Han tribe also had the black technology of human voice interpretation. The soldiers who were originally lined up on both sides of the venue began to speak in local dialects, one by one. The content of what they said was exactly what the generals on the stage had said. The public trial and execution of the Qingshu tribe's war criminals begins now. There are still 2 chapters left today. I'm writing them now. I'm begging for rewards. Fellows, I am Qingshu, the governor of Qingshu, personally appointed by the leader, and the person who will manage the entire Zhudao in the future. I believe many people are surprised as to why our Han tribe raised troops on Zhudao. But it doesn't matter, I'm here to tell you the truth today. The relationship between our 2 tribes, the Han and the Qingshu, was originally a friendly and cooperative relationship, with mutual non-aggression and mutual exchange of needs. This was originally beneficial to the people of both sides. However, your commander-in-chief insists on taking our various technologies by force. He is jealous of our sailboats and our vehicles. Our Han tribe is unwilling to give them to us, so he openly unites with the forces of the grassland to plunder our cities. Just at the beginning of this year, before the ice and snow on the grassland had melted, your commander and a few elders mobilized 2,000 young men from the clan, all wearing bamboo armor and holding spears and arrows to form a formation. A large army crossed the hidden bridge. In the name of going to the grassland to sell goods, they sent a large number of arrows, bronze spears, bamboo armor, shields, and even high ladders to a nomadic leader named Moton on the grassland, and united an army of 60,000 people. Let's go together to plunder our Han tribe's Kaiyuan city on the grassland. Thanks to the strong defense of our Han tribe, we were able to avoid disaster, save the city, and repel the coalition forces of your commander-in-chief and the grassland Moton. However, our Han tribe still suffered thousands of casualties in that battle. This war was started by your damn commander, and in order to give an explanation to the dead soldiers and civilians, our Han tribe traveled thousands of miles across the ocean to fight this war. Our Han tribe does not admire war, but this does not mean that we are incapable of protecting our people. If any force dares to infringe on the interests of our Han tribe, no matter where he hides, even if he hides in the ends of the earth, our Han tribe's army will surely kill them. Qingshu on the stage shouted out the manuscript he had prepared in advance, and the rows of pace-setters standing below also relayed his words to the people in the local dialect. Only then did the people all know that the Han tribe was raising troops. For this reason, they all couldn't help but cursed Commander Xian for not being a thing. And just when Xue Qingyao finished speaking, Xue Tu beside him also raised his arms and shouted, "Anyone who offends a strong man will be punished no matter how far away he is." This stone stirred up thousands of waves. When Xue Tu finished shouting this sentence, more than 10,000 Han army soldiers in the audience immediately united in one voice and echoed this sentence loudly with their fists raised. Anyone who offends a strong man will be punished, no matter how far away he is. The huge slogans shook the valley, and the people were shocked by the terrifying momentum. Some young people were yearning for Xue Qingyao's words just now and the shocking scene in front of them. Although the Han tribe does not advocate war, it is the most capable tribe. Those who dare to infringe the interests of the Han tribe will still be ruthlessly suppressed by the elite Han army even if they hide in the corners of the world. This is such a domineering and bold declaration that they also yearn for to be able to join in. The next moment, the general on the high platform waved his hand. The tens of thousands of soldiers who were shouting slogans with high morale suddenly stopped and fell silent for an instant. This scene surprised the people even more. This also shows how strict the discipline of the army in front of them is. Immediately afterwards, Xue Qingyao shouted loudly again. "The war is over, all criminals have been captured, public trials and executions have begun, bring the prisoners." The next moment, the soldiers who were already prepared escorted the prisoners up from the stairs on both sides of the high platform. The first wave of escorts was the corpse of Commander Xian, but his head was sewn to the corpse by the Han tribe, and they were ready to be beheaded again in public. Also brought up with the corpse were Commander Xian's relatives. Most of the generation above Commander Xian were his uncles and the like. His father had died long ago, so it was naturally impossible to dig him out from the grave again. Then there are Commander Xian's cousins, as well as his biological brothers, plus these people's wives, their children, grandchildren, granddaughter-in-law, and great-grandchildren. The whole family consists of more than 200 people, nearly 300 people. They were all caught here, and they were forced to kneel on the stage in a line. At this time, these immediate family members of Commander Xian were either wailing or excreting and urinating, some were kowtowing to beg for mercy, and there were many who cursed. However, Xue Qingyao ignored them at all and took out a portion from his arms. I pretended to read the manuscript. After investigation, Xian Rao, the leader of the Xian tribe, coveted our Han tribe's rich products and sophisticated equipment. He had evil intentions, betrayed his trust, and acted daringly. He actively violated the agreement between Han and Xian, colluded with the grassland tyrants, and attacked our Han tribe. In Kaiyuan County and the city, more than 1,000 of our Han soldiers and civilians were killed, and our salt caravan was intercepted and killed. The crime was heinous and unforgivable. The verdict is as follows. The first offender, Xian Rao, the leader of the Xian tribe, was sentenced to be quartered with 5 horses and his body exposed for 3 days as a warning to the world. His whole family, totaling 273 people, including young and old, were to be executed. Fire off. Execution. Boom 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 boom. At Xue Qingyao's order, the 20 cannons that had been parked quietly under the stage were ignited one after another. Huge roars followed one after another, killing the prisoners on the stage and the people under the stage. Shocked on the spot. However, this was only used as a salute, and naturally it was not loaded with bullets. It was just loaded with a small amount of gunpowder, blocked with a wooden board, lit, and listened for a sound. After 20 cannons were fired, Commander Xian's body was carried off the stage. The soldiers who had been prepared brought 5 war horses and tied the head and limbs of the corpse with ropes. Then several soldiers turned over and jerked their horses. Swing the riding crop. The next moment, the rope was tightened, and Commander Xian's body was torn into pieces on the spot. The head was separated from the body first. After all, it was sewn on and was not strong to begin with. The limbs had already begun to break apart because they had been dead for 3 days. Rotten, it was basically torn to pieces as soon as it was pulled, and even the torso was torn into pieces by the limbs. In the venue, the people in the front row saw it so clearly that they almost vomited without nausea. Some people were so frightened that they fell to the ground. Those with children quickly covered their children's eyes. The people screamed in shock, and the prisoners on the stage were even more frightened. They were afraid that they would be torn into pieces in the same way next moment. Commander Xian's body was quickly picked up by the soldiers, then placed on 6 pillars on the high platform, and the 5 large pieces of corpse were nailed to the pillars with a few short spears. Didn't we say before that the body would be exposed for 3 days? The Han tribe would never allow anyone to collect his body without hanging it here to dry. But after all the members of Commander Xian's clan, old and young, were hacked to death, there probably wouldn't be anyone left to collect his bodies, right? After nailing Commander Xian's body, his family members were pulled to the edge of the high platform by the soldiers, and then they were forced to kneel there, facing the tens of thousands of people below. Some prisoners were so frightened that they went crazy, some fainted from fright, and some were struggling violently. But the next second, when Shui Qingyao shouted the word behead, the soldiers behind them all raised their voices. He picked up the steel knife in his hand and swung it hard. Puff! The blood in his chest shot straight into the sky like a fountain. 50 heads rolled to the ground. The blood dyed the high platform red, and a row of headless corpses fell down. And then the next batch followed. Swing the knife, switch people, swing the knife, switch people. Xian led a family of more than 200 people and took turns to chop 6 batches, before they were all finished. The people below were frightened. Judao has been at peace for a long time. Many people have never seen what war is like when they grow up, let alone once. There were so many dead people, but the Han tribe killed so many at once. The Han tribe is so cruel, not even a single meow meow is left for the leader's family. Some older people couldn't help but complain in a low voice. Yes, isn't it said that Han leaders don't like killing people? What mistake did those children make? Why do they have to kill them too? After hearing the old man's complaints, another woman murmured next to him. At this moment, a young man suddenly glanced at them and couldn't help but retort. If you say so, what mistake did the Han tribe make? Why did the commander-in-chief send people to attack their city and kill more than 1,000 of them? Do those people deserve to die? How many were killed? No killing. How can I explain to the dead people of the Han tribe if I'm not a good person? If you think about it this way, if you were a member of the Han tribe, living a good life in the city, and someone suddenly came to rob your family and kill your family members, would you kill the whole family and give it to yourself? Revenge of relatives? The young man's rebuttal immediately made everyone around him speechless. They also felt that what the young man said was reasonable, but they couldn't bear to see the leader's family being wiped out with their own eyes. However, the Han tribe does not think so. Today's public trial and execution meeting is not only to execute war criminals, but also to build momentum for the Han tribe, to help Han tribe officials such as Shui Qingyao and Yang Feng establish their prestige and let the local people they hold absolute power of life and death in their hands. On the high platform in front, all the headless corpses of more than 200 people were carried down and thrown into a large pit dug in advance. Their heads were built into a jingguan on the spot. Immediately afterwards, the 2 elders Huang Jin and Bai Yin were also dragged up, and Shui Qingyao read out the crimes of the 2 of them. The words operating for the tiger, helping Xian for abuse and other words were all arranged, and finally he was sentenced to beheading. Also beheaded at the same time were their direct relatives, such as their brothers, their nephews, grandchildren, great-grandchildren, and other collateral cousins, who were all demoted to lifelong slaves in public. The big toes were chopped off and the hair was shaved off. There were more than 400 direct relatives of the two elders, Jin. Another round of cannons was fired in the audience, and the queue was full of people, and then they started to behead them. This hacking lasted for a quarter of an hour, and it took a lot of time to kill nearly 500 people one by one. Finally, after the landing battle, the family of Elder Qi had been hacked long ago. Qi Yun had long been hacked to death, but his family was still alive. They were also captured this time and pulled to the stage to have their blood. After all those who deserved to be chopped were killed, the Han tribe had established enough prestige, and then it was time to appease the people. Xue Qingyao asked people to pull the body down and throw it into a pit for burial. Then he ran to the high platform and began to announce in public the appointment and dismissal of the elders of the 5 Xian tribes, Mi, Dou, Shi, Zhu, Shang, thus proving that the Han tribe was not everyone is killed. You see, don't we still have so many elders here? Not only did we not kill them, we also gave them official positions. There is one more chapter before 12 o'clock, Lao Yu is so excited, please give me a reward. In the Qingchuan Valley of Jiahai County, the Han army started to kill people. They didn't kill so many people in the whole war, but this time they just killed them. At the same time, the situation in the 8 counties of Hanyang is completely opposite to that of Jiahai County. The people here are all happily preparing for the festival. After all, spring is coming soon. When spring comes, farming will start, so there is no time. To celebrate, the New Year of the Han tribe was set in winter, but it was not called the Chinese New Year, but the Jingdan Festival. The Jingdan Festival is scheduled on the first day of the 14th month of each year, which is the beginning of the last month of winter. After this festival, the temperature will basically start to rise. The ice and snow will melt within a month, and then rise to the point where crops can be harvested. Germination temperature. After the Jingdan Festival, people will also feed concentrates to the cattle, repair farm tools, polish plows, select grain seeds, and take out the cured bacon and start making it. Eating delicious food means eating well, having the strength to work, having good health in the coming year, so that the food can be harvested, etc. There are still 10 days left before the Jingdan Festival, and people are preparing things for the festival. Some go to the city to buy new window paper and prepare to change it when they go home. If the conditions are good, they will buy glass directly, especially if they have just gotten married. Young people are more willing to buy emerging products like glass. The silver-plated glass mirror produced by the Institute is also a hot-selling product among the New Year products, and there are also bottled liquors that ordinary people are reluctant to buy, which are also hot-selling products. Groups of people were shopping in the city, and some were queuing up in front of the blacksmith shop to customize kitchen knives, buy cloth, buy meat, and send ducks bought from Luoyang County to Hanyang County for sale, and so on. But on this day, all the cities in the 8 counties of Hanyang began to publicize a message at the same time. The leader wanted to make ID cards for the people. All adults must bring their household registration to the government office, where their household registration is located, to apply for an ID card. What is this operation? What is the ID card? Why do you have to rush to get this done before the holidays? In fact, Luo Chong had no choice. The equipment of the research institute was ready at this time. If he waited until after the festival, the people would be visiting relatives, or they would be busy preparing for spring plowing. If it was after spring, everyone would be busy with farming. Farming, how can I still have time to apply for an ID card? So Luo Chong thought for a moment and decided to do it at this time. It just so happened that he could get his ID card and take photos for free, so he could use it as a New Year gift to the people. In addition, it was a good time to promote photography, because the photo studio jointly run by Tsubing and Han tribe officials happened to be opening during the Chinese New Year, and the business of applying for ID cards was a good opportunity to promote the business. Currently, there are only 4 such photo studios in total, one in Hanyang City, one in Ruyang City, and one each in Luoyang City and the capital of Weishan County. The photographic equipment in the 4 stores are all provided by the official research institute. The shop was selected and rented by Chu Bing's parents and his fiancée's family. As for the cost of photographic equipment, it will have to be paid for in the future from the operating profits. Anyway, the official cannot give it for free. After all, they also research funding is needed. Do you want a good meal? In Hanyang City, there is a bulletin board next to the water well at the entrance of every alley. It is a wooden board with a sloping top. It is usually used to post some official notices. Now there is a small official carrying paste and pasting new ones. Announcement: there was a group of people watching around him. All residents of the Han tribe over the age of 14, including 14 years old, regardless of gender, please bring your household registration book to the government office where your household registration is located before the Jingdan festival to apply for an identity certificate. The first application is free. It is required that you dress neatly, and those with a title wear it. Accessorize accordingly and take photos at the official office. A child on vacation from school was crowded in the crowd, reading the contents of the notice word by word to the people around him. After reading, he asked the little official who posted the notice in confusion. "Brother, what is an ID card and what is a photo taken?" "Huh." The little official laughed and replied teasingly, "It has nothing to do with you. Didn't you see that it said only adults over 14 years old can do it? You are not an adult, so you should go home quickly. Let's eat." "TCH, I'm just asking. Isn't this okay?" the child asked, unconvinced. "Okay, I can tell you. This ID card is a supplement to the household registration. Doesn't the household registration belong to the same family? This ID card is for each person, and it also needs to be photographed, and each person's photo should be uploaded. Well, you can understand it as portrait, which is a technology that can quickly draw images without people. It is a new technology developed by our research institute some time ago. Let me tell you secretly, that thing is amazing. Just make a small box and place it in front of someone for a few breaths, and you can immediately take a photo of the person in front of you. The photo that comes out will be the same as yours in the mirror. It's the same as seeing myself, very clearly. Go quickly, you will definitely regret not going. Remember to wash yourself, wear nice clothes, and comb your hair nicely. After all, as long as this photo is taken, it will last a lifetime." The little official touted a wave of photography skills in a pretentious manner. "Is it really true? Is it that powerful? Have you seen it with your own eyes?" The little boy asked in disbelief. If there was such a powerful new technology, why didn't their school tell them about it? Hey, why don't you believe what I'm saying? Let me tell you, not only have I seen the leader taking people to take photos, but I have also had one taken myself. Nah, let you take a look at my ID card. Look at what this is. Is that me on it? As an internal employee of the government office, the clerk naturally had to handle the new equipment internally first. His ID card had already been made, so when he saw someone suspicious, he took it out on the spot. In fact, these little officials who are posting notices everywhere carry new ID cards, just for publicity to the people, but this guy in front of me is just a bit naughty, and he is still here to make fun of the neighbors. I saw him take out his ID card from his arms. It was a square rectangle, just as big as a bank card. It was just 2 pages, with a hinge on one side and a buckle on the other. A row of Chinese characters Han Empire Citizen ID card was smashed out with a steel seal, and then there was a circle of cloud patterns and a Chinese character graphic. After pulling out the buckle, there is the content of the ID card inside. On the left is the name, gender, date of birth, title, then the place of birth, and at the bottom is the ID number composed of a series of numbers. But these are not the most important things. What is important is the black and white headshot on the right half. The photo is so detailed that it is really just like the photo in the glass mirror, but it has become black and white, and it is the same as that one. The clerk himself is exactly the same, it is definitely him. Wow, is this a photo? It's amazing. Can someone underage take a photo? I want to take one too. The child looked at the photo on the ID card and asked excitedly. Today's 10,000 renminbi is completed. My liver is fine, I should be able to continue tomorrow, please give me a reward. Can a minor take a photo? I want to take a photo too. After the little boy in the crowd saw the photo on the ID card, he immediately pulled the young official and asked him. It was really new. Don't talk about photos these days, even if it's a portrait, and it's impossible to see such a real thing, and the photos taken can be kept forever, so the meaning is naturally different, and they are of great commemorative value. Of course you can take pictures if you want, but you can only spend your own money, and the government office is only responsible for taking pictures of ID cards. They won't take pictures of you in a situation like yours. However, we have a photo studio in Hanyang City. It is said that it is the Jingdan Festival. It will be officially opened that day. If you want to take pictures, ask your parents to take you there then, the clerk explained while promoting the photo studio. As a result, as soon as the clerk said this, the child squeezed out of the crowd and ran away. He wanted to go home and tell his parents to apply for an ID card. He also followed him to see what taking pictures was. The child ran all the way home. Before he reached the door, he started running and shouting, "Dad, Mom, the government office is asking for ID cards, and they can take photos for free. Hurry up." As soon as he entered the yard, the child found that his father was chopping firewood. The tall pile of firewood was almost piled up to the eaves. He would rely on this pile of firewood for heating and cooking for the remaining month of winter. And his mother, at this time, the family's livestock are being fed. The boy's home is in good condition, with a litter of rabbits, 4 fat pigs, and a dozen free-range red-tailed black-feathered chickens. When the two heard their child's cry, they both looked at him in surprise. The boy's father was the first to ask, "What kind of ID card?" "It's a holiday, why do you think of getting an ID card again?" "What is that thing for?" The people in the government office said that the ID card is similar to the household registration. It is just for an individual. It is not like the household registration where the whole family is together. This is a must, and it must be done before the official wedding. The boy explained immediately. "Oh, does that cost money?" The hostess who was feeding the pigs also looked at her child and asked. No, I heard that it's free for everyone the first time. You have to pay for it later. But people from the government said that you should dress better and look more energetic. Then it will be want to take pictures. By the way, Dad, Mom, can you take me with you? I also want to see what it's like to take pictures. The boy asked expectantly as he explained. If you don't want to go, just stay at home. Your mother and I have gone, and you go too. Who will care about your 2 sisters? The boy's father immediately refused. No, I'll just go. Can I take my sister to the head office? The boy begged stubbornly. After some discussion, the couple agreed to the boy's request and went out with their 3 children. The man in charge of the household took the household registration book and the woman took the household registration book. For money, they planned to go to the government office to apply for ID cards first, and then go shopping together at home. As a result, when the family of 5 arrived at the civil service lobby of the government office, they found that people applying for ID cards had already lined up in a long queue. At first glance, there were at least 10 or 20 people in front of them. Fortunately, the government office had prepared them. There were many chairs, coal stoves, and hot water to heat the people. The man took stock of the situation in the room, then took the household registration book and went to line up, asking his wife and 3 children to sit on the chairs and rest first. But the boy was not honest. He looked around curiously in the lobby. He squeezed next to the ID card processing line and saw the legendary photo-taking process. I saw a clerk sitting at the service desk. He took the household registration book and matched it with the information of the person in charge. Then he wrote a form, and then gave the person 2 copper cards and asked the person to go to the room next to him. Photography and lettering. The boy immediately followed him out of curiosity and saw that in another room, blocked by a cotton curtain, was the legendary photo studio. There is also a service desk in this house. There are 2 staff members. One is to pick up movable type and stamp the ID cards, and the other is a photographer, who is responsible for taking pictures. After the man came in, he explained his purpose, and then handed over the order and the 2 copper cards. The process started inside. The clerk who smashed the steel seal had already started typesetting, and the photographer looked at it. He looked at the list, then looked at the person in front of him, frowned, and said, "Didn't the notice say that noble men should tie their hair and wear a crown? Why did you come here with a hair tie?" "Ah? My child didn't tell me. I'm just a carpenter. Although I have a title, it's convenient for me to do my work, so I'm not used to wearing a crown. Do you think I should go back and put it on again?" The person who came to apply for an ID card, the man said in surprise. He really didn't know about wearing a crown. After all, he didn't understand what photography was. In the past, when doing paperwork and other things, he only needed to record text. "Who cares how you dress? Hey, isn't this a delay? Who is that? What is the name of the new intern?" "Wen Shan." Another person picking movable type next to him answered. "Oh, Wen Shan, come out and tidy up this man, find a crown for him to wear." "Coming." After a while, a 14-year-old boy came out of the back room. He looked at the man and then led him to the half-length mirror on the side. He combed and tied his hair again, found a corresponding crown and put it on, and then used a hairpin. After fixing it, he led the man to the chair opposite the photographer, and then reminded him. Sit upright, don't raise your head, tuck your chin inward a little, yes, look at the box opposite, keep your posture, and don't move, okay, keep it there, it'll be fine in a while." An intern named Wen Shan acted as a temporary photography assistant. He told the manager how to adjust the posture while adjusting the fill light board next to him. At this time, the photographer had already started to focus and use the glass plate to frame the view. Wen Shan walked to the photographer, who nodded and handed the silver-plated negative to Wen Shan. The boy opened another curtain and entered the back room. The back room was dark without lights. After Wen Shan entered, he opened another wooden door and finally entered the darkroom. Another photographer who had been waiting here immediately he began to apply photosensitive liquid to the film, then put the wet film in a matte box and gave it to Wen Shan. Wen Shan picked up the matte box and ran away. After all, daguerreotype wet photography must be completed before the potion dries. As a result, he walked out of the darkroom and came to the back room. As soon as he opened the door curtain, he was bumped into by a child. Fell directly to the ground. Wen Shan was immediately startled. Looking at the matte box, he saw that it had not been thrown away. He immediately got up, holding the child in one hand, and quickly handed the plate to the photographer with the other. "You kid, who asked you to come here? It's forbidden to enter here. Did you hear that? Go back to your parents. Otherwise, they will arrest you and deny you food. TCH, isn't it just for taking pictures? You can't even look at it." "It's stingy," the little boy said with a pout. "Hey, you kid, you want to learn from me secretly?" Wen Shan couldn't help but said teasingly after hearing what he said. "Wen Shan, okay, send it to the darkroom quickly." Just when Wen Shan was arguing with the child, the photographer had already finished shooting. Shan didn't answer and immediately took the bottom board into the back room. As a result, the little boy tried to sneak in again, but was caught by the photographer. "Hey, whose child is this? I told you that you can't go in there, why are you still getting in there? Why can't you come in? I just want to take a look and I won't move." The little boy was still arguing. "Is that a matter of whether you move around or not? You can't open the door at all. You can't see light inside. You know, as soon as you open the door and the light from the outside shines in, the photo will be ruined. Do you understand, so you can't come in?" The photographer grabbed the collar of the little boy's neck and taught him a lesson, fearing that he would run inside again. "Oh, then I won't go in, can I just watch here?" When the little boy heard that it was afraid of light inside, he rolled his eyes and started to discuss it again. "Hey, you kid, look here. Where are your parents? Do they care about you?" the photographer asked funnily. "My dad also needs to apply for an ID card. He is outside and will come in soon. I will just watch for a while." Okay, then you are not allowed to move here, touch things, or lift the curtain. Otherwise, I will lock you in a small dark room. This is not negotiable, do you hear me?" The boy nodded honestly. Although he promised not to touch things, his eyes were looking everywhere. He stretched his neck to carefully look at the wooden box used for taking pictures. Unfortunately, he couldn't see anything from his position. At this time, Shan, who had just entered the back room, came out again with the bottom plate, but this time he walked much more calmly. It was obvious that the photos had been developed, so there was no need to be so anxious this time. There are 3 more chapters today. Shan walked out with the developed films. The films in his hands were still wet. As soon as he went out, he saw the boy still standing here, so he immediately asked, "Why haven't you left yet? Really? Do you want to enter the dark room?" As he spoke, he handed the negative to the photographer. The boy ignored him and immediately leaned on the service desk to look at the newly developed photo. As expected, it was indeed the same as the ID card that the clerk had taken earlier. The photo is the same, but this one is still a semi-finished product. Although there is a photo, there are no words on it yet. Wow, the photo is so clear. How did you do this? The boy couldn't help but exclaimed. You really just want to steal your studies, right? You've been exposed. Shan continued to tease the child, but the photographer didn't say anything. He took the photo and took a look at it. The result was pretty good, so he wiped away the water on it with a towel. Wipe it dry and pass it to the colleague next to you who is responsible for stamping the font. The man had already fixed the movable type on the punch, put the bottom plate into the prefabricated slot, pulled the wrench of the punch on it, and pressed it down hard. There was a click, and the personal information column on the ID card was removed. Okay, finally take a cover plate and connect the 2 copper sheets with a hinge, and the latest version of the ID card is ready. The person who applied for the ID card also took off the crown on his head at this time, and then came to pick up the ID card. When he saw that his appearance just now was left on this copper piece, his surprise was no less than that. Boy Luo. Little brother, what kind of technology is this? Is it new to our tribe? Apart from the government offices, can it be done elsewhere? The carpenter who applied for the ID card immediately asked. This is called photography, also called photography. It is to leave the images of people or things on a carrier. Folks can also do it themselves. We have opened a new photo studio in Hanyang City. It is located on the 1st floor of the post house. I want to, if you know, you can go there and ask. The photographer gave a few quick introductions, and he had already asked Shan to adjust the posture of the next person. Okay, thank you. The carpenter looked at his photo. The more he looked at it, the more amazing it became. He thanked him and hurried out. He was originally engaged in a craftsman's profession, which made him very curious about this new technology. He walked out of the official gate and walked straight to the post house, wanting to learn more about the principles and applications of this new technology. In the photo studio of the government office, the little boy still refused to leave. Even if the adults here ignored him, he was still willing to look here. After all, just now, he learned something about photography from the adults' conversation. And where is the photo studio in Hanyang City? Not long after, the child's father, mother, and two younger sisters also walked in. The boy immediately ran over, then turned into a photography assistant and taught his father to adjust his posture in a clear and logical manner. His father frowned and asked, "Who did you learn this from?" "Humph, I don't need anyone to teach me. I can do it just by looking at it. What's so great about it?" While speaking, he rolled his eyes at Wen Shan, and the three staff members in the photo studio couldn't help laughing. This kid, really interesting. When the family finished making ID cards one by one, the boy's parents were also holding the ID cards and looking at them carefully. Photography is such a thing. For people who have never seen it, it is amazing. There are still people in the world who can do it. As for the method of recording images, if the Han tribe had not already carried out scientific education for several years, I am afraid that someone would point to the camera and shout for miracles. "Dad, Mom, I also want to take pictures. There is a place for taking pictures over there at the inn. Shall we go over and take a look?" When the family walked out of the civil affairs lobby of the government office, the little boy pestered his parents again. "Okay, let's go take a look first. It happens that your mother is going there to buy something, but let's agree first. If it's too expensive to take pictures, we won't take them. I took a look just now. The photo on the ID card is made of both copper and silver. It's so exquisite. It's definitely not cheap. Alas, our family may not be able to afford it." The boy's father sighed with emotion, which immediately made his son unhappy, but he didn't dare to refute. "If you can't afford to take pictures, it's better to go and take a look. If you really can't afford to take pictures, just wait until you make money before taking pictures." As a result, when the family turned to the road to the post office, they found that the photo studio with a big red flower on the plaque was already crowded inside and at the door. Many adults and children were watching here. Just when the family was about to step forward, they heard a loud voice shouting from the crowd. Don't crowd, everyone stand back. Let's move the things outside to the street, and then everyone will see if it's okay. Our store is small and we really can't accommodate so many people. Please give way." The next moment, the people voluntarily retreated outside the store. They saw the shopkeeper and the clerk in the photo studio, carrying out several tables and placing them on the roadside. A row of wooden boards was set up in front of the tables, and some wooden boards were hung on them. There are black and white photos framed on glass, as well as book-style photo albums, and vertical desktop decoration photos, the kind of photos that can be stood up on the desk after being framed. These things are all creative ideas provided by Luo Chong: desktop decorations, book-style photo albums, wall hangings. Basically, there are only so many uses for physical photos, and then there are pure photos without framing, which you can use however you want. But what is more attractive than that is actually the photos on public display, the scenes and people captured on them, because these photos are the photos Luo Chong took of his family, and they are now donated as exhibits. Wow, look, it's the leader and his two wives, eh? Who is this beautiful sister? Why is she taking pictures with the leader? Master, look quickly. Is this picture of Ben Ben and Chu Bing? When was this photo taken? He looks quite handsome. A neighbor of Chu Bing's house suddenly saw Chu Bing and Chu Bing. The photo Aofe took at the Lake Island Research Institute had the institute's pavilion in the background. Don't you know? That kid is now a personal guard for the leader. The leader takes so many photos, how can he not get even one? That's right. Shopkeeper, can you take this kind of photo? Why does it look different to the one on my ID card? What kind of material is your photo made of? It seems to be clearer than the one on the ID card. Some people looked at the photos and asked the boss here about the market. Dear neighbors and fellow villagers, please be quiet for a moment. Please allow me to introduce to you the photography skills of our store and the prices of our photos. If you still don't understand something later, ask me again. Although we are here today, it's not officially opened yet, but it's open for reservations. If any of you want to take photos, you can come to me and open a note. We'll officially start hosting guests during the Chinese New Year festival, okay? The shopkeeper's shout finally attracted everyone's attention. He asked the onlookers to stand back slightly, walked to the front of the board, came to the group photo of the three photographers, and introduced everyone. Everyone, please look at this group photo of three people. They are the three people who invented photography. The one in the middle is called Ao Fei. He is the team leader of the optical laboratory of our Han Tribe Research Institute. Ao Fei invented this camera. This photography technique was also the first idea he came up with, but it has never been successful. Later, this disease-removing person joined in. He is the young man wearing armor on the left in the photo. He is now our leader's personal guard. He came into contact with this thing when he was sent by the leader to the research institute to work. Chu Bing and Ao Fei, they were classmates in the same school, and they were also junior brothers. Both of them were young talents. Chu Bing heard that his senior brother Ao Fei was making a camera, so he followed him to help make photos, but Chu Bing knew a lot about it. After a while, I went to Wen Nong, the leader of the chemistry laboratory of the institute, for advice and learned about chemistry, and finally I made a metal photo that could be used for taking photos. This Wen Nong is the person on the right in the photo. Together, these three people have developed the photography skills of our tribe, so these three people are also called the three masters of photography. We, the entire Han tribe, have the honor of taking photos as souvenirs, thanks to these three young men. There are 2 more chapters today, please reward me. It turns out that photography was created by these 3 people. They all look so young. These 3 people are so amazing. I don't know if they are married. If so, I don't know if they would mind having one more. Photo studio manager. The boss face turned dark. This photo studio was originally opened by Chu Bing, and he, the boss, is Chu Bing's fiancée's natal family, that is, a member of the Zhang clan, so Chu Bing is their uncle. Now someone actually wanted to marry him in front of him? Are you kidding me? So, it didn't take long for this photo to come out. Well, doesn't it mean that it happened after Chu Bing became the leader's personal guard? Chu Bing has only been a personal guard for a few months, so this thing can only be made this fall at the earliest? The people watching around started discussing again. Shopkeeper, how much does it cost to take this photo? Please tell us quickly. Someone asked again. Don't be anxious, everyone, please listen to my introduction. The shopkeeper clapped his hands to attract everyone's attention, and then continued the introduction. When photography was first invented, you could only take photos on silver sheets or silver-plated copper sheets, and the size of the photos was not that big, just like the photos you take for ID cards. However, although this kind of photo can be stored for a long time, its size is too limited and can only take portraits of a single person. Moreover, the cost is too high and it is not suitable for civilian use. It was improved after I went to the hospital and showed the photo to the leader. The new photography technology, which is the kind of photos you see now, are all taken with special photo paper, but in the end it is still paper, so the cost is naturally much cheaper, and the photos can be taken in larger sizes. Our photo studio is currently mainly engaged in taking paper photos. Compared with daguerreotypes, paper photos are fragile and afraid of getting wet, but their image quality is clearer and more realistic than daguerreotypes. You can see this by comparing it with your ID card. Of course, if you are really rich and are not afraid of the price, we can also take daguerreotype photos. Others mainly focus on paper photos. The shopkeeper first introduced the invention and subsequent improvements of photography, as well as the main items of his store, and then paused before continuing. Now let me introduce to you the specific business projects of our photo studio. Please follow me to see this. These are all wall-mounted photos. They can be of any size. They are all paper-based photos. Generally, they are divided according to the number of people. The first is single-person photos. Single-person photos are divided into portrait photos, which are photos from the top of the head to the chest, similar to the ID photo, but ours can be enlarged or reduced, and it can be as big or small as you want. Then there are half-length photos. As you can see, this is the photo of the entire upper body. Finally, there is this full-body photo in a standing position. The owner of the photo studio pointed to a set of 3 photos of Luo Chong and introduced them to everyone, and then continued to talk about the price. It costs a dime to take a photo like this. Negatives are just like this. They are made of small pieces of glass. As long as you have this, you can copy the photos you take unlimited times, as many times as you want. Either way, as long as your negative is not damaged. And not only can it be copied, but it can also be enlarged and reduced. Look at this big photo. It was also enlarged with this small negative film. Look at how clear it is when washed out. What I just mentioned is the price of taking a negative film, and then specify how many pictures you want to develop and what size you want. This will be priced according to your choice. Generally, our price for a 6-inch film like this is 8 cents a piece, excluding framing. The 12-inch one costs 2 cents, which is usually the largest one. Anything larger than this needs to be specially customized, and the price will be more than 1 yuan. The boss pointed to the photos on display and introduced the sizes and related prices. Among them, the 12-inch photo was about 40 centimeters long and 30 centimeters wide. The area was equal to the area of 2 full-size keyboards put together. Larger than Octavo paper, is the largest photo paper currently, and is also the limit that an enlarger can enlarge. Hanging a photo of this size on the wall will give you a sense of déjà vu, similar to affixing a certificate of award. Perfect for taking family photos. The shopkeeper of the photo studio also introduced it this way. In addition to personal portraits, we usually also have couple photos, husband and wife photos, just like this, a group photo of 2 people. The boss said, pointing to one of the group photos of Luo Chong and Xiao Dai. In addition, there are parent-child photos taken by parents and children together, and there are also photos taken by the whole family together. This is called family portrait, which is a photography service promoted by our store. The cost of shooting is the same as that of a single photo. You only need 1 negative, and then you decide how many enlargements you want to enlarge. All in all, for the price of 1 photo, the whole family can take a photo together, which is affordable and memorable. You can take it out to see when you are old, or your children will grow up in the future. Isn't it particularly memorable? When the time comes, you can still take the photo and tell it to your grandchildren about what happened to your father when he was a child. No, wait a minute, shopkeeper, it's real, not a lie. Can this photo really be kept for such a long time? Someone immediately interrupted the boss suspiciously, thinking he was bragging. Of course you can. By the way, I just forgot to mention that our paper-based photo is afraid of water, moisture, exposure, and air oxidation. We don't understand this oxidation. It was the leader who said it, so if you want to preserve the photo for a longer period of time, the best way is to frame it with a wooden frame and glass as you see, and then hang it on the wall indoors, which can isolate the moisture and also avoid direct sunlight. The leader said that there are too many photos framed in this way. There will definitely be no problem in keeping them for 100 or 200 years. At most, the paper will be slightly yellowed compared to now, but the people in the photos are still the same as now. Pretty much. In addition, I want to remind you that this is what the leader said. After all, photography has only been around for a few months, and no one has preserved it for hundreds of years, right? So I can't guarantee it, but I definitely believe in the leader. Also, even if this photo becomes old in the future and the figures on it are blurry, as long as you still keep the negative you took, which is the small glass piece I just showed you, as long as the negative is still in good condition, bring it over. I can also develop identical new photos for you right away. The owner of the photo studio directly took Luo Chong out as a shield. Now the people had nothing to say. You can't doubt the leader if you doubt anyone, right? Besides, Luo Chong's personal prestige is there. He has never broken his promise. In addition, Luo Chong's records of various inventions in the past are not super practical technologies. So since Luo Chong personally stands up, it is natural that no one will doubt what the shopkeeper said. Shopkeeper, how much does it cost to frame a photo? Also, your framing is definitely not cheap. If you don't frame it, is there any way to keep the photo longer? Someone from the crowd of onlookers asked again. Road. Of course, there is an extra cost for framing. It depends on the size and the wood. The most common type of wood, 6 inches or less, usually costs 40 cents. Taking into account the labor cost and the price of the glass, the price is 10 cents. A 2-inch one costs 1 yuan. The one we chose is redwood. If you want to use other wood, let's talk about it then, okay? Then let's talk about how to properly preserve it without mounting it. My suggestion is to find a book and put the photo in the book. When you want to see it, just take it out and look at it. Normally, just put it in the book. Just leave it alone. In this way, the book paper can be used to absorb water and dehumidify, and it can also avoid contact with light and air. I dare not say that there will be no problem at all if it is stored for decades. In other words, even if you take a picture of a doll that is several months old, Zhang, it can be kept in a book until the child dies of old age. Although it doesn't sound good, there is absolutely no problem with this preservation time. Please rest assured. After the shopkeeper introduced the price of framing and the method of preservation, the onlookers began to secretly add up the price. Take taking a family photo as an example. The film costs a dime, and the largest size photo costs 2 cents. Plus a basic frame, which is 1 yuan. In total, you can take a largest size photo and put it into the photo. It costs 1.3 yuan to frame it. Based on the average monthly salary of 30 yuan per person in the Han tribe, this price is definitely not cheap. You must know that in the Han tribe, you only need to spend 5 cents to have a full meal with meat and vegetables, so this family portrait is about the equivalent of 26 hearty lunches? This is a person's lunch for a month. If you don't want meat and vegetables, but only have simple meals, 2 cents is enough for one person to have a full meal. This photo is basically equivalent to one meal for 2 adults. Monthly rations are indeed not cheap. But when I think about it being something that can be passed down for 100 or 200 years, I immediately feel that the price is not particularly expensive, right? Dad, let's take a family photo. It doesn't have to be the biggest one, and it doesn't need to be framed. Our school distributes a lot of books. We can just put them in the books and read them. It doesn't cost much. After the little boy heard the price quoted by the shopkeeper earlier, he immediately made suggestions to his parents. Indeed, if you just take a family photo, and you don't need the largest size or frame, then it only costs less than 2 cents to take a photo, which is a meal for the whole family. Such a price makes it easier for the people to accept it, especially the people in the 8 counties of Hanyang. They have lived here for a long time and are generally richer than the people in other areas. After all, they have saved their wealth for several years? Regarding his son's proposal, the boy's father only thought about it briefly and agreed. After all, a family photo sounds very cost-effective. One photo can capture the whole family, and it is also very memorable. Anyway, it has a negative. Now my family is not particularly rich, but if I have money in the future and I still have negatives in hand, wouldn't I want to wash as many negatives as I want? Other people around me also expressed their desire to take family photos. It's the New Year's Day soon. Taking a family photo during the New Year's Day sounds festive, isn't it? With the intention of taking photos, more people began to study the details. The samples on display in the photo studio are basically the photos taken by Luo Chong. Most of them are of Luo Chong's family. Of course, there are also family photos of Luo Chong's family, which look full of exquisiteness. However, some people also noticed a problem, that is, the photos taken by the leader are very good-looking. First of all, Luo Chong is not bad in appearance, right? Xiao Dai and Zhang Ning are not said to be charming, but they are definitely above the average level. At least according to Luo Chong's own aesthetics, they can be rated as 8 or more, out of 10. Then there is Luo Chong. What kind of family is that? His clothes and his wife's clothes are all of the most beautiful styles and made of the most luxurious materials. You can't take an ugly photo of such beautiful clothes even if you want to, right? There are also the backgrounds chosen by Luo Chong. Many of them were taken at Luo Chong's home. Not to mention anything else, the entire glass curtain wall behind it looks very fashionable and elegant. After all, glass is expensive. Ah. Besides the leader's house, who else has such a magnificent house? Moreover, Luo Chong's own home also has a beautiful garden, rockery, and the props for the heroines to take photos are not simple. There is a group of photos taken by Xiao Dai, Zhang Ning, and Tang Yao holding a women's curved beam bicycle. This ordinary people took photos. Where can I find a bicycle? After all, bicycles have not yet become popular. They are still basically in the handmade stage. The cost is too high and cannot be widely used. Moreover, when bicycles were first made, the Han tribe did not have a source of rubber at that time, so they used more expensive rubber. You call me a gum. So to put it all together, if ordinary people want fancy clothes but not fancy clothes, a background but not a background, and props but not props, even if they are photographed, the effect will definitely not be as good as the one shot by Luo Chong. Is this for sure? So someone asked. Shopkeeper, I think the photos taken by these leaders are very beautiful, especially the place where the photos were taken. If you took the photos here, where did you take them? You can't just take them in your house, right? In fact, Chu Bing had already discussed this issue with Luo Chong when they discussed opening a photo studio. Luo Chong had so much knowledge in his previous life, and of course he taught Chu Bing a lot. After all, this is a joint venture between the government and the private sector. The Han tribe also wants to get a share, okay? Only when the photo studio makes money can the official get more dividends, so Luo Chong doesn't pay much attention to the business projects of the photo studio. Naturally, these things have been explained to the shopkeeper. According to the shopkeeper's introduction, as for the framing of the photos, portraits and half-length photos are taken indoors, because these two types of photos require sitting down, so it's best to take them indoors. We also have our own framing plan for full-body photos or family portraits. Do you see the post office behind me? How many rooms are there in it? Our owner has signed a contract with the inn. We can use all places in the inn, as long as there are no rooms where guests live, whether in the yard or in the guest room, as long as the shooting is in the inn. Yes, we won't pay any more. Take a family photo for example. In fact, it's good to take a photo in the courtyard of the post house. There are trees in the yard of the post house, and there is a 3-story wooden building behind it. The doors and windows are all made of glass. using the entire small building of the post house as the background. In fact, it looks pretty good. Take a look at this photo. We have a sample. This photo was taken with the small post house building as the background. As the shopkeeper spoke, he asked the waiter to take a few more photos. One of them was a photo taken in front of the entrance hall of the post house. Although the people in it were just a few waiters of the post house, it was not a serious family portrait. But it still looks very grand, and the antique wooden building in the background is also very beautiful. In addition, there is a photo taken indoors in this group of photos. The photo shows a very warmly decorated room. The background is a hollow carved wooden bed, covered with brocade quilts, and transparent silk gauze hanging on both sides. Made of curtains. On the bed in the middle, Chu Bing and his fiancée were wearing a set of exquisite wedding clothes. A group photo was taken while sitting beside the bed. Chu Bing was wearing a copper headband inlaid with gems, and there was a stunned figure next to the headband. Wearing a pom-pom, his fiancée also wore her hair in an exquisite bun, with all kinds of jewelry on her head, such as flower arrangements, hairpins, and rockers, which made her look very noble. When the shopkeeper saw everyone seeing this photo, he immediately took the opportunity to introduce it. This is a photo of our young master and his wife as a couple. The venue is a room in our post house. If you also want to take this kind of photo, we will not only provide a room for shooting and also rent out the same wedding clothes, including the jewelry in the photos. You can wear the same clothes and the same jewelry in the same scene and take the same photos. This set of rhetoric immediately attracted the attention of all the young couples present, especially those who had just grown up and just got engaged. This concept of ancient wedding photos is so attractive, isn't it? Which girl has never dreamed that she could dress up so beautifully and get married happily? Which teenager has never dreamed that his wife can be as beautiful as the beauty in the photo? The boys and girls who were watching were so excited that they wanted to jump up. But the shopkeeper then said, in addition to the post house, we also provide photography services within the city. As long as you are within the city walls, come and make an appointment 3 days in advance. We can take photos, such as the city gate, such as the small building in front of the government office. We can take pictures of squares, such as school buildings. If you are not satisfied with these, and must go out of the city to take pictures, that's okay, but you will have to pay some extra travel expenses. After the shopkeeper finished speaking, he continued to ask the waiter to take the photo out, and then said again. In addition, let me tell you another news. Our photo studio is a chain store. In addition to our store in Hanyang City, we also have our store in Ruyang City. If you want to take pictures somewhere in Ruyang City, go and find it yourself. You can also take pictures in the shops nearby. The price is the same as ours. The price is the same even if you don't leave the city wall. We also have a store in Luoyang County. If you go there to take pictures, you can also take pictures of the background of the dock. Of course, if you are willing to spend money, you can also hire a boat to take pictures in the lake. And at our store in Weishan County, the most distinctive scene there is the Venus Lighthouse. Take a look. Here is a photo taken in front of the lighthouse. When everyone took a look, sure enough, the protagonist in the photo was cured of illness. He was wearing a suit of armor and holding a knife on his waist. He stood handsomely in front of the lighthouse and took a full-body photo. The shooting range of the photo is very large, including the entire lighthouse, which also looks very beautiful. Everyone around looked at it with excitement. In fact, the photos are all about a concept, such as wedding photos, parent-child photos, family photos, or photos of these famous scenic spots. Especially in the history of the development of world photography in Luo Chong's previous life, the emergence of photography technology even led to the prosperity of tourism. At that time, people even traveled specifically to take photos of scenic spots in the past. Take the Eiffel Tower as an example. If you don't take a photo in front of the Eiffel Tower, it's like you've never been there. The act of taking photos at this scenic spot gives you a sense of déjà vu, as Sun Wukong has visited this place. Just to prove that I was here. The high definition of the paper-based photos, coupled with the appropriate price and the various photography solutions launched by the photo studio, immediately aroused the enthusiasm of the masses, and many people placed orders on the spot. The most popular one is naturally the family portrait, highly recommended by the shopkeeper. It coincides with the Chinese New Year, so there are many people booking family portraits, followed by couple photos. The Han tribe has a strict hierarchical title system. Common people without titles are not allowed to wear silk, except for weddings and funerals. In other words, women from common people can also wear silk when they get married. Only the royal family can wear it. Wearing phoenix crown and chape. In the past, this matter was only worn for one day, but now, not only can they wear it, but they can also take photos of themselves looking the best in their lives. You can imagine how attractive couple photos are. The proportion of single-person photos is the smallest because the cost-effectiveness is low. For the same money, you can only take photos of one person. However, many young people still choose to take single-person photos. The customer group of single photos is mainly concentrated in teenagers and girls in the age group of 13 or 14. If adulthood is a standard, then they are very willing to take a photo when they become adults and imprint their youth on the photo paper. Superior. And this matter is supported by most parents. Why do you support it? Because you can use the photo to propose marriage to your son or daughter. What an important feature. In the past, when we said we were kissing each other, we didn't know what each other's children looked like. Girls don't know if a guy is not energetic, and guys don't know if a girl is pretty. This time, it's better. Before meeting, we send each other photos, and after seeing them for a while, we officially meet, which avoids unnecessary trouble. More importantly, in this era, the photos are real photos, not modern photo scams. The same scene as in Hanyang City also appeared in the 3 counties of Ruyang, Luoyang, and Weishan at the same time. As soon as photography came out, it spread quickly among the people. A large number of photography orders flew into the photo studio like snowflakes, and then became cash flowed into the pockets of the government and patients. This thing is so profitable. However, it is foreseeable that this enthusiasm will slowly subside. Now the market is in an absolute vacuum, and it coincides with the Chinese New Year, so everyone will come to take photos. Wait until the Chinese New Year. However, whether there are people who continue to take photos is a question. So there is no need to be happy too early. The next day, the process of taking ID cards was very slow, mainly because the notice said that it would be done before the Jingdan festival at the latest, so some people were still busy with their own affairs and kept putting off the process of applying for ID cards. Officials from all over the country looked at it and expected the people to go to the government offices to handle the matter themselves. They were not very enthusiastic. They might as well have the government send people directly to the shops to handle the matter. In the days following Jingdan, local government offices maximized the organization of Han tribes. From the smallest corps commander and chief to the chief of each village, they queued up from house to house according to their household registration. After the team was organized, they applying for ID cards in batches. According to this method and the density of having a camera team in each county in the 8 counties of Hanyang, it took less than 4 days in total for the 8 counties to apply for everyone's ID cards. Coming down, the speed is not unpleasant. The value of establishing households to equalize the people was once again reflected. Although this system caused the people to lose a certain amount of freedom, it was a qualitative improvement in the control and organization of the tribes. Originally, the 6 counties of Qingshu should also conduct household registration according to this aspect, but Shui Qingyao considered the actual local situation and did not just copy it mechanically. He issued an order to the political officials in various places. All the people in the 6 counties of Qingshu who are no longer in their original places should move back to their original places according to their own wishes. If they want to go elsewhere, do not stop them, and they must arrange housing and land. Later, during the census, as well as the housing and land census, the administrative units were divided directly according to the settlement points of the local people. 100 households constituted one village. The local village elder was selected as the village chief, that is, the village head. 5 villages a township is set up, and counties are divided above the township, and finally they are unified under the management of the county. As for how many counties and towns this county should be divided into, it will be decided based on the local population. After the initial move of the people back to their hometown, the census of the Han tribe began. It was not until this time that the local people in Qingshu discovered something. The dominance of the Han tribe was completely different from that of the Xian tribe. If the tribe is completely free-range, then the Han tribe will control everything. Everything you can think of, the government has clearly arranged for you. Everything you can't think of, the government has also clearly arranged for you. This makes them very uncomfortable, but even this level of control is actually the same as the 8 counties of Hanyang. In comparison, it is already much more relaxed. On this day, Tai Zhan, who had already served as the governor of Xinhua County, was visiting a large village, accompanied by officials who handled household registration information. A group of people were riding horses. On the way to the village, the clerk introduced the situation here to Anvil. Master County Sheriff, this village is called Shangha Village. It is named because there is a tributary of Qingshu River next to the village. There are about 110 households in the village, and the total population may be nearly 1,000 people. They have been farming for generations. I heard that Elderme said, there may have been 4 or 5 generations of people building the village here. 4 or 5 generations? That's hundreds of years? Anvil raised his eyebrows. Sure enough, in terms of heritage, the Bamboo Island side is a little longer. Although the Han tribe is strong and has its own unique culture, it doesn't. Takashima has a long history. But it doesn't matter, because Luo Chong brought not only technology, but also civilization. If nothing else, a complete, self-contained language and writing. Even if Takashima was given another 200 years, they would not be able to come up with it themselves, and the Han tribe had a mature and powerful civilization since its establishment, but it has not been fully demonstrated yet. Not long after, the group arrived at the entrance of the village. Anvil took a quick look before saying to the people around him, "Let's go and see this village that has been here for more than 100 years." The group of people dismounted and led the horses into the village entrance. They did not ride directly into the village, just to leave some good impression on the locals, rather than being arrogant and letting horses run around in the village. Anvil led a few servants and led the horses towards the village. As he walked, he looked at the traces left by the long years in the village. Shangha village is not far from the river, so there are no wells here. The people's daily use of water is to carry water back from the river. The tools used to carry water are bamboo poles and bamboo tubes or clay pots. They don't even have a wooden, there are no barrels. Most of the houses in the village are bamboo-style buildings, with a total of 2 floors. People live on the upper floor and cattle and sheep are raised on the lower floor. However, what surprised Anvil was that there were actually people raising ducks in this village, which were ducks with gray feathers. The duck was very big, somewhat like a wild goose, and even the Anvil couldn't tell what kind of bird it was. The houses in the village are not rows of buildings, but rather like a circular layout, surrounding a large open space in the center of the village. But here, Anvil saw something new. The open space was very flat. Although it was dirt, it had obviously been tamped manually. Anvil guessed that this was probably where they dried their grain. Although there is no stone mill in the center of the clearing, there is a stone mill. It looks relatively old. It should be something they made themselves. In other words, before the Han tribe came into contact with Bamboo Island, they already had this kind of stone mill. In addition, there are some bamboo wood structure houses built on flat land around the open space. Judging from the color of the bamboo, they should have been built in the past 6 months. If you listen carefully, you can also hear the sound of machines, that is, weaving, from the bungalows. The sound of the cloth machine. It seems that the people here bought the loom from the Han tribe mission before, but after buying it, they found that the loom could not be moved to the bamboo building, so several more bungalows were built. In Shangha village, watching several Han tribesmen leading horses into the village, more and more villagers began to gather in the square. The village elders hurried over when they heard the news. Although Andal did not bring troops this time and only had a few civilian officials around him, he still seemed very calm when he saw more and more villagers gathering together. Initially, the few officials were still a little unsure, but seeing that the county guard didn't panic at all, they secretly gritted their teeth and calmed down, trying to stay as relaxed as possible. After a while, the village elder came to the anvil. He walked in front of the villagers. After he stood still, he handed the bamboo cane in his hand to a young man next to him, and then quickly learned the etiquette of the Han tribe. Bowing to the anvil. "Chief Envoy, what's the matter with coming to our village?" The clan elder, who was about 40 years old, asked Andal nervously. "Haha, there is no need to panic, old man. I am the governor of Xinhua County. Your village is also under the control of Xinhua County. I came to your village this time just to see if you have any needs. I will give you another village. Register the population and household registration, as well as the land, fields, and houses, so that when we distribute seeds in the spring and allocate cattle, we can be well aware of it and not miss your farming. You guys from Xinhua County should know, right? Did anyone come to inform you a few days ago?" Andal looked at the villagers gathered around him and found that they all looked dull or scared at him. There was also no sign of joy or sadness on the face of the clan leader. He suddenly suspected that he had been there a few days ago. The soldiers who sent the notice did not explain clearly to them that Judao had now become the territory of the Han tribe. I know. A few days ago, soldiers from the Han tribe did come and tell us that Commander Xian had been killed, the Xian tribe was destroyed, the elders were also dead, and those who were not dead are now officials of the Han tribe. Our Judao place was also renamed Qingshu, and is now under the control of the Han tribe. Right, Dalong? Did I remember correctly? The patriarch nodded, and after telling the information he had notified a few days ago, he turned to look at the eldest son beside him and asked him if he had made a mistake. Dad, you are right, but the soldier also said that we are now also members of the Han tribe. From now on, Judao will be renamed Qingshu Island and will be divided into 6 counties of the Han tribe. Our village will be under Xinhua County. Heyuan County will take charge of it, and from now on we will all be from Heyuan County, Xinhua County, Qingshu Island, Han tribe. The eldest son of the elder added at the side. Andal couldn't help but raise his eyebrows after hearing this. The young man had a quick mind and a good memory. After just saying this once, he wrote down the administrative ownership of his village. He was a very useful talent. With this plan in mind, Andal spoke again. Yes, you two remember clearly. I am the governor of Xinhua County you mentioned. All matters in Xinhua County are under my control. Andal once again stated his identity, mainly because he was afraid these people are confused about their positions and duties. Oh, it turns out to be the sheriff. The clan elder bowed to Andal again, then straightened up and asked, I wonder what happened to the sheriff. I heard that the sheriffs of the Han tribe all live in Zhuan. Do we need to send people from our village to build the city for the governor? Our village really can't provide many people. Seemingly, we will start sowing in a few days. We really can't afford it. How many people are there? The elder of the tribe begged with a troubled look on his face, and his eldest son also looked at the anvil seriously, wanting to see what the Han tribe's governor wanted to do. Anvil raised his brows again and murmured in his heart, "No wonder they all had a straight face, as if I owed them money." Was it because they were worried that the Han tribe would arrest them to build the city? Who made all this guesswork? Well, originally Anvil wanted to get some common people to build the city. After all, as common people of the Han tribe, it is the common people's obligation to serve as corvées, right? But now it seems that there is no chance. Now that the Han tribe has just finished showing their force, the people are still afraid of them, but they have not seen the benefits of the Han tribe. What if we force people to do corvée work again at this time? I'm afraid that the people who just joined us will really be forced to rebel, and all the previous efforts will be in vain. Hey, old man, you are thinking too much. We don't have to have a city. You, old man, don't understand our place. Those counties in the north of our Han tribe built cities, because the population of our Han tribe increased too much. Come on, new places must be opened up every year to build settlements, but these places are uninhabited wilderness, where wild beasts and savages often appear, and cities are built to guard against wild beasts and enemies. It's different here on Qingshu Island. The people have been living there for many years, and the ferocious beasts on the island have been almost wiped out by you. Now there are no enemies on the island. Why do we build the city? It's not a waste of time. We will just build a few houses by ourselves and surround a yard with bamboo poles. Don't worry, I'm not here to build a city for you. Anvil was afraid that they would not understand, so he even explained the historical reasons why the Han tribe built the city, and finally told them seriously that he was not here to capture strong men as laborers. Hearing Tian's words, the clan elder and his eldest son breathed a sigh of relief at the same time. They were afraid that after the Han tribe defeated Commander Xian, they would show their true colors again, start to exploit them, and then enjoy happiness on their territory. Now it seems that is not the case. Oh, it's not about repairing the city. What does the chief envoy mean by coming here this time? The clan elder asked again. Anvil felt dizzy when he heard this. He found that the locals couldn't understand what he said to them in a tactful way. It would be easier to tell them directly what he wanted them to do. Playing charades? Test each other? The eldest son of the clan elder in front of me is pretty much the same, so forget about this clan elder. Old man, I came here just to see how many people live in your village, what are their names, how many adults and children there are, how many men and women there are, whether everyone has a house to live in, how many fields each person has, and all the farm tools used for farming. No, how many cattle are there in the village? If your cattle are not enough, I can find a way to get them for you to ensure that you can have a smooth spring plowing. I came here to investigate this information. This time Anvil explained it again in human language. It's boring to test each other out. There are so many people in Xinhua County, and there are so many villages. Are you tired of trying things like this? Anvil said that he don't have the time or energy. Hearing Anvil's explanation, the clan elder's eldest son's eyes lit up. Before his father could speak, he took the initiative and asked, "Can the sheriff really get us cattle?" "Oh, you are looking down on me. Do you know how big our Han tribe is?" Anvil took 2 steps back, turned around and pointed to the northwest and said, "Over there is the endless grassland. On the grassland are the cities of the 3 counties of our Han tribe. They support 80 or 90,000 herdsmen. They raise as many cattle as possible. Thousands of calves are born every year. Of course, they are not farm cattle. Farm cattle need to be trained. However, as long as your village can use them, I am sure I can get you a few cattle." The chief also specifically told this matter before coming here, asking us county guards to come down and see what the people need. If you need anything, just tell the chief directly. The chief will find a way to get all the things you need and ship them here. Although you have just joined the Han tribe, in the eyes of the leader, you are no different from us. You are all his people, and the leader will not ignore you. Moreover, the management system of our Han tribe is different from that of the Xian tribe. You should have felt this. In the future, whenever you encounter difficulties that cannot be solved, or have any needs, or even if you don't understand something, you can come and ask me. If he is not here, ask the county magistrate of Huyuan County. If the magistrate is not here, you can ask these petty officials in the same way. The eldest son of the clan leader looked in the direction of the anvil's finger. He pursed his lips and was very shocked. He didn't expect that the Han tribe was so powerful. There were 3 counties in the distant grassland, with 80,000 or 90,000 herdsmen, raising tens of thousands of animals. Cattle, there are thousands of calves born every year, and each of these statistics impacts his soul. Tens of thousands of cows. How many people need to get together? But no matter how many there are, it has nothing to do with him. He just wants to know more about how to live in his village in the future. Then, Lord Sheriff, how do you use the cows you got? I mean, are they distributed to us directly, loaned to us, or sold to us? Of course it is impossible to distribute cattle directly. Although our Han tribe has a large number of people, we still don't have enough cattle for farming. Generally speaking, according to the counties in the north of our tribe, most of the cattle are raised by the government. If the people want, if you use it, you can spend money to rent it. Considering the situation here, you naturally don't have much money, but you can use food to pay for it. In the future, when there are more cows and you have money, you can buy cows if you want. Anvil explained. Oh, so that's it. The clan elder's eldest son responded in a deep voice. Although the Han tribe is powerful, it is obviously not rich enough to directly give cattle to the people. The eldest son of the clan elder does not have extravagant expectations. As for selling it to them, they may not be able to afford it. Cattle are important assets. If anyone owns a cow, in this day and age, it is almost like owning a Lamborghini. How many people can afford to buy it? Originally, what he hoped most was that the Han tribe would lend them cattle for use, but the Han tribe did not do so. Instead, they asked them to rent them with money or grain. Although it seemed that the Han tribe was a little careless, looking at it the other way around, the current relationship between the two parties is the best. They paid the price for renting, so they don't have to owe the Han tribe any favors. When the two parties get along, they will have more confidence. This seems more fair. After all, the cows they finally got were raised with their own money. Why should I give it to you in vain? The Han tribe did not mean to belittle them, but treated them as equals. At least they did not treat them as inferiors, nor did they kneel down and lick them like dogs. This made people feel very comfortable. However, this is actually an overinterpretation by the son of the clan elder, because this method is also used in the northern counties of the Han tribe. Okay, we are willing to rent it with food. After thinking for a moment, the clan elder's son made a decision on the spot. Anvil glanced at him, then at the clan elder, with a knowing smile on his lips. He finally figured out that this clan elder was the shield to be pushed out. In fact, it was the clan elder's son who was in the village. Steward. The elders of the clan are all in their 40s, which is quite old these days, and his eldest son, the one talking to Anvil, should be around 30 years old. If his children get married early, it is estimated that he should be a grandfather by now. He is indeed qualified and has the energy to be the new clan elder, or village chief. Anvil did not expose their trick to their face, but nodded and said, "Okay, since you agree, let's register the household registration now. First, calculate how many people and land there are in your village. Then you can go to the chief to apply for cattle and other things, based on the land area. My name is Guan Tao. You can call me by my name. I will gather the villagers now and register here. The eldest son of the clan elder seemed to have noticed that Anvil had guessed his identity, so he simply didn't. After pretending, he directly stated his name. Okay, Guan Tao, right? I think the stone mills here are pretty good. You can call all the villagers over and ask them to stand up one by one. We will count them according to family units. This time we are just registering the household registration. After 2 months of spring plowing, we need to apply for a personal identity certificate. I heard that it is a new thing from the leader. We will discuss this later. Anvil didn't waste any words and confirmed it on the spot. Guan Tao nodded and immediately spoke to the young men in several surrounding villages and asked them to call for help. When Taiji saw this, he quickly reminded him, Guan Tao, don't hide people without reporting them. The ship from our leader delivering supplies will arrive next month, and some livestock will be distributed to the people then. If you hide now, people, when the time comes, there will be nothing left to share. Guan Tao was stunned for a moment after hearing this, but then he nodded to show that he understood. He did not reply, and continued to explain something to the people in the village. When those people had left, he quickly greeted a teenage boy. The young man went to bring some stools over. Judging by his appearance, he probably was his son. Guan Tao took the initiative to introduce to Tai Anvil, Master Sheriff, please sit down. This is my son Guan He. According to the Han tribe, he just got married at the beginning of this year. His wife is now in labor. Guan He, why don't you give it to the county soon? Your Majesty. Guan He has met the county governor. The teenage boy also imitated the Han tribe's handover salute and bowed to Anvil. Although the posture was not standard, it was still decent. Anvil nodded and said appreciatively, that's right, that's right. Now that you have an heir, you can be considered an adult. I'll help your father share his worries more in the future. That's what the adults said. Guan He replied with some embarrassment. After a while, more villagers gathered towards Shigachang. They divided into families and started to line up, and soon the whole village was gathered. The attendants took out blank household registration forms from horseback, as well as bamboo slices, fine linen ropes and other items in sacks, and prepared to make bamboo household registration slips on the spot. Next came the routine inquiry and registration. One family came over to register each other. After registration, they took the newly written bamboo slips and stood on the other side of the stone mill. Guan Tao, the actual village head, cooperated. The registration work was carried out in an orderly manner. The clerk who registered the household registration also asked the villagers, do you have a house to live in at home? If not, our tribe will provide you with a house building subsidy, and then you will find someone to build it yourself. Although everyone asked, the villagers here obviously did not lack houses, so the housing subsidies were not distributed. Generally speaking, the problem of building a house and dividing the family can be solved within the clan. If a child gets married and the family is separated, the clan will build the new house together. Anyway, they build bamboo buildings, and there is no need for building materials. Spending money is nothing more than needing manpower, but what the clan is most in need of is labor. While everyone was registering their household registration, Taiji asked Guan Tao, let's go see the fields in your village together? Okay, you are here to help the adults and tell everyone to cooperate. Dad will go and take a look at the fields with the county governor. Guan Tao explained to his son and took the lead in leading Anvil to the fields. Go inside. As they walked, the two exchanged topics about farming. Master Sheriff, I heard that the Han tribe also has to hand over grain. I wonder how it is done. Anvil did not answer directly, but asked instead, how did you pay for food when you were in the Xian tribe? Guan Tao didn't hide it. He believed that even if he didn't tell, the Han tribe would be able to find out. Didn't it mean that several elders of the Qian tribe who were in charge of farming have now become officials of the Han tribe? Wouldn't they know? In the past, when the Qian tribe was in charge, we would harvest according to the size of the fields. They would send people to see how many fields we had planted, and then set aside a part of the land and give them all the food grown. Guan Tao introduced. It is interesting to draw a commission based on the area of the field instead of calculating the output. In fact, it is similar to the Han tribe. The Han tribe calculates the output and then draws a commission based on the output. Actually, both methods have their own pros and cons. The Qian tribe does not have a unified standard unit of weight, nor does it have any scales, nor does it have a fixed unit of volume, so it is easiest to draw achievements directly based on the land area. But there is a loophole in this. If you designate the land for tax payment when sowing, the people may be too lazy to care about that land, and the food harvested from that land will have to be paid anyway. Hand it over. The final result will be that the crops in the fields reserved by the people grow well and they can harvest a lot, but the land used for paying taxes has a lot of weeds, the crops don't grow well, and they can't harvest much food. If the land for tax payment is temporarily designated when it is mature, the people will not be able to be lazy, because they do not know which land will be used to collect the tax, so they will plant it well. But as long as the Qian tribe is not stupid in collecting food, then it must be that whichever piece of land grows well will be harvested, so the people will suffer. All in all, with this method of drawing a commission based on the land area, one of the two parties who collects and pays taxes will always suffer. Compared with the Qian tribe's method, the Han tribe's tax collection method is more troublesome. It is calculated based on output and collected based on volume, but there are relatively few loopholes. Anyway, no matter how much grain you grow, I will give you a commission based on the volume of the total output. If your harvest is not good this year, I will collect less tax. If your harvest is good, I will collect more tax. If you like to grow well, don't you? Plant well. No matter how you plant, I will give you a commission based on the yield. Did the Qian tribe pay a lot of money? Anvil asked again. This? How to answer? Guan Tao doesn't dare to lie. If you say you pay more, the Han tribe will consider it. If you say you pay less, will the Han tribe accept more? Therefore, Guan Tao did not answer the question of whether there was more or less, which represented his own attitude. He just replied calmly, in the Qian tribe, according to the number of acres of land, it was usually 1 out of 10. Anvil nodded. The Qian tribe did not collect much tax, mainly because they did not have much expenses, and corn was not easy to store, so it was useless to collect so much. During the Qian tribe period, they had two main expenses for harvesting grain. One was to collect a large amount of grain, exchange it for enough salt from the salt households in Xianfeng County, and then use the salt to make food with the herdsmen on the grassland. Business, in exchange for livestock skins, that's one thing. Another point is to feed the miners of the Qian tribe. As a tribe with relatively developed metal smelting, the Qian tribe naturally needs a lot of miners. These miners mine all year round and are not familiar with farming, but they also need to eat and feed themselves. For the family, the harvested food becomes their rations. However, the expenses of the Han tribe are greater. It is enough to collect only 10%, but they also need to save some money, right? The current expenditure of the Han tribe is mainly to raise troops. The Han tribe implements a recruitment system. They not only have to take care of food, but also pay military salaries. There are currently 11 regular army guards, with a total strength of more than 20,000. These people do not usually work in the fields. The food they eat is all supplied by the tribe, which is a huge expense. Then there are the slaves. The slaves do not need to be paid, but they also need to eat. The slaves of the Han tribe do not farm for the time being. They are mainly used in two aspects, either in infrastructure construction or mining in the mines. It's hard work, and these people can eat quite well, but it's just food, and at least they don't have to pay for it. Another group is the craftsman group. At present, the main types of work of the Han tribe are miners and shipbuilding carpenters. There are not many people in this group. They are mainly concentrated in Xingyang County and Luoyang County, iron or copper mines and shipyards. These craftsmen usually do not farm, they only need to work. However, this part of the Han tribe does not need to be given food. Instead, they are paid directly. They then use the wages to buy food at the grain station. This part of the grain was bought by the Han tribe from the farmers, because the farmers had basically paid the tax on their output and left a large amount of surplus for their own rations. They had little use for saving it themselves. At the same time, apart from eating, there are other daily expenses, so the excess grain is sold to the grain station at a low price. It is basically this part of the grain that the craftsmen spend money to buy. However, the Han tribal officials did not consume it all in this process, and even made money by purchasing the excess grain from the people at a low price and selling it to craftsmen at a higher price. Therefore, the category of craftsmen should not be counted as tribal expenses, but should be counted as income. In other words, the expenditures of the Han tribe were generally related to raising soldiers and slaves. The remaining expenses were to provide some food assistance to newly developed areas, such as the large camp established by Yu Yi in the north. During the early construction, they asked for some food from the tribe. After they had produced their own output, the tribe stopped supplying it. This part is temporary, and generally, there will not be many people when developing a new area, so this part of the expenditure can basically be ignored. However, the Han tribe still has reserved tasks to do. A dignified country cannot be mixed up with the Qingguang tribe, right? No balance left at all throughout the year? If the fiscal deficit is mixed up, the Han tribe will not be far away from collapse, so we still cannot harvest less food. If we harvest less, there will be no surplus. I will feel panicked if I don't have food in my hand. Tai Anvil pondered for a moment and then said the truth directly. Our Han tribe harvests slightly more grain than the Xian tribe, which is 2 out of 10. 2 years ago, it was 4 out of 10. It just dropped last year, and our Han tribe harvests according to the output. Each person is assigned as much land as the harvest. How much grain is harvested, and then the percentage is calculated based on the total output. We have grain buckets, which are calculated based on volume. Because the degree of drying of newly harvested grain is different, if wet grain is used to weigh it, it will weigh twice as much as dry grain. In order to prevent people from cheating, the calculation is based on volume. When Guantao heard this, he began to frown. The Han tribe's method of collecting taxes was amazing. He had been in contact with the Han tribe's envoy. When the village bought looms, he was the one who contacted the envoy, so he also knew the situation of some Han tribes. For example, the Han tribe has a weight unit, because the hemp skin collected by the mission is based on weight. Before listening to Taiji's introduction to this situation, he thought that the Han tribe should collect grain by weight, but he thought at that time, if they collected grain by weight, would the people add water or sand to the grain? Gain weight? Now it seems that people have thought about this problem a long time ago, or have already cultivated this trick, so they changed it to collecting by volume. Under such circumstances, even if you have just harvested new grain and paid taxes before it has been dried, the volume will not change from that of dry grain. Anyway, the tribe will not suffer. As for Gaza soil, do you think you have a long life? Are those tribal officials fools? They won't check? Seeing Taiyan's candid attitude, Guantao simply spoke up, Master Sheriff, isn't it too much to draw 2 out of 10? I'm afraid we won't have enough food left to eat. Anvil does not avoid this issue, because even if it avoids it, it will still be collected according to this standard in the future, he explained. First of all, in those counties in the north, even in the old days when there was a 4 out of 10 draw, the people still had food to eat, and their own families couldn't finish it, and there was still some left over. You worry that you won't have enough to eat. This situation is impossible. Up here. Of course, your worries are justified, because the way you farm is different from ours. We grow the same food and our yield is higher than yours. What's more, we say it's 2 out of 10, but actually, it's not that much in total. Our tribe implements a land allocation system, and each adult can be allocated 20 acres of land. How big is this 20 acres? I'll tell you later. Let me measure it for you. The 20 acres of land allocated to adults in this part is the land that needs to be taxed. Secondly, we also allocate land to children. Although children cannot farm, as long as they are Han tribe people, they all have land. Children under 6 years old, regardless of gender, can each receive 5. These 5 acres of land are also owned by adults, but they do not need to pay taxes. Before the age of 6 to adulthood, the increase from 5 acres to 10 acres will be increased. These are also tax-free lands. So, you understand, can you figure it out clearly? Andal explained, and then looked at Tao's serious expression of careful calculation before he continued to explain. Let me give you an example. Just like your son Guan, he is just grown up, has a wife, and has started his own business. In this case, he and his wife can divide a total of 10 acres of land. These 40 acres are all taxable land, and the tax rate is 2 out of 10, can you understand? Guan Tao nodded and pointed the problem at his son, and since there were only 2 of them, it was easy to settle the matter. Then Andal continued, isn't his wife about to give birth? When their child is born, if they have one, they will have 5 more acres of land that does not need to be paid, so that their family will have a total of 45 acres of land, but if you only pay 40 acres, will the commission rate be reduced? Guan Tao nodded again. He could understand the addition of 1 more child and 5 acres of land without paying taxes. Then it's impossible for Guanhe to only have 1 child, right? After 2 years, if they have another child, will they be able to gain 5 more acres of land? Based on the 7 years of marriage, assuming that they gave birth to 3 children in these 7 years, would that be an extra 15 acres of tax-free land, and their eldest son would be over 6 years old at this time? Then there will be an additional 5 acres of tax-free land, which means that they have 3 children, and a total of 20 acres of tax-free land, plus the couple's own 40 acres, a total of 60 acres, but only the tax on 40 acres, calculated in this way, is actually only a little over 10%, which is not too much. What's more, although our Han tribe draws more commissions, the welfare benefits for the people are good. You haven't seen these yet, but they often give out some things, and if you encounter difficulties, the tribe will seriously solve them for you. So overall, he said that although the taxes collected are relatively high, these grains are definitely not in vain. After Andal finished explaining again, Guan Tao didn't answer. He was still calculating silently, nodding from time to time. Andal didn't bother him and just let him think by himself. After waiting for a while, Guan Tao suddenly asked, Master Sheriff, I don't understand something. According to the systems you just mentioned, generally speaking, the more children you have, the less taxes you pay. The older the children, the less taxes you pay. The lower the tax, if there are several children in the family, then the commission ratio is indeed not high, but why create such a troublesome system? Wouldn't it be better to just set the commission ratio lower? I think it will be easier for the people in the village to accept it if I just order it lower. If I give it to them again, I am afraid it will be difficult for them to understand what you just told me. Andal smiled before explaining, actually, this tax collection system was changed by the leader later. It seems a bit troublesome, but it is for the benefit of the people. Oh? What does this mean? Guan Tao asked confused. Didn't you just discover the problem yourself? The more children you have, the less taxes you pay. The older the children are, the less taxes you pay. This is the leader's purpose. Andal sighed and continued, in the past, children in our tribe often died young. They died at the age of 1, 2, or 3, before they could speak. But later, the leader investigated the causes of death of these children and found that most of them died. It is caused by irresponsible parents, such as letting children go barefoot, eating dirty food, eating poisonous wild fruits, or playing in cold water. This is fine in the first place, but sometimes catching a cold and having diarrhea can kill a person. In order to solve this problem and allow parents to pay more attention to the healthy growth of their children, the leader came up with this idea. Do you want to pay less tax? Then have more children and raise them well after they are born, because if you don't raise them well and raise them to death, your tax-free land will be gone. But if you raise your children well and raise them, you will be more than after the age of 6, you will also be granted tax-free status, which is a reward for your success in raising children. In fact, the leader came up with this idea in order to increase the tribe's population faster. Guan Tao suddenly understood after hearing this, and said with admiration and emotion, "The leader is really awesome. It turns out there are so many ways to collect grain taxes, and the reason is to let the people raise their children well. This method is really good. In fact, we also have the phenomenon that the sheriff just mentioned here. Children die early and die before they grow up. It is really heartbreaking for parents, but they don't know the root cause. Take myself as an example. In fact, my wife and I have had 7 children, but now only 4 survive. Guan, he is my eldest son. His brothers and sisters are still young, and the other 3 children, now that I think about it, it's probably us parents who didn't take good care of them, and I feel sorry for them. If I hadn't listened to the sheriff's explanation today, I'm afraid I wouldn't have known my mistake. The method the chief came up with is really great, and I am absolutely willing to support it. After all, no one wants to see their child die. Don't worry, Lord Sheriff, I will explain this matter carefully to the people in the village." After Guan Tao finished sighing, he stopped solemnly, then bowed to the anvil seriously, and then he bowed to the ground and said in his mouth, "I have learned a lesson. Today it's over 11,000, please give me a reward." The Han tribe implemented a stepped tax collection, and the tax collection standards were directly linked to the number and age of children. Simply put, this tax collection system was to encourage more children and increase the tribe's population as quickly as possible. After all, in this era, population is the primary productive force. Even if the Han tribe has a steam engine, someone must use it, right? Moreover, the insufficient population cannot satisfy the domestic sales of industrial products. The sooner this problem is solved, the better. Luo Chong also worked hard to increase the population of the Han tribe. Anvil and Guan Tao were walking and chatting like this. After passing through the bamboo buildings, they saw the sparkling river not far away and the fields on the river bank. This time it was Guan Tao who introduced the situation to Anvil. He pointed to the fertile land on the shore and said, "Master Sheriff, we can cultivate 3 crops a year here. We plant 1 season of corn in the spring. After harvesting the corn in the summer, we will plant a season of beans. When the beans are harvested in late summer, we will plant corn again. By rotating crops 3 times in this way, we can have a good harvest of corn and beans." The anvil nodded secretly. The main crops on Judao are corn and soybeans. The history of planting should be very long, and the details cannot be verified. And the way they use corn and soybeans to rotate crops coincides with the Han tribe. In the Han tribe, when introducing soybeans, Luo Chong clearly said that soybeans can increase the fertility of the land, so only by rotating soybeans with other crops can we get better harvests. Although the people of Judao do not understand the reason, their ancestors who have been farming for generations have taught them the experience of crop rotation, so soybeans and corn are also used in rotation here on Judao. However, while inspecting the fields, Anvil also discovered a problem, that is, the corn aerial roots left on the surface of the fields were relatively widely spaced, at least much larger than those of the Han tribe. According to local planting practices density, people can easily drill into corn fields, but in the Han tribe, it is too difficult to drill into corn fields, because the planting density is very high, and there are not many gaps between the plants. Anvil just took a look and did not worry about the issue of planting density. Specialized people will be sent to teach these things in the future. Another thing Anvil noticed were the ditches scattered across the fields. The local people who farmed also dug ditches to divert water from the river, and then used the ditches to guide the water to irrigate the fields. However, their ditches were not big and they did not have special water diversion facilities. Moreover, the fields were above the water level. How did they divert the water? Regarding this issue, Anvil asked Guan Tao directly, and Guan Tao did not hide anything. He answered directly, Master County Sheriff, we use bamboo tubes to divert water. First, we open the bamboo joints in the bamboo tubes to make water pipes, and then diagonally it can be used to draw water if it is inserted into the river. Anvil said he couldn't understand, but Guan Tao was happy. He asked the villagers to bring a bamboo pipe for water diversion, and then found a water bag made of a whole sheepskin. Anvil noticed that the bamboo, which was as thick as a calf, was about 3 meters long. It was yellow and shiny. It was obviously old and must have been used frequently. This bamboo tube has a penetrating face inside, and there are burn marks on 1/4 of one end. The bamboo tube was then artificially baked into an elbow at 1/4. 2 villagers cooperated. One soaked the bamboo tube into the river and filled it with water. The other took a sheepskin bag and filled it with half of the water. Then the 2 of them temporarily fixed the skin bag and the bamboo tube together with a rope in the water, and tied the bamboo tube with water. The end of the skin and water bag was carried to the shore. In the ditch beside the river, a villager then pulled the sheepskin water bag back and forth several times. When he saw the sheepskin water bag swelling up automatically, he quickly untied the rope at the interface, and then saw a steady stream of water flowing along the river. It flows to the shore through bamboo tubes. Anvil was suddenly surprised. Shouldn't the water go to a lower place? Why is there no water tanker to lift water? We just insert a pipe into the river and the water comes up by itself. Isn't this too simple and convenient? What is this? Why aren't there even Han tribes? Anvil, who did not understand the principle of siphonage, expressed his confusion. This was the first time that he felt that Judao was also superior to the Han tribe. Although he was surprised in his heart, Anvil didn't want to show his ignorance in front of Guan Tao. He decided to find someone else to ask about the rationale after he went back, so he still appeared calm on the surface. He nodded frequently and praised, yes, this thing is very practical, the cost is almost zero, and the materials used are almost everywhere. It is very suitable for irrigating fields. If all fields can use this thing, then weakened more paddy fields should be renovated. Guan Tao originally thought that Anvil would be surprised by their irrigation equipment, but he didn't expect Anvil to be so calm. It seems that he must be well informed. That's right. What good things do the Han tribe have? Guan Tao laughed to himself before answering and asking. Master Sheriff, do we need to change a lot of paddy fields here? Yes, the rice produced by the Han tribe is not less productive than corn, but rice is a refined grain, suitable for people of all ages to eat, and it does less damage to teeth, especially people as old as your father. The teeth are old and falling out, so they can no longer eat corn, but fine grains such as rice and wheat are not affected, and they will definitely be promoted here in the future. In addition, the leader encouraged the people to plant more rice and wheat, because this kind of millet with skin can be stored for a longer period of time, while the storage time of corn is too short and is not suitable for use as reserve grain. Anvil took the initiative to educate Guan Tao. Oh? I don't know about this. I only know that white rice and white noodles are really delicious. This spring, my family also planted some wheat. Unfortunately, the yield was not very high, so there was no variety. After harvesting the wheat, I sent it to the mission station. I found them there and ground them into wheat flour. Now I often make some noodles for my father to eat. He does have bad teeth, but he has no problem eating your noodles and those from our Han tribe. By the way, Lord Sheriff, does rice need to be soaked in water to grow? So how to farm? When Tian heard Guan Tao's name for our Han tribe, he smiled knowingly, but said nothing. After hearing Guan Tao's question, he touched his body and took out a 2-penny coin. Look, this is the scene of rice planting. I don't know how you grow corn, but our method of growing rice is definitely more troublesome than growing corn. We use farm tools to dig trenches on the ground, then scatter the corn kernels along the trench, and then bury them with our feet. Finally, we water the rice and it's ready. Guan Tao looked at the 2 rice grains handed to him by the anvil. When Qian Coin said with some surprise, "Does this rice need to be planted one by one?" "Exactly." Anvil nodded with certainty. Guan Tao was speechless for a moment. Is the staple food of the Han tribe grown one by one? There are so many people in the Han tribe and they grow so much food every year. How long will it take for them to grow? Anvil immediately introduced, actually, only rice is grown this way, and wheat does not need to be planted this way. We have a special car for sowing, and we can sow 3 ridges of wheat at the same time. Rice is a little more troublesome. To sow rice, you need to prepare a seedbed first. After applying fertilizer, scatter the seeds into it, cover it with a thin layer of soil and wait for it to germinate. When it has almost 5 or 6 leaves, you can then lift the seedlings out of the seedbed. Come out, and then follow the solid and insert the seedlings into the field one by one with a certain distance between the rows, and then irrigate the field. After about 7 days, the seedlings turn green and are proven to be alive. After that, as long as you irrigate regularly and strictly prevent pests, you don't have to worry about other things. Just wait. Harvest when mature. Guan Tao suddenly felt dizzy after hearing this. He had heard before that the Han tribe had less cultivated land per capita than they did, and he found it unbelievable. The Han tribe had so many cattle and useful farm tools made of steel. Why was the area of cultivated land so small? But they are not as good as them. Is it because the Han tribe people are too lazy? But it doesn't feel like it when you touch it, right? Now he finally knows the reason why he is planting food one by one. It would be crazy if he could plant it quickly. Here, Taizhan and Guan Tao were discussing various matters about switching to rice cultivation. The household registration work in the village was also proceeding quickly. With the cooperation and arrangement of the village chief Guan Tao, the registration work was quickly completed. In fact, Guan Tao also understood in his heart that the Han tribe was too powerful and the Xian tribe had been destroyed. It was ridiculous for them to resist. Even the commander-in-chief couldn't defeat the Han tribe. What was the use of resisting anymore? Life has to go on, and the various systems and lifestyles of the Han tribe, and even their various production skills are very advanced, so it is better to cooperate than to resist. First, look at the attitude of the Han tribe, and then win for yourself. The biggest benefit is serious. After several petty officials registered the household registration information with the villagers, they asked Guan He to tell the villagers that each family should have a person in charge to measure the fields with them. After a while, Guan He led a group of villagers and several petty officials to the field to join Anvil and Guan Tao. Anvil first asked people to use a rope to measure the size of the 20 acres of land, and then showed it to the villagers. Guan Tao couldn't help but shake his head when he looked at the area of 20 acres of land. 20 acres of land was too big for their existing land. It's really not big. Even according to the Han tribe's ladder system, each family can be allocated 70 to 80 acres of land, which is still not enough. According to the Han tribe's calculation of 600 square meters of land per acre, each of their family's original land, at least they are hundreds of acres. Seeing the 20 acres of land set aside by the Han tribe, other villagers also began to discuss it, feeling that the Han tribe had deprived them of their land. However, Guan Tao had already figured out that if the Han tribe's farming methods were followed, each rice plant must be inserted root by root into the soil. Even if a family has 60 acres of land, it will be good if they can finish it on time. Even if they are given more land, they may not be able to plant it. Guan Tao personally explained to the villagers the farming methods of the Han tribe, which suppressed the villagers' dissatisfaction. However, some villagers were still unwilling to ask why they should plant rice if it was so troublesome, and let them continue. Can't you grow corn? Regarding this problem, Guan Tao also had a headache. Although he was recognized by the villagers as the successor of the clan elder, what did the clan elder do? It's not just to fight for the interests of the villagers. If you can't even guarantee the interests of the villagers, who among you will listen to you, the elder of the clan? The villagers are not fools. When things came to a standstill, although Guan Tao was willing to cooperate with an anvil in his administration, he was also very embarrassed, so he looked towards an anvil. Master Sheriff, what do you think we should do about this? The anvil pondered for a moment. In fact, there is no need to rush the Qingshu Island land reform. Not to mention that the seeds and agricultural tools have not been shipped yet. Even if they are shipped before spring, it will be difficult for them to promote it quickly. Come on. The people in Qingshu don't know how to grow rice. Even if you give them the seeds, they won't be able to plant it themselves. That can't be explained clearly in just a few sentences or 2 classes. Someone must teach you step by step, and someone must teach you. Follow up and monitor the facts, check the food situation in the fields, and then make adjustments. Therefore, it is indeed unrealistic to carry out land reform with the local people. He thought for a while and said again, Guan Tao, how about this? Although our leader has ordered seeds and various materials to be transported from the north, even if they can arrive before spring, I am afraid it will be difficult to promote rice quickly. I think it would be better to do this. After next spring, you will continue to plant corn first. If you are not willing to divide the land according to our way, you can let them continue to plant in the original way and plant their original land. If they are willing to abide by our division, we will send someone to teach you new farming methods, and then when the summer harvest comes, we will compare the two to see who grows more food. It just so happens that we can mobilize more manpower in the spring to teach you how to plant rice. We will renovate the fields in the spring first, and then plant rice after the corn is harvested in the summer. Then you can compare and see which one is suitable. The land we divided is much less. Do you think this will work? We are reforming the land division, the grain tax system, and improving grain varieties. After all, our purpose is to make you live a better life. There is no need to act like the enemy. I will never force you. Let's speak with facts, results, and the food we grow. What do you think of my suggestion? Faced with such a loose policy as anvil, Guan Tao had nothing to say. If he still refused to agree, he might as well just rebel. Thank you, Lord Sheriff, for your consideration. Guan Tao thanked him sincerely, and then relayed the method that Anvil just said to the villagers. In order to cooperate with the work of the anvil, Guan Tao took the lead to set an example and expressed that his family was willing to abide by the land division of the Han tribe. Guan Tao's sons quickly followed suit, and then several of Guan Tao's brothers' families, and their children and nephews, all of whom were related by blood to their family, expressed their support for the Han tribe's land division. Just this one family expressed its stance, and more than 40 of the more than 100 households in the village agreed. The remaining 80 or so retail investors were hesitant and expressed that they would continue to wait and see. Anyway, the Han tribe did not force them. Then the officials said that it would depend on the output. If the methods of the Han tribe are really better than what they grow, well, if you plant a lot, they will be obedient when the time comes. Several others who were related to Guantao's family by marriage, after hesitating for a moment, decided to follow Guantao's footsteps and expressed their willingness to accept the reforms of the Han tribe. The number of people was finally determined. Under the leadership of Guantao, 2/5 of the people in the village were willing to accept the reform, and 3/5 said they would wait and see before making any further decisions. Less than half of the people agreed, which finally did not make Anvil's face too ugly. If not one person agreed, wouldn't it mean that the governor would not be able to step down? How will you behave in the future? Several clerks quickly measured the land and replanned the acres of each family's fields for the less than 50 households. Then they cut some bamboo nearby and drove piles at the four corners of each family's fields to delineate the boundaries. After doing this, Anvil said goodbye to Guantao, and then left with the minor officials. On the afternoon of his return, Anvil wrote a thick written report, writing down the situation he encountered today, his opinions on handling it, and some of his thoughts on governance in the coming year, and then asked someone to report it. Immediately submitted to the governor's office and asked the governor Xue Qingyao for approval. Xinhua County and Yashan County are next to each other, not far from each other, so this report was sent to Xue Qingyao's desk that night. Xue Qingyao took a brief look at it and immediately took it seriously. In fact, he himself has never been a local official, not even a county governor, let alone a governor. In fact, he has no experience in grassroots governance, so he is very interested in this report. There are also some Anvil's own ideas in the report, which Xue Qingyao also believes is very consistent with the local conditions. The first is the issue of land reform. Anvil will handle it with his own opinion, that is, not to force it for the time being. After some people have set an example, others will naturally follow. There is no need to conflict with the local people. After all, Qingshu is a new city. The political situation in the land is unstable, so Anvil hopes that his method can be popularized in Qingshu. Secondly, Taiyan hopes that spring plowing next year will allow the people of Qingshu to continue planting corn. They cannot be so anxious about switching to rice, because they do not have enough manpower to teach the local people how to farm, and they are teaching in a follow-up manner. Finally, Anvil's own thoughts, that is, his opinions on how to deal with this matter, he suggested applying to the chief to immigrate from the mainland, selecting people who are good at cultivating crops and raising livestock, and who should be fluent in Chinese and preferably able to write Chinese characters. If a family can make various foods of the Han tribe and immigrate here, they can be promised a settling-in allowance or a title promotion. Immigration does not require too much. After the household registration statistics are completed, it will be calculated as one household moved from each village in the 6 counties of Qingshu. Take Guantao's Shanghe village as an example. If such a family could come to their village, they would be able to guide the local villagers step by step every day on how to farm the land and raise livestock. They usually follow the lifestyle of the Han tribe. Rice can also subtly change the local eating habits. In addition, if you can still recognize a few words, you can also teach the local people to learn Chinese and teach them to write. It will not take long to assimilate the Zhudao people into the Han tribe. Xue Qingyao's eyes lit up when he saw it. He didn't know how to carry out government affairs when Anvil sent him a good suggestion, and he immediately agreed. The entire Qingshu Island has a population of about 100,000, and there are less than 200 villages in total. Only less than 200 households need to be immigrated to quickly solve all the troubles on Qingshu Island. This method is simply great, and the cost is low. Even if the tribe provides settlement fees and titles, the total base of less than 200 households is there, and how much money can be spent? And compared to the cost, this method brings more benefits. There are still 2 chapters left in the evening. I'll go have a meal first and ask for a reward. After Shui Qingyao read the report, he immediately wrote a reply to Tian, agreeing to promote his government plan. Qingshu Island will also plant corn in the first quarter of next year, and start to transform paddy fields, and then start to plant rice in the second quarter. In terms of land reform, we also follow the Andal approach to avoid conflicts with local people. Regarding the immigration matter, he said that he would immediately raise the issue with the chief, so that people who are willing to immigrate can be recruited before the beginning of spring, and then take a boat south in the beginning of spring, so that the immigrants can arrive at Qingshu Island by the end of February and settle down there in March. Rice can be officially promoted in April. The next morning, Andal received a reply from Shui Qingyao. He was very happy. It was not about political achievements or meritorious service, but mainly because his plan was recognized, which made him feel very proud. He seemed to be really happy. He has the potential to be a county guard. On the other side, Shui Qingyao's letter to Luo Chong was sent out that night. After 2 days of transportation by Giant Eagle, it finally arrived in Luo Chong's hands. This letter directly attached a report from Andal, and then added some of Shui Qingyao's thoughts, as well as information on the overall situation of the entire Qingshu region. It can be said that Shui Qingyao did this very honestly. He did not take the credit of Andal, claim the idea as his own, and then present it to Luo Chong. Instead, he directly included the original report of Andal. Originally, he was the governor of Qingshu. In theory, he had a share of the achievements made by the officials below him, but he did not do so, which seemed very sincere. Han tribal officials during this period were generally relatively simple. They had not learned so many tricks in the so-called officialdom, but it is really hard to say what they would be like in the future. They could only think of a more reasonable system to restrain them. For example, for a frontier official like the governor, his position should be changed from time to time. Luo Chong obviously didn't have time to study these at this time. The management system of the Han tribe was not yet perfect, and it was useless to organize so many departments. At this time, Luo Chong looked at the report from Andal and couldn't help but applaud it. Luo Chong had never been to Bamboo Island, so naturally he couldn't think of the specific situation there, but this report from Andal was quite targeted. And the situation of the Han tribe was also taken into consideration. For example, delaying the promotion of rice to the second or third quarter would give Luo Chong enough time to allocate immigrants. However, Andal's idea is still not perfect enough, or the details are not good enough. For example, 1 family is immigrated to each village. Under the tyrannical situation of local clan forces, how miserable this family's life would be. If when you teach the locals how to farm, you curse a few words, but you are not allowed to be bullied to death by the locals? Immigration is indeed a good thing, as it can quickly promote the integration of people in the 2 places, but only visiting 1 house in each village is too few, and more must be done. According to Luo Chong's idea, at least 1 should go to a small village, and at least 1 to a big village. Only if there are 5 or 10 families living together with the locals can they integrate faster. This arrangement is much more practical than the Andal idea, which is too idealistic. Oh, we go to a family in each village. This family must be able to farm, breed, cook delicious food, be literate, and be able to read and write. Isn't this difficult? Where would Luo Chong go to find such a family? But after these specialties are separated, it is much easier to collect these skills. Each speciality only requires 1 family, and then 5 families form a small group, and they can meet the tasks mentioned by the Andal. In a larger village, there are 10 households with various specialties, which is enough to meet the local needs. Luo Chong also immediately wrote a reply, expressing his agreement with their plan. He would arrange for the immigrants to board the ship in the spring, and go there with the people who made the ID cards and the equipment, so that they could communicate with the local people in advance and prepare land for farming and housing for these immigrants. If they don't even have a place to stay after they go there, it will be too miserable for these immigrants to move. In addition, Xue Qingyao also added some opinions of his own, which are about education. The existing teaching model of the Han tribe is to open schools and then let the students go to school. But the situation in Qingshu Island is different. There are no cities there, they are basically villages, and the people live very scattered. People in this village and that village want to build a school to gather all the children. Let's not talk about the expenses of building the school and working hours. It is not easy for local people to send their children to schools run by Han tribesmen. The local people have not yet fully integrated into the Han tribe. Will they safely give their children to the Han tribe to take care of them? Are you sure you're not kidding? Furthermore, the villages are too scattered, so children have to be far away from home to go to school. Day schooling is not practical, so everyone can't go to school on horseback, right? Collective accommodation is another expense, and the local people are probably not willing to do it. Therefore, Xue Qingyao's idea is to assign a teacher to each village and directly open a village-run primary school. There are only 1 to 200 school-age children in a village, and 2 or 3 classes are enough. Anyway, they are not expected to teach many well, not to mention it can be used to eliminate illiteracy, just to popularize Chinese. This school is worth it. This coincides with Luo Chong's idea. He originally wanted to arrange several more teachers in a village, but it happened to be a teacher's family in each village, so there was no problem at all. According to this idea, after Luo Chong wrote a reply to Xue Qingyao, he immediately drafted an immigration collection order. Anyone who thought he had good farming skills, or could cook various Han tribe foods, and those who had just graduated from school, with those who are good at weaving or cutting clothes, those who can breed various livestock, those who can grow mulberry and raise silkworms, all of them count as the same. As long as they meet one of the conditions, they can register with the local government. Once admitted, you will be directly promoted to a 2-level title. This title can be hereditary for 3 generations and will be rewarded with a donkey, 2 piglets, 2 sheep, a cage of rabbits, chickens, and ducks, a pair of cats and dogs, a flying shuttle loom, and pedals. A spinning machine, 100 yuan, for settling in expenses, and a set of commemorative photo albums. The commemorative photo album was just the idea of Luo Chong. Now the Han tribe has just begun to promote civilian photography. These people have left their hometowns and moved to strange places. They may never have the chance to come back in their lives. Giving them a photo album can also comfort them. The Han tribe, this is all that can be done. After drafting the recruitment notice, Luo Chong distributed it to the 8 counties of Hanyang and started publicizing it with local officials. Such good welfare benefits can attract people even to immigrate to other places. When will the Han tribe not immigrate? It's just that in previous years, immigrants wanted to build new cities in surrounding areas, so some young couples who had just grown up would immigrate to Shirbian. But overall, it's not that far from their original home. If you want to go home and visit, from Makino County in the west to Dongshin County in the east, it only takes half a month at most to have a look. In fact, that is not considered immigration. But this time is different. This time they said they were going to the newly occupied Bamboo Island, and they were going to live with the local Aborigines. When they got there, they would be responsible for teaching them how to do various things. Obviously, this generous benefit was not so easy to get. Because he was worried that someone would cheat and get titles and various benefits, Luo Chong also set up an assessment mechanism. Anyone who thinks they can meet one of the conditions can go to the government to register, but after signing up, the government will send someone to the village where the person lives to investigate the situation. For example, a person says that he is very good at farming, but who will prove it? Luo Chong's method is that the government must send people to his hometown to investigate. At least 9 local people of the same family must vouch for him, and he must have a positive guarantee before he can be included in the immigration list. At this time, the benefits of the Shiwu system are reflected. If you have any problems, neighbors will directly monitor each other. If something goes wrong, no one can run away. Naturally, no one will dare to tell lies. The announcement once again triggered widespread public discussion after the ID card incident and the photo incident. In addition to listing the benefits of immigrants, it also listed the specific time for immigration. Registration must be completed within 10 days after the Jingdan festival, and then we will start organizing commemorative photos and making commemorative photo albums. In the last 10 days of the Jingdan month, each family will start visiting relatives, packing up personal belongings, and then gathering in Luoyang County to officially board the ship in the next spring. After a journey of more than a month, they will finally arrive at the village where they will immigrate at the end of February next year. After the announcement was issued, many people signed up from all over the country. The main reason is that the title and benefits are too attractive. It can be directly upgraded to 2 levels of title, and it can be hereditary for 3 generations. You must know that the title of the Han tribe is basically not hereditary, and even if it is hereditary, it must be downgraded. Hereditary, for example, the first generation has a 3rd-level title. After it is passed to the 2nd generation, it becomes a 2nd-level title. After another generation, it becomes a 1st-level title. After the 4th generation, it becomes a commoner. The welfare is even more exaggerated. Even cats and dogs are given out. Is it because there are no cats and dogs there? In fact, it is true that there are dogs in Qingshu Island, which are similar to those of the Han tribe. They were also introduced from the grassland area. The herdsmen on the grassland have a longer history of domesticating dogs than the Han tribe and the Qian tribe, and the Qian tribe has long had a relationship with the grassland area. Communicating and introducing sheepdogs naturally became a matter of course. However, cats that have been artificially domesticated are really only found in the Han tribe. Cats are powerful tools for catching mice, so they were naturally introduced to Qingshu Island. Another point, for those who are already older, such as those in their 30s, who do not have any carpentry or blacksmith skills, nor can they read or write, but are honest people who can only farm and have children, if nothing happens, otherwise, they will never have the chance to be promoted to a title in this life, but this time it is different. Even if they can cook, they can get a spot. The threshold was set low, the benefits were so high, and the number of places was limited, so there were a lot of people signing up. From the time the notice was issued, it took less than 3 days for thousands of families to sign up, including more than 1,000 families. There are many young people who have just gotten engaged. Their so-called family only consists of 2 people, and they are just starting to work hard in a new place. And if they can be successfully selected, it will mean that the 2 of them will start their lives with a 2nd-level knighthood, and they will have all kinds of livestock at home, as well as a loom, and they will also be given 100 yuan to settle down. It is not free of charge, after all, people like them. Even if the elderly people do not immigrate to Qingshu Island, if Luo Chong continues to build new cities in the surrounding area, they will still be immigrated there. Damn it, I originally promised to have 2 more chapters, but suddenly there was a power outage. The laptop still has 50% of power, and it is estimated that it will not last for an hour. There is no network, so I need to turn on the hotspot on my mobile phone to synchronize the saving. There is no air conditioner or fan, and 1 chapter of code costs 3 kilograms. Sweat, I really can't stand it anymore. It's gone, goo goo goo. I'll see if I can make it up tomorrow. Ask for a reward. This rant is free of charge. More than 1,800 households have signed up. After visits and reviews by officials from various places, there are still more than 1,400 households that meet the standards. The list of these people was sent to Luo Chong's desk, but Luo Chong still felt that it was a bit too much. Qingshu Island has a population of about 100,000. According to Qingshu statistics, there are 142 villages in total. Most of them are small villages with a few hundred people. There are only about a dozen large villages with a population of more than 1,000 people. Therefore, according to the rules of Luo Chong, 5 households will be immigrated to small villages, and 5 households will be immigrated to large villages. According to the standard of 10 households, it is enough to resettle 7 households in each village on average. Therefore, it is enough to resettle 1,000 households. Of the more than 1,400 households that meet the standards, more than 400 need to be eliminated. Luo Chong thought for a while and realized that the skills of these people must be good, so their skills were not within the scope of elimination. His main considerations were age and family size. First of all, immigrants should be repatriated, but the population of the Han tribe itself should not be lost too much, so families with more than 5 members would be eliminated first. A newly married young man with only 2 members in his family will be the first to be hired. Even if such a family gathers 1,000 households, it only needs to immigrate 2,000 people. Of course, it is impossible for more than 1,000 households to have such a combination. Then the heads of households who are in their 20s or 70s are the first to be hired. Household heads of this age are in their prime, have rich life experience, mature skills, and know how to deal with people. More importantly, most of their children are in their 12th or 13th year. When they are around 2 years old, they can already help with various tasks, and they will reach adulthood in 2 years at most. In this way, after 2 years of immigrating, they will have a good relationship with the locals, and they can also marry the locals, which will be faster the integration of the relationship between the 2 places. For example, those young people with only 2 people, 14 or 5 years old, can actually marry local people after they pass. In this way, after another round of screening, the list of immigrants was finally finalized. There were a total of 1,000 households, with a total population of 3,402 people. These people had all received immigration transfer orders issued by the local government. But now that the New Year's Day is approaching, it's too late to prepare anything. All immigrants have begun to cherish their last time in their hometowns. The most important thing is to visit relatives and spend a good New Year with their families. The immigrants began to have their final reunion, but the official preparations of the Han tribe could not stop. First, under Luo Chong's order, 4 photo studios started operating for immigrants in advance, and each immigrant household was given 60 photos. The Han tribe was all satisfied with the 60 photos taken wherever they wanted and with whom they wanted to take them. In addition, they also presented 40 official unified photos, mainly featuring the characteristic scenery of various places. This was mainly used for publicity to the people of Qingshu. After the immigrants arrived, they inevitably had to share these photos with the local people. It also allowed those people in Qingshu who had never been to the Han tribe to see what the Han tribe looked like through the photos. In the end, these 60 private photos and 40 official photos will be made into a photo album, one for each immigrant family, which can be regarded as a kind of spiritual sustenance for their hometown. The photography staff traveling around are mainly composed of photo studios and Luo Chong's bodyguards. Many of Luo Chong's bodyguards have learned the technique of taking photos, which comes in handy now. Of course, even though they are still running around during the holidays, Luo Chong will not let them work in vain. The overtime pay they should pay will definitely be indispensable, and the New Year's red envelope will naturally not be missing. At the same time, many officials of the Han tribe received red envelopes, which were regarded as year-end rewards for a hard year. For example, those at the county level were distributed 2,000 kilograms of rice, 500 kilograms of white flour, and 200 kilograms of glutinous rice. The yield of glutinous rice in the Han tribe was not high. The planting ratio is also small, and the glutinous rice produced during the Jingdan festival is mainly used for making rice cakes. As for meat, there is 1 fat pig, 2 bighorn deer, 1 pair each of sheep, goat, and antelope, 6 in total. In terms of clothing materials, there are 6 pieces of brocade, 10 pieces of cotton of various colors, 10 pieces of sheepskin leather, 10 pieces of sheep fur, 2 pieces of red fox skin, and 2 pieces of camel hair. In terms of non-staple food, there are 20 kilograms of dried dates, 100 kilograms of persimmons, 10 kilograms of tea, 20 kilograms each of red marshmallow and yellow granulated sugar, 100 kilograms of white salt, 6 1-kilogram bottles of liquor, a total of 6 pieces, and 1 piece of 12 bottles. Finally, there is a holiday red envelope worth 1,000 silver dollars. Officials below the county magistrate will still be issued according to this gift list, but the quantity will be lowered in sequence. This is the case for all the officials in the 8 counties of Hanyang. Luo Chong directly sent him a letter of greetings from Dashuin to Ahai County, and then also had the same gift list. Things were not purchased because it was too far away. Anyway, where are you? We have everything, you can buy it according to the gift list, and I, the leader, will reimburse you. The same is true for the 3 counties of Honghu in the grassland area. As for the newly expanded 6 counties of Qingshu, all kinds of local materials are now relatively tight. Even if they want to buy, they can't buy the things Luo Chong rewarded, so Luo Chong directly gives money. According to the gift sheet comes with a corresponding big red envelope as standard, allowing them to buy whatever they want locally. If they can't buy it, contact the big tree in Takumi County, or they can save the money and wait until they have the opportunity to buy it in the future. 3 days before the Jingdan festival, the gift distribution team started to move, pulling carts and driving livestock to distribute benefits to the officials' homes one by one. This was the first time since the establishment of the Han tribe that the leader Luo Chong was so upright. New Year's gifts from the 8 classics. Although Luo Chong would reward a lot of things during festivals in the past, it had never been so generous and distributed to the entire public service system. At the beginning, the Han tribe didn't even have currency, and the various materials were not that rich. Of course, it couldn't be compared with now. Even if Luo Chong wanted to give these things in the past, he couldn't give them. But things are different now. The currency system has been operating well for 2 or 3 years, and various materials have become more and more abundant. Luo Chong can also generously deliver things like tea and sugar to officials. I couldn't give away thousands of kilograms of candy like this before. Officials from all over the country were also very happy after receiving Luo Chong's rewards. To be honest, the things Luo Chong gave were not much compared to their wages. First of all, they had no shortage of food at home, so giving food was just a good idea. The implication is that their salaries are also much higher than the average income. These officials are not short of money at all. Take county guards as an example. Their monthly salary plus various benefits is more than 1,000 yuan, but they are quite busy. The Han tribe still has relatively few holidays, and the Han tribe, which is in the stage of rapid development, does have a lot of work. These officials are needed to handle it, so even if they have money, they can't buy so many New Year's goods because they don't have time to buy them. Now Luo Chong directly bought things for them and sent them to their homes. Although the value was not high, it was the leader's intention, so the meaning was naturally different. The officials who received the Spring Festival benefits also wrote back to Luo Chong to express their New Year greetings. Some even collected some good things they thought were good and presented them to Luo Chong as gifts in return. However, this still seems too hasty. If we follow the ancient official festivals, the emperor not only has to hold a banquet in the palace for all the officials, but also all the civil and military officials have to pay New Year's greetings to the emperor at the court meeting on the Jingdan festival. That would be huge. But the Han tribe doesn't even have a palace now. Even if Luo Chong wanted to entertain the ministers, he would probably have to entertain them in the open square, otherwise he wouldn't even have such a big building. In this winter, it can't really happen. Invite officials to a meal in the open square, right? Isn't this nonsense? Looking at the thick stack of New Year's greetings in his hand, Luo Chong sighed secretly, that's all. Who said that the Han tribe is still in its infancy stage? It doesn't even have a palace. It's better to develop well first and wait for a palace in 2 years. All the bureaucracy systems have been improved, and we will talk about the congratulations when the time comes. It is better to be pragmatic and seek development now. However, what Luo Chong didn't know was that he, the leader, had prepared gifts for the officials during the new year and distributed big red envelopes. Officials from various places had actually prepared gifts for Luo Chong, the leader, but Luo Chong himself had not yet just know. Well, there are probably 3 or 4 chapters left today. The minimum limit is 10,000 words. I will try to make up for yesterday's chapter. If there are no surprises. The day before the Jingdan festival, Luo Chong took his wife and children to worship their ancestors. Different from the previous grand celebrations, Luo Chong no longer holds collective sacrificial activities because there are too many counties in the Han tribe and the people are very worried. If they are scattered, it is impossible for Luo Chong to bring all the people together to perform sacrifices, so everyone can simply worship their ancestors individually. Because there was no palace built, it was naturally impossible to build an imperial temple to worship the ancestors. The current place of worship for Luo Chong is actually the cave where he first lived outside Hanyang City. The ancestors of the Han tribe have lived in that cave for who knows how many generations. It can barely be regarded as a sacrificial place. Luo Chong led his family to the cave. Now the cave has been transformed. There is a place where light shines in the innermost part. Luo Chong had people carve a stone tablet and place it here, which can be regarded as a memorial tablet for the ancestors of the Han tribe. Luo Chong's family was not the only one who came to pay homage. There was already some food on plates placed in front of the stone tablet, which seemed to be 2 or 3 days old. Luo Chong didn't know who came to worship so early, but there were only a few people who could come here to worship. Maybe they were lame, maybe Dolly, or Feather. Anyway, they were all the people who lived here. That's all. Dad, did you live in this cave when you were a child? Little Luo Ching, who had grown to 3 years old, followed Luo Chong and asked as he looked around the cave. That's right, Dad used to live here. Did you see that piece of flat land? Dad used to sleep there every night. He spread it with grass and slept on the ground. Look over there. There is still a rabbit nest that he built before. I'm still there. Rabbits were raised here. Luo Chong pointed to the furnishings around the cave and introduced them to his son. Daddy, I'm scared, Daddy, give me a hug. Luo Lan looked at the somewhat gloomy cave and the stone tablet, and felt secretly in his heart. He didn't want to stay here any longer, so he pulled Luo Chong's trouser leg and shouted from the other side. Be good, don't be afraid. Let's make offerings to our ancestors first, then kowtow a few times, and then we'll go home. Luo Chong rubbed the heads of the 2 children, took the food box from Xiaodia's hand, and put the plates of offerings, placed it in front of the stone tablet, took the basket from Zhang Ying's hand, and put dried fruits and other things in front. The copper incense burner is filled with incense ashes. There is only one person who often comes here, and that is the elder of the small Han tribe. The elder has no position now. He is already old, and now is the time to take care of himself. Usually, either they would play chess and chat with the rat wizard, or they would come back to the cave to clean up, then worship the ancestors of the Han tribe, burn a few sticks of incense, and occasionally sleep here. Luo Chong also took out a handful of sandalwood from the basket, lit the carbide lamp in the cave, used the light to ignite the candle, and then used the candle to burn incense. He gave 3 sticks to each member of the family, and the family of 5 knelt on the straw. After praying 3 times on the futon and inserting the incense into the incense burner, this simple sacrifice is completed. After returning home with his wife and children, Luo Chong's family also started preparing for the New Year's Eve dinner. At noon, he and his 2 children played rice cakes, and in the evening they ate dumplings and played firecrackers. However, this firecracker is not the so-called firecracker, it is just burning bamboo. The earliest origin of the word firecracker is the burning of bamboo on New Year's Eve. Bamboo will make a crackling sound when burning. In fact, it is the same principle as burning firewood. Wood will also make a crackling sound when burning, but it is not as loud as the popping sound of bamboo. This is the so-called firecracker. As for using paper rolls of black powder to make firecrackers? Sorry, the Han tribe can't do this kind of extravagant behavior yet. Isn't it good to have so much gunpowder to train artillery? Isn't it okay to have so much paper to wipe your butt with? Why waste it on disposable firecrackers? Early the next morning, during the Chinese New Year, Luo Chong's family prepared a sumptuous meal early, and the 2 children also climbed out of bed early. Luo Qing and Luo Lan were very active in celebrating the festival, because their father and mother both, he said that he had new clothes to wear today, as well as all kinds of delicious food, and his father also gave me red envelopes. Although they usually wear new clothes, these 2 little guys never bothered about clothes, so they were fooled into being fooled. Tang Yao also celebrated the New Year at Luo Chong's house. Both Xiaodai and Zhang were pregnant with their second child again. Apart from the maid, Tang Yao was the only woman left in the house with such a flexible body. She had been preparing meals with the kitchen and maids early in the morning, and now after the 2 little guys got up, she finally had some free time, changed into new clothes with her mother, and had a Jingdan breakfast with Luo Chong's family. Tang Yao's mother was considered to be an entourage of the Han tribe on an envoy with her. She had no special duties. She mainly took care of Tang Yao, so she also lived with her in Luo Chong's house. In the dining room, Luo Chong sat at the head of the family as the head of the family. Xiaodai and Zhang sat on both sides with their children, and Tang Yao and her mother sat opposite. Before moving their chopsticks, Xiaodai, Zhang and Ying winked at the 2 children, respectively. The 2 children immediately got down from their chairs, then lined up in front of Luo Chong to pay New Year greetings and ask for red envelopes. Dad, I wish you a happy New Year and a long life. Here, this is my gift. As the elder brother, Xiao Luoqing was the first to step forward to salute Luo Chong, and he knelt down. After he kowtowed in a decent manner, he took out a folded red paper from his arms. This was a gift prepared for Luo Chong. Luo Chong took it and took a look, only to see 100 words of blessing written crookedly on the paper with a brush. He didn't know how long it took this kid to write so many words. He accepted the blessing letter with a smile, and then said, "Good son, get up. Dad will prepare a big red envelope for you. You come back and use the money to buy delicious food. But you are already over 3 years old this year, you can't just think about having fun in the future, you have to be serious about your homework, got it?" "Well, thank you, Dad." Xiao Luoqing nodded quickly, and then happily took a brocade-sewn purse from Luo Chong's hand. There were only $6 silver in it, but the little guy who had no idea about money was still very satisfied. Imitating the way an adult would hang his purse on his belt and giggling. "Dad, Lanner also wishes you a happy New Year. I wish Daddy will marry Aunt Tang soon and give me a little sister. Here, Daddy, this is my gift." Luo Lan also came to Luo Chong and kowtowed, saying she gave a congratulatory speech, and then took out her own gift. Her gift was also a word, but it was not by Fu, but a poem copied from a primary school textbook. The gift is not bad, but the message. "Stinky girl, who taught you to say this?" Luo Chong asked, poking his daughter's forehead with his finger. Luo Lan suddenly felt aggrieved, then turned to look at her mother, Zhaning, and Xiao Dai, and finally looked at Tang Yao. At this time, Tang Yao's face was already red, but she did not offer any intention of rejection. Tang Yao's mother was also sitting next to her, with an auntie smile on her face. This middle-aged woman likes children very much, especially Luo Chong's 2 children. Their living conditions are good. The white, fat and cute children raised by Luo Chong are very cute. Compared with the children of the tribe outside, they are born with nobility. And after a year of contact, Tang Yao's mother, for some unknown reason, was inclined to facilitate the marriage between Luo Chong and her daughter. Seeing Luo Lan curling her lips and looking like she was about to cry, Luo Chong sighed secretly, reached out and picked up Luo Lan, and held her on his lap. "Okay, thank you for the gift our little princess gave me. Daddy likes it very much. He also prepared a big red envelope for you. Can you keep it for yourself to buy something delicious?" "Well, thank you, Dad." Luo Lan took the purse containing the silver coins, kissed Luo Chong, and then hung the purse carefully on her body. After the younger generation paid their New Year's greetings, Luo Chong raised his cup and said to everyone, "Come, let's drink this cup together. I wish the Han tribe this year a bumper harvest, more livestock, a prosperous population, and no illness or disaster. I also wish my 2 children a good harvest." The wife was able to give birth to her second child successfully. Xiao Dai and Zhaning both laughed. Naturally, they couldn't drink, but they also raised their teacups to celebrate the festival with everyone. Tang Yao opposite was particularly shy today. If she accidentally met Luo Chong's eyes, her cheeks would turn red immediately and she would look away hastily, making Luo Chong a little wary when eating. This woman would not unite her 2 wives to give him a meal. "Do you self-medicate?" Just when Luo Chong was wondering how these 3 women were trying to trick him, a maid suddenly came in from outside, gave everyone a wanfu gift, and then said, "Chief, there are several county guards outside with carriages and horses for you. Happy New Year," and they brought gifts. "Oh? Bringing gifts for New Year greetings? Interesting, let them in." Luo Chong raised his eyebrows. It seems that this year is indeed the year of dragon prosperity for the Han tribe. This year, he prepared New Year's goods for them and gave out New Year's red envelopes. People also happened to come to give Luo Chong New Year greetings and gifts. Interesting. 2 more chapters. Luo Chong was quite happy when he heard that officials came to give him New Year greetings and gifts. This was the first time since the establishment of the Han tribe. The main reason is that the 8 counties of Hanyang are now on the right track. Even Nanjing County, which was the latest to be established, has been established for more than a year. In addition, Luo Chong has not built a new city in the 8 counties of Hanyang this year. So officials in various places are not too busy. During the holidays, the people live and work in peace and contentment. They don't need to open up wasteland or anything. They don't have to worry about anything. Naturally, they have free time to study other things, such as preparing gifts for Luo Chong. This matter. Luo Chong was quite looking forward to their gifts. He didn't know what these people had prepared for him. When the maid asked someone to come in, Luo Chong also stood up and carried Luo Lan to the door of the living room to greet him. "I heard that several county guards were coming, but I didn't expect that the first one to come in was a lame man wearing a brocade robe and fox fur. He also brought his wife and his 4-year-old son. This guy was originally an old bachelor. He had never found a woman willing to marry him because of his lameness. However, after the Han tribe grew, it also absorbed a lot of people. The lame man had already given up the idea of finding a wife, and he was not even old. I was young, but I thought that I would not have anyone to take care of me when I got old, and since the conditions were better now, I found a widow to start a family, and gave birth to a child, who is now 4 years old. The lame man was very happy today. He didn't usually have many opportunities to see Luo Chong. Today he came specifically to see the leader. The guy limped into the yard and saw Luo Chong holding his daughter to greet him at the door of the living room. He immediately hurried up, take the first 2 steps, and bow to Luo Chong. The lame man pays homage to the leader and wishes him a happy new year. I wish the leader a long life and many children and good fortune. The lame man's wife was a bit shy, but she was an honest woman. She didn't say anything, but just followed the lame man in performing a blessing ceremony. Okay, it's rare that you came to see me today. How are your legs and feet? You seem to be able to walk fairly well. Luo Chong also carried his daughter forward, lifted the lame man up with one hand, and said hello to him. Thank you for your concern, Chief. My leg is just like this. It won't get better, but it won't stop me from walking. There will be no problem in my life. The lame man also stood up and greeted Luo Chong. Happy New Year to Uncle. Lanner wishes Uncle a Happy New Year. Luo Lan looked at the smiling cripple and seemed to like it in her heart. She sat in Luo Chong's arms and offered New Year greetings to the cripple. Hey, Lanner is celebrating the New Year. This is Luo Lan, the most beautiful girl in our Han tribe. Chime, hurry up and get a red envelope for Lanner. The lame man responded happily to Luo Lan, and quickly asked his wife to give the child take out the red envelope. Luo Lan looked at the red envelope and then at Luo Chong. There was a questioning look in her eyes, wondering whether she should accept it or not. Come on, Lanner, take it. This is from your uncle. Your father won't tell you anything. Just take what Uncle gave you, and remember to thank Uncle. Seeing this, Luo Chong nodded in agreement. Thank you, Uncle. Luo Lan immediately smiled happily, his eyes narrowed into crescent shapes. There were guests here, and Tang Yao and Xiao Dai Zhaning also led Xiao Luo Ching out and greeted the guests with Luo Chong. Naturally, Luo Ching also accepted the lame man's red envelope, and Luo Chong did not refuse. Nowadays, lame people have a good life and a lot of income. They can really get away with giving red envelopes to their children. Luo Chong doesn't have any burden on his heart. Moreover, I don't know if it is because of the close blood relationship. Luo Chong's 2 children and the cripple also gets along well. After all, this guy is really related to them by blood. Back when there were only a few men in the Han tribe, they were all related by blood. For example, Bestia was the son of the previous leader of the Han tribe, and he and Luo Chong might have been cousins. But before I really can't remember clearly, and I didn't arrange the seniority in such a systematic way. Anyway, knowing that they were a family, I just couldn't figure out what seniority they were. After chatting for a while, Luo Chong asked jokingly, I heard that you prepared a gift for me? It won't be a stone basin, right? The lame man blushed a little. The leader still remembered his ultimate dream back then. In what age is this, who still uses stone basins? How could it be? The leader has led us to live a good life now. How can I get a stone basin and have the nerve to take it out? The lame man responded to Luo Chong's teasing with some embarrassment. Oh? What is that? Luo Chong asked curiously. I prepared 2 porcelain vases for the leader. They are of no use. They are just for display. The leader's house is big and there is just room to put them. Someone, please bring my 2 porcelain vases in. The lame man explained here and asked someone to bring his gift over. Luo Chong couldn't help but raise his eyebrows. This guy who dreamed of grinding out a stone basin stopped making tableware and started playing with ornaments. He even brought it in. Could it be that he burned a water tank for him? Can't move it alone? The next moment, 8 personal guards came in from outside the courtyard gate. The 8 of them were divided into 2 groups. The 4 of them worked together to carry a big guy in. There were 2 in front and behind, which surprised Luo Chong even more. What is this? Luo Chong asked with some surprise. Are you sure it is a porcelain vase? It takes 4 people to carry a bottle? Put it down, put it down, put it here first. The lame man asked the guards to put the 2 bottles in the yard. A wooden pallet was made under the thing, and there was a protective frame made of wooden strips around it, and there was a straw curtain inside. It was wrapped tightly, so even if it was moved in front of Luo Chong, he was still not sure what was inside. The lame man untied the straw curtain with his own hands, revealing a super-large vase that was as thick as a person and 1.8 meters high. Luo Chong was stunned. Others in the yard couldn't help but gape in surprise. Everyone present was Han. Among the top nobles of the tribe, who has never seen porcelain? But they said they had never seen such a large piece of porcelain. Luo Chong had seen similar large vases in his previous life. They were usually placed in companies or hotel lobbies as decorations, but most of them were not so tall. He never expected that cripple could burn such a vase in this era. When the porcelain came, he was really shocked. Just when everyone was stunned in shock, the lame man did not stop his actions. He unwrapped another porcelain bottle, which was still the same size and the same exquisiteness. Chief, this is a gift that our kiln factory made together for you. The guy at 6 fingers kneaded the clay himself, I designed the shape, the workers pulled the embryos, and the Wen brothers made the paintings. I personally watched the kiln fire them. A total of I made 10 of them, but these 2 are the best. The others with cracks or uneven glaze color were all damaged by me, and now I only have these 2. You guys are interested, do these 2 bottles have names? Luo Chong sighed, and then immediately asked, even if these 2 bottles are not antiques, they are definitely rare treasures in this era, and there is only 1 pair in the world. The vase is priceless. Here, I don't know how to give a name. How about the leader give me a name? The lame man scratched his head in embarrassment and said. He was just a kiln burner with no culture, so how could he know how to give a name? Well, let me take a look first. Luo Chong nodded in agreement, then hugged his daughter and circled around the pair of large porcelain vases. The 2 porcelain vases have small bases, round belly, thin neck. The maximum diameter of the waist is estimated to be about 40 to 50 centimeters, and the height is 1.8 meters. The glaze color of the bottle body is bright, smooth, and flawless. The overall base is sapphire blue, not the blue of blue and white porcelain, but sapphire blue, which is a darker blue, but a particularly bright blue. If it were just this one color, it would obviously not be called a rare treasure. The most important thing was that Luo Chong saw no less than 7 colors on these 2 porcelain bottles. One of the bottles has a picture of 100 birds painted on it, with a sapphire blue background, an earth-colored ground below, and green rocks covered with moss next to it. A tree is painted on the other side of the bottle, which looks crooked. It should be a pine tree. There are kingfishers with bright feathers on the trees, orioles, magpies, and many kinds of birds that Luo Chong didn't recognize. There were pine nuts scattered on the soil on the ground, and there were many colorful golden pheasants, and pheasants foraging under the trees. There was a small tree on the rocks next to it. In the puddle, a little bird whose name cannot be called is sticking its head in the puddle to drink water. The entire porcelain vase is bright in color, with harmonious color matching, and the vivid shapes of the pictures give people a feeling of walking into nature. All the scenes are vivid and very flexible when painted. If this were placed in Luo Chong's previous life, the cliff would have been one of the unique treasures that could not be exhibited abroad. Another porcelain vase is also painted in royal blue, with a picture of 100 beasts. The overall layout of this picture is similar to that of the white bird picture. It consists of a tree, ground, rocks, and 2 bottles that fit together perfectly. But this bottle with a picture of 100 animals depicts a persimmon tree. There are persimmons falling to the ground under the tree. There are domestic pigs playing below and eating the persimmons that have fallen to the ground. There are also a few monkeys shaking there on the top of the tree. Some were playing, some were picking persimmons, and some were hitting the pigs below with the persimmons. There are squirrels and snakes on the trees nearby, deer under the trees, and wild wolves hiding behind the grass. You can't find them unless you look carefully. There is a river on the other side of the bottle. There are fish, ducks, and geese in the river. There are houses on the other side, and there is a stone bridge over the river. A common man is carrying a pole, carrying a cage of rabbits at the front and back, and holding a cow in his hand. There is a yellow dog in front of him, wagging his tail and looking back to wait. With this burden bearer. The shape is vivid and has a beautiful meaning. More importantly, if you appreciate it carefully, there is an artistic conception in it. After watching it, Luo Chong couldn't help but sigh in his heart. This guy who started dreaming of spending his whole life grinding a stone basin later learned to make pottery and porcelain from Luo Chong. From then on, he got out of control and changed his dream. His new dream is, let everyone in the Han tribe eat with porcelain bowls. Now this dream has come true. Cripple finally got rid of low-level interests and began to study art, and his achievements are so high. Such a pair of treasure vases, placed in Luo Chong's previous life, would have easily sold for hundreds of millions. Alright. This guy is too awesome. By the way, there are also the pair of twin brothers who are good at painting. They were originally assigned to the cripple to work in the kiln factory. Now it seems that they were assigned correctly and their talents and opportunities for painting were not ruined. These two people following Lizzie, there are all kinds of porcelain for them to paint on every day. Now, after a few years, the two people's painting skills have reached the peak. I don't know anything else, but at least when it comes to painting porcelain vases, he is definitely a giant among the giants. In fact, Lizzie has been studying art for more than a year. After the rapid development of the Han tribe in recent years, kilns are also being built in various places to supply the cooking utensils and tableware needed by the local people every day. The Hanyang County kiln factory that Lizzie was responsible for had already met the needs of the local people, so the output of porcelain had been reduced a lot. This guy followed Luo Chong's advice and started to make ceramic tiles, preparing to enter the building materials industry, until one day, Cripple learned that the kiln factory in Weishan County fired a kind of porcelain for saving money, which was a pig-shaped piggy bank, and it was very easy to sell. This guy was immediately inspired. It turned out that porcelain can not only be used for eating, but can also be used as decorations and ornamental objects, so he began to try various ornaments and artworks. I don't know how long he tried to make these two a shocking treasure vase. Yes, I like these two bottles very much. If you are interested, you must continue your efforts in the future and strive to produce more and better works. Luo Chong said without hesitation and praise. Yes, they are works. The two porcelain vases today have broken away from the ranks of vessels and should be called works of art. Then they are the works of the kiln and the joint masterpieces of the people in the kiln. As long as the leader likes it, that's what we want. Hearing Luo Chong's praise and love for the two bottles, the lame man said very happily. While Luo Chong's family was admiring the pair of porcelain vases, several other county guards who came to pay New Year greetings could not help but complain in low voices. The lame man is really awesome. With his pair of porcelain vases here today, we may not be able to get rid of our gifts. Yes, well, my things are really incomparable. I hope the leader won't dislike it. Several county guards stood nearby and murmured quietly, and couldn't help but sigh to themselves, but Luo Chong, who had a sharp ear and eyesight, still heard them. The officials below came to give him New Year's greetings and gifts. He was already very happy, so how could he dislike it? Even if the gift is just average, he would still be very happy. Of course, if there is such a gift as lame, it would be a surprise. Don't worry, I won't dislike it. As long as you have this intention, it doesn't matter what you give. Even if you have steamed rice cakes at home and are willing to share them with me, I will also like them very much. Luo Chong said directly to several people. When several people heard Luo Chong's sudden answer, they immediately straightened their clothes and then stood in a row to bow to Luo Chong and wish him a happy new year. My minister Jing Yan, my minister Shi Xian, my minister Jian Dun, my minister Yun Shi, I have met the leader, and I wish him a happy new year. I wish the leader to expand the territory thousands of miles and unify the rivers and mountains. Luo Chong couldn't help but raise his eyebrows again. Could it be that these people just had a speech outside? Why are the congratulations still exactly the same? Okay, I can expand the territory thousands of miles and unify the mountains and rivers. I have this confidence. I wonder if you guys would be willing to help me. I am willing to follow in the footsteps of the leader, never give up, and create glory together. Among the 4 county guards, Jing Yan came up with the words first, and the other 3 quickly followed suit. Luo Chong also once again expressed his gratitude to Jing Yan. Yan Gao took a look. This guy is eloquent and talented. I wonder if the congratulatory speech just now was also his idea. Okay, your words are worth more than any gift. Don't worry, even if you really bring rice cakes, I will eat them today. Luo Chong answered with a smile. The leader was joking. My family hasn't made rice cakes this year yet. We were lucky enough to get a few stones a few days ago. Jing Yan didn't dare to keep them for himself, so he came here to offer them to the leader. Although they are not as good as these 2 treasure vases, they are still somewhat beautiful. As Jing Yan spoke, he asked the attendants outside to bring in a wooden box. When the wooden box landed, he opened it himself and saw a pile of colorful stones inside. The top one was a completely green jade stone, the size of a sea bowl, is as big as a volleyball. Such a large piece of jade, although it is still unprocessed raw stone, is still priceless. The reason why it is not processed may be because Jing Yan considered that if he carved it into an object without authorization, the leader would not like it in the end, so he ruined it. Instead of doing this, it would be better to just give the original stone to the leader and let Luo Chong do whatever he wants. Yes, such jade should be very rare, right? Was it dug out of your mine? Is there still jade in the coal mine? Luo Chong nodded with satisfaction, obviously very satisfied with this box of gems. Going back to the leader, no, this is a tribe that was just absorbed by our Dongxing County 2 months ago. In order to join our Han tribe, the leader of that tribe took the initiative to offer a treasure that has been passed down for a long time in the tribe. Such things I don't dare to keep it for myself. Only such treasures can be worthy of the noble status of the leader. Please don't dislike it, Jing Yan said to Luo Chong as he explained the box of various jade stones. Not bad, not bad. I like it very much. Come here, move all these things in. These 2 porcelain vases will be placed in the corner of the living room for now. We will make arrangements later when we have time. Chief, I don't have porcelain bottles or jade here. I only have a lion skin and a bear skin for the chief. Our Makino County office had a holiday a few days ago, and everyone organized a hunting together. With good luck, we shot a bear and a bear. A cave lion, and we also picked up 2 little lions. If the leader likes them, he can keep them and feed them. Jiandun of Makino County also introduced his gift and said that his gift was really not that good, it was just an animal skin. There are so many wild animals these days, will the Han tribe be short of animal skins? Will Luo Chong, the leader, be short of animal skins? But the 2 cave lion cubs he got are really fresh. Cave lions are ferocious beasts. Can their cubs also be raised? As Jiandun was talking, a young man who was following him also came in carrying a basket. The basket was covered with quilts and animal skins, and had a layer on top. There was a constant moaning coming from inside. the childish cry of wailing. Luo Chong didn't like such a gift very much. Lions are wild beasts. If Luo Chong had a zoo, he wouldn't mind raising 2 lion cubs in the zoo, but he didn't. Not only is there no zoo, there is also no royal forbidden garden like Shangling Garden. Shangling Garden is usually the emperor's private zoo, where animals can thrive and then the emperor takes people in to hunt. So Luo Chong was a little worried and didn't know how to place the 2 lion cubs. However, unlike Luo Chong, Xiao Luoqing seemed to be very interested in these 2 lion cubs. When he saw these 2 little lions who did not open their eyes and could only howl, he immediately rushed over and played with these 2 little things. What can Luo Chong say? Let your son play with it first and think about placement later. Yes, I also like this gift very much, and I also accepted it. After Janduan's gift was delivered, Shi Xian, the current governor of Luoyang County, also had his gift carried out. Chief, I have someone build a model of a new type of sailboat. This ship is called Feiyu. It is faster than all existing ship types. I hope the leader will like it. Luo Chong likes ship models. Almost everyone who knows him a little bit knows that. Even if others don't know, as the governor of Luoyang County, and Luoyang Shipyard is a key production unit under him, how could Shi Xian not know about Luo Chong? Hobby? Outside the gate, 2 guards came over carrying an exquisite wooden ship model. There was a special bracket underneath. This ship was exactly what Shi Xian said was a flying fish sailboat, a type of sailing vessel that the Han tribe did not use today. Equipped with sailboat. Luo Chong, who was familiar with the structure of sailboats, naturally saw the characteristics of this boat at a glance. The length-to-width ratio of the flying fish was very large, giving people the first impression that it was long. It was longer than all the current boats of the Han tribe. Moreover, this ship changed the round bow design of the Han tribe in the past, and used an inverted V-shaped blade bow for the first time. The 2 sides of the bow also used a concave streamline design, making the bow sharp and pointed. It is thin and thin. The stern is not a tunnel-type structure. It is also a pointed blade type, but there is no indentation on both sides. The arc-shaped structure can maintain better stability. The belly in the middle is rounded and the bottom is slightly flat. This ship has a shallow draft and a blade-shaped bow, which means less resistance in the water. There is no superstructure above the ship's side, which means the center of gravity is lower, the sailing is more stable, and the wind resistance is smaller. In addition, the designer moved upwards in a perverted way. 6 masts are inserted, and the width of the 6-sided sails arranged longitudinally is 1 section wider than the side of the ship. This means more powerful power in the field of sailing. After all, sailboats are driven by wind. The larger the sail area, the more power there is. Is there anything wrong with that? So to sum up, the speed of this ship should be very abnormal. The name Flying Fish just confirms this point. This boat can fly on the water. Are there any specific parameters or drawings? This should be a sailboat pursuing the fastest speed, right? Luo Chong asked, looking at the ship model. Others around them didn't know much about these things. They only knew that the ship looked long and thin, and that it had many sails and more masts than Fubawai's current flagship. Yes, I brought the drawings of this ship. Shi Xian asked for the drawings from his entourage and handed them to Luo Chong, and then he added an introduction beside him. Chief, this ship is indeed prepared for the pursuit of higher speed. It adopts a pointed bow for the first time, and lengthens the aspect ratio to the greatest extent. The design parameters are 16 meters in width and 52 meters in draft. The length of the ship is 136 meters, and the length-to-width ratio reaches 85:1, which is more than twice that of the Fubo. Its tonnage also exceeds that of the Fubo, reaching about 5,000 tons. There are 6 ultra-wide longitudinal sails arranged longitudinally on it, which can provide more plenty of motivation. Having said this, Qingshu paused for a moment before continuing, "Chief, our Han tribe's territory is getting bigger and bigger now, especially the north and south ends. It is quite inconvenient to connect them. Although our Han tribe has a lot of sailboats, but the speed is too slow. From Luoyang it will take at least 43 days to arrive at Tuahai County from Luoyang County, driving day and night. If you arrive at Qingshu Island from Luoyang County, it will take at least 50 days. It is for this reason that I asked the craftsmen at the shipyard to design this new type of ship." Everyone around them nodded slightly. They were all local officials at the county level. Naturally, they knew the current situation of the Han tribe. The territory of the tribe was too large, and the distance between the north and the south was too far. Communication was extremely inconvenient and severely restricted. The rate of development of the tribe. At this time, Qingshu suddenly made a shocking revelation. "Chief, the configuration of this flying fish is very light. According to our design and speculation, it can carry 600 people and 1,000 tons of cargo, and can sustain itself for 2 months down, using only 8. It took me day and night to reach the 3 counties of Honghu. It took me 12 days and nights to complete the journey from Luoyang County to Tuajuan, shortening the original 43-day journey by about 35 times. If I were to go from Luoyang County to Qingshu Island, I was confident that it would take half a month. Arrive at destination within." Hearing Qingshu's introduction, everyone was once again stunned with surprise. This was the second time everyone was surprised by a gift after the lame man presented a pair of porcelain vases. The 3 counties of Honghu and Huzhou who ran to the grassland in 8 days. A journey that originally took 43 days to complete in 12 days? Arrive at Qingshu Island from Luoyang County within half a month? What an abnormal speed is this? If this flying fish can really reach this speed, it will be a huge improvement in both the construction of the south and the communication between the Han tribes in the north and the south. However, compared to everyone's surprise, Luo Chong was relatively calm. The flying fish boat presented by Qingshu was actually structurally similar to the flying shear boat that Luo Chong had heard of in his previous life. Both had a large aspect ratio and streamlined design. A sailboat with a multi-sail structure has the same design goal, and is designed to pursue the fastest speed. Luo Chong didn't know how fast this flying fish could run. After all, there was no real object, but the clipper ship did set a record of crossing the Atlantic Ocean in 13 days. This type of sailing ship had already reached the level of sailing ship before the birth of the steam turbine. The maximum speed limit can exceed 20 knots per hour. However, this kind of ship is only fast. Its stability is extremely poor and its turning radius is too large. If it encounters a strong crosswind, it is very easy to capsize. Whether it is transporting people or cargo, it is more suitable for transportation, but it is used as a battleship because of its poor lateral stability. If dozens of cannons are mounted on the sides of such a ship and fire a salvo, it is estimated that the recoil alone can overturn the ship. However, Luo Chong never thought of using this thing as a battleship. It was just suitable for transportation. After he finished reading the drawings, he commented, "I like this ship very much. I am also very pleased that you can take care of the inconvenience of communication between the north and the south of our tribe. However, I would like to make some comments. Is this ship good? But it is only suitable for use as a seagoing ship. If it is used for inland routes, this ship is too long. The main water area of Luoyang River is more than 100 meters at its narrowest point, and can be several kilometers wide at its widest point. The average width is only 400 to 500 meters. The length of your ship is only 136 meters, and the width of the ship is too large. The resistance is great. If such a boat runs in the Luoyang River, you won't even be able to turn it around until it reaches a wide area of water. However, the design of this ship is very good, which still needs to be praised. However, when manufacturing, it cannot be made so big. It must be scaled down a bit. The width of the ship from 16 meters to 10 meters. The length-to-width ratio is set to 82. In this way, the length of the ship will be 82 meters, which is a little longer than the Fubo. For other parts, you can see that the scale is reduced, and this ship will be built in the next year. I have accepted your gift. I hope this flying fish can really run at the speed you mentioned. Yes, thank you, Chief, for liking it. Qingshu stepped aside happily. This New Year's gift, he showed off his face. If the lame man's gift is a top-notch work of art, then his gift is an important weapon of the country. Even if he and compared to the pair of porcelain bottles, they are by no means inferior. Yunji, from Ryong County, was in a worse situation. He originally thought that his gift should be good, but it turned out that the gift in front of him was a treasure vase, a live lion cub, beautiful jade, and a super-fast sailing ship. Think about it. If you think about your own things, you really have no shame in taking them. Seeing the leader and everyone looking at him, Yunji couldn't help but feel a little embarrassed. Chief, I feel like I'm going to be disliked. Yunji said jokingly. Ryong County, where Yunji is located, really doesn't have anything good, except for the silk from Jingguan County. Ryong County is the place where the Han tribe first started weaving silk. It is the strongest place among the Han tribe in terms of the scale of sericulture and silk weaving technology. Yunji didn't play it off, knowing that his gift was just like that anyway, so he simply had someone bring it to him. The person who came back to show the gifts was not the bodyguard, but Yunji's wife. She came with 2 maids. After meeting Luo Chong's family, she and the maids showed off their gifts. Chief, please see, these are 2 of the latest silk gauze materials. This one is wider and is made of blended raw silk. I named it raw smoke yarn. It is suitable for making blouses or outerwear. In summer, it can also be sewn onto the outside of clothing for sun protection. The other type is called hookah yarn, which is made of cooked silk and is much softer than the other type. These 2 new types of silk are new this year. If the leader likes it, they will be produced next year. Luo Chong took a look. He was really not interested in this kind of thin and transparent mesh fabric, but he didn't like it when others liked it. 3 women, Xiaodai, Zhaoning, and Tang Yao, liked this kind of beauty very much. When they saw such beautiful fabric, the 3 women immediately came forward to touch and look at it, and quickly discussed what kind of clothes could be made from such fabric and what kind of style would make it look better. Yes, silk is the best among fabrics. It would be great to develop more concentrated styles, which can enrich the products of our Han tribe. I also like this gift very much and accepted it. Thank you for your thoughtfulness. Luo Chong nodded and praised, and then agreed to accept it. As for whether he likes it or not, it doesn't matter. Anyway, it is his wife who wears it, and it is not for him to wear. After the 5 people presented their gifts, Luo Chong invited them into the house. Xiaodai and Zhaoning took the initiative to bring the women of these people to visit their houses at home. Luo Chong directly led the lame man and the 4 county guards in. Someone is coming to his study now, and he is going to take the opportunity to talk about the plans and arrangements for government affairs next year. But just after entering the house, when Luo Chong was about to discuss government affairs, Qingshu, the governor of Luoyang County, suddenly interrupted. Chief, whether what you are about to say is about a few of us or our tribe. If it is about all our counties, then we might as well wait for a while. Yesterday I met Lu Guangzhu, the governor of Weishan County, and he also told me that he was coming to pay New Year's greetings to the leader, and he might be here soon. Yes, leader, Dolly also said he would come over. If there is no rush, let's wait for a while, right? Cripple also said at the side. Dolly is also one of the Ashes elders of the Han tribe. There is a huge gap between him and Cripple. It's perfectly normal to have communication. Okay, let's talk about it later. Luo Chong nodded and took several county guards to visit his house, walking around the yard. Several county guards have been coveting Luo Chong's house for a long time. They also want this kind of large house filled with glass, which has good lighting and is comfortable to live in. Moreover, the shape of the house designed by Luo Chong looks very attractive. A sense of luxury. However, Luo Chong dissuaded them, if you want to live in a big house, I still suggest not to build it here. In a few years, our Han tribe will build a capital into a high county. By then, you may all have to live in a big house. If you want to live in a big house, you might as well build it directly in the capital. The capital of our Han tribe will be more advanced and larger than all the existing cities. It is far beyond what the current counties can do. Chief, I heard from Dashi the year before last that the capital would be built into a high county in the future. When will we build it? Why has there been no movement for more than a year? Jing Yan answered casually after hearing the leader talk about building a capital. I asked. The capital is too huge. It's not that easy to build. Just organizing the labor force and preparing various building materials will take several years. For example, lumber will take at least 3 years to cut, transport, and dry in the shade. There is not a lot of time, other masonry, and earthwork, so let's wait for now, but we can prepare the materials slowly. Luo Chong and a few others were walking in the yard while explaining issues about the capital. However, before he could say a few words, guards came outside to inform them. The chief of Weishan County, the chief of Xin'an County, and the chief of Nanzhong County came to see him. They said they wanted to pay New Year's greetings to the chief, and they also brought gifts. Luo Chong and the county guards around him looked at each other and laughed. Okay, let them come in. Here. The personal guard agreed and went out to take the people. Sure enough, after a while, Xin'an County Sheriff Dali, Weishan County Sheriff Lu Guangzhou, and Nanzhong County Sheriff Yang Yan walked in together. They also brought a lot of followers with them, but they were not servants or family members, but officials from the 2 research institutes of the Han tribe. When this group of people first came in, Luo Chong had already discovered the secrets of the 2 research institute personnel. They exist, such as Ao Fei, Wen Nong and others are also among them. Qinlu Guangzhou, Ao Fei, Yang Yan and Dali pay homage to the leader, wishing him peace in the new year and all seasons, prosperity and a smile. This group of people congratulated Luo Chong on the new year together, but they didn't say anything to unify the country. They seemed very easygoing and relaxed, as if chatting with family, and had a more New Year atmosphere. Okay, thank you for coming to wish me New Year's greetings. You are considerate, but if you don't bring your children, I won't give you red envelopes. Luo Chong said jokingly to this group of people. These people are so old, how can they ask Luo Chong for New Year's money? Besides, he has just distributed the year-end bonus not long ago. The leader was joking. We don't want red envelopes. We just heard at the door that the first few people who came first had prepared good gifts. We were a little worried that we wouldn't be able to get them. I hope the leader wouldn't dislike them. Lu Guangzhou took the lead. Spoke. Don't worry, the leader will accept everything. Even if you bring a few rice cakes to the leader won't dislike it. Before Luo Chong could speak, the lame man took the lead in speaking for Luo Chong. Only Lizzie, an Ashes veteran, dared to say this. Others certainly didn't have the courage. Their relationship with Luo Chong was not close enough to make any jokes. That's right, as long as you have that intention, it's fine. It doesn't matter about gifts or anything. Even if you make delicious food at home and are willing to share it with me, I will be happy. Luo Chong glanced at the lame man, and then looked at Lu Guangzhou. He nodded to show that the lame man was right. Huh. Lu Guangzhou deliberately looked relieved, and then said with a smile, then I will show my shame. I didn't prepare anything particularly good, so I used my salary to customize a few gadgets in the glass factory. Son, I hope the leader likes it. As he spoke, he summoned his followers, brought 2 boxes and opened them, only to see that they contained glassware, including a set of wine sets made of crystal glass, a set of tea sets made of crystal glass, and 4 colorful. The glass ornaments include a pair of horses with their front hooves raised, and a pair of galloping bulls. These things cannot be said to be very valuable, but they are indeed thoughtful. For example, wine sets and tea sets are made of crystal glass. Crystal glass is not only extremely transparent, but also has outstanding heat resistance and can withstand high temperatures of about 1,000 degrees. It can be used to scald wine, and can also be used to hold boiled tea, which is something that ordinary glassware simply cannot do. Yes, this tea set is really good. The tea set made of glass allows you to enjoy the color of the tea soup while tasting tea. Thank you, I like it very much. Luo Chong smiled and asked people to accept the glassware. Chief, we in Nanjing County are relatively poor and don't have much to offer. I just happened to catch a snow deer recently. I dedicated it to the chief today to express my feelings. Yang Yan, the governor of Nanjing County, also followed closely. Said. Yang Yan's gift was a white deer, which was still alive. The Nanjing County where he served had only been established for more than a year, and it was located directly south of the midpoint between Luoyang County and Ruyang County. There was a plain over there, which was really suitable. Humans live there, but there are no special products, so it is really difficult for him to find some special products for Luo Chong as gifts. When it was decided to set up Nanjing County earlier, Luo Chong led a group of officials to conduct a hunt there, and the people hunted on that occasion were deer. Maybe it's because there are more deer there, so Yang Yan got a genetically mutated albino giant horned deer this time. Since it is a special breed, it must not be killed for meat. Just keep it, it's still the same problem. Luo Chong doesn't have a private zoo or a royal garden, so there's no place to keep it. He thought for a while, such an albino breed should also be able to expand the population. He remembered that in his previous life, almost all the white tigers in the world were descendants of a Bengal albino tiger. That one white tiger had hundreds of descendants. Only. In this case, it is better to send this white deer to Sinong Temple and let them try to breed it to see if they can expand the population of white deer. Maybe they can artificially create a new species of white deer. Having made up his mind, Luo Chong nodded and said, "White deer are really rare." They are indeed rare. I like this gift very much and I also accepted it. After collecting the gifts from these people, Luo Chong and the others looked at the last 3 groups of people. One was the governor of Qingshu County, Dolly, who was also one of the Ashes of the Han tribe, and the other 2 people from the research institute. They did not come individually, but as a group, representing 2 research institutes, respectively. When Dolly saw Luo Chong finally looking at him, he scratched his head in embarrassment and said, "Chief, I don't have any treasures. I just chose a piece of good steel in my spare time and made a sword for the leader myself. I hope the leader likes it." As he spoke, he asked his entourage to bring over a long, delicate wooden box. He opened the box in front of everyone. It was lined with yellow silk, and a handful of forsythia about 1 meter long lay quietly on it. Sword. Luo Chong took out the sword and took a look at it. This sword was in the shape of a traditional Han sword. After all, the first sword of the Han tribe was made by Luo Chong according to the shape of the Han sword. Later, when other people made swords, they also all referenced Luo Chong's design. The hilt of the sword is made of black iron wood and copper hoops. The tail end is designed with a round flat tail. The sword pavilion, handguard, in front is also made of bronze carving technology. It is also inlaid with several gems. The scabbard and hilt are also used. Made of black iron wood, for hollowed-out carved copper hoops are used to combine the scabbard into one. There are also hooks on the side, which can be easily hung on the belt. Luo Chong pulled out a section of the sword. The blade rubbed against the scabbard, and a buzzing sound immediately sounded. The 8 sides of the sword were covered with fine forging patterns, and each side was polished to a bright finish, like a mirror. Brilliant. When the sword was completely pulled out, it immediately reflected a slender light and shadow on the courtyard wall. With a slight wave, you could hear the sound of the sword cutting the air. This is a sword that screams. What a great sword. Can you give this sword a name? Luo Chong asked, stroking the sword gently. No, I won't give you a nice name, as long as the leader likes it. Dolly replied naively. Well, since this sword is good at singing, let's call it Yukio Kion. Luo Chong thought for a moment and suddenly came up with such a name. He danced his sword in the open space next to him as he pleased. There was no special move, but when he waved the long sword in his hand, it kept making ethereal trilling sounds. When everyone around heard the sound of the sword, they all thought that it was worthy of the name of Qingyin. Luo Chong returned the sword with a clang and put it into its sheath. Luo Chong directly hung Yukio Qingyin on his waist. He really liked this sword. After hanging up the sword, Luo Chong looked directly at the staff of Lianji Research Institute and asked with a smile, "Where are your gifts? Don't be so humble like them, just bring them up." Here. A group of people immediately responded with their hands raised, and then the two groups looked at each other. The person from the Power Research Institute was the first to say, "Your stuff is simple, do you want to come first?" "What do you mean our stuff is simple?" "It's just that your stuff is too troublesome." Ao Fei said tit for tat. Wen Nong did not fight with them. He directly raised his hand to Luo Chong and said, "Chief, we have 4 gifts for you. They are all our usual research results. Among them, some groups have made the most contributions. Chief, please look." While he was speaking, people from the Huxin Island Comprehensive Research Institute had already brought 4 gifts and placed them in front of Luo Chong one after another, which immediately attracted everyone's attention. "Chief, please see, this is an hourglass, divided into 2 funnels, upper and lower. When using it, move the end with the sand to the top and fix it from here. The sand above will leak from the mouth of the gourd in the middle. It takes half an hour for all the white sand inside to drain out, so this hourglass can be used to measure time. Every time you turn it over, it will take half an hour for all the sand to drain out." "Oh? This thing is good. It's a wonderful idea, but where can it be used?" Jing Yan praised, and then began to think about the use of this thing. "Isn't this used for timekeeping? I think it should be placed in school. Just use it to measure the time before and after class. Every half an hour, turn it over again and then ring the bell." Yun Ji, who was standing aside, also expressed his own opinion. "This thing is good, but it is too bulky after all, and the timing time is also short. It can only measure half an hour at a time. I think the instrument next to it should also be used for timing, right? Why don't you introduce this to me?" Luo Chong didn't look at the hourglass at all. In terms of timers, the hourglass was nothing. The clock next to the hourglass was obviously more valuable than the hourglass, right? They actually made a clock? As expected of the leader, yes, the instrument next to it is also a timer. It uses wood as the outer casing and has a complex and rigorous bronze gear structure inside. It is powered by reeds and drives the hands on the sundial outside to rotate every day. It rotates twice, which is exactly 12 hours. The specific time can be identified by the pointer pointing to the scale of the dial. This thing is composed of hundreds of parts in total. It needs to be wound every 3 days to retighten the reed and continue to provide power to the timer. The desk clock in front of me is not called a desk clock at this time, but is called a timer by the Research Institute. There is nothing wrong with saying that, it is an instrument for measuring time. Moreover, they didn't call the dial on it a dial, but a dial. Luo Chong took a closer look and realized, good guy, isn't it just a dial? This group of people directly copied a sundial disc and put it on as a dial. What is it if it's not a sundial? In addition, this desk clock does not have a pendulum. It does not rely on a gravity pendulum to provide power. Instead, the winding uses the elasticity of the spring to store energy and drive. And they seem to be really designed according to the idea of a sundial. There is only one hand on it, which is the hour hand, and there is no minute hand or second hand. Therefore, its maximum accuracy is probably about a few o'clock and a few quarters. If you want to be accurate to minutes and seconds, it is probably too difficult. Yes, this thing is of great practical value and is worth continuing to develop. However, the name is not concise enough. You call it a timer. Why not call it a clock? A clock is also used for timekeeping. If you can install a weight and a clock on it, let it ring automatically every half an hour, that would be better. And this disc should be made into a more detailed circular form instead of just putting a sundial on it. Once you add a pendulum and a form to it, you can officially call it a clock. Luo Chong praised them a few words, and then started to fool them with nonsense, trying to change the timer's name to a clock. Everyone in the institute was naturally happy to accept it. You must know that Luo Chong is in their hearts, that is, an omnipotent patriarch-level figure. They all have to keep a small notebook of the leader's opinions. The leader is knowledgeable and talented. He can tell where improvements need to be made just by looking at them. Let the leader take a look at these two gifts. Is there anything that needs improvement? Ao Fei flattered Luo Chong with a smile, and then continued. He jokingly asked Luo Chong to guess the uses of the other two things. Test me? Luo Chong raised his eyebrows and looked at the other two instruments. Of the 4 gifts you got, 2 of them are timers, an hourglass, and a clock. I think the remaining 2 have the same function. There is an iron plate on it that can carry heavy objects, there are weights on the side that can balance the weight, and there are scales on the cantilever. Do you need to guess? These are clearly 2 scales, one large and one small. Are you still testing me for this? Ao Fei immediately smiled sheepishly. The functions of these 2 scales were indeed more obvious, but of course it was also because of the leader's erudition. At least others could not guess the purpose of these things. I taught you the principles of scales and levers. I also taught you the making and principles of scale beams and weights. Luo Chong couldn't help but complain. This really corresponded to the idiom, Lu Ban is playing with an axe in front of the house, and you guys are playing with the axe in front of the class. Wen Nong also laughed beside him and said, then, the leader, give us a review and see if there is anything that needs to be improved on this scale? Well, let me take a look first. Luo Chong nodded and observed carefully. These 2 scales are actually no different from the scales Luo Chong saw in his previous life. After all, they all use the same principle, which is the principle of leverage. There is an iron plate carrying heavy objects under the large one, which is used to place the objects being weighed. There is a column directly in front, and there is a cantilever on the side of the column. Above the cantilever bracket is a platform for placing the weights. That is, a weight. Under the bracket is an iron ruler with a scale, and a pallet is hung on one end of the iron teeth for adding weights. In fact, the principle of this thing is an enlarged version of the portable scale beam, but the scale pan is turned into an enlarged iron pan, and then the iron ruler is pulled through the hook, which is the scale beam with scales. The fixed weight scale weight of the scale beam is changed into a scale weight that can increase the weight, and then a floating weight is set on the iron ruler scale beam, which can be moved left and right, and then you can see the specific scale by looking at the corresponding scale on it. Weight. The way to use this thing is to first put the weight that needs to be weighed on the iron plate, and then add weights to the tray at the end of the iron ruler until the middle scale rod is pressed down, so that the total weight of the left scale weight is multiplied according to the multiple. Approximately the same weight as the weight being weighed on the right. For example, if you use a platform scale to weigh a person, the person weighs approximately 150 kilograms, and then you add a scale weight corresponding to 150 kilograms to the pallet. At this time, the weight of the object being weighed is still slightly greater than the corresponding weight. Weight, and then you move the moving weight on the iron ruler toward one end of the scale. Scale, gradually balance the two sides of the lever. After the two sides are completely balanced, look at the small scale displayed on the iron ruler, that is, the small scale within 10 kilograms. Then you can use the weight corresponding to 150 kilograms, plus the swimming weight. The scale on the weight shows a few kilograms, which adds up to more than 150 kilograms. In the large scale they designed, the largest unit of the cursor corresponds to 20 kilograms. That is to say, if you weigh something within 20 kilograms, you don't even need to add a weight to the pallet. You can balance both sides by simply turning the cursor weight. If the weight exceeds 20 kilograms, add weights to the tray to weight both sides of the scale. As we all know, the longer the lever, even if only a small amount of pressure is applied, it can lift a heavy object. This principle is used by weighing instruments such as scales. By controlling the weight of the scale, it is possible to weight the object being weighed. This is the working principle of this kind of platform scale. Luo Chong had never seen this thing when he was a child in his previous life. Before the advent of electronic scales, apart from the scale beam, this kind of vernier scale was the most popular. Because it is much heavier than the maximum load of the scale beam, it can often be used in bulk transactions. I saw this kind of scale. However, as electronic scales gradually became more popular, such scales could only be seen in scrap collection stations. The more common use was to remove the weighing pan of the scale, clean it, put it on the stove, and transform it into a rode. The iron plate that Auntie used to make pancakes. Luo Chong looked at it carefully and didn't think anything was wrong. It was just that there were some differences in details from the scales he had seen in his previous life. For example, in the scale in front of him, the tray used to place the weights was made of string. The weights used are all round cake-shaped weights. As for the scales Luo Chong saw in his previous life, although its weights were also round cake-shaped, there was a gap on them. There was an iron rod in the middle of the plate on which the weights were hung, with an iron hook on it, and the hook was used to hang it on the scale rod. When adding weights, just clamp the gap of the weights on the iron rod. In addition, the place where the scale weight is placed on the cantilever becomes an upright flat iron piece, and the gap of the scale weight can be stuck on it, so that it is not easy to shake. There is no need for improvement in other places. Luo Chong looked at the cast weight scales on the scales again. The largest one was marked 200 kilograms, then number 2 was 100 kilograms, number 3 was 50 kilograms, and there were 2 other scales marked 20 kilograms. In addition, the maximum weight of the vernier scale is 20 pounds, which is 10 kilograms. Then when you put all these weights on the pallet and pull the vernier weight to the end, the total weight is 400 kilograms. In other words, this large platform scale can weigh 800 kilograms. The importance of this large-scale weighing instrument is self-evident. In the past, if the Han tribe wanted to weigh something weighing several hundred kilograms, they could only drive piles on the ground, then set up a scale beam with a thick arm and several meters long, and then hang a large weight. Only then can I weigh things weighing several hundred kilograms. But this weighing method is fine for weighing dead things. Do you want to weigh a live pig? Sorry, it's best to beat the pig to death or knock it out until it stops moving, then stuff it into a sack and hang it on the hook of the scale beam, so that it can be weighed. But now, with this kind of mechanical platform scale, you can put an iron cage directly on the scale pan, then lock the live pigs inside and let the pig stand on the scale pan for weighing. Isn't this a lot more convenient? This scale can only weigh things up to 800 kilograms. The smallest unit is one tael, which is still a bit small. It would be better if it could make a scale with a maximum weight of 1,000 kilograms. Luo Chong said with emotion. When Nong, Ao Fei, and others immediately raised their thumbs, and they even said with great admiration, "The leader is really awesome." We didn't say anything or introduce it. You can see that there are other ways to use this scale. It's the maximum and minimum limit, and we admire it very much. Stop flattering. Luo Chong rolled his eyes at them, and then continued to ask, "Can this scale be made bigger? Seriously, if this scale can be popularized, it will be of great use in the future, and it can even be used weighing coal." Okay, that guy Guqing said, "The principle of this thing is very simple and nothing complicated. He told us before we came here that if the leader needs a larger scale, he only needs to increase the area of the scale pan and extend the scale beam. Length, just add more weights. If you only want the upper limit of 1,000 kilograms, it is not difficult. However, when using it, you need a very hard ground. Otherwise, if the 2,000 kilograms of weight are placed on the four legs of the scale, even ordinary blue bricks will probably be able to crush it." Broken. When Nong explained. Luo Chong nodded, "That's right. Don't do anything wrong with the scale in the end. It crushed the ground first." By the way, is the Guqing you are talking about the one who invented this kind of platform scale? Is he here? Going back to the leader, it is right that these two scales are Guqing's invention. The larger one has a maximum upper limit of 400 kilograms, and the smaller one has a maximum upper limit of 25 kilograms. He called them case scales and said that this weight it is suitable for weighing scattered things on the chopping board and suitable for daily transactions. Guqing is an apprentice who joined our Comprehensive Research Institute last year. His father is a carpenter and has participated in the production of windmills, water wheels, and looms, so he has been exposed to these mechanical structures and is very interested in them. That leader, the clock in question, was also his invention. Originally he was supposed to come over, but this kid had just grown up and had been working in a research institute before and had no time to go home. His mother had arranged for him to get married, but the marriage had never been consummated. Now it happened to be the New Year's Day show Mu. After their two families discussed it, they decided to take advantage of the Chinese New Year to get married, so they didn't come over. Ao Fei heard Luo Chong asking about the identity of the inventor, and immediately introduced it in detail next to him. "Okay, I just graduated and joined the research institute. In less than a year, I have achieved so much. This guy is a talent, isn't he, Guqing? I remember it, let him get married well first, and then give me after the holidays." He awarded him a title and a reward, Luo Chong immediately said with praise. An invention like this, with special practical value, cannot be rewarded too much. Luo Chong just wants to let people know that as long as he goes to school well, he will have the possibility to join the research institute. As long as he can come up with practical inventions, he will definitely not be stingy with titles and awards. Only in this way can everyone in the tribe actively invest in scientific research, and then the Han tribe can become stronger and stronger. Rejuvenating the country through science and education was Luo Chong's basic administrative policy and the main direction of the future development of the Han Empire. Luo Chong and everyone in the institute were discussing these inventions, and the other surrounding county guards couldn't help but show surprised expressions again. Good guys, everyone in this institute is really talented. The last one was just a short time ago. He invented photography, and now he not only invented clocks, but also improved the steel scale invented by Luo Chong, and produced more practical platform scales and case scales. Moreover, Luo Chong immediately expressed his intention to be knighted and rewarded. As for officials who are engaged in politics, it is very difficult for them to make some political achievements, and it is even more difficult to be promoted to a knighthood. Compared with the researchers of the institute, they are far behind. In the courtyard of Luo Chong's house, everyone at the Qinghang County Power Research Institute also looked surprised. They were originally separated from the Comprehensive Research Institute. Unexpectedly, after they separated and worked alone, the mechanical team of the Comprehensive Research Institute, it really shocked them that they could still build such a sophisticated and ingenious machine with practical value. However, although they were surprised, they had no intention of admitting defeat, because their Power Research Institute was still in the field of power machinery and was still unsurpassed by others. I'll try to code Chapter 5 and make up for the chapter from the day before yesterday. Please give me a tip. By the way, this chapter says there are pictures. If you haven't seen it, I'll refresh it later. It's a picture of a scale. Some people born in the 2000s may have never seen this kind of antique. I often saw it when I was a teenager. Okay, now it's time for you from the Power Research Institute. Didn't I say that we have prepared gifts? Take out your gifts too. Luo Chong said with a smile as he looked at everyone in the Power Research Institute. The general director of the Power Research Institute is a guy named Lin Fei. This guy seems to have married into Dashu's family. The early Tree tribe only had about 30 people, which was very small in scale. In the Han tribe that gradually grew in size, the clan power couldn't take action at all. In order to expand the scale of his family, Dashu arranged for many sons-in-law to come into the family. Those who are talented but have no status will naturally flock to them when they meet a family of hardcore elders like the Tree tribe who were the first to join the Han tribe. One has talent but no status, and the other has status, but the family has few talents and a weak population. The two hit it off immediately, and Lin Fei married into the Lin clan, which was the first Tree tribe brought back by Luo Chong himself, and his surname was also changed to Liao, and Dashu have the same surname, and now they both have the surname Lin. Lin Fei had learned to be a carpenter from Bucket and the others earlier, and had accumulated a lot of experience in making mechanical equipment. Now he is 25 years old, and he is a senior craftsman. Later, when Luo Chong established a comprehensive research institute, this guy was doing research. He served in the institute's mechanical team. When the coin stamping equipment was first produced, Lin Fei was involved. Later, when the research institutes were divided into groups and the Power Research Institute was separated to work alone, Lin Fei once again became the head of the Power Research Institute. He was jokingly called the director of the second institute, and the first institute was the earliest comprehensive research institute. Luo Chong wanted to take advantage of the birth of the microscope to establish the third research institute a few years ago, that is, the third research institute focusing on biotechnology. However, he has not yet figured out the development direction of the Biological Research Institute, so he has not decided yet. When I mentioned this matter again, I just asked Ao Fei's optical team to continue improving the microscope. Although the mechanical team from the institute in front took the lead in offering treasures and surprised them, Lin Fei said that he was not vain. The results of their Power Research Institute were no worse than those of the guys from the institute, and their results were more valuable. Chief, we have completed the small-scale model experiment of the first-generation mining track steam locomotive of Endeavor. This New Year's gift to the leader is this set of model cars. Today is just the time for the leader to check it. If there is no problem, if so, we will prepare a test car with normal proportions. If there are no problems, we can start mass production. Lin Fei stood up and said immediately when he heard Luo Chong asked about their gifts. Oh? Have you already made a model? Luo Chong immediately became interested. He had been working on a steam locomotive with this group of people for a long time. After such a long time, he finally built a model car. Well, it's not bad to have a model, it's better than nothing. Looking back to the leader, it is exactly that, and it is a real steam locomotive. It can run. It is not a dead thing that cannot move like a model ship. This is a miniature version of the real thing. Otherwise, it will be lost. It has experimental value. Lin Fei continued to answer. Well, not bad, then bring it over and show it to us? Luo Chong's interest was piqued. Of course, he wanted to see the results of these people with his own eyes. Well. Lin Fei looked around at the people around him and the large courtyard of Luo Chong's house. He hesitated before speaking. Chief, the model we made is a bit big, and if it is a demonstration, it will definitely need to lay tracks. Look, where we are demonstrating, is it okay to lay the tracks directly in the yard? Will it hinder anything? Luo Chong was stunned for a moment when he heard this, and then he thought of this question. Could it be that they were making a large-scale model? Luo Chong asked curiously, what is the size of your model car, what is the width and length of the track, how to lay it, and how long will it take if you lay it now? Hearing Luo Chong's question, Lin Fei immediately introduced it in detail. You must know that this model car is the entire effort of their Power Research Institute. Basically everyone in the Second Research Institute is familiar with it. For this car, the various parameters and performances are even more familiar to them than their own wives. Chief, the outer track gauge of our model car is 25 centimeters, the maximum width of the car body is 32 centimeters, the height is 43 centimeters, and the length is 85 centimeters. It uses a microcarbide gas boiler for heating. It can be hung, it carries 10 carriages, each of which can accommodate an adult. The outer gauge of the track is 25 centimeters, and the width of the sleepers is 40 centimeters. It is a semi-finished model track that we have made in advance. One section is 5 meters long and can be spliced directly on site. The speed is very fast. If it is in the yard, if laid, it can be done in about half an hour. Can one adult ride in each carriage? Luo Chong said that he had questions in his head, and he asked directly in confusion, didn't you say this is a model car? How can such a small model car seat people on it, and also carry 10 carriages, and 10 adults can just press the button? At 100 kilograms per person, it adds up to 1,000 kilograms, right? Your model car can tow 1,000 kilograms of weight. Are you kidding me? Lin Fei immediately said with a proud look on his face, of course I'm not joking. I just told the leader that although this is a miniature model, what we are making is indeed a real car, a car that can run and pull people. It was made just for experiments. If it can't even pull more than 1,000 kilograms, doesn't that mean we have failed? Then you said such a small model can seat an adult, how can it be seated? Luo Chong asked again. Lin Fei immediately took a step to the side, then squatted down, pretending to be defecating, and said, ride on the carriage. Damn it. Ride on a toy train? Okay, this is very steampunk. Okay, let's show it. Now my yard is handed over to you. You come and see how to arrange the tracks. Try not to block the road and try not to damage the original facilities. You can see the other arrangements. It's best to do it. It should be longer. Since this car can run, it would be boring if it was too short. It can't keep circling in circles. Luo Chong nodded and agreed. He also wanted to see what the train models made by these people were like. How powerful. Lin Fei also immediately said, no problem, please wait a moment, Chief. I'll have people start the installation. By the way, Chief, can you let the kitchen boil some boiling water first so that we can directly give it to you when we demonstrate later? Add boiling water to the front of the car to quickly generate steam. Otherwise, it will take a lot of time to boil the water with the built-in boiler. Okay, it's no problem at all. It's just boiling water. You can get as much as you want. Don't worry, hurry up and install the track. Luo Chong nodded, then winked at Xiao Dai, who immediately understood, and then he also ordered the maid at home to go to the kitchen to boil water. On the other side, Lin Fei also went out. After a while, he pulled 2 four-wheeled carriages over. One carriage was filled with boxes and tools. One of the more sturdy wooden boxes contained the front of the carriage, other simple boxes are filled with carriages. The compartment of a carriage behind is filled with semi-finished rails, which look like ladders. The rails and sleepers have been connected together to form a ladder shape. Now we only need to connect these ladders section by section. Put them together to form a long track. 5 updates completed, about 13,000 were updated today, and the chapter from the day before yesterday was also added. Please reward. Lin Fei led the people to start laying railroad tracks in the yard of Luo Chong's house. Luo Chong and a group of county guards stood at the door of the hall to watch. Everyone had already heard that the leader was asking the Power Research Institute to make something, but what exactly they do is known only to a few. Even before steam engines became popular, others would not be able to understand what a train was. Steam engines are currently only used in a few places, such as the small ammunition workshop in Hanyang City, the shipbuilding yard in Luoyang County, the mint in Huxin Island, the steelmaking plant in Xingang County, and the steel rolling mill currently in trial operation. But these places are not accessible to ordinary people. The one in front is a confidential unit and you can't go there if you want to. The steel plant in the back is a dirty, hot and messy place. No one can run there. Therefore, the Power Research Institute is still a mysterious department in the eyes of the public. As for the first Comprehensive Research Institute, they have come up with a lot of practical equipment. Everyone basically knows what the Comprehensive Research Institute does. Today Lin Fei brought a group of researchers and craftsmen to show up and speak out, so that others can know that they are not eating for nothing. Sections of semi-finished rail were brought in, along with some scattered rails and sleepers to lay out the turns. Model rail trains basically don't need to consider the bearing capacity of the foundation. After all, they are just models. Besides, Luo Chong's yard has been tamped after all, so there is no problem with such a small pocket train. They quickly laid a U-shaped curve of more than 20 meters in the front yard, which was almost the maximum length they could get after avoiding obstacles. Lin Fei quickly ran over and asked, "Chief, can you pave it in the backyard? Also, I plan to dig a section of the path in front of the hall to lay the track. I can keep the track and the ground level, it usually won't trip people up, do you think it's okay? Otherwise, it can't be closed. If the National Energy Corporation closes the track into a circle, it doesn't matter even if it's shorter. We can let it run in a circle, do you think it's okay? No? No problem, you can take care of it yourself. The backyard is fine too. I'll have someone take you there and try to make it as long as possible." Luo Chong immediately nodded and agreed. "Okay, then I'll make arrangements." Lin Fei also looked very excited. This was the first time they had taken out a physical object and showed their faces in front of the leader and all the county guards. The guy quickly took people to the backyard, and then there was a clanking sound, which was the sound of sleepers being reinstalled to fix the rails when the curve was laid. Lin Fei finished arranging the paving route in the backyard, and then directed the craftsmen to start dismantling the masonry pavement at the entrance of the main hall in the front yard, and then embedded 2 steel rails with the thickness of small water pipes into the brick joints, and filled the remaining gaps with stones, so that both it will not affect walking and can also be used by trains. Looking at the group of craftsmen busy in the yard, the county guards around Luo Chong began to whisper among themselves. "What on earth is this thing? Put 2 iron rods on the ground and go around them. There are so many pieces of wood underneath. What is it for?" Yunji said incomprehensibly. "It looks like a child's toy. Even if such a small thing is really useful, how useful can it be?" Yang Yan also expressed his opinion, but he said that he had no interest in this thing. It's like a child's plaything. If the leader hadn't been standing here watching, he would have wanted to find a place to rest. Toy? Haha, this toy is a good thing. You'd better look at it carefully. When the leader asks you to build this thing in your own county, don't say you can't. Dolly couldn't help complaining. Everyone frowned when they heard this. Just such a thing, and every county has to build it? Could it be that it is really something particularly important? Jing Yan, who usually doesn't talk much, quietly moved to Dolly's side and asked in a low voice, "Brotherly knows the purpose of this thing, can you explain it to us?" Jing Yan is usually very honest, but he is also very powerful among these county guards. Naturally, others dare not underestimate him. In addition, although his Dongxing county is strong, he has always been very low-key in life, so he is created like this. I have a very honest impression, and overall my popularity is pretty good. When Dolly saw it was him, he smiled and reminded, "It turns out to be Governor Jing of Dongxing County, so you have to pay attention. They may not be able to use this thing for the time being, but if this thing is made, the first batch of the mines in our 2 counties must be equipped." "Oh? Is this for mining?" Jing Yan suddenly became interested. The other county guards around also raised their ears. "No, this thing is a vehicle that can only travel along a specific track. Do you see those 2 long rails? That is the road dedicated to this kind of vehicle. There is another vehicle in the box over there." Dolly explained to everyone on the side. He didn't deliberately lower his voice to prevent others from listening. They would all see it in a while. Even if he didn't say it, the leader would still explain this to everyone. This can only be driven on iron roads? Isn't the cost too high? I dare to ask brotherly, are there any advantages to this car? Jing Yan continued to ask for advice, modestly. Is this thing good? Dolly boasted without hesitation. It doesn't need people to push or animals to pull it. It can run faster than a horse and pull more than an ox. Doesn't it become a land boat? Qingshu, the governor of Luoyang County, was the first to sigh. Luoyang County's shipping is very developed, so in Qingshu's eyes, it can run fast and carry a lot of weight without being pushed by people or pulled by animals. What is that other than a sailing ship? If there was such a thing on land, wouldn't it mean boating on land? There seems to be nothing wrong with this metaphor. Snap. Dolly suddenly clapped his hands and praised, "This analogy made by the Luoyang County sheriff is wonderful, wonderful, yes, didn't Brother Yang Yan just say that this gadget looks like a child's toy? In fact, it's not. You should all see it. Crossing the sand table, right? It's a miniature version of the geographical map of mountains and rivers. If you haven't seen this before, you must know the ship model. Brother, she just showed it. Let's take a model ship as an example. Doesn't that thing look like a child's toy? However, after the ship model is enlarged thousands of times, it can float in the water and carry thousands of people and countless cargo. This is the railway in front of you. There should be a model of a steam locomotive on it. That thing is like a model ship. There is also this road. Just imagine, if this road is expanded to 1 or 2 meters wide, and another 1,100-meter railway is built. If a large vehicle twice the size is placed on it, wouldn't it also be used to transport people and materials? This car model is like a ship model, and this railway, well, is like a river. Your ship can travel in the river, but cannot go ashore. The same is true for this railway. The steam locomotive on it can only run along the rails, not on ordinary roads. Go running, so you should understand, right? Everyone listened speciously, but they also understood the importance of this thing from Dolly's mouth, because Dolly compared it to a ship. As we all know, the importance of ships to the Han tribe is self-evident. If the Han tribe did not have ships, it would be absolutely impossible. There would not be such achievements and scale as today, and if the thing in front of you is a ship on land as Dolly introduced, then the role and influence of this thing cannot be underestimated. While everyone was discussing the railway, Lin Fei had already led people to almost lay the track. After all, it was not very long in the yard, and the tracks were paved with semi-finished products, so it was easy to build. After arranging the finishing work, Lin Fei returned to the front yard, and then asked the accompanying researcher to open the wooden box containing the front of the car. The two of them worked together and finally lifted the front of the car out. Although the front of the car was not big, there was only one. It is a foot wide, less than half a meter high, and less than a meter long, but it weighs hundreds of kilograms. Just like Lin Fei introduced, this is a real guy. He is made of iron from head to toe. There are 3 more chapters today. The two of them worked together to place the front of the car on the track, and then pushed the front of the car along the track to the open space in front of the main hall. Then Lin Fei walked up to the crowd and introduced. Chief, this is the model of the first-generation Endeavour steam locomotive. Luo Chong carried Luo Lan and squatted down in front of the car. Seeing this, the others quickly gathered around. After listening to Dolly's introduction to this car, everyone also paid attention to it and wanted to see how this car could be used. What is so great about a vehicle known as a landboat? The adults and children squatted in a circle and surrounded the train model in the center, and began to look at it carefully. This car is painted in black as a whole, and the cylindrical boiler part is painted red, with black paint embellishments on it, plus some original metal parts, which makes it look very beautiful. The structure of the entire car is similar to the drawing given by Luo Chong, but because it is a model car, and this car uses a calcium carbide gas boiler, not a coal-burning boiler, it is slightly different from the drawing. Chief, the Endeavour adopts a 4-6-8 wheel layout. There are 2 pairs of small diameter guide wheels in the front. A high-pressure cylinder is placed on each side of the middle of the guide wheels. Behind the guide wheels are 3 pairs of large. The diameter driving wheel, also known as the power wheel, is responsible for providing power to the entire train, followed by 4 pairs of driven wheels, which are mainly placed under the tender wheel to serve as a load-bearing support, because the tender wheel is relatively heavy. Overall, there is no difference from the drawings. Have you measured its speed? What's the load capacity? If it's in actual proportions, can it meet the technical parameters? By the way, didn't you say there are 10 more carriages? Why don't you bring the carriages over too? Luo Chong is very familiar with these data. Lin Fei obviously also knows about this problem. He introduced it in such detail, mainly for others to listen to. Oh, don't worry about the car. It won't be too late to light the stove and hang up the car later. I'd better introduce the car first. Lin Fei paused and continued. We haven't started trial production of a car with normal proportions, so we can't guarantee what parameters it will have. However, this model can run at a speed of 50 kilometers per hour. In terms of its load capacity, despite the small size of this model, there is no problem in pulling 1 ton, which is 2,000 kilograms, but if it is on flat ground, if it is going uphill, it is probably no problem, but it will definitely not be able to run that fast. As soon as Lin Fei finished speaking, a circle of county guards surrounded him. They couldn't help but be surprised. Such a little thing can pull 2,000 kilograms? Isn't it difficult for a horse to pull 2,000 kilograms? Yunji asked in disbelief. You need to know what kind of thing pulls the cart and their inherent concept? It was either an ox or a horse, but even an ox or horse would not dare to say that it was easy to pull 2,000 kilograms. And now Lin Fei actually said that the thing in front of him, which was no bigger than a dog, could pull 2,000 kilograms. How could they not be surprised? This is just a model. If we enlarge it 1,000 times according to what Dolly said just now, wouldn't it really catch up with the sailing ship? Of course. If you don't believe it, we can try it now. Didn't the people from the first school bring a scale just now? Let's hang up the carriage and take people on board to see if the carriage can be pulled. Lin Fei was very confident, because they had already tried the model of this car in Qing'an County, otherwise they would not have dared to say so harshly. Yunji no longer refutes, Now he also wants to see if this car is that powerful. Luo Chong, on the other hand, calculated the parameters reported by Lin Fei just now. 50 kilometers per hour, converted into an hour, is a speed of 25 kilometers per hour. What is the concept of a speed of 25 kilometers per hour? It is roughly the same as the speed of an electric bicycle. The normal running speed of a horse is almost the same speed. To be honest, let alone this as a model, even if a real car can run so fast, it will be over. It is ready for practical use. Luo Chong decided immediately, then what are you waiting for? Let's see if the track is paved. If there is no problem, let it move quickly. Just introducing it like this always feels dry, but it is more intuitive to run. Here. Lin Fei immediately agreed. He first asked if every joint of the entire track was fixed to prevent it from derailing and overturning halfway. Then he asked people to move all the outside carriages over and hang them on the front of the car. Later, they started to light the fire. Luo Chong also ordered the maid to turn on the water. Lin Fei personally poured the boiling water into the boiler at the front of the car, then poured calcium carbide into the acetylene-generating device inside the coal water truck, and then opened the water supply valve with a controllable flow rate, and clean water entered the calcium carbide box, reacts chemically with the calcium carbide inside and immediately releases flammable acetylene gas. The gas then poured into the nozzle, inside the boiler, along the pipes. Lin Fei calmly ignited it with a wooden stick with an open flame. With a soft whistle, the boiler suddenly ignited with incandescent flames and began to heat the boiler. Heating boiling water in. This train model has a total of 6 control systems. One is to control the water supply speed in the acetylene generator, and the other is to control the outflow speed of acetylene gas. These 2 systems control the size of the flame in the boiler. The other pair controls the flow of steam into the cylinder, which is the speed regulation used to accelerate and decelerate the car. There is also a corresponding steam brake device, and the last pair is for reversing and the whistle. Lin Fei sat in the tender seat of the model car. After lighting the boiler, he moved the valve and blew the whistle. Woo-woo. The small train made a loud whistle, attracting the attention of everyone in the yard. Luo Lan and Luo Chong's arms, Xiao Luoqing and the lame child at the door of the hall ran directly towards the train. Come over. Poof. At this time a dense stream of water vapor was emitted from both sides of the small train. Because it was a gas boiler, although there was a chimney on it, there was no black smoke coming out. Chief, this boiler has been lit and can be started now. Do you want to come and take a seat? Lin Fei was riding on the train and looked at Luo Chong expectantly. Luo Chong. Are you kidding me? Although he is also very interested in this train, but let him ride on the train in front of so many people? How shameful is that? Of course, if he waits for the outsiders to leave, it would be okay for him to take the children to play, but that is definitely not possible now. I won't go on it. It's better to stand and observe from a distance. If you want to sit on it, you can try it. Don't you all want to know whether it can carry 2,000 kilograms? Now is your chance. Also, let me tell you, this is a project that our Han tribe will develop in the next tens or hundreds of years, or even for generations to come. You county governors, as local officials, had better experience it first and then tell me later. Find out how it feels. Luo Chong first directly rejected Lin Fei's invitation, and then began to trick the county guards present to come up and have a seat. Otherwise, what if everyone felt ashamed and no one was willing to try? Originally they really thought so. Playing this thing in front of so many people, even if it is very important, is just a toy now. Everyone can't lose face, but now it's okay. The leader asked them all to play with it. Experience it. Since everyone has to sit, it doesn't matter. Everyone is sitting anyway, so no one should laugh at anyone. Here, all the county guards replied in unison. Masters of the county, it's best to tidy up the hem of your clothes first. This model is relatively short to prevent the hem of your clothes from getting caught in the wheels. Lin Fei quickly reminded. Everyone began to arrange their clothes silently, and then arranged the front and back seats humbly for each other. After they all rode on this train, they became even more suspicious. Originally, it was supposed to carry 10 carriages, but because they had to try to carry a load of 2,000 kilograms, so in the end, 16 carriages were hung up. With so many carriages hanging on such a small front, it was more than 10 meters long, making it look like a python. Surely this thing could be pulled? But just when they were doubting, Lin Fei, who was sitting at the front, suddenly sounded the whistle, and the little train whined, and then it was thrown forward suddenly. Hoo, ho, ho, ho. The cylinder began to slowly accelerate, making a gasping sound. The small train also began to move forward slowly, and then gradually began to accelerate. Oops! Is it really pulling? This iron cart is really powerful. There are 17 of us, each weighing more than 100 kilograms. It must be more than 2,000 kilograms. Such a small person can really pull such a heavy weight. Due to the movement of the vehicle, Qingshu's body leaned back suddenly, and then the vehicle began to move forward quickly. Wonderful, if I can make this car bigger and put it in the mine to transport ore, I can increase the coal production of Dongxing County more than 10 times, and save a lot of livestock. Jing Yan sat on this small train. As I flew along the track, I couldn't help but sigh. I just don't know how much it consumes. Compared with the transportation of cattle and horses, what is the cost? I just saw that this car seems to be burning calcium carbide. Is this calcium carbide used a lot? Yunji also saw the use of this steam railway car. With strong power, I started to calculate the consumption and wanted to know the operating costs of this car. No, this is just a model car, that's why it uses calcium carbide. I heard people from their research institute say that such a real car, a big car, burns coal. As long as you use coal to boil water, you can drive the iron car forward. When Dolly heard Yunji's doubts, he explained directly. After Lin Fei, who was sitting at the front and controlling the vehicle, heard their discussion, he also tilted his neck and rushed back. The sheriff is right. The finished vehicle is powered by coal. If it is filled with clean water and 2,000 kilograms of coal, it can travel 500 kilometers. It can run continuously without resting in between. After Yunji heard this, he did a quick mental calculation. Water is worthless, right? The Han tribe has never paid for water, so they only need coal. If you calculate it this way, doesn't this car consume 400 kilograms of coal per 100 kilometers? If it is based on this load, it is quite cost-effective. This chapter says there are pictures. If you don't see them, I will refresh them later. 24. Please give me a reward. The fodder cost of cattle and horses is certainly not as much as 400 kilograms of coal, but the cattle and horses cannot pull as much as the train. Not to mention the entire train, not even a single carriage can compare. Everyone rode around the yard on a small train. Luo Chong, his 2 children and Tang Yao were watching at the door, while Xiao Dai and Zhang Ning were entertaining the ladies who came with the county guards in the house. Xiao Luoqing stood next to Luo Chong, looking at the small train that suddenly whizzed by in front of him. He tugged on Luo Chong's trouser legs, looked up at Luo Chong and said, "Dad, what is that? I want to sit too." "If you want to sit down, just wait for a while. Wait until those uncles come down." Luo Chong agreed directly. Such a model car should be for children to play with, right? It's just that this model is a little too hardcore. Tang Yao, who was standing on the other side of Luo Chong, stared intently at the small train that occasionally passed by the door. She suddenly asked Luo Chong, "Luo Chong, can such a car be made very tall?" Just like making a ship model into a big ship? Of course, but even if this train is enlarged to normal proportions, it won't be as tall as a ship. It's not very high, but it's very, very long. Luo Chong explained. Then it should be very important, right? Tang Yao continued to ask. Of course, as long as I am alive, I will extend the length of the railway and the number of trains as much as possible. Sooner or later, the Han tribe will let it run all over the earth. Even if I can't, my children will continue to do it. Luo Chong spoke. He rubbed Xiao Luo Cheng's head. The child was still looking at the long railway track with curiosity. Then, if we use this train to reach our Tang tribe, how long will it take? Tang Yao didn't know what he was thinking, and suddenly asked again. Well. Luo Chong did a mental calculation. Is it as long as the Beijing-Guangzhou line from Hanyang County to Tongtua? Probably yes. After all, a one-way trip by sailboat takes 43 days, so it may be longer than the Beijing-Guangzhou line? After thinking for a while, Luo Chongkai said, if the entire line is connected and the best train is built, it will take about 2 or 3 days. You can run from here to the Tang tribe. So fast? Isn't that even more powerful than the flying fish boat that person mentioned before? Tang Yao couldn't help but say in surprise. Although we can't reach this level now, we will be able to reach this speed one day. Luo Chong said with certainty. This is not Luo Chong's spring and autumn dream. Although it is unlikely that the technological level of the Han tribe will reach the electric age in his lifetime, even if there is only a steam train, it can still run at the speed of a high-speed train. For example, the most famous Mallard steam train once ran a speed of 202 kilometers per hour with 6 carriages mounted on it. It was just a coal-burning steam train. Woo woo woo. The small train once again passed the door of the main hall, then slowly slowed down and stopped. A group of county guards stood up and got down one after another. They were still discussing the possibility of practical use of this kind of train. During the experience, everyone had already listened to Lin Fei introduced more information, such as steam engines, how to build this railway, etc. Now they basically have a concept of this novel vehicle in their heads. Dad, I want to sit on that one, I want to sit on that one. Seeing a group of adults getting off the train, Xiao Luoqing immediately shook Luo Chong's trouser legs and shouted. Okay, I'll let you sit down, Tang Yao. You can take a few children and sit around for 2 rounds. Xiao Dai and Zhang Ning are both pregnant. I'll trouble you with these 2 children for the time being. I'll take the county guards with me. Let's go talk about something. Luo Chong first comforted his son, and then asked Tang Yao to watch the 2 of them, plus a few children from the county governor's family. They could just gather a group of people. Tang Yao agreed, and then called a few young maids from the backyard and asked them to sit in the car, each of them taking care of a child, so that these little ones would not fall. While Tang Yao went to find the maid, Luo Chong called Lin Fei over and gave him instructions. This model car is very good. I like this gift very much, so I accepted it unceremoniously. After a while, you will take them for a few laps, then stop the car on the grounds of running out of fuel, and then come to my study. Come to the meeting and I want to tell you something. Lin Fei was stunned for a moment, and then nodded happily and agreed. Being able to have a meeting with the leader and so many county guards was obviously a sign that the leader valued him. Even if it was not him, he valued the train. When Lin Fei started the small train again and took the maids and children in circles, Luo Chongkai said to the surrounding county guards, "Come to the study with me. I have something to tell you." "Promise." Everyone agreed in unison, then looked at each other and followed Luo Chong to the study to discuss things. Luo Chong's study was not small, and it could still accommodate 10 or 20 people. He asked everyone to sit around the long tea table, and then Luo Chong left carrying a small blackboard that he usually used to teach his 2 children. Come over and hang it on the wall, behind the main seat. He first wrote the words train and railway on the blackboard, then sat down, looked at everyone and said, "You must already know what this is. You have experienced it just now. What are you thinking about? You can talk about your ideas, everyone can speak freely, and don't feel restricted." "Chief, I have a question. I just heard from the governor of Qingshu County that the first batch of these trains will be equipped for mines in various places. When will they be actually used? I think this thing is very good. And it is coal-fired. We happen to be a coal producer. This consumption is almost negligible for Dongxing County. If such vehicles are equipped by then, our coal production capacity in Dongxing County will definitely increase by 10. More than twice that." Jing Yan was the first to speak. "Yes, with more coal, more coke can be burned. When the time comes, our iron mines in Qingshu County will also be equipped with such trains, and the mining volume of iron ores will also increase sharply. By then, the materials will be abundant, and our Qingshu County steelmaking plant has also undergone steam transformation, and the steel output will be more than 10 times higher in the future." Dolly also followed up. When everyone around them heard this, they all heard a signal from the two people's words. With the appearance of the train, the original output of the mining industry will surge, followed by a surge in steel production. In this case, Han Dynasty the tribe will have too much iron to use up, and maybe the price of iron will drop. But the advantage of this is that the Han tribe will no longer have to worry about insufficient steel. Luo Chong had a panoramic view of everyone's reactions, and then said, "Let me answer the first question first. You have also seen the performance of the model car just now. It fully meets the requirements of actual manufacturing. In fact, as long as this car can be enlarged several times, it can be put into use immediately. So I think if it is finalized and mass-produced immediately, it could be put into use in the first half of next year at the earliest. And regarding your analysis just now, if my guess is correct, you would think that after steel production increases, the price of iron will decrease, right? In fact, this is not the case. I think the price of steel will increase instead." Looking at everyone's puzzled looks, Luo Chong continued to explain, "First of all, we need more ships. Large transport ships can relatively reduce the number of construction. But in the next few years, we need to increase the number of fishing boats and vigorously develop coastal areas. Catch ocean fisheries and dig out more wealth and treasures from the sea. A sailboat, even if it is made of wood, requires a lot of steel. Even if it only uses nails, pulleys, anchors and other things, it is easy for a ship to consume tens of thousands of kilograms of steel. Secondly, there is the scale that the Institute of Comprehensive Research just took out. That thing is also made of cast iron. If it is popularized, how much do you think it can be consumed? There are also farm implements and various tools needed for daily use. The newly attached Qingshu Island must consume a lot, right? Of course, these are actually small numbers, not worth mentioning at all. The greater consumption is the train you just talked about. Although trains have boosted mining and steel production capacity, don't trains themselves consume steel? Not to mention the locomotive and carriage, what about the rails? Moreover, the train is a convenient means of transportation and a land transportation fleet. It is not only fast, but also can carry heavy loads. Whether it is passenger transportation or freight transportation, it is worthy of our vigorous development. Think about it, if we want to promote more trains and build longer railways among the Han tribes, how much steel will be consumed by this project? Our steel production capacity has increased, but we will also consume more, so there is no talk of lowering iron prices. The leader is right. The latest standard rails produced by our research institute are mining rails with a gauge of 75 centimeters. The specifications are 35 kilograms per meter. They are gauges and wide-gauge heavy-duty rails for both passenger and cargo use. Each meter weighs 60 pounds. In other words, not counting the parts that fix the rails such as spikes, spring clips and gaskets, but only counting the weight of the rail itself, for every kilometer of narrow-gauge railway laid, 70,000 kilograms of good steel will be consumed, and to lay 1 kilometer of wide-gauge railway freight railways consume 120,000 kilograms of high-quality steel. At this time, Lin Fei, who had just finished the operation of the courtyard railway, also rushed over for the meeting. When he just entered the door, he heard the leader talking about steel consumption, so he immediately added it, letting everyone have an idea of the cost of the railway. Intuitive concept. As soon as Lin Fei finished speaking, several county guards present suddenly spit out the tea with a pop and then coughed, non-stop. Good guy, to build 1 kilometer of freight railway, the rails alone require 120,000 kilograms of good steel. This does not include the consumption of other manpower and other expenses, as well as the construction of the foundation. If you want to cross a river after a hurdle or something, do we still need to build a bridge? Repairing a bridge for free? Exist? Are you sure this cost is not a joke? After listening to Luo Chong's words, everyone had already realized the cost of building the railway, but they didn't know the specific cost. Now when they heard Lin Fei exploded a series of figures, they all expressed that they could not accept it, and they were all frightened. What kind of family gave them the idea to build such a rich railroad? Doesn't it smell good like a carriage or something? Why spend money to build such a railway? To be honest, let's not talk about how long to build a railway track. Except for the Han tribe, looking at the entire continent, no other tribe can build a 1-kilometer railway track in 5 years, right? Not to mention the quality of the rails. Everyone looked at Luo Chong, wanting Luo Chong to confirm whether what Lin Fei just said was true. Luo Chong saw their reactions in his eyes and then said, Lin Fei is right. If it is to lay a freight railway, it does require so much iron. But you don't have to be so surprised. You think this amount is a lot. You only heard about consumption, but you don't know about our steel production capacity. Dolly, let's introduce them to our Han tribe's current steel production capacity. Okay, our steelmaking plant in Qingshu County is currently renovating the original star-shaped blast furnace, but the progress of the transformation is a bit slow, so for the time being, we will still use the original blast furnace. Qingshu County has 20 star-shaped blast furnaces, and usually only 5 blast furnaces are in operation. When 5 of them are operating, the other blast furnaces are cleaning the furnaces or repairing, and the utilization rate only reaches a quarter. When each blast furnace is in operation, it is making iron non-stop for 12 hours a day, because the blast furnace cannot be stopped at will. Once it is stopped, it will take several days to get it so hot, and a lot of coke will be wasted. This cost it went up. Such a blast furnace can produce molten iron 16 times every 12 hours. The design size of the blast furnace is to produce 10 cubic meters of iron at a time. However, due to the actual use of slag and waste, as well as the different iron content of the ore, each time the average number of actual iron tappings is only 8 cubic meters. 1 cubic meter of pig iron weighs approximately 14,600 kilograms, or 7,300 kilograms. 8 cubes equals 58,400 kilograms, or 116,800 kilograms of iron. This is only the molten iron produced once. Iron is tapped 16 times a day, which is about 1.8 million kilograms, or more than 930 tons. This is just the output of one furnace. If it were more, we would not have enough manpower for mining and grinding. The speed cannot keep up, but once our trains become more common and the equipment in our steelmaking plant improves, more furnaces can be run at the same time. If we build 1 kilometer of freight railway with 120,000 kilograms of iron according to the quantity Lin Fei just reported, then the daily production capacity of one of our furnaces will be enough to lay 15 kilometers of heavy haul railway, and the remaining fraction will be sufficient. The parts consumption of these 15 kilometers of railway. If there are 5 furnaces in total, the production capacity can build 75 kilometers of railway in one day. If trains are popularized in our minds, then I can increase this production capacity by at least 4 times. Even if 20 blast furnaces are opened at the same time, we can still meet the supply of iron ore. If we need to increase production capacity, we can also build larger and more blast furnaces. This time, Dolly directly revealed his family fortune, which made everyone present gasp in surprise. This is still a semi-closed state. It maintains a quarter of its production capacity and does not let workers take holidays. In this way, the output of steel, it is already so abnormal. The 5 blast furnaces produce 4,650 tons of iron per day. Before this data was revealed, they would not have dared to imagine it. Of course, if such a blast furnace were put in the eyes of modern steel companies, they would probably laugh out loud. How dare you call it a blast furnace if it is less than 500 cubic meters? Go home and nurse, 10 cubic meters of dregs are not even an egg cell. These magically modified blast furnaces of the Han tribe are actually only at the level of earthen blast furnaces. Luo Chong saw everyone's surprised expressions and said with a smile, "Now you don't think the railway is expensive anymore, do you?" Everyone shook their heads. One day's production capacity can lay 75 kilometers of steel rails. If small trains for transporting or are popularized and steel production is increased, let alone multiplying it several times, as long as the steel production capacity can be increased. If the improvement is half, not doubled, hundreds of kilometers of railways can be laid in one day. At this speed, as long as the steel can keep up, they can roll the rails directly to Takumi County next year, okay? Of course, the speed of railway construction is not calculated in this way. After all, railway construction is not just as simple as laying rails. It also requires exploring the geological conditions, planning the most suitable route, and reducing the number of tunnels and bridges to reduce the difficulty of railway construction and construction costs, as well as increasing construction speed. Otherwise, with the existing tools and equipment, it would take a lot of time to dig a tunnel, right? Assuming a railway bridge capable of carrying heavy-duty trains, the time would not be short, right? Sometimes, just a small project within a large project requires several years to tackle. Building railways is not something you can build as long as you want if you have enough iron. Chief, does this railway have to be repaired? Just when everyone was immersed in the surprise caused by the steel production, Qingshu, the current governor of Luoyang County, suddenly asked a question. Luo Chong glanced at him when he heard this, but did not reply directly. Instead, he stood up, erased the words on the blackboard behind him, and wrote 2 words again, net and transportation network. Luo Chong sat down again, pointed at the last 2 words, and said, "At present, our Han tribe has opened up water transportation in the north and south directions, and controls places from the inland mountains to the grasslands and oversees Qingshu Island. It can be said that we have developed to the limit and control all the places we can reach. But will our Han tribe just stop progressing? Of course not." Luo Chong stood up again and drew a tic-tac-toe on the blackboard behind him, and then continued to explain. The size of our Han tribe's territory actually depends on how far we can reach. You can't refute this, right? Everyone nodded in unison. The current Han tribe is indeed confident and has the strength to say such things. As long as the Han tribe can reach the place, no one will be the opponent of the Han tribe, and everyone must submit to Wang Hua. Not convinced? Do you want to know about Qingshu tribe? Then Luo Chong continued, "Now, all the areas along the water, as long as the boats can reach them, have basically become our territory. Although there is still a large amount of land between the 8 counties of Hanyang and Tuahai County that we have not yet set foot in, but these are not problems. As long as our population is large enough, we can slowly immigrate to this area, from both ends, to the middle. As long as the Luoyang River is controlled by our Han tribe, no one can take away these places in the middle. What we have to do now is to focus on those inland areas without rivers, that is, the east-west direction of our current territory. How can we quickly reach these areas without rivers, develop these areas, and then put them on? Will resources be continuously transported back to our tribe? This requires railways. I plan to use the rivers in the north and south as the backbone of the Han tribe, and use railways to extend in the east and west directions, weaving them into a huge transportation network to expand and rule more territories. Finally finished writing, please give me a reward.